PSG LGD just lost one, bhai. That is commendable, yaar. That is so commendable. अरे आया अपन माइक का नंबर है, माइक को फोन करके पूछना एक बार.
Best of ones and best of threes, right? Because it's like, oh, you can mess up one gank. That. So who knows? It's hard to predict.
I think the one thing I'd say, you talk about nerves, there's a few teams that have shown more nerves than others. Quincy Crew, Alliance, these are teams that have constantly not played well at the big stage. So I would look at those teams maybe to struggle in the best of ones.
That's true. But, you know, I heard, you know, we have an in on Quincy Crew, of course, because our friend Jack, you know, he said they were in the dumps. They were looking, it was looking really bad for Quincy Crew. And then SVG, now LOA, he stepped up and he said, guys, everyone's time at TI for elimination, it eventually comes. Ours just came a little early. So they won those games in the group stage. They survived. And now, you know, they just got another day of elimination. It's fine.
We have got a lot of Quincy Crew fanboys here. I know we're not meant to be biased on the desk, but I mean, I'm sat with a load of people who live in North America, so I have a feeling that there might be a little bit of bias. I'm not allowed to have any bias because I'm not meant to know anything. So that's fine. That's why I hold my hands up and say, can't really call it. However, I am scared for EG. I'm expecting to see them make a deep tournament run potentially, but at the same time, they're going up against Elephant, and this is a team that is made up of Chinese superstars that just can't really seem to find their footing, gods.
Yeah, and the superstars that have played at TIs and made it to the finals, made it into third place last year, at least half of that PSG LGD team that went fractured apart. The expectations on them is immensely high, but they've consistently kind of underperformed throughout the year. So I think a lot of people be sad to see them knocked out, but it wouldn't maybe be the biggest shock.
And another team that maybe could call an upset maybe today, it would be Fnatic, because we didn't really have high hopes for them coming into the group stage. We thought, yeah, they're probably going to end up in the lower bracket. But it seemed like they had a really good start. It seemed like Def was really doing his bit for the team. They've really got another solid player in Chuan as well, who literally was the reason that they made it through to the main event in the first place. Do you think they can continue in this tournament?
Yeah, there was discussion coming into TI about that team, and one thing that came up was this idea of they tend to play maybe a little bit passive, and they tend to kind of wait, and like you end up coming to their high ground, and somehow they turn it around, and like we were kind of expecting these long games, and I believe they ended the group stage averaging the longest games across all the teams right now. So, gotta have them hold the line and wait for their time.
Oh, it's the horn, gentlemen, which means one thing: our teams are getting ready to take to the stage. So we've got about 2 minutes, and then they're going to be taking their places, and we are going to be getting into the draft. Is there anything you're expecting to see? Because we had 104. Oh.
Oh, it's a Ricky.
Oh.
It's Ricky Maru.
He looks like he's enjoying the game.
I haven't taught you that one yet. He goes invisible at level 6. That guy's under leveled. That's all it is.
Yeah. That's all. Well, his friends are all leveled.
Yeah. He was the guy that had to go get the drink, so he needs more time.
He didn't get a toll.
Yeah, you know, it happens.
Is Ricky a classic TI hero?
Classic pub hero.
Yes.
Yes.
He's an initiation hero to Dota, where everyone gets frustrated because like I feel like everyone in Dota is a little bit broken. You know, every hero's a little bit too good, and that's what makes Dota so beautiful. Ricky's particularly painful because you're just like, wait, so he's just like always invisible? Like, well, yeah. I mean, why is that an issue? You
hate Clinks? If Ricky was in the meta, you would hate Ricky right now instead.
I hate Ricky. I'm not a massive fan of Weaver. However, now I've played Weaver, I'm feeling a lot better about him. And actually, we saw Weaver so much in the group stage. I never associated him with that position 1 carry role before this event, and now it seems like we had one team who went for a position 4 Tiny, position 1 Weaver. I think it was T1 on the last day of the group stage. I couldn't believe it. He's strong now.
Yeah, he's really strong, but I think at least all the games I caught, I saw him a lot of support, and he's another one of those flex picks like Monkey King. You can pick him early in the draft. You can play him as a support, as a 4. We saw him successfully as 5. His lane harass is just really powerful. He's got like 60 damage. You just need mangoes to like keep Sakuchiing through, forces sentries. It just does a lot.
Well, we are ready to go to the main stage here, which means the International 10 has begun.
Mira, sorry, Toronto talk. Yeah, Toronto. Niposhka वैसे भी is an old player, yeah? Okay.
Team Spirit are here. They may be the underdogs in this opening upper bracket matchup, but do not underestimate these boys. Led by Miposhka, who did come top 8 at Ti10 as part of Team Empire. The rest of the young players are definitely not going to be looking scared on that stage today. Yatoro, their carry, is just 18 years old and is absolutely fearless. Their off-laner, Collapse, 19 years old, an absolute standout for this team, and will be doing his best to control the tempo. This is a team that likes to play clean, structured Dota, and yet don't think they'll be showing any respect to Invictus Gaming on that stage today. We're gonna see some cheeky moves.
Oh, indeed. And yes, it may be a little chilly out there in the open arena, but don't worry, they're on a hot streak. 8 straight games, not dropping a match. So Team Spirit coming in completely on fire here as they enter the main stage.
I cannot even imagine what it is like to be playing your first TI in that massive arena and playing it against Invictus Gaming.
One of the champions. Bye. Yo. Emo. Haka. Only looks like Ferrari. Huh, Tapan? Tapan कहाँ गया? ठीक है.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your top seat going into the main stage. It's Invictus Gaming. Their position for Captain Kaka is an intelligent drafter, hugely experienced. This is his 5th TI appearance. He even came second in 2017 with his team Newbie. But meanwhile, he's joined by his teammates JT and Ollie. This is their first TI, and Fly started his career years ago. 2014 he went pro, and yet he's only been to one TI event before with Serenity. But now he's ready to make his mark, and they're gonna do it in flashy form. They're not really caring about pushing towers, these guys. These guys are going to be looking for a fight. They are going to be getting flashy out there, and you know what? They're good for it. They only dropped 2 games in the group stage, 1 to Undying and 1 to OG. And who can forget the Singapore Major Gods?
A historic moment where IG rocked the world with their historic question mark, turning a reverse sweep against EG, coming back from 2 games down. It was just one of the most unheard of, unbelievable stories of the time.
And you know what? I think it's a moment that deserves revisiting. So let's take a look into detail at Invictus Gaming.
Just coming around the back, I like this little wraparound. Dream Coil perfectly placed on it too. They're gonna both snap it, but Burst Spike was on a 3 RP. Huge here from Emo. Down goes Dust. Yam follows into the grave. Kaz is not shortly after dead. And while TZY he'll run, not sure he gets out of this one. Slowed up by Fly, pulled back by Emo, and they are on him and ready to kill off a 4th. Man, what an RP from Emo.
Dark Rift, Aghanim Scepter upgraded by Underlord, so that means 1 second less delay.
Oh, they're gonna jump on Vizi, sheeping in! But they're in, they've got the Hex, they've got the Dissimulate, start on Vizi in trouble, he's getting taken out, gets the BKB off! Oh, it's up to Vizi, Vizi won't be able to keep himself alive! Ice, boots over the back, nice, takes down Ollie, but the Rod's there, they control Ice, they bring him down, the Lycan falls. Somehow, though, EG able to keep RTZ alive. Nearly ending in another disaster there, as RTZ still does not have to buy that goal. They sit in from Arla, gets the ball, they turn to them. RTZ moving in, they've got the link down on the fly, keep themselves alive in the line still. Can they take him out of time? They can! But Rift gets Fly out of there! Not easy. It's low. Emo's catching up.
GG's gonna drop.
Emo's able to just walk back up to him and out the Hex. Emo's able to set him on to crit the Hex into the stun. Question
Mark in the old chat. All right, I love that.
That's how
GG, GG's
that
call
was
was
a
just
very
standing
famous
there.
question
All
mark
right.
from
There
Evo.
we go, ladies and gentlemen, spicing it up a little bit.
He is very hit or miss on the hero. Sometimes he owns incredibly hard. Nice cut down from a tree. Spear.
Following that up with a spear, so a lot of stun time with the arrow. Really well done by JT.
That's just why he is considered the best off laner in China. JT is an absolute beast.
Lotus Orb is done on Underlord, but he needs to like precast it on Sven before Sven gets a good jump.
Yeah, they can start things. Arteezy, it's a little fly. They get the drag back. They do turn with the stun on the two of them. But they bring down Arbed. Arbed will go down. Arteezy as well, getting turned. Arteezy's got the ones. He's got the Aegis. He's going to be back for a second round, but the Supernova is going to be successful. EG trying to get back in to help him out, but the Supernova goes off. They've all been stunned. IG's having a time down Arteezy. Arteezy getting brought down. Arteezy's dead. IG finding another with the Magnetize. Crit trying to do his best to rectify the fight, keeping the Magnetize going, but the Spike Carapace trips up Crit. IG turn, they take him down as well. JT, perfect Lotus, lays it down onto Fly, causing Arbed to pull himself in with the Vortex. And with Arbed gone, things start to fall apart very quickly. Perfect use of the Supernova to guarantee that stun on Arteezy's revival from the Aegis.
Easy है नहीं यार वो खेला that was a good play. तीन लोग stun हुए भाई उससे.
Evo, refresh the shard, double Abyssal Blade, like resonant pulses, 4 astral chap charges.
He's in straight away with the fingers immediately bursting down. Arteezy's going to get taken down. Jump over with the Abyssal Blade over towards Dyson. Arteezy, they're out of the game. IG, they'll turn towards more. GG is called as IG are your champions of the Singapore Major.
इन पे रिवॉर्ड है क्या? हाँ रिवॉर्ड है ना भाई, प्रेडिक्शन करना पड़ता है.
In game prediction. In game ही मजा आने वाला है.
When you look back to Singapore, it's not really that surprising that they're the top seed of the main stage, is it, Gods?
Yeah, after that, they didn't do as well at the next major, but they were there playing with a stand-in, and they were also kind of already secured their TI slot. So we've seen this team just really grow, develop. They've been playing together for over 2 years now, forming in late 2019, and it feels like everything is clicking. They're in that Singapore major form here at TI.
So literally, they've just been spending the last couple of years waiting for Ti10, because we do see on an annual basis after TI, some of these teams deciding to reassemble. The roster shuffle is a real thing post-TI, and yet because we haven't had this event for unfortunately so long, we've now seen these teams given a chance to really find that chemistry they need, Trent.
Yeah, it's a little bit different than usual. Perhaps, you know, Dota, especially certain regions, are known for breaking apart faster and like trying to fix things by swapping players, but this was a real opportunity to actually like examine yourselves and try and talk about your issues. And I think that that's something that a lot of players have even talked about, where people try to be more open and try and just say like, you know, how they felt about the game and where they think it went wrong, maybe other than just like the coach and the captain discussing it, but trying to involve everyone in your strategies to improve the entire unit.
Who do you guys think is the most dangerous player on this roster?
I think Kaka's a huge one that everyone needs to look at. Like his skill level is just so high that you're going to crush your lanes sometimes. And there's so much emphasis in drafts on having strong lanes that if you just have an overstellar performance in the laning stage, it can completely throw your opponent's plans on the back foot, and it ruins what they want to hit timing-wise, has massive cascading impacts.
Do we think that Invictus are probably going to have the upper hand in the draft in terms of their flexibility? Because that's what Kaka's known for. He's known for being able to make choices on the fly because he has so many years of experience in this game.
Yeah, I'd give them a bit of an edge. It feels like they have more heroes that they can play in different roles, particularly like heroes like the Tide Hunter. Their carry players play 12 different heroes throughout, similar to Yatoro, but it just feels like IG a bit more versatile and have a bit more up their sleeves when it comes to the draft.
And what are we expecting from their playstyle today? Do you think they are going to literally be heading straight to the finish line as quickly as possible? Or do you think, you know what, they're going to take their time, try and keep Spirit on their toes in a different way, Trent?
Yeah, it's just fast games because that's their playstyle, or fast games that are just that good, you know, and you just end up kind of crushing everything. Personally, I'm
करता भाई,
hoping for
ignore
longer
करता है।
games because I
मेरे
do
को
think
बहुत
that their
देर से reply
team
नहीं कर
fighting
रहा,
is
ignore कर देता है।
some of the most
अरे
masterful
मैं
of all the teams here,
Celebrity
particularly
आदमी,
out of their
celebrity
support duo.
आदमी,
'Cause
क्या
I find
करूं?
like Kaka, he
मामा
can
के
just like
लिए
make a good
बहुत
fight
देखा
because he
है।
just gets some stun that you're not expecting, some hex
मामा
out of
मतलब,
nowhere in the line, and puts you one hero up in
मामा
the
के भाई
game.
ना?
You don't think about it, and then
हाँ, मैंने
all
मामा
the
तो
on the
मेरे भी
back
वही
line
होता है,
for
लेकिन मेरे को
Phoenix,
लगा तो
I
मम्मा बोल
think
रहा
he's
है।
shown to be like the best Phoenix player over the past 2 years, particularly at that major. So I'd love to see more of that.
Well, moving over to the spiritual side of things, Purge, I have an inkling you're kind of fans of this team from Eastern Europe.
Yeah, I am. It was fun to watch them throughout DPC. Season 1, they looked okay. They had like moments of greatness, and they had other times when they fell apart, but they just got better slowly over the course of the year, and they were relatively close to qualifying DPC. I think they ended up with like 500 or somewhere around there. But they've just gotten better and better over time. You could see it in their confidence. Toronto Tokyo leading his team on the stage, probably leading his team partially in-game as well. I think his confidence seems high. They have high skill. They're going to play their lanes well. And as long as they keep that cohesive, Collapse is amazing. They have so many good players, genuinely. They're a great team to watch. So they have a shot here.
What is key to those hype peak moments that you were just mentioning?
Next season में Ti10 की बात
just
कर रहा है,
doing
किसकी
things
बात
that your
कर रहा है?
opponents
अब
don't
जो आएगा
necessarily
game में।
expect, like getting advantages or kills, not overextending. It's hard to do it though, because if your opponents start reading your movements, and you punish those mistakes, it's like the game gets upended for at least a minute, which might seem small, but in a high-level game of Dota is so much. You lose map control, that leads to the next gank being harder, and so much else.
We could talk about inexperience, maybe getting to these players on the stage, given that only one of them, Aposhka, has actually been to a TI before. And yet, this team showed remarkable resilience in the group stage. When you think about it, they lost to the teams you would expect them to lose to. They lost to the teams that are currently in the upper bracket. So they lost to Vici, they lost to LGD, and they lost to Team Secret. But they beat all the other teams that we now see in the lower bracket from their group. I like to call it a gatekeeper team. You know, they're beating the teams that they would be expected to beat, and they're losing to the teams you would expect them to lose to. Does that therefore mean they're not necessarily going to make an upper bracket run?
You're spelling their doom here.
I am. I'm being a little bit mean, aren't I? It's fine. I dressed as a supervillain today.
I think the other side of that is the way that it happened. They started 0-4, then they were 2-6. They had to make this red hot uphill run to just really get into the upper bracket. So while they may be that kind of gatekeeper type team, they're on an 8-game win streak. They beat teams that many people would have thought would be favored to beat them. So the fact they're in the upper bracket, I think, really shows that you can't underestimate them.
There was one trend here.
किसको underestimate them?
They either 2-0'd, they 0-2'd. If they don't get the momentum going out against IG today, can they really get themselves together for that second?
I think so. I think they have a good shot. I think it gives me a lot of faith that they started the group stage with losses, because if you're a fresh team that doesn't have a huge amount of TI experience and you get all those losses, it just feels like, oh, I even heard from one of the Russian talents saying that he saw them arguing too excessively about like mistakes in game, because it was a player that has played high-level competitions. He mentioned that he'd seen them doing it, so he says you just got to move past that. There's too many games. Don't focus on the little stuff. So the fact that they were able to like maybe less constructively argue but still like win all their games afterwards, that looks really good for their overall confidence. So yeah, I could see them losing game 1 and still coming back.
It is kind of hard to talk about Team Spirit without thinking about Virtus Pro, their regional rivals, who went 7-0 in both of their DPC seasons. How does Spirit compare to VP playstyle-wise?
Yeah, it is interesting because you don't want to like lump them together just because they're from the same region, but I mean, they're both pretty young teams. They do tend to play like fairly similar. I guess in a lot of ways, Team Spirit is just lacking some experience in certain departments, like particularly, I guess, like the hero diversity. Like I think that's something that VP has, and it's also something that IG has, and so that's a little bit worrisome, I would say, coming into this, that the draft is definitely going to be playing a major factor.
Are we expecting anything in terms of heroes today? We have got our fabulous draft panel coming up soon, but I'm just wondering if there are any kind of signature heroes on either side that each team is going to want to ban, or any kind of combinations that they might be looking to pull out?
It's a Mars fight, I think, for the most part, right?
The two offlaners have a fairly similar hero pool, the Tide, Mars being the two big ones, and those two heroes have both been really solid throughout the tournament, so either hotly contested or perhaps banned. I think the carry players both have this huge hero pool. They both play 12 different heroes, so we're much more looking at the small hero pool in the other roles.
Yeah, and Toronto Tokyo is a player. It's like typical Spirit heroes, aggressive, but he can also like sit back and do the tower pusher, DP type heroes. He's very high skill, had some excellent games, but probably Spirit heroes for him is the other thing that I expect to see.
Any particular spirit hero you think is going to work well against the opposition?
You know, Void Spirit, Ember Spirit, potentially Storm Spirit type of heroes are definitely the Toronto-Tokyo specials.
And in terms of the game start, how we're going to see these guys go up against each other. We've already spoken, I guess, about IG wanting to finish fast. Do you think Spirit are going to be in the same boat today, Trent?
I mean, it is the best of threes, which is good, because I think like the best of ones, they tend to really stall out. Like we'll see later, like everyone's a very like hesitant, because you're coming with a very like tailored game plan. You're just going for that like one sort of game that you just need to win, right? But a best of three, you do have time to actually look at what's happening in your first game, try and react to it. I would imagine it to be a pretty chill game one, and we'll see where we go from there, depending on how it feels.
So we're not going to see any showboating later on today when we get to those best of ones, but maybe we're going to see something flashy today.
It's possible.
What are you expecting? What are you hoping for?
I'm hoping to see a game where Emo just pops off, because he, to me, is like the player who could just take over this entire series. I think he matches up really well against a Spirit team that's more focused on team fighting, slowing down the game at times. Outside of maybe their aggressive support play, I could see Emo just completely going off in both 2 games.
Can you explain to me the question mark, please? Because there are a few people out there who might not understand what the question mark is, because there is a psychological game being played in Dota 2. I mean, you experience it in your pub games, you experience it on a stage as big as the TI one. OG are the masters of that, but at the Singapore Major, it was all about Emo.
I think the biggest, most important thing about trash talk in Dota, it's almost exclusively voice lines, and it has been for years. He pressed Shift-Enter and he typed a question mark. It's common in pubs, but in pro games, that's pretty disrespectful.
There's a line.
That was over the perceived line of like what's acceptable. Most times they don't want to spend time on it, but like watching that clip, he did it during the team fight. He was like still there casting spells. He's like casted Aether Remnant, time to Shift-Enter question mark. It was powerful.
And it was his build-up, because IG had lost the previous 2 games, and throughout those 2 games, EG had been constantly taunting Emo.
Yes.
They were tipping him, they were throwing voice lines at him, and he was playing poorly those first 2 games. So to make this big comeback in game 3, and then he just lets all this anger out with that question mark, was like this huge turnaround moment for him.
Yeah, this is actually the opportunity for me to confess to Purge that the reason I have been playing so badly in pub games is because I want people's shards, and I really enjoy being tipped.
I mean, that's one way to do it, yeah.
I actually have 5K MMR. I'm getting there.
5K, is that what you said?
Yes. It's more believable if I don't say 7.
Did you say 5K shards? Is that what you said?
No, I said MMR.
You must have played a lot between last time we played, because, yeah. Great, you got better a lot in a week.
Yeah, it's because Slax has been coaching me.
I don't...
Oh, he didn't like that.
I'm just going to let that awkward silence fall. It's absolutely fine. You know what? We've got about a minute before hopefully we can get into the draft. And I am going to do this thing. I am going to go for predictions. And I'm going to ask, is the winner of the International 10 on that stage right now?
Not according to my bracket. So I hope not.
Neither of these teams have red in their logo, so definitely not. LG is still looking very... IG's looking amazing by all means, but... probably LGD, I would say.
I think IG's a contender. Absolutely. They're a tier 1 team. They're on that same kind of group of teams with LGD. I think there's maybe like 3 or 4 teams, LGD, IG, I'd say even OG, potentially Secret, kind of who are the real top contenders right now. So maybe. I don't have IG in my bracket, but I wouldn't be a huge shock if they do win the International.
Who do you have in your bracket?
I have PSG LGD. Very original.
Very original. Up against 2 in the final?
I think I had EG, because I'm an EG fan.
There he is. Let's go.
I'm surprised you admitted that on panel.
How dare you? We're Quincy Crew fans here.
Didn't want to lie on air, but yeah, I'm pretty sure it's EG.
So, do you think that EG can make it through that lower bracket?
Yes. I hope so.
There is a little bead of sweat on God's face right now. That's why we haven't gone back to the panel and we're still on the stage, because the man has gone puce. Okay, Trent, now tell me about your bracket, your predictions.
Bracket?
Yeah,
you
your overall predictions.
And now that you guys can't copy it, that's really good. You'll benefit from this. I do have LGD in the final. I actually have them losing, though, I believe, to Vici Gaming.
Losing again?
Yep.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh. I mean, Vici's really good, too. Yeah. It's a possibility. You never know.
Of course. You can't go with the obvious stuff. You want to win the bracket, guys.
Yeah. Do you want, you want to win? Like, what are you going to compare it to everybody else? But guys, look,
Listen, I need that free trip to TI if you have the full correct bracket they did that one year,
That's true.
It's my only hope of getting back here, guys.
There was like one guy that won.
I almost broke a mixer in group stage. Okay, they're not bringing me back. I gotta find a way.
You just used your side-eye tone of voice, as I call it, Purge. You're really down on Vici Gaming. Why?
No, I'm not like super down on them. It's just
you're down on them winning TI.
Yeah, a little bit compared to IG and LGD. I mean, Vici Gaming looks excellent by all means, but they're still like a upper to mid tier. You know, like I would place them like 4th to 6th somewhere in there is like very likely for them. But winning the whole thing, maybe less likely than LGD or IGD.
I think you need an X factor to win TI, and I just don't see that with Vici Gaming. It's the kind of X factor that OG's always had. I would say teams like Secret have it, IG, PSG, LGD both have it. That to me is what it takes to like win a TI, that kind of wild card factor.
This is good motivation here. You see, they don't have an X factor, but now they're going to hear this. They're going to find out the English panel is trashing them. That's going to motivate Vici. I just secured this bracket.
So essentially, Vici, they're not a tingle team.
A tingle team.
Yeah, you don't get tingles when you think about Vici on that stage.
Okay, yeah, and that's basically what Gods was saying. Like, you have to have the X factor, that like that chaos, that like surprising. Because if you have this like battle plan that's like very consistent and readable, these other top teams that are excellent, smart people are going to be able to figure it out, and they're going to find a solution. They're going to find a hero that counters their plan, something like that. And that's what loses you some like super deep run.
Okay. I'm just going to sidestep over what you said then, which sounded like you said that Vici were not insightful, intelligent people.
No, I just said if you play without tingle, people are going to figure out what your moves are, and then they're just going to like eventually beat you.
Who tingles you from Team Spirit? I love this new term. This is great.
Who tingles me on Team Spirit? Collapse. He uses my voice line, so that's why I'm
primary reason
that's why
you're shilling Collapse.
Really would love to see Team Spirit go all the way. Get about 2 or 3 per game typically. Really.
What is your voice line?
Honestly, I'm really impressed
Chill
with voice
yourself.
line usage so far this tournament. It's been really good.
It's quality.
What's your voice line?
I just said it.
Oh, it felt very insignificant. Say it again.
Honestly, I'm really impressed with it. That one. Yeah.
I've never heard that before. I've literally never heard you say that phrase. So it's fine. I don't think anyone's used my voice line.
I was impressed with your last day of streaming we did. You did a lot better. You're getting better.
Yeah, he
Maybe
said
not 5K, but big improvement.
After a year, he said, "You finally played a game of Dota 2."
Yeah.
Wow.
It's dark.
That's high praise, actually.
It is.
Yeah. That takes a while. That takes months.
Yeah, it took me about 12 of them, and it's absolutely fine. All right then. This is a best of 3 situation. It's our first best of 3, and it's obviously the first match of the main event. Is this going to go all the way?
Out of our matchups today in the upper bracket, of course, I would say it's the least likely to go to game 3. It is expecting to be another perhaps IG 2-0, or as you said, Team Spirit also doing lots of 2-0ing, so who knows. But again, I would go back to just that first game in terms of like how we're going to set the momentum for this, because if they can keep the hot streak going, that's like the best possible sign for Team Spirit, right? They need that emotional sort of high that they have right now, whereas IG just has like so much background skill and background experience that they're not as dependent on that. So game 2, I could easily see IG still turning it around.
Gods?
I would predict
Very quickly?
IG 2-0. I think the preparation time gives them a bit of an edge as well.
But 2-1, 2-0?
2-0.
Okay, and Purge.
I could see 2-1 IG. I think Spirit can win a game for sure.
You've become so much more diplomatic over the course of this last 10 minutes.
Have I?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
You said that in an almost a positive voice.
Oh, you said quickly to him, so I was like, I gotta go fast.
No, I liked it. It was very decisive. And you know what? The teams are still in their pods right now thinking. So we are going to get into the lobby very soon. And we are also going to get over to our draft panel. Because, let me tell you, I don't want to give too many spoilers away, but they have really scrubbed up. Very nicely. Very nicely indeed. We have a bow tie, ladies and gentlemen. We have a bow tie in the building. Guys on main panel, where's yours? Where's yours?
I like ties. I've never explored the bow tie path, but it's fine. I don't hate it or anything. Just.
I mean, you obviously love an actual tie, because we came in today and Purge's face fell because he saw that I had a laptop and there was another laptop on the desk, and he started to get very, very concerned and was going, guys, do we have to have the laptop here? I'm wearing a tie.
No, he's wearing a raspberry tie.
I'm sorry, he's wearing a tie. Did you tie yourself?
Yeah, I did actually. I wasn't sure I was going to be able to because I haven't worn a tie in
कोई नहीं चलेगा,
legitimately 2
बोलते बहुत
years.
ज़्यादा
But
important है, life
the
और death
muscle
का
memory
सवाल
came
है.
back. It felt good. I was like, oh, I still got it.
ऊपर लाके छोड़ के जाएंगे खाना. हम लेके आए तेरा खाना, तू draft पे.
Okay, let you know what. because we're still waiting to get into the lobby.
तेरे को 5 मिनट नहीं लगते ना निकम्मे, तेरे को घंटा लगता है खाना खाने में.
Because that is the other upper bracket match we've got coming up today, and this is
Rohan.
incredible. These two
Who's
teams
Rohan?
have played each other at TI before. What are the stakes
Rohan,
in this
welcome.
match, Trent? 'Cause it feels personal.
It does. It definitely
ये
does. I
Mike
don't think the
कहाँ ऐसी
social
तैसी
media
करवाने
servers
गया हुआ
can
है रे?
handle it. I'm pretty sure like Twitter's going to go down. Like I feel like they just need to get like the social media
मैं
team
भी
from
job
each of
कर
those
रहा,
squads in a
काम
room
भी कर
together
रहा,
and they
TI
can just
भी
hash
देख
it out there and tell us the results later.
Live
Because my feed just becomes nothing
तो
but
अपन
OG
5
and
मिनट में खाने
secret
का है
during
तो
these
मत
TI
खाना
days, and now they're actually playing each
बेटा
other.
लगे मत खा साला.
I'm genuinely
5 मिनट
concerned
में
for
खाने
them.
का है तो मत खा.
You thought Squid
अगले
Game was
अगले
violent?
अगले बार
Wait
कही
till you
है
see this.
अगले बार का
They have to have a meeting and be like, all right, guys, no knives. We're just going to punch each other. Like,
Nothing to the face.
yeah, no personal attacks. Don't slip into
आया रुको तुम लोग
DMs.
देखो जरा.
There's rules,
देखो
man.
नीचे से आओ,
Gotta
बुला
follow
रहे.
them.
And we know with OG,
फिर
there's
prediction
such
तो
a
करके जा.
psychological warfare
Just
going
make
on.
my
I feel like they plan for that as much as they plan for the
लगेंगे
draft.
15-20 मिनट.
What do we think is loaded up on the no-tail chat wheel?
Oh wow.
हाँ इसको लगेगा आधा घंटा लगेगा काम में.
Question. Probably, I mean, you got to go for your opponent's voice lines. Ideally, some ones that are like rub it in a little bit. But with that said, I feel like Team Secrets, they're all veterans. Like they're going to be semi-immune to that kind of thing. I don't know if it's going to work on them.
They know where the mute button is. They have found it. They've been here before.
Yeah.
That's the issue, isn't it?
That's why you got to
They're
go to
not
the
gonna play ball.
sprays. That's yeah. Can't mute the sprays.
With that said, though, half of it is also riling your team up, and that's something that OG clearly uses to get excited. They use chat wheels to hype each other up. So, you know, they'll have half the battle at least. The other half is Dota.
I noticed that neither of you, or none of you, I should say, because there are 3 of you, none of you said that OG is going to be doing the 3-peat this year. Gods, any reason why?
I just think winning TI, it's the hardest tournament to win. It's definitely possible with OG, but for me, they've still got that magic, but things are a little bit different, not quite the same roster. I just feel like this is a year where they're going to come up a bit short. I don't really have a good answer. It's just gut sometimes. And gut with OG, usually they end up finding a way to win anyway. So I'm sure, and everyone who doubts them, it seems to motivate them more.
So they're welcome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel kind of similar that they still have the magic. They underperformed for the whole year a little bit under expectations, but they've got Sumail magic this year, and I think that's a really big difference. I think he's been playing fantastic. He was playing well in pubs that I was watching before we came to TI. He's been playing well in the group stage games, so I think that's absolutely there. But with that said, like repeating 3 times in a row seems very difficult, and I would also say that like there's a lot of insanely good teams this year. Like I feel like the previous TI years, you go into it, you're like, yeah, OG's looking really good, but like there wasn't like extremely crisp competition like IG and LGD and maybe like 2 other teams. So I feel like it's just a little harder for them to get the W this year.
I may be thinking about a conversation that was had in the bar the other day as opposed to on air, but hopefully no one will mind. It turns out, guys, when we're not talking about Dota on air, we're talking about Dota elsewhere, which is the description of OG as 4 supports and a carry. Would you agree with that, Perch?
I would, yeah. And that's like the Topson X factor that he's always had, that he plays aggressive and he's not afraid to die on the enemy side of the map because he knows he's going to draw 3 heroes. So it is a goal to facilitate their carry in the past with Ana. With Sumail, maybe they don't have to do that as hard as the past, so maybe that opens them up to more options. But yeah, it can be like that sometimes.
Why don't they have to do that as much as Sumail?
The general perception was that Ana needed to have a good game, at least so that maybe to keep morale up, something like that. So I would say Sumail's much more, he's got an ego, that's been clear. It's been toned down a little bit, so he's got confidence. He's got really strong confidence. Sumail can play from behind, and maybe that wasn't something that they were as comfortable with in previous TIs.
I mean, the man won TI when he was a teenager while wearing an airline pillow around his neck. So obviously, all I want to know is he going to be wearing the airline pillow again this year? God.
He's got a bit more swagger these days.
Yeah, but that would be hype if he came out of the finals with it. Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty swag. But you know what is hype right now? We are ready to kick off with our first match, IG versus Spirit.
Guys, your bets? Rahul, Rohan, Rushi, what do you guys think?
मुझे लगता है आईजी जीतेगा.
IG जीतेगा, बहुत strong है.
And welcome to
Destiny
the
खेलना
draft
छोड़ रहे
finals. We're here
हैं.
with the first draft of the first game of the first series of the main event here at TI10. My name is Ava Plus, whatever people may call me, that's my name. And I am surrounded by two of the greatest minds in the Dota world. On my right, I have Insania, previous TI player, future TI player as well, current analyst. And on my left, Lacoste, ex-TI player as well, current comedian.
Not a future TI player for sure.
Yeah, Insania na?
Who knows?
Maybe we team up.
Insania में right वाला.
Good ideas coming out on this draft panel from me, or like, well, we blitz, see you around, or some of the players needs to get kicked out, and I'll hop in.
If anyone's looking for a coach, you know, if your team is called online something, that Lacoste is ready for that. So, what can we expect from this draft, Lacoste?
I think Viver's going to be highly contested. Both of these teams really love to run it. And panel talked about collapse heroes. His hero pool has been not so wide. He's been, you know, playing only a couple of heroes: Mars, Tidehunter, Vengeful Spirit. So you need to either ban it out. Going back to Viver, I think that's Mira's really good hero. And Rubik's also going to be contested. If Weaver is picked, Rubik is definitely going to be picked as a counter because, you know, everyone wants to have a Shikuchi on the team. You can do so much as a position 4, buying time.
IG, मैंने वैसे भी उसमें predictions में भी IG को रखा है काफी ऊपर.
I think this is the hero that
because I think like they have
but in most of the cases
been a stronger team.
they have.
Insania, what?
We talked about
the other panel talked about the offlane matches particularly.
I mean, I think Tidehunter is going to be... So we saw Spirit, you know, they have an 8-game win streak, and a lot of that has been off the back of Tidehunter. So I think for them, they got to be thinking about Tidehunter. But I think at the same time, right now, when you were doing your prep yesterday, you're going to be like, okay, they also know that we've been winning with Tide a lot. And the difference between group stage and main stage is that every team has so much time to prep for you. Both Spirit has time to prep for IG, and IG has time to prep for Spirit. So while you might have gotten away with getting Tidehunter 6 games in a row in the group stage, you're not going to get it uncontested here on the main stage. So I think they got to be thinking about potential matchups there and what
did they just talk
IG
about
might have prepared for their Tide.
What do you think we could be seeing here for the offlane, maybe new picks for the offlane matchup? I know you're a fan of Team Spirit, particularly Collapse, as everyone is. Is there anything you think that he could be pulling out that we haven't seen at TI yet?
There could be, you know, some flex picks. We've seen Tiny being played as different roles. The support position 4. I've seen someone played as position 3, so it could be a thing. To go back to Tiny, he's also the one that is being played at the mid lane for Team Spirit, which is a bit unusual at this point. Also, I don't think we're going to see Lycan. Team Spirit did not play a single Lycan game in the Dota stage, and IG only played it once.
When Team Spirit plays the Tiny, because other teams have played the Tiny mid as well, and they just play carry from the mid lane, really. Is that the same style we see for Spirit?
You still want to go for the carry items. You want to be able to scale. We are not going to see that E-Blade type of a build Dagon. I still feel, especially with the offlaners providing some kind of buff for your carry / mid laner, press the attack from the Legion Commander, anything that builds into Solar Crest. I feel like we're in a meta where you need to find a way how to buff up your carry multiple times. We've even seen OG play offline items.
Do you think that IG might be able to pull off those stuffs?
I did one thing. I got myself a bigger blower.
I think JT has a pretty big hero push. I think he might not have played that many heroes here so far, but I think it's because he just hasn't needed to. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him playing a wide variety of heroes.
Are you a fan of the buffing offlaners more so than the fighting offlaners in the current meta?
I think you got to find a balance. It's kind of like depending on what your 5 plays and what your 3 plays. I think you got to fit team fight in between those two positions. So if you have a 5 that plays a lot of like this IOs like IG does, Ollie's like a really good IO player. I think it was one of his highest win rates in pubs when I was checking out the weeks leading into TI. So I think for IG specifically, probably more teamfight offlane, more buffing 5. But you never know like what they've prepared, and they surely are able to flex those heroes around.
We were discussing this previously, obviously off camera. You were talking about how the strength of the 5 in the current meta right now. And do you think that's led to the buffing offlaner as well, that the 5 is much more of a lane dominator these days?
I think so, but most of the 5s that are very strong in the lane tend to have some sort of buff mechanic. Like you have the Wisp with the overcharge, you have Ogre with the Frenzy, or sorry, Bloodlust. So you get those tools naturally from like the stronger laners, and then the weaker laners like these Phoenixes and stuff, they tend to have more team fight.
Position 4, like compared just when I compare it to position 5, or position 4 right now just feels very weird to play. You're kind of playing position 5 buying so many sentries.
एक बार आप जीत जाओ तो आपका career set हो जाता है यार. Either you become a coach, you become a manager, you become a coach.
Some of the standard stuff. To go back a bit to Team Spirit, offlaner, NS is one hero that they had a great success with, especially combined with the Snapfire. Because NS as a hero was not played as a damage dealer, but we new talents in the recent patch.
पढ़ाई छोड़ दी.
क्यों करेगा पढ़ाई भाई? क्यों करेगा पढ़ाई?
पहले टूर्नामेंट में 240,000 मिल गए वगैरह क्यों करो भाई?
Offlane type players, right? You have collapse
But
that's more
I
like the carry
believe
type. He's going to look to
it's
deal damage.
definitely
He's going to look to be like
okay
the
because
person
you are
that goes
becoming
in a bit
successful
later
at
in
something
fights.
that you
Or
like or you
he's
love.
more of a core
But
player
still, at the
for
same time, you need some
Spirit, whereas I feel like
basic bit of education.
JT is more of the initiator type. He's more of the classic traditional offlane type player, and
You don't.
it's also
not
reflected
about
in
that.
the
It's
carry
not about
because you have
एक graduation, simple graduation
sorry,
कर दिया बस
I'm
हो गया.
blanking on his name.
That's what I'm saying.
Yatoro,
So
who's more
even like
active
a simplest
versus
form of
Firefly, who's
education
like
that
more
you
of a
know for a
traditional
fact what
player.
goes
Yeah,
around.
so
That like
you have
catch
kind
us
of
faster.
opposite
That's it.
positions
That's
and
all
goals
I'm
in
talking
that
about. I'm
way.
not because I don't.
Draft started.
Sojan जिसपे appear हो रहा है
And here
और
we have
oxygen
a
उसमें pass हो
pick
रहा है
to
वैसे
purchase
degree
point
मिली
out of
तो
the draft.
भी
It
बस
was the line for
वही मैं कह रहा हूँ
one of
उसपे
his-
that's what I'm
probably
saying.
his
So I
best
just
team,
want like
honestly.
I'm
And they combine with
I
HyperX.
am somebody who doesn't care about the
IG
education
had
that
a
much
great
because
success so
India का
far
भी
in the
education system
group
is
stage
fucked
with
up.
Lion.
ठीक है.
When
बाहर
you
का
pair
तो
him
है ही.
up, anything with
It's not
IO,
really
you
fucked
need
up,
to have
but
some kind of a
kind of.
stun coming out
Kind
from
of.
position
So it
4,
doesn't prepare you for a lot of things in real life. That's what I'm
tends to be
saying.
very
That's
weak
why
against
hard
जो
putting
certain
basic
stuff.
education है वो.
Do you
So
think
थोड़ी बात ये है
that
कि if you
the Mars Elder
the
Titan
things that you
like, you're
start
not the
reading
Mars
in
through,
school
right? You
they
didn't
don't
know the
actually
Titan through.
prove
A lot
to
of
be
the people
useful
were talking
आपको
about
आगे
strength
जाके
of
life
Mars for
में.
collapse.
So you have to
Is
find
that
it out
okay
by
for the
yourself.
people that
आपको
through, or do
अपने
you
आप
think
ही you
that
have
may
to
have been
struggle and you have to
overconfident?
fucking learn it from the
No, I
experience.
think they must have planned this out. So they're banning Tyranitar and Tiny, and you can't really like when you come to this point in a tournament.
Life में
you're
काम
gonna
नहीं
have to
आता.
let
That's
some
what I'm saying.
heroes
So
through,
it's
and you
not
gotta try
fucked
and
up in
plan
that
like what
way.
heroes
But
do I want
if
to
you are
face.
really actually
Because at
somebody who
this
wants
point,
to
like
just
at this high level of
pursue in
competition,
one line
you're gonna
and
with
you have a goal in
80%
life कि इस
security
line में जा रहा हूँ तो इसी line में.
so like in this position,
kind of
IG
improving
probably
right
said like, okay, so
It is
we're gonna
definitely
open
because
this
a
way,
lot
and we're
is
gonna expect them
changing
to be picking either
nowadays
this or that.
because of
So
so
you're
many
ready
things.
for all of the scenarios that might
It's
come
about
out. So
evolution.
based on the
Basically,
opener, I think both teams are pretty
students,
happy. I think Kaka
are
and any hero that has a
becoming
blink hex
versatile,
has
like
been
they
like
are opting
working
for
extremely well for
sports and
IG.
everything like
Exactly.
Yeah.
They're now exploring it by
Yeah.
themselves rather than the
Shaman
teacher
was
helping
really
them.
on
as
point
well
and
as
got
they are
them,
doing
so many
sports and
W's.
that's really
Lion
good.
is kind of a
That's
same
actually
हमारे
good.
टाइम पे
where
इतना
he
कुछ नहीं
provides
था
with
जो
the stun
ओलंपिक
control,
स्पोर्ट्स
the
थे
instant
उनको ही
hex
डिमांड थी
that you just
Very
जैसे
mentioned.
कि रेसलिंग बैडमिंटन
Legion
वगैरह
Commander
सब
and
कुछ
Doom
स्पोर्ट्स
being
आ गए
banned out
ऊपर
by Team Spirit. We talked about
और अभी तो देखना वो जो
buffing up coming out
कौन
from
सी
the
तो भी
off
देवी
lane, and
देवी
Legion
करके एक
Commander
प्लेयर
provides
है
that.
वो
Also instant dispel against Lion. So
स्वॉर्ड
no
स्वॉर्ड से
surprise
कुछ तो भी
there.
खेलते हैं ओलंपिक में उससे भी वो बहुत अच्छी परफॉर्म करी so like she sets an example
What
and
do you
then
think
10
of the
more
couple?
girls do
They
that
just picked
so
up
it's
the
really
I
good
hear that we actually
I think
didn't see
it's
very
more
much
about
in the group stages.
doing something that you
but,
love.
here
It's just that
very
you
much
have that
not
basic
matched up a lot of
education
hands.
that
So it was quite contested, not very
you
much
don't
kicked.
sound like a fool. It's
What
more
do you-
about you
what
don't
do you
sound
think
like a
is
fool when you're on a
Overton
big
plus
stage.
combination?
You know how to
I feel
actually
like it's like a
communicate with
very
the like with
typical
people
Eastern
and have that
European
kind of
style
education
draft
rather
where
than
they're very
kitabi
lane
education is
dominant, like
definitely
their Bane
something
is
you
very
don't
strong
want.
in
but
lane.
what you
It's gonna
say
lane
is
well,
damn
hold
correct
nicely
like
into the wisp
getting
if it's ran as a
95
5.
10th SSC
Or the
board
ET,
is
because ET
is
generally
not going to
speaking
give you
struggles
like
with
the
playing in stunts.
prepare
So
नहीं करेगा. It's never gonna prepare.
IO is one of the heroes that
you are
doesn't have
kind
any
of
sort of
Tushar
like
and
disable.
everything that
A
you
slow
are
mechanism
kind
on the
of
tether doesn't
Absolutely
really
not.
slow down
your
ET when
career
you're
is
coming in
going
with
to be
boots and
very
bonus
great
movement
and
speed.
everything like that it doesn't
So
mean that
I think
never
most
the
likely
case.
you're
Really
going to see
bullshit.
this. What we've seen a lot of teams do, right, is draft a lot of flex.
Absolutely true.
Right now, Spirit is it's pretty telegraphed where their heroes are going. It's most likely
Hindi
gonna
bol
be
mein
the
कमी
collapse
नहीं.
Mars. I think they can flex at Toronto Tokyo, but the hero hasn't really been popular
Check
as a
out
hero
Hante Pol और Ubi
in
क्यों
the
सका
past couple of
बाबा.
like weeks or so. So I doubt it. I would assume IG are pretty aware that it's going to be a collapse Mars and the ET4. So Bane is also almost guaranteed a 5. So I think from IG side, they're pretty happy because I think between most of the teams in the upper bracket right now flex a lot more than they do.
Yeah, for sure. That's what I wanted to say. Like these two teams, you see the heroes, you pretty much know where the heroes are going to go, even though we are in the flex meta where you see 5 heroes, you don't know which hero is going to be playing which role. Last track, that's going to be a lot of damage. That's going to be a bit of more tower damage that they needed with Lion, Monkey, and Io. I mean, Monkey becomes tower damage dealing hero, but a bit later on. I'm talking about sieging the high ground.
नची को ना इसको अपना मैच दिखा ए नची TI चल रहा चल तेरा बाद में देखेंगे रे बंद कर
running the emo Lush with a Wisp 5. So one of the big differences between running Wisp 5 is you tend to go for more of a healing style build. You're going to level up your overcharge much earlier into the game compared to if you played S3 where you're skilling up the balls instead. So it really is nice to have a hero in the middle lane that's going to be over-leveled and powerful for you to tether up with and make moves around the map. And this is a really classic counter. You pick the Cossacks Invoker to burn his mana.
And that's a Toronto hero through and through. Unfortunately, has been playing as Quantum Sword Invoker, which was his signature style a while ago, but Quaz went for this draft. It's the standard Team Spirit draft, right? I've never seen them draft that's unsafe or that I feel like they made a mistake. It's just, you know what they're going to do, and it's a safe playstyle.
Team Spirit's draft is really good at this.
कॉल आ गया मैं डर गया मैंने कहा भाई ऑफिस तो मेरे खुले नहीं है और पूरे साल ही नहीं खुले ऐसे फोन कर दिया
So no surprise there is a ban for Faceless Void coming out from IG. Morphling is still in a poll, so that's potentially something that they
Who do you think is going to pick
Gyro किसको बोल रहे हो Team IG.
ये IG को
You think it's going to be then?
Because they could still flex things around. Like they don't know the matchup. I remember during the season 2 there were a couple of offlane Monkey Kings.
Gyro नहीं तो उर्सा लेंगे
उर्सा भी अच्छा है.
That was a Seb creation actually. He loved to go for that Witchblade build. Flyfly is also a proficient Monkey King player. Very big fan of the hero. It fits his playstyle.
They can maybe go for Sven.
And also, are you guys not surprised the Monkey King made it through the first phase of ban, or the first and second phase of bans?
So Team Spirit actually doesn't really play Monkey King. It's a hero that they haven't really touched on.
So would you not ban it then?
I mean, they probably thought that the Emo Storm is more of an issue, and the Earthshaker is traditionally considered a fairly good hero against ET because you have multiple rounds of stuns. So when ET runs at you, can just heavyweight, or sorry, enchant totem, and you get the aftershock stun, as well as the fissure. So you have a lot of ways to get yourself out of trouble and making sure he doesn't deal damage. Plus the fissure block off is just hard to deal with during the early parts of the game.
Hello.
Are there any carries here that you would really like to see for Team Spirit particularly? Yeah, they're usually the rock of the team.
I think both these teams have quite wide hero pools on their carries. Like I even saw Yatoro play Shadow Fiend carry during this tournament, so it's gonna probably be pretty dependent on what we see here from IG. Because like you said, they still have the option of running the Monkey King as a 3 if they think it's the way they go about things. Monkey King is a fairly decent hero against Mars ever since they buffed his armor, so he has a pretty decent lane matchup there, and with the sustain from Wisp, he can always keep running at them. And I think the nice thing that IG has going here is that their heroes are going to be setting the pace of this game. If you think about how Dota works, if you have the ability to run at towers and push, you get to choose when you want to fight. And I think in this tournament, that's been really, really important. Whereas Team Spirit, they're playing more of like a defensive, aggressive style where they're gonna come fight you whenever you decide to make
I went for Sven
क्योंकि
जो lineup जो लग रहा है ना इनका वो उसी टाइप के heroes का लग रहा है वो strength hero वो नहीं मैं वैसे टाइप का hero कह रहा था I was मैं अभी hero को बाहर
Ladder आयो लेने Ladder आयो
hero. One of the reasons why they banned out TB. Maybe a Drow Ranger wouldn't be that bad, but then you still have two
somebody who
heroes
can easily pin down this Mars ET.
Monkey King jumping you. It's a tough one. You do not want to pick a melee hero because your lane is going to be ruined against Lardar.
I think they might go for Spec जा सकते हैं.
Medusa है, Luna है, TB है.
I think they'll go for TB नहीं.
Luna Bane also. Bane benefits from the
Spec और PA भी जा सकते
हैं. Nightmare, you sleep them and you have bonus damage from the aura. So you get a lot of hits and.
बड़ा वो आया है तो. What's it called?
Morph लिया.
अच्छा है Morph भी अच्छा है pick.
Yatoro Morph. Yatoro isn't he? Okay, collapse is the offlane. Okay,
Yatoro carry है भाऊ.
JT अबे ये he is offlane.
तो obviously starter
JT is offlane.
हाँ.
तो इसका वो कौन है?
काका और ओली सपोर्ट है.
आयो उसके साथ.
काका का लाइन बहुत खतरनाक है भाई. काका का लाइन बहुत ही ओपी है.
वो पेल देता है.
उसके रोटेशंस देखना लाइन पे बहुत खतरनाक खेलता है. पूरा सिंगापुर मेजर में लाइन स्पैम कर करके जीते थे वो लोग.
देखो भाई अपने पैसे सबमिट कर दो भाई.
Oh man, Rick, there's only 10 seconds left to pick a hero.
Tier team है साला.
You better pick your hero. 5 seconds.
Let's go.
बहुत सारा केसेस कर ले रहा है अपना मैच एंजॉय करेगा. मेरा काम है कस्टमर का जो क्रेडिट होता है ना कस्टमर का जो क्रेडिट रिपोर्टिंग होती है जिनका सीबल वेबल बनता है वही करेक्ट है. अगर उनका गलत गया तो लोग करेक्ट इंफॉर्मेशन देते हैं. अपन तूने भेजो मेरे को मैं तो अपना ईमेल एड्रेस भेजूंगा. ठीक है हो जाएगा तो बढ़िया हो जाएगा प्राइस आप
कितनी वेळ झाले की आता
यार ये मॉफलिंग का सेट अगर ज्यादा एक्सपेंसिव नहीं होता ना मैं ले लेता साला मेरे को प्रीवियस मैच 13-3
तुम लोग इन गेम देख रहे क्या ट्विच पे
मैं तो
इन गेम
प्रेडिक्शन नहीं इन गेम पूरा गेम इन गेम ही देखेंगे
player with the highest net worth 25 minutes पे Morphling.
Why aren't they doing anything? They're just standing around.
Relax, Morty. Hello there. My name
Hello
is Sunspot.
there.
That crowd really loves us. They're definitely real. Sunspan here with Cinderin, main
Player with the
defense.
highest total
Cinder
physical
may stop
damage done
smiling.
to
Not gonna
heroes
be
at the
happy, but
end.
This is IG versus Team Spirit. We have cast
नहीं स्लाइडर
IG in
स्लाइडर
the
भी है
group
लेकिन
stage.
मॉर्फ ठीक है
They
मॉर्फ
were
करूंगा
completely
मुझे
dominant,
मंकी लग रहा है वो
and we've cast a ton of
Team with the
throughout the entire year, and they have kind of had this
Minor
I mean, they had this underdog mentality
Team win
the
first
entire
tower
year, and
kill,
they've just gotten
IG.
better and better with each event.
Yeah, I think in many
I'm
ways
going
it's fair
with,
to say for all the teams of this
Monkey
event,
जा
that
रहा हूँ
might be the team
मैं
that's
highest net worth
on the
at 25
biggest growth from
plus
start
the
to
highest
finish of
damage.
the season. It's been really incredible to watch them, and a lot of the times when these young teams come into
वो क्या
TI,
खेल रहा है?
it can be
Leshrac
very
खेल रहा है,
daunting,
Leshrac
can be a scary.
हाँ वो Leshrac हो जाएगा भाई वो बहुत long
Even
Team with the
with
first
bad beginning to the
first
group
tower
stage,
down.
they've just
Number of
rallied
ancient
behind.
games stacked by
I'm not
30
sure who they
minutes.
rallied
the
behind,
first
but
tower
whatever they
kill
did, it
IG
worked.
Leshrac इसलिए IG को
Managing
ही
to get to
मिल
the
तो 10
upper
होगा
rank was
मेरे
something
ख्याल
I
से।
think a lot of
6 to
people
10
not
ही
even
कर
expecting this team to be
6 to 10
capable
Number
of,
of
and they did it in
ancient-
one of the hardest
नहीं,
ways
इतना
by
stacked
starting out with
by
2
30
losses.
6 to 10
Ancients है
That's been
6 to
very,
10
very
है 6 to
impressive
10
to watch.
दोनों
Invictus
team
रखा
के
है
मिला के है ना
A
ये
lot of their
और
tower हाँ दोनों
फर्स्ट में क्या रखा
playing
मैंने तो मॉर्फ
aggressive
रखा है
style, having
सेकंड
a
में
lot
भी
of
मॉर्फ
नहीं
रखा
मैंने
है
फर्स्ट में मैंने ईमो रखा है
classic
सेकंड में
for the
मैंने
Eastern
एमके
European
रखा
region
है
to draft
मैं तो
like
मॉर्फ
this, and
रखा
Team
है
Spirit, I think compared to other teams in that region, are just more stable.
कोई तो
They
जीत
make
गया
less mistakes, they make more
मेरे को फिर भी लग रहा है स्लाइडर
plays
रहेगा
around
ज्यादा
the map, and largely
नहीं देगा
player
स्लाइडर,
I
नहीं
look to on this team is going to be Toronto Tokyo,
तो
and this game is playing in
Physical
Vancouver,
damage
so
बोल
could
रहेगा
definitely make
तपन
it happen.
हाँ
Yeah, we
हाँ
saw
बोल
quite
नहीं
a few
सकते
beastly
स्लाइडर भी
games
है
from them in particular.
स्लाइडर
So,
चेक करना है
फिजिकल ही देते हैं
the draft panel had to say about
कोई
मॉर्फ
नहीं,
रहेगा रे
मॉर्फ
फिजिकल
भी
डैमेज
रखा
का
है
मॉर्फ भी आएगा
game number 1.
I think they pretty much hit the nail on the head. IG's early tricore presence, if you want to call it that, with
Monkey
अरे
Sark
लेकिन
and Shrek can be really powerful.
बात ये है ना कि मॉफ
these heroes
डिपेंडेंट
were
ऑन हिज सेकंड और अपने उस पे डिपेंड होता है वेव फॉर्म पे
you would see a lot picked up
Although he
against
does have a lot of
कैमरा नहीं
physical-
दिख रहा है ट्विच पे और बाहर देख रहे हैं तो हमें दिख रहा है कैमरा उनका रिएक्शन वगैरह
as far as Spirit's lineup
इन गेम
goes,
कैसे
a little
दिखेगा
bit
रे
slower
इन गेम
to
तो
build up.
प्लेयर्स को
Invoker
यू आर
might need
वाचिंग
some
देम
time.
प्लेइंग
He's obviously
Yeah,
against
but
Lion,
the
the tracks,
two-
you've kind of
two-
covered your
two-
bases that you don't get like completely shut out by one item. Swix Invoker kind of has, I'm not sure how to explain this, but if you think about his power curve, it's like really strong at level, let's say 7 to 12, then he falls off a little bit, and then he can come back later if he starts getting XR points and starts getting some bigger items, but very, very late, both Morphling and Invoker with Elder Titan Natural Order should be able to pull this off.
Yeah, your prediction is looking very, very true with Elder Titan being so hotly contested, yet not banned as often as you would think, considering his ridiculous win rate of, I think they were saying 65% so far in this.
61.5, yep, you're right.
Close enough. We round down
Not
in
a bad
America.
guess, actually.
NA.
Weren't listening earlier as usual, so that was...
That's your style. Please now. This is the TI main stage. You got to take it very seriously, okay? So top lane we have Fly and Kaka going to be dual laning. So it's going to be the position 1 Monkey Center, which, you know, obviously we talked about how flexible this hero is. But having said that, it's been mostly position 4 in the group stage. So your thoughts going into this game with position 1 this time around?
I think matchup here is pretty good. The one thing I'm a bit concerned for sometimes with carry
अपन
Monkey King
secret की मैच
is
देखने
some
वाला
lane
ना
matchups are just rough. Like you
obviously
have a hero
देखने वाला
that's
ना भाई
100%
सबसे
based
best match
around
वही है
getting multiple
आज
attacks
का
in
वो
on the same
एकदम
target to really shine
peak
in
of the day
lane.
वो
That's some matchup.
2
Hero
लाख
or
2 लाख
Venomancer
लोग
with all
देख
the
रहे हैं
move speed slows, or these kind of heroes can make Monkey King's life of absolute
In game,
in lane.
75,000.
This one, however, Mars is not the biggest problem for him, nor is ET. So I do think from a laning perspective, Fly should be coming up to a good start here.
लैग भी नहीं होता और बहुत बढ़िया खेलता है क्वालिटी बहुत
Tokyo
सही
playing the
रहता है
Invoker versus Emo's Leshrac. Thoughts on the matchup from a hero-to-hero perspective?
ट्विच में इसमें कितना फर्क रहता है
I think it's pretty even. Invoker will usually try to win lanes against other end heroes.
कुरियर मर गया गांडू
But
नुबड़े
Leshrac should still be somewhat able to last it even if he's low on the mana. Crosswalk's Invoker's base damage isn't the greatest.
And of course, I would say that the whole dynamic around Quaswex with the additional water runs, I just think it's easier to get that little bit of mana back that you would usually lose in the past, and then if you didn't find a power run, you would be very stifled in lane. But nowadays, most heroes against Quaswex Invoker will find decent farm here, and this is no exception. Emo currently top net. He's 15-5 against Toronto Tokyo's.
Gonna see a spear top. Mr. Superman Flyfly's gonna try to
2 minutes away game, obviously mid का hero ही network में top रहेगा ना.
There we go.
25 minutes में भी वही रहेगा देख.
Yeah, you're right. 13-3 for Toronto Tokyo. So actually relatively even considering it's the Quaswex, which kind of surprising actually.
I mean, if you look at the heroes,
well, he's about to get a whole wave here, so maybe not.
Yeah,
maybe not that close.
Emo's getting slightly more. I would say this is one of the better matchups for Invoker in lane, just because what you don't want to face is these heroes that either dominate you by playing aggressively or have way better last hit damage than you. Both of these heroes don't have the best base damages, but Invoker is actually slightly ahead of Leshrac in the beginning, so should be able to find a decent amount here. And Leshrac usually just responds by, spell of farming. Lightning Storm very good against these ranged heroes to secure range creeps and start building up toward that early bottle that Emo has already got. Bottle Magic Wand, rocking that in the mid lane. Bottom lane, I think this largely, for me, is actually the most interesting lane to watch in this game, just because Morphling is a very snowball hero by nature in lane. If you get crushed in the early levels, you can be slowed down a lot, but at the same time, against a lot of melee heroes, Morphling does very well. Starts getting up those key levels, can just start trading with that early Morbid Mask. You'll see here from Yatoro. So overall pretty even. But there's relatively high kill potential down here for IG onto the Bane, playing against heroes with high move speed, which definitely get out of sprint plus tether. You can't really necessarily reset and get away even with a Nightmare cast.
And we have yet to get a first blood, which actually for this meta, very very uncommon. Typically you'll see something even during the bounty rune stage, the 0-minute mark, but as I said, Yatoro going to get backed by JT, but looks like he's going to be perfectly fine with, like you said, that Morbid Mask. Probably not a better hero to get it. The only hero to get this early. Going to be taking out Lira in that top lane. So first blood goes the way of IG.
This is such a great hero for Monkey King to lane with both Earth Spike and Hex level with 2-1-0 build. There's so much time for JT, or sorry, for Flyfly to get in those Jingu mastery attacks and then chop kill. So nice for IG to find the first blood there. I want to say this bottom lane, the IO Sorter, I think this is a lane that has had its ups and downs. It's a phase for, I want to say, 2-3 weeks in Europe especially, where this lane was played all the time. Definitely Insania on the draft panel, no stranger to this lane, as I believe it was Taiga and Boxy that were putting this quite a bit together as well for Team Liquid.
Oh bhai, uske phatke
just come to mind just because the type of lane that this team like to play is very synergistic. There's a lot of tandem plays you make. The heroes just complement each other very well. IO gives attack speed to Slardar, so you get the attacks in for Bash of the Deep. We might see Pushka actually in trouble here. Yeah, probably going to wake him up here is... Alright, he's not going to pursue that.
Looks like he's perfectly fine, as expected, Synderen. Very good.
Caught up.
Very good. I mean, we don't see a lot of Bane these days, but actually, what is the reason for Bane this game in particular?
So what was the draft order? So they picked Bane third, and the heroes that they saw were Io and Lion, I think. Probably just protection. It's a decent hero against a lot of the Io tether combinations. All right, we're just going to reset out here. Mira needs to be a little bit careful here, perhaps. There's the Hex mana coming in, and he is toast.
Indeed. Pulse Nova there for Emo, and that's second kill of the game now for IG.
But yeah, to finish off on the Bane thing, Team Spirit's team ideology, or the way they play, Miposhka playing this hero is a good way of ensuring you have a good start in lane. So I think it's mainly for protection, and the flex grip against a lot of Bane's or IO's targets, tether targets can be nice.
See JT and Ollie beating the absolute crap down here against Yatoro and Miposhka. Yatoro, of course, extremely tanky. Miposhka has the Nightmare available, and as you can see, they're just going to trade and sleeps here. But still, damage is done. Yatoro has to back off now and try to regain some HP.
They do have a salve. He's going to be healed up to full here, but yeah, Morphling, one of the better heroes against this lane, because if IO Slardar don't kill you fully here, you can just regen up easily.
Dire's middle tower's under attack.
Kaka will make his way over as well. They're really looking to shut down Yatoro. Has found some pretty good starting farm though.
Flyfly able to jump his way out of the Tornado's path. but yeah, still no kills for Team Spirit as of yet. But they're gonna group up here a little bit towards the top lane, have the siege creep available for pushing potential. We'll see if IG tries to mitigate this in any way. Fly, all he can do is watch from above for now.
Yeah, Collapse is only level 5, so there's no Arena of Blood here for this potential teamfight that could break out here, but it looks like it's just going to be a tower. With the classic 2-2-2-1 build, which we see almost every game currently, is going to be maxing out Edict most likely after this. But still makes very quick work of this tower when Edict comes up the second time, as Glyph was used on the first one. And maybe Spirit won't actually get this tower. They still have the siege creep alive. They'll get it in time.
Yeah, that thing has been alive for eons.
Arey, भाई कितना close!
मेरा हुआ ना correct.
मेरा भी correct है मेरा भी.
Gets off the balance strike.
की वजह से push होगा वो.
Trying to follow behind him. The tornado's going to be there, and he actually just blocks him in completely. Nicely done from Team Spirit. Actually finishes him off there, but will be a 1-for-1 in terms of the towers, but obviously position 1. Pretty big deal for IG.
Lashra करेगा अभी pick up करेगा ना अभी उसको थोड़ा दो चार item
completely resources. It's going to be. Yatoro is now just going to be sitting close to this tier 2 tower bot and farming. You would imagine that IG could be looking to make a potential smoke move down there with Lion plus Lesh. Have plenty of magic damage burst against Yatoro if he's playing on that low strength, which is very common for Morphlings for the farming speed. And see, they snuck down a ward here earlier that just barely doesn't see Yatoro, but if he's trying to go right and look at that camp that JT just farmed, that could open up a move for them to cross down there. Kaka will just be taking his level 6 in mid. Get Finger of Death, awesome ability against Morph. Once again, likes playing on low health, so you can find the kills very, very quickly.
Yep, if he can be sneaky enough. His Emo and Ollie already got done taking out a couple stacks of creeps in their triangle. Fly.
बहुत सही lockdown है.
All right.
बहुत खतरनाक मॉब जैसे बंदे के लिए तो बहुत तगड़ा लॉकडाउन है. Lion, Emo, Ladar, एक stun, दो stun, तीन stun.
But Yatoro has made his rotation. This would be a really big kill, but that's the
Ask that big pole.
That is a very small percentage play.
I want big pole. Speed बढ़ गई ना. और moment speed होती नहीं है. फिर मॉबलिंग के बाद मॉबलिंग के बाद moment speed ज़्यादा होती नहीं है. वो भी नहीं है. Range भी नहीं है ज़्यादा.
You have like a quota you need to meet every game. When there's a pick pull, you have to say, I don't know if you have some sort of a contractual obligation.
With who?
I don't know, some sort of company that makes bacon.
I do like bacon. The EMP calls Sam Kaka dead on his own clip here. 3-2 advantage now for Team IG. And Emo looking at in terms of the net worth here, top of the charts. And his counterpart in Toronto Tokyo about 600 off, which if you were to ask me at the beginning of the game, I would say that's probably normal for the Quad Swex versus Lesh anyway.
Yeah. Lesh just farms faster in the jungle, right? Like, even if you equalize in lane, Leshrac can always go to the jungle and farm with Pulse Nova, and he's playing with Io, which just makes things a lot better. You get that extra mana regen, you get the extra move speed to go from camp to camp. Now they're even going to bottle refill, Kaka TPing in for that. They're trying to make sure that Emo stays happy in this game. Has a tendency to pop off when he's given a good game like this.
Yeah, for sure.
Very uncharacteristic for his name, but
I mean, we've seen him pop off, but we've also seen him get a little overconfident at times as well. So, but overall, compared to other mids, he's definitely one of the best in the world right now. There's a Diabolic Edict,
a little bit.
Actually, surprising to see that very little damage has been done to this tier 1 mid as a Lesh from Emo, but of course, spending a lot of time in the jungle right now, just getting that farm.
Yeah, and Team Spirit, they know how important this mid tower is, so they're going to be parking someone here. Elder Titan, one of the best heroes at doing this, actually. Just sitting in a lane, protecting the tower. You have so much range with Astral Spirit, and you just get this pump off. You stay very far back for safety. IG can't really catch this ET if he stands in a good position, unless they wrap around with some sort of smoke gank and use Monkey King from the trees or something like that. But Fly uninterested. He's sitting top right now, farming Echo Saber. An item that's become very, very popular on many melee carries lately, but Monkey King has always been one of the staples when this item wasn't even very good. He would buy it.
He's not a hipster. He started the trend, if anything, right? Yeah. Monkey King's got it all under control.
And it just makes so much sense, right? It's a hero that is all about those right clicks for getting up the Jingu sticks and the powerful boundless strike in. Yeah. Echo Saber, one of the fastest ways of getting 4 attack you could possibly get. Later on, there's going to be tethering for Overcharge.
Towers under attack.
So three good friends for IO this game. I love to see that in IO drafts. I think it's very cool when IO doesn't just have one partner like Tiny, but where there's other heroes you can tether to, because it opens up different plays on the map that you can make with different players, while others might have other objectives in the game, whether it's pushing a tower or farming jungle. And if your primary target dies, you're not lost. Like, let's say the monkey dies, suddenly you can tether the Lesh, and that's also amazing, or the Slargar.
Oh, we're going to see a Spirit. So Spirit Vessel, I believe, is complete on Toronto Tokyo, which do really good against IO. Collapse, not quite down with his Blink Dagger to that moment. Kaka might be the one to tank the gank here, and something tells me he's not getting out of this one, Cinderin.
Yeah, Slardar की बत्ती भी बहुत मारेगी।
लेकिन मेरे को जरा ये गेम का मेरे को श्योर नहीं लग रहा भाई, मेरे को भी
सेम श्योर
स्पिरिट जीतेंगे ऐसा लग रहा
मेरे को भी लग रहा स्पिरिट जीतेंगे।
But we're going to see him get the Blink Dagger as it's being delivered now, so
जो
expect some
एक बार मारने लगा ना तो एक साइड में आएगा फिर
Just anecdotally, without knowing the exact stats for the tournament, for me it feels
अभी तो ये लोग उस टाइप का ही वो करेंगे कि बहुत लॉकडाउन रहेगा उनके पास, और है भी उनके पास लॉकडाउन ऑलरेडी। मॉफ के साथ क्या होता है देखो, स्किल गेम तो है ही, थोड़ा सा लक गेम भी रहता है कि टाइम पे उसने स्विच कर लिया तो ठीक है, नहीं कर पाया तो गया। सपोर्ट्स के पास कुछ आ गया आइटम।
नहीं रे ऐसा कैसा है, सबको मार पे वो ज़्यादा टारगेट करेगा तो इनो पर वगैरह सब मार जाएगा।
ओ भाई एक नंबर अरेना भाई, अरेना प्लस बेंकर
showing off that Blink Dagger, so he will be safe, but 2 big kills for Spirit.
He got slowed by
he's not safe, Cinderin. Why did you say that?
Oh, भाई भूख है।
Fine, I said it.
Oh, more flank.
Wait. Adaptive strike. I told you, Cinder. Why do you question me?
तुमको बोला था पहले मार्क को रखो।
The crowd continues to go wild, so shout out to everybody that is cheering in game. We're still waiting on Twitch to approve the extension update that allows Twitch viewers to cheer on stream. You know, maybe if somebody's watching from Twitch, you could approve that at some point. It's not like this is the biggest event of all time or anything. So Emo and Ollie in the quite costly because he was top net worth, but now you can see that it's not the case anymore.
Yeah, looking great for Yatoro now, finishing off the Asha, of course, building now into E-Blade. They have an enormous amount of magic damage between their heroes. Natural Order. Man, Tsunami really screwed me over earlier when he said Astral Order. He actually got to me.
Deception, yeah.
So Natural Order, you've got the E-Blade together with Invoker's spells. Oh, JT will run away.
Jeez, a lot of mana drain from that EMP. Is Kaka some pretty good stuff happening right here. Mira will still die, so not as exciting.
को फिंगर का देखा क्या तूने, उसने डॉज किया कैसे?
It did look cool. That's a highlight.
More important than winning.
If you have a highlight of that, don't show the end portion, and it looks really epic.
It's cut up immediately. Wow.
Absolutely, and look at this.
Emo, get the finger stack. It could make a difference.
Stealing a bunch of creeps in the triangle center. This is a huge deal. All right, maybe not that big. It's still a double stack of Ancients available. Yatoro, Wukong's command.
मर गया मार।
JT coming in as well. And there's a
like lockdown. I told you कि lockdown बहुत खतरनाक है. Until और ये ना, E-Blade is not the right item considering that they have such a magic damage, high magic damage.
हाँ वो है, लेकिन अभी वो भागा क्यों नहीं बे?
भाग नहीं पाया ना, लॉकडाउन हो गया।
अरे लेकिन मेमके का अल्टी पे बैठा था, उसके पास चांस था व्यू मार के निकलने को।
फाइट करने की ट्राई कर रहा होगा वो। We wanted to fight MK. Morphling can become MK और उसके बाद उसको भी वो मिल जाएगा जिंगो मास्टरी का।
I'm sure they'll spawn later.
So in terms of pace, obviously, I mean, if you just look at the net worth right now, 2K lead for IG. I mean, coming into this game, a lot of people are expecting IG to take this series. Team Spirit's, it feels like they're always the underdog, and even after like great performances where they upset, they're still continuing to be the underdog for whatever reason. But I'm assuming you're thinking IG will take this series in the end.
Yeah, I think you're going to be hard pressed to find a lot of people that have Team Spirit favored. Oh, Kaka's dead.
Mushka's in the vicinity.
Yes.
And is there. Trigger into the trees, and down he goes.
Pretty big rotation from Spirit to find a lonesome position 4 there in the bottom lane, effectively just the rest of the map.
तू देख रहा है एक बार मॉर्फ मर गया तो नेटवर्क कैसे शिफ्ट हुआ एकदम ऊपर नीचे
around both the top
और
bottom
मॉब पुल कर लेता है
side as
मॉब पुल कर लेगा
Shrek putting out push that mid lane. So this could open up for a potential move for IG. You see them drawing an arrow into the enemy triangle, so it looks like that's the next plan from Kaka here. He wants to maybe smoke. Of course has the one key item that Lion wants in every game with that blink dagger, so can very easily initiate for the team as long as they have vision.
Yeah, BKB just picked up by Fly.
I think they saw him here. They see him. He has
fuck man, MK का BKB आया ले लो.
To safety. Looks like he's fine.
Yeah. Gets
so
out
BKB
nicely.
on Fly as he actually has the Oblivion staff, so actually hasn't finished anything with that yet. Changed his mind considering how the game is going at the moment.
No, he does assemble it to make
pick up कैसे
BKB.
किया
That's right. That's exactly what happened.
That is what happens when you look away for a moment.
That's right.
The game gets patched 7 times, and you can do that.
Yeah, very, very true. Another important item, Cinder in Toronto, Tokyo picks up the Midas, which this is pretty much the standard build from Invokers these days. As Roche is going to be attempted.
Yeah, I like this.
Absolutely. This is against a Slardar lineup, so if you can take it away from them, then all the power to you.
Double damage more for the Lamprey. Oh, what's not to love?
Nice, very good.
They sure know how to kill
Tier 2 गैंग का they won't contest वो contest नहीं करेंगे tier 2 contest नहीं करेंगे
वो ऊपर push करेंगे mostly
like to think that
but ये TP
just take the first tier 2 tower of this Ti10 main event.
Are we just going to say that for everything?
IG are taking the first outpost of this Ti10 main event.
Okay.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. You know, Morty, it sometimes feels like they don't even care.
Sorry. I just...
Why would it? They
let it
take
open.
nothing else.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Damaging the top tier 2 for the first time in this TI
Dire's top
main event.
tower is under attack.
Let's see if they actually get this one up.
I can't believe that Dire fortified their structure.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. They do pop the fort though, and Spirit
Dire's top tower is
continuing
under
to
attack.
stay in the area. You can see most of IG in the bottom jungle
I think MK ने वो ditch कर
now.
दिया.
As the game is extremely even.
Dire's
Obviously,
top
Age
tower is under attack.
in tow for Yatoro here. Can't go through that backdoor protection.
Starting to push out this top wave, and looks
Because
like
they were ditched
IG
कर
are
दिया
not
MK.
interested in defending, which means in all likelihood Team Spirit will take the second tier 2 tower of the Ti10 main event. And it will be going to
या IG ने अभी push करके pressure करने का था ना नीचे यार
नहीं TP पर force TP करना था
कैसा परफॉर्म कर रहे थे
मतलब वो मेरे को समझा नहीं क्यों वो लोग ने किया नहीं
Always trying to heal to a high degree, but there's the Mars Arena blocking Mach. He's just going to dive for his own arena. So 1 for 1 for Kaka.
नहीं वो रिपोर्ट का ने काम कर दिया
See if Spirit want to continue to fight here.
ओए कूदे
JT onto 2, but there's the E-blade being shown from Itaro. Flyfly jumping on top of Toronto.
haste मिला ले ट्रैक को
Itaro doing some nice damage to Flyfly. He pops his BKB. It looks like Toronto Tokyo is donezo. Flyfly in the meantime looking to re-pursue here. Like the Elder Titan is next on the list, so a 3 for 1 after a really good initiation. E-blade still not enough to get a kill here for Gitaro. Definitely has to be careful, but
बहुत भयंकर
some synergy there between Slaughter and Monkey King. This is a nasty late game composition as well. We're not truly in the late game just yet. I would rather call this the later portion of the mid game, but already you get Corrosive Haze in a target. Monkey King pumps BKB, has the Echo Saber ready, and very quickly gets the hits in, and then that boundless strike, it really hurts. We're going to see it in a moment here in this replay. I think it's about 20 seconds after this. So looking to be a decent opener for Spirit. They get the grip off. Obviously it's cancelled here by Flyfly. And while Kaka does die, it still means cooldowns have been expended by the Radiant here. No Earth Splitter, no grip. And that gives JT the confidence to go in. And pay attention to Toronto Tokyo here. So nice back off there from JT, and then they jump in the Monkey King. Nice attempt from Yatoro turning into Monkey for the stun, but watch this Boundless. So insanely much damage. Basically killed off Invoker from 2/3 in 1 second. And they're going to need to find solutions for that. So Toronto Tokyo is buying a BKB. You could imagine potentially a Lotus Orb would somewhere in the future for Radiant, but all of them just getting BKBs really, except Morph getting the Manta style. So yeah. Mars also queuing up BKB. Potentially could have been a Halberd game, but they value that magic immunity very, very high against especially Lion and Monkey King से.
तूने Monkey King रखा था क्या?
नहीं Morph रखा था.
Morph भी रहेगा.
तूने क्या रखा था?
Emo.
Double kill. 3 now. As this is starting to get in control of IG.
IG जीत जाएंगे लेकिन उनका टीम फाइट्स वगैरह बहुत अच्छा है.
Team Spirit has not been able to use this Aegis to really any effect. It's really unfortunate for them.
It is worrisome for Spirit how hard a time they have counter-initiating. It's also worrisome that
continuing the onslaught here. Source staff Mira. He's just going to get chased though. They have so much health regen thanks to Ollie. That is going to be another easy kill for IG.
ओ भाई आयो ने बचाया देखा क्या हील लेके.
भाई तो अपन सुनना 25 मिनट्स होने को है तब और नेट ऑफ
लेकिन मार को भी लगा है फाम.
The BKB on Slaughter and Monkey King, what happens in these fights effectively is IG, when they have superior vision, they just jump and go. And the Radiant, what response do you have to BKBs? You literally have Fiend Script on your position 5A.
मार कंटिन्यूस काम कर रहा है भाई और लेचरा की जरूरत कर रहा है.
Anywhere between 6 and 9 seconds, just
अभी डिफरेंस देख 300 का कुछ हो गया.
Because of the amount of burst damage that they have, Team Spirit
lose a
key hero in that those initial few seconds. Leshrac also with the BKB, of course, should mention that one. So
Morph का BKB आने के बाद Morph ठोकेगा सबको.
I think the saving grace for them later can be Invoker becomes amazing when BKBs get low.
बहुत ज़्यादा और उसको BKB पहले जाना चाहिए था.
Drops to 6, maybe you can stay alive just long enough to get all of that control out.
1 मिनट बाकी है.
Ice wall awesome against both Monkey
आएगा रे Morph ऊपर आ जाएगा. वो लेकिन अभी टाइम पास कर रहा है देख. अभी Leshrac जीतेगा.
The second rush is going to decide the game. I feel
1 मिनट बाकी है. क्या होगा Leshrac को मैंने किया है. तूने क्या किया अभी?
मैंने तो Morph को किया.
Good fast. Not going into the triangle. They know this is coming from IG. And in the meantime, Toronto Tokyo.
This is something
we saw him do a lot.
Morph जीतेगा रे.
These side lanes on the
अच्छा illusion से farm कर रहा है वो.
Even on heroes that aren't necessarily very good at it, he would still find a way to do it. In this game, Bossrex Invoker good at this.
Oh no. Leshrac जाएगा आगे अभी.
Getting collapsed
pursuing.
Oh,
all right. Blink TV. Looks like
Leshrac को मिला क्या kill?
नहीं मिला बच के भाग गया. चलो very nice. Morph farm करो फटाफट farm करो.
Close the gap.
अरे यार 30 सेकंड बाकी अभी.
Forcing out TPs like you said.
Morph आके आएगा भाई. अभी Leshrac वापस Morph. ओ भाई क्या चालू है एकदम.
क्या चालू है यार ये? 15 सेकंड बाकी है.
Against IG, but still
Mob जाएगा.
TPs out, spending some resources, getting them on the other side of the map. You can see the heat map for Toronto Tokyo. Wow. Obviously, the red portion is mostly the laning stage, I would assume.
वाह
Wow,
भाई वाह.
to some degree.
वाह भाई वाह.
Yeah, we have
3 correct हो गए मेरे prediction
on IG and only
हमारा
one
3 में 2 हुए.
for Spirit. As Toronto Tokyo still working on his. Is it on the way?
ये fly का correct है मुझे highest physical damage.
मेरे को fly का correct है. अभी तक तो correct है.
अभी तक तो correct है.
About this. It is a really hard angle. Oh, they're going to get
ये पहला वाला हाथ दिया.
He gets off the morph.
First tower भी correct.
BKB timing.
BKB from JT. They're just going to apply all their pressure to Yataro. Still stuck inside.
Oh, मस्त escape किया भाई. इसका BKB ulti सब दे गया है.
Spirit likely on the retreat. Slow things up and a finger of death. They're going to find at least
एक support मना
does IG.
You should be happy if your Spirit that was the worst.
Spirit भी
That could have gone so much worse.
अच्छा team है भाई वो. कड़ा क्या
right before the 4th hit from Slaughter for that bash. And they do manage
CIS
to get
region
out
में वो जीते हैं ना
basically
qualify
everyone
होके.
here except Mira.
नहीं sorry वो qualify हो ही गए थे. CIS region में कौन सा team जीता मेरे को याद नहीं है.
CIS का full form क्या है?
That's usually not a good sign.
Commonwealth नहीं ऐसा कुछ है. भूल गया मैं full form भूल गया.
Just finding him in these fights. ET can often stand very, very far behind the fights, but Monkey King and Slaughter are just got his number, and they have the number of
Mega kill.
It's not going to have a comeback. Jumps in with the hex into the double impale.
हर फाइट को मॉर्फ है ना लेट आ रहा है. हर फाइट को
बहुत लेट आ रहा है. पर मॉर्फ ऐसा है ही नहीं कि भाई जाएगा. पता तेरे को बता दूं. मॉर्फ हीरो ही नहीं ऐसा कि स्टार्टिंग में घुसेगा. उसको बीकेबी करना चाहिए था इथीरियल से पहले.
हाँ वो भी है.
उनके पास ना ज्यादा बर्स्ट डैमेज है. लायन हो गया, ईमो हो गया. वो इसको इथीरियल में लपेट देंगे.
अभी ऐसा सिचुएशन आ गया वो बीकेबी कर भी लेगा तो कुछ
यूज नहीं होगा. उनके पास फिजिकल इतना हाई हो चुका है.
They start out with the easy course first.
That's not helpful.
No, I know.
No wonder America's screwed.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Looks like dire structures are fortified.
Diabolic either going. It's going to force out the fortification. Oh, Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Going the way of Team Spirit, or Team IG, I should say. And I think at this point, they're probably just waiting for Roche. Yes, just keep it up, Cinder. You're doing great.
Yep, they're getting a bounty run. Is this 9K?
It's going to be close, I'm sure. He's going to see the replay here.
9K.
Yeah, good attempt from Toronto Tokyo to save his comrade there, but you can see the Kaka initiation with the nice stun from Kaka onto 2 there as well.
Speaking of 9K, a little bit of trivia. Do you know who was the first player in the world to get 9K MMR?
Miracle?
Yes. Do you know who played against him in the game who got 9K?
Cinder.
Yes, correct.
Dyer's bottom tower.
Right, that was pretty easy, actually.
I know.
Thank you.
That's my
Oh, bye.
top Dota. Boosting the confidence of others. It's very good.
Appreciate that. Taro. Ollie.
अरे बहुत कम HP पे खेल रहा है रे मॉफलिन बहुत कम HP पे खेल रहा है यार.
Transporting themselves to another dimension. So 8K network lead for IG.
हाँ अभी ये लोग IG लीड कर रहे हैं तो obviously लेसरक जाएगा ना आगे.
See Toronto Tokyo trying to scout it out, but just spawned right afterwards.
कोई बात नहीं यार.
Man, that is actually really unlucky.
ये बहुत important रॉश है. ये बहुत important रॉश है शार्ट के साथ.
जरूरी थोड़ी है कि हर बार वही आएगा भाई. हर
ये रॉश बहुत important है. ये रॉश बहुत important है. अरे बहुत जल्दी जाएगा क्योंकि वो स्लाड आ रहा है. ये देख.
मिल गया भाई रॉश खत्म.
शार्ड भाई शार्ड.
It's going to be Emo.
Oh, Radiant's top tower is
pretty decent, but I don't really see that often.
ठीक है कूदने नहीं दे सकता ना.
लेसरक का शार्ड आ गया भाई.
अब भाई वही तो कह रहा हूँ लेसरक शार्ड बड़ा खतरनाक है.
And that is
great calls on Span.
The split earth that just creates more bigger split earths.
ये अगला वाला मैच कुछ बोल नहीं सकते.
Usually really
देखते हैं भाई उनको प्रेशर हो गया ना. स्पिरिट पे प्रेशर बहुत अभी ऑलरेडी बहुत प्रेशर
specifically for
अगला वाला मैच.
अरे उन्होंने बहुत सारे फाइट्स में वो खाया है अभी बहुत मतलब हर बार वो लोग ये लोग एस्पायर आते हैं और वो लोग ऐसे 3 या 4 ऐसे ही होता है. एक जन पिक ऑफ हो जाता है हर बार.
देखते हैं इट्स एनीबॉडीज गेम भाई. अभी भी इट्स एनीबॉडीज गेम. हम लोगों ने 11-12 हजार के नेटवर्क लीड वाली टीम को हारते हुए देखा है.
Honestly, I wouldn't have blamed him.
अभी बोल नहीं सकते रे क्योंकि अकेले मॉड पे
This is a
बहुत
really
लोड
good
है.
game for that, considering what friends he has here.
It's a better team fight वाली बात हो जाएगी कि if they have a better team match, that's the only thing that they can do.
On the core first. Emo.
That must
किसी को डायरेक्ट उखाड़ दिया ना.
I like to see
अरे बहन से लोकल फक अप कर दिया रे.
Oh, good you.
ओ खा गया इमो को लो.
आ गया.
बहुत गंदा मारा भाई.
बहुत
मार अच्छा नहीं था.
मार्स और वो ब्रोकर ने वो हक दिया था. हक दिया था.
मार्स का बीके भी आ गया ना भाई.
मुझे लाइन मरेगा अभी.
बहुत बढ़िया बचा लेकिन पकड़ा गया.
We're going to try to invest in the 4 different colored pings around.
हार्ड थोड़ी. डायरेक्ट वो मैग्नम ही बचा है.
Not able to finish him off.
ई-ब्लेड बचा गया भाई. ई-ब्लेड बहुत खतरनाक.
ई-ब्लेड ने नहीं बचाया उसको उसने बचाया है. एडैप्टिव स्ट्राइक ने स्ट्रेंथ वाले डैमेज नहीं करती.
हाँ वो तो है.
डैगर भी डिसेबल नहीं करेगी.
It's a bit questionable to maybe have him push that tower.
मार्स कूदा था उसमें उसने उसको वो मार दिया. एडैप्टिव स्ट्राइक मार दिया.
Behind for protection, but
भाई नेक्स्ट लेवल प्ले भाई. ये तो स्पैम बनता है नेक्स्ट लेवल.
going for that high value spear, and the follow-up arena is just as good. And that was about a 3
that was fucking amazing team fight. पकड़ लिया यार.
The Aegis though. Back to life. Kaka is asleep. Now he's awake. And that was really exciting.
Thank you.
And now it's over.
Can we get a highlight?
थोड़ा सा ना इनके भाई पे वो
अपना मैच रहता था ना अभी टीम में ऐसे पब मैच तो उसको लाइन को छोड़ा नहीं रहता. कमिट किया ही रहता उधर. पीछे नहीं होता. फिर मारे.
प्रॉब्लम पता क्या है. बंदे हेडफोन के बिना खेलते हैं. इसके मोस्टली स्किल्स है ना एमके के वो साउंड करते हैं. यू कैन हियर देम. इसका अल्टी साउंड कर उन्होंने सुना तो वो हट गए.
So he has the Manta BKB and E-Blade going for.
It's not worth it, ना यार. Losing somebody like एक support के लिए.
6K network lead for IG overall right now. Still with the Aegis.
This is a big movement. They have the smoke coming out.
Oh, they still have Aegis, na? हाँ.
तो वापस पकड़ा गया.
Destroy him. Does have buyback though. Okay. But a nice pickup for IG. And still with about a minute and a half to go on the Aegis, so obviously want to use it in some capacity here.
It's important for Spirit to not get cornered here. They do have good wards seeing this movement in from Fly, but he can be whatever. He can be as confident as he wants. There's There's no way they kill him twice.
Yeah, they see him, and there's the crush to cancel the TP.
बहुत fight हो गया.
Echo Stomp's gonna be canceled as well. So
अरे लेकिन ये लोग team fight इनका बहुत strong है भाई. Last time पकड़ा गया वो इसलिए.
Uses that shield. Someone at Valve was really thinking hard about what invincibility ability of the car. Deliberation ended up with shield. I think very good.
It's a solid choice.
Very good choice. It's bash and amplified damage as very good descriptive names.
I miss those actually.
I like amplified damage, honestly.
I agree.
I think
now it's corrosive haze. Yeah. Sounds like a Viper skill, honestly.
It really does.
वापस emo पकड़ा गया ना इस last fight के से तो वापस fight हार
sounds super hype. I'm not gonna lie.
तो पूरा हार देंगे. emo गया तो गया. ये बहुत ज़्यादा burst damage है क्योंकि.
Whatever.
नहीं मतलब.
नहीं अब team.
You kind of knew what you were gonna do.
Very true, but.
ओए.
Kaka gets off the hex. Mikoshka's in the vicinity. Has an under available. But Yatoro taking a ton of damage. Feebling himself here. Inside the Wukong's command has buyback. Mikoshka gets jumped kill for Fly. And with this, IG will try to force out. That's one. Yeah, that's not the important one. Keep in mind, Aegis is running out soon.
अब क्या मतलब वेस्ट गया ना भाई बाइक
Pro skill here. Showcase by Fly. If you're ever in trouble in real life, make sure you turn into a banana. Then nothing can happen to you.
That's a great life advice.
Yes, you're welcome. Probably a 5-minute craft video about that somewhere.
I'm sure. And everything's on the internet. Oh, we got these coming out and collapsing initiation. Absolutely, and inside the Mars Arena are 3, but the BKB allows Emo to run out safely and TP to base. Kaka again gets out. So only finding one, but still an important kill.
A couple of really good defensive play calls here from Collapse. Again, finding that setup. King as the Aegis expired. The problem is you had to could even work without the more 5, but it's like an impossible judgment call to make in the moment. So you will generally see the core buy back there. Yeah. But it makes that win a lot more bittersweet because you have an opening now for IG to win the game flat out by just killing the Morphling one more time now. And you're not going to be able to get anything meaningful in this minute that the Monkey King is still dead. There's no Roche. All of your waves were pushed.
Problem ये है कि इनके पास Roche नहीं है और इनके पास वो है.
Putting out fires across the map so they can start maybe finding a move when all the enemy team is alive again.
There is a DD top and there is a Morphling in the game. Yeah, quite possibly the best hero to have a double damage on, or one of them at the very least. Has a Scotty, now does Yotaro, so obviously not saving for buyback at this point since he does not possess one.
Yep. That's why buy all out. He
unfortunately for Team Spirit, they're not able to force any buybacks from Fly. That would have been pretty big, but pretty risky as well.
This is, I'm not going to call it a Hail Mary move, but it's likely to decide the game here from Team Spirit. If this move fails and Morph dies, things are looking very grim. They will. I like it from them though. You got to take this kind of initiative if you want to make a comeback and win this game eventually. You can't just sit back and play chicken for 8 minutes. So they will see if they can find an invasive move into the enemy triangle.
The Poshka is the front line here. Smoke is
double kill. बहुत गलत घुसाई है, बहुत गलत.
स्पिरिट जीत जाएगा मेरे पास लग रहा है. बायबैक है क्या भाई? ओए ओ मंकी भी गया. अल्ट्रा रैम्पेज. Oh, nice one, bro. Nice one. IG हार गई भाई.
टीमों का जो जंप था ना बहुत गलत था. उसका डैमेज देख 800 प्लस था.
45 उन्होंने यूज करवा दिया भाई.
800 के डैमेज से मार रहा है वो.
The last one remaining. That is a tier 4 tower. Do you think Kaka actually just fingers collapsed to death, but he buys back into the game. We'll be back shortly. Alacrity again onto the Morphling. Going for the tier 4 tower. This will be an enormous turnaround for Team Spirit. Boundless strike from afar. They're just waiting as long as possible for the seconds for him. That's so far away. Just got killed.
Gone, bhai, GG.
Continuing to hit the ancient. They might be backing up though.
Dyer's bottom barracks are really taking a lick of it, but it's not keeping on ticking.
Oh, bhai.
लोल अपसेट पहला ही अपसेट डायरेक्ट
भाई क्या गंदा खेल रहे
हमारा यार
भाई वो बहुत गलत जंप थी भाई बहुत गलत जंप दो प्रेडिक्शन ठीक हुए
मेरे भी 2 ही ठीक हुए लेकिन
बहुत ही गलत जंप थी भाई उसकी
मेरे को लगा था टीम स्पिरिट जीतेगा और अभी वो जीत गया गांडू साला
बट ये लास्ट में जो जंप किया ना भाई वो दैट वाज वर्स्ट जंप एवर ये बेस्ट ऑफ 3 था ये बेस्ट ऑफ 3 है ना
हां बेस्ट ऑफ 3 है
भाई बहुत प्रेशर आ गया भाई आईजी पे
आईजी हार जाएगी अभी
No buyback on the Lesh, no buyback on the starter, and you got a question. We talked about it earlier in the game.
वो आईजी डाला है भाई अगले राउंड में
That blink in with BKB into the
सबने वही डाला है मोस्टली बहुत कम लोगों ने स्पिरिट डाला
अरे वो टीनिया को ये सर्वर का लिंक भेजना
तो तू भी भेज सकता ना भाई
कैसे भेजने का
साला इतने टाइम से डिस्कॉर्ड यूज करता है सर्वर का नाम है ऊपर उधर ड्रॉप डाउन मेनू पे क्लिक करने का इनवाइट पीपल कॉपी और फिर वो नहीं तो उधर से टीनिया लिख और उसको भेज
इनवाइट पीपल कॉपी
ये ले ये लिंक भेजने का है
हाँ भेज दिया चल
स्ट्रीम क्यों अटक गया इसमें
to the desk like, what is happening? Because it seemed that what was happening was Yatoro and Collapse, the perfect duo. In Dota right now. I mean, out of the teams we've seen play at the main stage, approximately. Praising them for team spirit. What did you make so suddenly before we were running to the desk like, what is happening? Because it seemed that what was happening was Yatoro and Collapse, the perfect duo in Dota right now. I mean, out of the teams we've seen play at the main stage, approximately 2. Trent, what did you make of that epic turnaround?
Well,
you know,
उसको लगा था कि पल्स लोगों से मारेगा वो भाई हाँ कितना हील करेगा वो कितना हील करेगा वो
BSJ and he covered it. He talked about burst damage and what is happening in that game burst damage I know he's on IG I think mostly but turns out he actually knew all along that it was going to be the big plays in the end with the burst damage and that's what happened. There was no time for the actual save with the relocate coming out from Ollie and it cost him.
It's definitely a game where IG will be kicking themselves a bit because they were the ones who were dictating play the entire game, even until the very end in some sense, except for that one smoke move. They were trying to breach high ground multiple times, and Team Spirit just coordinated all their spells so well to burst these heroes.
Yeah, it was just a huge amount of single target damage. It was the double damage on Morphling that he got to use in that fight. Tons of right click, Collapse hit really nice initiations as well, so even after they won the initial fight and they go for the chase down, he catches the Monkey King behind the tier 2. The creep wave is in the right position, so all of a sudden it was like we got all these crucial kills and it's a tier 2 tower, and they weren't necessarily saving for buyback because they were so far ahead. Just open up the game in such a big way.
Well, should we go back to the very start now? We've covered the end and talk about the draft because as the draft panel was saying, as BSJ was saying, the draft was very much looking like it was in ID's favour. It was very much a load of counter picks from Team Spirit. They were set up for the defence and they were able to capitalise. What did you think of the way that Spirit did draft against IG? Did you have your reservations, Trent?
Yeah, definitely. I think IG just strictly had an easier game because they get to, as Insania pointed out several times, control the flow of the game. Because like basically Team Spirit had to wait until IG made a move and they had to respond. And the first best response for that road. Most of the people was nice, kind of delayed the game a little bit. And then later on, you have to like wait on that high ground and make that play. And I actually can't believe Claps hit that first spear back into the tower and just wiped out Emo. That was massive for them.
I think where things kind of fell short was how they took high ground. I think putting the Aegis on Leshrac may have worked out. I also think just not rushing high ground. They could have waited things out. One of the items that really become prominent is Aeon. Just like getting Aeon just
overconfident हो जाता है.
on your Leshrac.
यही करा वो overconfident हुआ उसको लगा कि ये आ गया शिवाज आ गया डैगर आ गई भैंस की
probably the biggest one, losing the Lesh on that. Like, that could have been a said game slows down. But it's so weird to think about that game because all I can think about is team fight after team fight, Team Spirit just getting ran at. Moker gets jumped on by Slardar, gets jumped on by Monkey King. He's like running away at 350 moves. Good luck escaping the enemy squad, but they just lost so many team fights, but all they needed was that one good fight with creep wave in a good position, and they just got IG on the back foot.
Insane how they turned the tide of the game. Let's take a look at some of the key numbers though from that match. I mean, still catching my breath back from that that turnaround at the end there, you can see in our Robert
मेरे को लग रहा था मॉर्क लिया ना कि मैं बोला था अभी
beautiful
इसलिए जीतेंगे
monitor
इसलिए
there. Any numbers
But
that
तूने क्या
are
किया
jumping
था
out to you?
अपने
Gods?
ब्रैकेट प्रेडिक्शंस में आईजी या
आईजी किया था मेरे को मैं स्पिरिट करने वाला था लेकिन श्योर नहीं था मैं लेकिन आईजी के चांसेस ज्यादा है
आईजी लगा रहे
He's the guy who really dished out some crazy damage in that last fight. Double damage.
आईजी का बस ये है कि आईजी
Pretty
हैंडल्स
clean
प्रेशर
throughout
वेरी
the
वेल
game. Had a really tough time playing into Slardar with the single target burst damage, but he still made the pick work.
And his net worth was really high for the extent of the game as well. His lane was maybe a little rough, but he was on the top and the net worth charts even after he died top by the tier 2. And it was really nice for Morphling to be the frontliner in some cases because he was difficult to kill. Like right before that huge fight they had, he had 52 armor and he had the Titan Sliver, so he's actually very tanky against these minus armor solutions, even if some of those run at you problems exist in the early game.
Yeah, I just see Fly 10-3 and 7, and I'm just like, you know, I feel like that's the guy who's typing in the post game, you know, about how didn't we win this game? Because I feel like we spent the entire time watching, basically talking about why IG was doing so well and why it looked like a sure victory for them moving forward. And
With that said, though, for carry players, like you can have this great game, but all it takes is one mistake, and it's so crucial because you are so much now. You're so much of the map. It's like if he gets picked off and makes that one team fight mistake, you realize as a carry player, you only get tops 2 of those a game.
And was it a case of just being too fast from Team Spirit for IG?
तेरे को अगर याद है ना तो एक बार
that
वो
first Roche fight
कुरोकी
from
ने
Spirit, it looked like it
इसको
could have
उठाया
been a
था
mistake from IG.
इसको
They
उठाया था
were
एक बार याद है
prioritizing
इंटरनेशनल
the
में
tower, they took the outpost, and it was almost like they didn't even know the Roche
पक्को
fight was happening.
वो भी खेल रहा था यार if you guys remember बहुत आइकॉनिक मूव है वो उसका कुर्की का
heroes in the entire game since it just doubles
अच्छा वो भी
essentially
विकास
all of
किया
your
था ना
damage. The way you
कोई कास्ट था पक ने सिर्फ पक ने जंप किया and he picked him up right
For
away
me, it was just like there were risky plays
बिल्कुल
from
छूटने
Team
का
Spirit
साथ
for the entire
कोई
game,
रिएक्शन
and
का
a lot
टाइम
of
नहीं
times
मिला
they were not going well. But hey, the risk paid off in the end, and that's why you just got that snap victory.
It was just like such a small moment where like Bane shows in the tri camp. They see him, they're like, oh, we've been winning the last 3 fights. Jump on it. They jump in, and all of a sudden he's committed, and then you don't have time to click on Morphling to see if he's a DD. And half the time you can't tell with the cosmetics anyways, with everything flying around. So it's like you just don't. It just was such a split moment. It cost him everything.
And Fly in that situation, did he need to be set up towards the later game better by his teammates?
I think that was just maybe as a team they got kind of caught out by surprise there rather than Fly doing anything too wrong. By the time he got caught in the trees, you know, things had already fallen apart. Nemo was the one who should not have jumped. He didn't have any backup, or the backup he had the IO, the relocate saves weren't coming in. But really for me it's like, you got to give credit to Spirit for the fact they were willing to make those bold, risky plays, you call them, because so many teams when they're down like that, they'll just keep waiting on the high ground. Because they had success there. They defended their high ground. They managed to kill heroes twice in the top lane as well as in the mid lane, but they said no, we're winning these fights, but now let's go make another risky move on their side of the map.
IG getting too confident, a little bit cocky, feeling your own tingles. Was that an answer?
Yeah, I don't know. We haven't brought tingles, and I don't know. This is all fresh for us here. I don't know.
Okay, I brought chaos to the desk. Absolutely, my apologies. Let's talk then about whether we think IG can recover, because they're definitely going to be feeling shaken after that finish, gods.
Yeah, I feel like for me, IG's a team who's going to look at that game. They've got a very experienced coach in Super. Just be able to say, hey, look, we dictated play. We made one crucial game-deciding mistake. I think IG will be happy with their draft, will be happy with their play throughout 99% of that game. And it's the kind of game where, yeah, losing that is heartbreaking, but you're in the best of 3s now, and I think they can still get some confidence.
Are you also feeling positive about this purge? I mean, we've got to think back to that reverse sweep at the Singapore Major.
Ability to take that one. The tough thing is it's going to hurt when they think about that game. Certainly, all they got to do is close out the series, and they're going to be like, all right, we threw that one time, but it's okay. We came back. It's gonna build some confidence. But if they happen to lose this series, that's going to be like one of those Dota cringe moments for the rest of their life for sure.
Dota cringe. That's what I was brought
We all
here
have
to
it.
do.
Who else has it? You guys all have it.
I feel it. That's my version
seriously,
of it. The
वो है
Dota.
उस बंदे ना वो divine था, divine 3 या divine 4 था बंदा जिसने मेरे को बताया था ना
They've got
कुछ
this
का
little boost of
उसको बताता था मेरे
confidence
को कहता
now.
चल तू तेरे को अब I'll start teaching you
I know
now
it's a cliche, but it's
मैं
for a
फिर Twitch पे
reason.
जाकर वो करा
Most certainly, right? We're all
तो
guilty
कहता
of that at times, but hopefully they can recognize that that game was gifted a little bit near the end. Yes, they capitalized on the mistakes, but a mistake nonetheless was there. So you still have to tighten up.
काश की practice कर किसी भी एक हीरो से लायन तो बहुत खेलता है और बहुत अच्छा भी खेलता है. लायन के spells हैं ही quick cast के लिए.
Yeah, we made one mistake, we lost, but it's okay. The rest of our game plan was very good. As Team Spirit, you need to recognize there were some issues. And we got a little bit lucky, got kind of bailed out. Awesome play, that was sick, but this wasn't actually the best situation that we were in at the end.
Yeah, I kind of like the idea of just like
वगैरह भी खेलने का है, लेकिन प्रॉब्लम मेरा क्या है, हॉटकेस का मेरा 1 2 3 ऐसे है पूरा.
Win in that situation is by just doing
तो उसकी वजह
unexpected
से मैं
stuff,
वो
by taking those perhaps at times
मैक्रो कर नहीं सकता,
poor risky
माइक्रो
plays,
नहीं
but
कर
they
सकता
catch
टीम
teams
से.
by surprise.
तो मैं टैब यूज
And this is the
करके
thing
करता
when
हूँ.
you look back at that game.
स्मार्ट सर भी मैं वैसे ही
Spirit
खेलता
were
हूँ.
the ones making most of the mistakes.
अगर मेरा वो जुगाड़
Yeah,
हो जाए
that's
ना
because
जरा
they
कुछ,
kind of
तो
wanted to take fights, but they didn't have a super easy way to do it compared to their opponents. Their opponents had Slaughter that could jump in and initiate with a stun to set up other stuns. They could have Monkey King do it as well.
You will not regret it because मैंने mock play
time their disables
और ये सब ना quick cast से करना start कर दी. ये single target spell है.
into a Monkey King
Hero
and
target
stun.
spell.
So it wasn't as
level
straightforward
25
for them
का
to take
talent का लिया
fights
था.
unless for
और
some reason they
spike
had
range
perfect
क्या?
vision over their opponents. So as long as IG played well, which they did, they didn't get a lot of opportunities in a lot of those early fights as well. They tried to jump in with collapse, BKBs are ready, which basically countered all of the heroes on the Spirit side. So they just had to keep fishing, and eventually they found one.
Well, the teams are taking back to the stage, and if
चलो हो गया
they're
बाबा,
feeling
चलो.
anything like me right now, their hands are incredibly sweaty because it's all down to IG now. Can they make this a 1-1 situation, or are they going to be shockingly heading down into the lower bracket at the end of this one? We were saying on the panel earlier, we were feeling maybe it's going to be a 2-1 situation. We just maybe expected IG to have the upper hand as we go into this one. But you know what? We've spoken enough about IG. Let's take a look at how Spirit got to the international.
खतरनाक है, मेरे को बहुत पसंद है. पहले मैच इतना खूंखार आयो.
Something hit him, but honestly,
team feed का दिखा रहा है.
he's still going to be able to get the jump on.
Qualified
Always want to fly. Oh, that BKB ain't going to save him. Okay. As he instantly goes down, collapse, he's going to be saved as well. The false promise comes out. The Lotus Storm as well allow them to turn things around. They're in on top of Vichin. General off from the side. They've put the BKB. They've got to respect the Enigma. They've got to watch out for this black hole. As Yutoro's waiting out that BKB. He wants to be able to try and help Toronto. Tokyo's now going to jump in over towards Vichin. He's found the bash. Vichin getting low. He's trying to get the mana point now. Yutoro is able to find it. The black hole's down though. Allowing Vichin to buy some time for himself, but the nuke damage there from Miposhka finishes Vichin. They get the kill on General. They're going to be able to clean up Iceberg as well as Team Spirit take down the entire squad of Na'Vi.
TPC Season 1 Europe.
Use the BKB for that attempt. Chitoro gonna have Pikachu jumping in. The Wraith King. Let him chain stunned. Can't stop him from taking the tower. Zoro. First from one.
Whoa! Oh, the disrupt!
Oh, yeah,
the disrupt on the finger.
बचाया लाइन से उसने देखा तूने?
Wait, he didn't die. He didn't even.
अबे लाइन अल्टीमेट डिस्टर्ब कर दिया उसने.
Mirror with the perfect timing. All right, oh
baby. यही प्लेस तो होते साला यही.
Luna has near 6k goals here. He sees a multi-shot. He sees him on top of the creep wave. Miposhka is kind of waiting. He's going to intercept the Centaur. Meanwhile, he turns around, gusts up, and kills the Invoker. Now Yutoro's got to get out of here. Toronto Tokyo is going to make sure that the Drow has an opportunity to do so with the coil. They can actually turn things around here. On the high ground, Drow not sure if she wants to be able to stumble into that one. Miposhka playing into this tree line. Meanwhile, the Oracle once again being harried constantly by Toronto Tokyo. Glimmer caping up. Just managed to blow up one, but immediate buyback from Miposhka. Now he's stuck on this high ground with the
रोदेक बाबा कोई सा फ्री इसको मिल रहा है हिट मार रहा है
elevation. You've got him dead. Toronto Tokyo helps out with a double kill, and they don't have the buyback on Team Liquid. Toronto Tokyo now chasing after Taiga as well. He is relentless. He will not stop. He is not content until he brings down every member of Team Liquid, and he'll manage to get a third.
Yes, the monster. Spirit. Empire, lay down a ward. It's in vision. Dude, they're so afraid. Fan score, gonna get
caught.
Oh,
it's
finally happening. Has that
BKB.
Gets thrown to all of them. Where's the follow-up though? Yutaro jumps in, wants to blow him up. There's gonna be the Sunstrike afterwards. Toronto Tokyo landing all this damage on top of them. 3 are dead. Dude, what an arena from Collapse. In the moment they needed it, he gave it to them. Now the Yule Scepter lift up, trying to interrupt this arrow coming through, but the stun is there. They find the kill. 4 go down. There's the tip to him as Team Spirit found that opening.
Oh, they wanted. Fire very put on the team.
Arrow sentry combo on the low ground.
Forward, Alacrity onto Smiling Knight. They want to find that back line, but the Curse Crown is there.
Oh, Impellic.
Oh, there's two. And there's the what a connection. Yutaro jumps in. Never a chance. Team Spirit makes the play, finds the kill. They're going to TI Trent.
They played good. They deserve every fucking.
So I guess Invictus Gaming, they're going to be banning Mars in the next draft?
Yeah, it's kind of weird. You see all those highlights, like collapse on the Mars, collapse on the Mars. Oh, wait, look, it's collapse. He's Marsing, you know? And we talked about it. We knew it was happening. They obviously knew it was going to be there, and then he performs like that. So, you're learning fast.
Oh, thank you so much. I'll try not to get too ahead of myself, but it did seem like the arena was the common theme in Yutoro's success on Morphling, especially our first rampage of the main event. Trent, you've got some stats.
Yes, our helpful stats department here, thank you very much, has provided us only the 5th rampage ever in the TI playoffs.
I thought there would have been double that at least.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
Committed by an 18-year-old. Murder on the Romanian National Arena dance floor. Can we call it a dance?
And usually when those rampages come, it's like the game's over decidedly already.
Yeah,
this was like a comeback rampage into an insane finish. It was special.
You know, it was also special. Well, not special for a certain panelist over on the draft panel, seeing Liquid's demise at the hands of the teenagers of Team Spirit. It was getting slightly awkward in the studio, but it's okay because we felt sorry for him and we actually gave him a job. So you'll be meeting Aiden again in the draft panel very shortly once we are ready to get into things. There he is. Give him a wave. It's all right. You're doing great. We are ready very soon to get into the lobby, but you know what? It's prediction time, boys. 10 seconds.
2-0.
IG bounce back.
2-1 Spirit.
Okay, let's get into game 2.
बाबा पूरे जग ने IG predict किया है जीतो बाबा.
Literally. It's not just us guys.
90% of them.
अरे IG जीतेगी अभी भाई.
Hello and welcome back to the draft panel. Once again, we have the pro that Frankie was talking about, Insania, and of course, Lacoste. How did you see that, Lacoste? You said at the end of that last draft, I don't like this draft, but I like Team Spirit.
I did, because I saw the confidence, you know, them walking on the stage, there was a bit of a delay, they're really having fun, spirits are high. And I love the confidence in the end, you know, going for that tier 4 towers. This is the snap decision making that you need to, you know, say, we go right now. Someone needs to scream, someone needs to yell, and everyone followed. And I really like that.
Would you stand with your decision or your choice of words that the draft was still better for IG, but they just outplayed the other?
I do. There were a couple of mistakes from IG. IG had this big BKB timing that they did not execute perfectly, going for the high ground. Maybe there was a bit of a mistake giving Aegis to the different hero. You usually want to, as you said in our green room, I'll quote you, you want to give Aegis to the hero that, you know, deals the tower damage. So that should have been Lesh instead of Monkey King.
Yeah, I think generally speaking, if you want to aim to go high ground within the Aegis timer, then you want to put the Aegis on the hero that's going to deal tower damage. And traditionally, that is your position 1 and your carry, which is why most of the time they end up taking the Aegises. But in this case, Leshrac is your source of tower damage, so I would have preferred to see the Aegis on the Lesh. I think another interesting thing in this series was, if you guys load back into the replay, those of you who care, you will notice that at one point, Team Spirit took over the triangle where they found their team fight that got them back into the game. So they probably had vision there that they were smoking towards in the end. So this vision set up by Miposhka at some point in the game really enabled a potential comeback there. And something that a lot of teams do poorly is they will sit in their base when they fall behind. But Team Spirit, they decided to move over to the enemy triangle and set up the fort that gave them the huge rampage comeback.
Is there a power to the fact that Team Spirit picks these comfort heroes? They always try similar strategies, things that are tried and true. Do you think this gives them the ability to have this confidence?
I think when Lacoste said right, the draft I don't think was very good.
Okay.
But it was comfort heroes, like you're saying. I think after a game like this, you feel relieved that you got the win, but you know in the back of your mind that we might need to still switch up the draft a bit to be in a better position in the next game.
Okay. Do you find that comfort is a good idea to go for the first game of the series to get that potential win and get it out of the way?
I understand that you would start there, but I think you're going to have to develop and adapt. And I don't expect them to give IG all the pacing again like they did in Game 1.
All right, we're starting with the draft now again. We see Doom and Lion on the IG side, and Team Spirit picking a favorite here. It's going to be a really big change of pace. Weaver and Legion. We were actually talking about this, Lacoste, that we think of Collapse as this big team fight hero, tanky team fight, not so much the single target initiation. What can you tell me about this start for them?
This is something that's going to provide them, again, Legion Commander got banned out in the second phase after IG picked Lion in the first game, so it's a dispel mechanic, it's a free BKB once you get a shard, 1.75 seconds, and it's also a decent amount of heal against the Doom that could, make the difference, whether you die or not. Also, Weaver, we still don't know where it's going to go, judging by the team's Spirit, the way they played it, it's probably going to be that position 4, the classic standard build, Spirit Vessel into Aghanim Scepter, and then Aghanim Scepter, you just get huge value. I already said at the start of the previous game that I really liked Mira on that Weaver, where he makes so much space, he gets tons of levels. Like, one of the good things about position 4 Weaver is that you're really survivable, and sometimes when you do a trade, let's say your offlaner dies, enemy safe laner dies, you get the free levels, you get the gold, and one of the reasons why the hero is so popular.
If you have a Legion Weaver lane, let's say put them forward and say, what do you think of that lane? Is it a strong lane?
I think it's a good enough lane in most cases.
Okay.
You're going to get farm out of the lane. What I think is important to note here is if you think about how Doom functions, you will put Doom on someone, and then it will slowly take the hero to death, right? And when we talked about earlier, we talked a lot about timings, because timings are very integral in the way you draft. So when you have Weaver when Weaver reaches the Aghanim Scepter timing in the game, he'll be able to reset heroes back from getting doomed. So most likely the heroes that get doomed won't tick out over time. And I think this puts Team Spirit in a position now that they have very good scaling as the game goes on. Their timings are very strong against IGs. The instant initiation from Lion can get dispelled by Legion Commander, followed up with if he buys the shard, then there's no stun coming out, there's no follow-up on that, which will get a hero out of trouble very easily.
To go back to the Aghanim Scepter, I like that IG responded with Doom plus Lion, so that's there's burst damage that they need, so maybe Weaver will not be able to get the Aghanim Scepter off. We've seen, Lion, you're charging that Finger of Death, and sometimes it's all it takes, that a bit of an extra burst damage. This time around, Tiny will get banned in the second phase by IG. Same goes for Wraith King. Of course, Wraith King, one of the better counters to Doom. You are not going to get doomed in the team fights most of the time. Tiny is a flex pick for Team Spirit. They played it quite a lot on the mid lane, and they also ran it on the safe lane when it's needed.
This time, Team Spirit also got rid of a Monkey King, which they saw as a threat last game, and also, once again, melee offlaner, making sure that you want to have an easier lane here. Insania, could you tell me the strengths a bit of this Doom Lions starting combo?
I think the nice thing about it is that it's fairly flexible. You can still run the Doom pretty much in any position. He's going to accomplish what he wants to accomplish. The Lion they ran in the safe lane the last game. It's played by Kaka, I think, pretty much exclusively on their team. But they have the ability to flex it between the safe lane and the off lane. So IG is sticking a little bit more to this idea of we want to have a more flexible draft. We want to be able to do what we want with our heroes here. I think the Lina ban from Team Spirit is something they should look out for. Chinese teams consider this hero to be very, very strong against Leshrac. And we noticed in the last game, the Lina got banned. IG instantly went for the Leshrac. So I think that might be something that's on their mind.
General just feels super strong. We're staying away from this Yule Scepter, Lina Spellcaster type of a build. It's just most of the time Boots has traveled into BKB, into Crystallis, which can be transitioned into either Daedalus, or we can see the Silver Edge when it's needed. A lot of the heroes that have break, that don't like to be broken in the game, are not as popular because the Silver Edge is still one of the best items right now.
Is there any hero you think it should be being played that because he's broken?
Tournament चल रहा है international $4 million का.
Is there any hero that comes to mind?
Yeah,
$40 million.
Much more Spectre.
Sorry.
Like you see Silver Edge from the offlane from the mid lane.
36 scam हो गया भाई. Next level scam है.
What do you think the next pick should be here for IG?
जीत गया तो फिर नौकरी छोड़ देगा.
मेरा थोड़ी चल रहा है.
अच्छा तू देख रहा है.
So right now, what IG has going for them, I think, is that they have slightly faster heroes and they have a clear-cut initiation. And now they have the control for the Legion, right? So if the Legion purges the Lion's initiation,
guys, I have a feeling that there's a void coming in IG. Yeah.
So you have a way to effectively force out the Legion purge, so that you
the
have the
ban
ability
kind of
to
indicates
get the
it.
Fiend
हो
Spirit
सकता है, ना भी आए.
Plus, it's a strong laner against Legion. You have the Nightmare mechanic to sleep against the duel, so it's hard to rack up duel damage as a Legion commander. For Team Spirit, this means that the Bane is now a hero that they need to figure out a way to solve.
Yeah,
because
definitely need
anything that makes it hard for Void, be it TV, क्योंकि अगर वो Chrono में survive कर गया, Thunder पड़ेगा. Tiny तो गांडी मार लेता उसकी.
मैं Ember की बात कर रहा हूँ mid hero के लिए.
You still are playing into Lion, so playing any of the Spirits is going to be a bit tricky. Storm Spirit was banned out by Team Spirit, but Void Spirit definitely comes to my mind, especially for once you get that Aghanim Scepter timing, jumping the backlines with into Lion and Bane could be a bit tricky for them.
That's a potential save to a degree, you know, depending on what you're facing. If Bane is too close to the Fiend script, you also have the way to threaten the Bane to move by just throwing kisses at him. But the Snapfire also combines nicely with the Legion Commander. Duel, very similar to the Sky with Mage combo. Probably going to be able to kill most heroes.
Yeah.
Where else is the strength of the Snapfire? Why did they go for this fly particularly?
So I think generally speaking, when you pick a 5 position, or sorry, a 3 position hero that doesn't really provide teamfight for your draft, you're going to have to compensate for it with some other role.
Right.
So Snapfire brings this teamfight that they are lacking in their draft right now. It's a lot of very single target damage, and when you don't have any team fights, it feels difficult to take these like slightly harder fights when you've got to go up a high ground or something like that. So Snapfire not only is a very powerful laner with a minus armor, that has really nice synergy with the Chaos Knight, and especially going up against a hero like Doom, it's very effective because he doesn't have any armor.
Is it mid-morphing?
Very low armor, rather.
And now we see a hero that's been picked in both carry and the offense position, the CK. I think it was Beast Coast that was mainly providing the carry CK, but I don't recall Team Spirit using it. What is it about this game? Because it's not a very popular hero right now.
It's not, but this hero comes online so quickly. It's a super strong laner, especially when paired up with the strong position 5, which Snapfire is, and also
they
you
want
don't
something to
care too
actually
much
make it easier for them to counter those illusions.
In the fights, I would say you can still be able to reset. I like the Snapfire in general with the repositioning tool. Once Lion jumps on you with just Cookie could make the difference, especially since the
problem तो ये the sooner you finish them, the better it is, क्योंकि वो 5 HP वाला illusion भी अगर आपको मार रहा है तो full hit मार रहा है.
Snapfire, as you mentioned, is the morphing an idea to that?
Damage output is the problem. It's not the illusion tanky है. Damage output बहुत खतरनाक है.
I absolutely think it's good. I think it can go both ways. When you have a lot of minus armor, it racks up pretty fast. And for the early portions of the game, before Morphling has like that ridiculous 50 armor points, you have the ability to burst them down, and they have a lot of block on themselves. So the Morphling does it in later time games. One of the things that in the last game was they really lacked pace. They were at the mercy of IG almost constantly. But now they've flipped it around. If you look at the heroes now, you can tell that they understood from the last game that we can't play this role of the game. We can't let them make all the moves. And now I think they've fixed that problem for their draft. They have pretty active heroes that can make things happen.
Would you say on the flip side that IG now might
more
be
than
more
Ember, it's Void Spirit's game.
Yeah, I think so. I think it looks like IG. Personally, I really liked IG's draft from the last game, and I think they had the right idea in mind. I think this time around their draft is a bit slower. It might be like we lost the first game, so we want to make sure we have some sort of more late game, or we want to make sure that we can go late. But
I want to see some kind of AoE against CK illusions, because if CK
does
not get jumped first with the Lion Doom, they're going to have a huge problem to deal with.
Because Lina banned us your viewer that's watched in a while. Lina
नहीं I think they're now going to ban
CK. They're considered strong illusions, and they can't just simply be dispelled just like that. Last game, Lacoste, you told us about how Team Spirit had good counter initiation, so even if they were defensive, they had good ways to respond. Do you feel similarly about IG's draft right now?
I don't think they have the best counter initiation. I think this game is pretty heavily like, if you can get the Doom off on Chaos Knight before he Phantasms, you're going to be very happy about it.
अब ये mid वो भी खेल सकते हैं. Mid KOTL भी अच्छा है.
Sorry, Team Spirit doesn't really have that much damage between the Weaver and the Legion and the Snapfire and the
Ember उठाएंगे देख मेरे को लग रहा है.
No reliable stuns. Doom.
मेरे को लग रहा है Ember या फिर KOTL. Ember नहीं sorry, Void Spirit या फिर KOTL.
And there's always going to be this nightmare save that could potentially make the difference.
पर वो उसका meta चला गया. I think the meta is not there anymore.
Do we have any? Is it the Weaver vessel?
Yeah, no doubt about it.
It just feels like the standard build.
Yeah, I know that people really harp on the Axe. It looks so good, but ever since
you guys are watching on Twitch, na?
We have seen much more play with the traditional Weaver Spirit vessel. Any Gleipnir builds we've seen on Weaver.
Right. I think if you go for the Aghanims immediately, it takes
this is actually a very good game.
So like the 800 gold that you spend on the urn directly translates into impact, and even the vitality booster is not a bad item for Weaver, because if you survive the burst,
Ember
you're
लेने
able
के
to get your
chances मेरे
ultimate
को
off.
ज़्यादा लग रहे
So
हैं.
it's pretty high
वो
value.
स्प्लिट का ही लग रहा है.
Emo के लिए.
Here we get the most around the Tokyo hero, which is the Shadow.
That's what I
Fiend.
feel. Like, I feel strongly about
his playstyle would be very much like this man. Just
अरे
go
Emo
in, be
खेलता है
able
इसलिए
to
Ember
draw some
वाले
attention, initiate as well as
वो वर्ड स्पीड बहुत खतरनाक खेलता है.
What is it?
याद है ना क्वेश्चन मार्क याद है ना क्वेश्चन मार्क वर्ड स्पीड वाला था.
Ember था ना भाई वो Ember खेला ना.
Void Spirit
They don't have that much.
They were playing me game. They were playing me
I
game.
did not see any of the Magic Shadow build lately.
तो बहुत टिप कर रहे थे वो claim कर दिया अब उसको
High
उसने
level
RTX
buffs, Dragon Lance or just Silver Edge, Shadow Blade into a BKB.
बहुत बढ़िया था.
Maybe this time around it doesn't sound too bad, but with all the minus armor, you still want to use your damage. I'm thinking about some AoE Lash comes to my mind once again. Okay, this is one of the heroes that can also deal with the illusions, has a bit of built-in magic absorb, which is going to be nice because the damage output is a bit limited on Team Spirit, other than 2-3 raises from Shadowfin.
ईमो कैसे जंप करके मैच हारेंगे.
चूतिया भाई लास्ट गेम में इतना चूतियापा कर रहा ना, like that was such a bad
I'm
jump.
gonna own this game kind of move because it looks good once the game kicks off because
Yeah,
the commander's gonna have to stay back and there's no other instant disable on their draft. So I like the Ember pick if he does well out of the laning phase and he's able to play the game.
Final points, strength of weaknesses here that you see.
मैं देख रहा हूँ कि भाई लेस्ट्रा के अंदर जाने का मतलब बनता है तू पीछे से बहुत
they have
अच्छा
a really
स्पेल
strong
मार
timing
सकता है.
at a certain point in the game once
सीधा
they
अंदर घुस
finish
गया भाई.
BKB on SF and they're able to fight straight into IG. But I think IG scales up very nicely.
वो
and if
लगा
Emo's
के मैं
able to
बर्स्ट
get
कर
the
दूंगा
first
मेरा
couple of
स्टन बैठा ना
runes,
उसके बाद
that
वो
should set them
कंटिन्यू
up for a good
स्टन
game. So
बैठता
rune
रहेगा.
balance can be important.
तो एटलीस्ट अगर मॉफलिंग भी शट डाउन नहीं हो तो बाकी शट डाउन हो जाएगा तो मैं बर्स्ट आउट कर दूंगा उसको ये लगा.
Still be at the lane.
पहला स्टन लग गया
होगा. The security or Shadowfin set him up for a
मॉफलिंग
really
बोला
good game.
मॉफलिंग हैड लाइक अदर प्लान.
Against Ember.
Okay. Well, we don't have much magic damage in one of the drafts, and that means that there's no
तीन
silence.
मारा
So
होगा.
we still do have a
वो
last
उसने उसको
word,
heal भी किया
particularly
तो
with
फर्क नहीं पड़ा.
PSJ, who will explain the game to us so we can know what to look out
बराबर कर
for
दिया
in this
उसको.
game.
भाई तू घर ही जा.
Thank you, Avo. As I like to look at Team Spirit's draft, and I see feast or famine heroes. They're either going to be incredibly impactful or feel incredibly lackluster. You have the Legion Commander. He's either going to rack up a lot of dual damage, or he's going to be feeding dual damage to the opponent team. You got CK. He's going to be able to cast Phantasm. They have very little illusion clear on the side of IG. He's going to be able to shred people to pieces. And then you got
चलो भाई
SF, who's
इनके
going to have that
इनके
Requiem
बजाओ प्रेडिक्शन कर लो पट 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 पट.
Player who gets the longest streak.
I'm thinking Toronto Tokyo. SF भी देख रहा हूँ मैं.
मुझे SF
Time with first Russian kill. मैं टीम स्पिरिट
First
देखूंगा
player
इस
to
बार.
get 15 denies. SF रहेगा.
Player who gets
SF
the
का
longest
damage बहुत
streak.
जल्दी बढ़ता है.
Player with the most deward by 15 minutes.
Player who gets longer streak IG वो रखूंगा मैं. First player to get 15 denies. SF नहीं SF नहीं.
SF रे. कर दिया भाई.
हो सकता है 15 denies.
Moff लेकिन इतना he won't be concentrating too much on the denies because of the lane.
मैं भी SF ही रखा है SF.
Deny SF करेगा उसका डैमेज बहुत बढ़ता है ना.
डैमेज बढ़ता है उसका 20 kills के साथ.
Player with most rewards IG काका.
IG काका रखा था.
नहीं नहीं collapse है.
मीरा रखा.
मैंने
अच्छा dewards क्या था मीरा
रखा है वीवर.
वीवर सपोर्ट है ना.
हाँ वीवर ही रखा है मैंने.
मीरा भी मैंने मीरा रखा है.
30 seconds until this place goes ham.
यार मेरे को काका लग रहा है लेकिन
अरे वो सीके क्या मस्त सेट है. क्या है वो? माउंट टर्न ऑफ एंडलेस स्टॉर्म माउंट.
ये डिफिकल्ट होने वाला है ये वाला गेम साला.
मैं काका रखा है लास्ट में.
मैं मीरा रखा है.
ये पर दोनों टाइम ये टीम स्पिरिट को रेडिएंट कैसे क्या है?
Battle's about to go.
उन्होंने रिया फर्स्ट पिक या साइड ऐसे चूज किया रहेगा ना भाई.
पर फर्स्ट मैच के बाद दूसरे मैच को यही रहता है ना अपोजिट.
अरे फर्स्ट पिक का भी रहता है उसमें. फर्स्ट पिक अगर चाहिए तो साइड नहीं लेने का. साइड चाहिए तो फर्स्ट पिक नहीं मिलता है. ऐसा रहता है. कमेंट्री क्यों नहीं हो रहा भाई?
ओ भाई क्या गंदा ब्लॉक किया रे.
Let's say you're playing from behind as Ember in this game. make sure you don't try to overcompensate by trying to get too crazy because you lost your lane.
Right.
And rather stick to the script here.
Oh my!
Well, having said that, Emo, of course, this was discussed earlier. Pre-game 1, the Singapore major, they were down 0-2 against EG. Yeah. And Emo came back with a vengeance in game 3, and well, they did a reverse sweep. So, like you said, the mental fortitude of this IG team is not like if this was maybe a younger team, then I could see that being more of a case. Like if this was split, maybe, or sorry, if it was for Toronto Tokyo or somebody on Team Spirit.
मतलब मॉफलिंग के पास जब डिनाई नहीं रहेंगे क्योंकि LC का बहुत डैमेज रहता है इनके अंदर.
They have a lot of experience this year, yeah, especially for sure.
Plus LC बहुत माइंड फक करने वाला है इसका.
Fly on the Morphling with Ollie's Bane.
Team Spirit जीतने वाला है ये मैच में मुझे लग रहा है.
On the opposing
देखते हैं अभी. It's very like way too early to say.
हाँ लेकिन ऐसे में मेरे को लग रहा है ऐसे.
One of those heroes where
अभी छोड़ेगा नहीं.
Doesn't feel like.
हाँ वो है कि momentum continue रखना चाहेंगे वो लोग.
अगर देख तो अभी 10-15 मिनट में पता चल जाएगा अपने को कि कंफर्म पॉइंट.
हाँ ये है कि 10-15-20 मिनट दिमाग तो बंद है.
क्योंकि देख अभी अगर मार्क का लेन अच्छा नहीं गया ना पहले लास्ट टाइम जब ऐसा मार्क का गया वैसे तो लफड़ा हो जाएगा.
मॉफ को इतना फर्क पड़ता नहीं है. मॉफ का अगर लेन अच्छा भी नहीं जाता still have it like
for the most part, let's be real. But yeah, initiation-wise, what is Team Spirit looking for? Like going to the mid to late game.
First of all, lane in itself, the Legion Snapfire lane, I think is very strong. And again, by laning against Morphling, should be having a good time to begin. So Collapse will probably be able to find a decent timing on Blink Dagger. I do think. Oh, good cookie up top.
आगे भाई. वो तो ये लेन रहेगी Morphling के लिए tough भाई.
Are you kidding me?
They were not ready for that. Ollie with the Nightmare was not enough, just too late.
Absolutely. So first blood to Team Spirit. They obviously have the momentum after that last game. I mean, that's an understatement, no doubt about it. And we'll see.
But they want to shut down Morphling as much as they can.
पर का एक्सपीरियंस दो रेस में.
Should be. Right now, 13-4 to the Emos 10-0, so not too far behind.
Oh भाई दो critical back to back.
Taken out by Yataro as JT looks like he'll limp away. Has that swarm applied right now, so lots of minus armor.
Yeah. Team Spirit's lanes are really good this game. Shadowkin against Emperor, I would say they're favored. Chaos Knight does very well against Doom in lane. It's maybe less so than it used to be because Doom got some armor. He used to be a 0 armor hero, but then he got some base armor and Devour stopped healing you. But still, this heavy physical damage lane can be very good against Doom. And like we already covered the top lane, so honestly, I could foresee a situation here where Team Spirit just end up winning all 3 lanes hands down. And then it's about whether IG, similar to last game, just make the better moves in that mid game. But it's a very good look currently for Team Spirit.
Yeah, and we talk about Roche a lot, probably because I have some obsession with him that we won't speak of at Ti10 main stage, of course, but Team Spirit have a lot of minus armor to be able to take out Roche.
Yeah.
I would say they definitely have the advantage, and they don't really have, like for IG, as you can see, the Cookie Connect, and Ollie is in quite a bit of hurt. Scatterblast into the right click, not even needing the overwhelming odds, so a little bit of waste of mana there, but Spirit, again, 3rd kill on the board.
Yeah, and Emo struggle, right? You're seeing it here. At the very least nowadays, he's going to get a water run here. Oh, Miposhka really wanted to steal it. That might actually
Miposhka, of course, the support Weaver, so that Kuchi will not come back on in time.
Crucial for IG that Kaka is there. If that rune gets stolen by Weaver, Emo's actually just flat out of the lane. He's still going to struggle here. He took some damage, but at least the kill on Weaver is... It's a little bit of a comeback. He's a full level behind though, minute 4, and that is without a kill. Should have been 23-11 to the 10-0 of the Ember. You knew what you were getting yourself into with this pick. You can't be surprised.
Yeah. So what's the plan for Emo after, I guess, the extended laning stage into the mid game? How do you get back into the game? Is it just kills? You go with Flame Guard?
I think there's some key items. I think Doom's BKB.
फरमाइश चल रही है 2 डिनाई मार चल जल्दी से 2 डिनाई मार 4 हीरो मार
चल. The Lion Dagger.
मार दिया ना भाई एक ही मारने बाकी है.
चल मार दे. It's a little bit tricky for your lineup to find openings, especially if Ember isn't having a particularly good game.
Oh, fly. So close. Has to waveform away. Living on the edge again. I mean, that is kind of the Morphling's job, right? To min-max.
Especially if...
That's position 1's favorite thing to do in general.
Yeah, I guess he's keeping Ollie's pulse at a constant 120 here at least.
Yeah.
So that's great.
Now bot lane, we're going to see the Earth Spike connect. But there's a swarm on top of JT, so he has to be careful. Actually, he already killed it, looks like. And I mean, we've been seeing a lot of Weaver support. We've seen a couple.
भाई वो उसको ऐसी तैसी कर रखी है भाई टोरेंटेड हो गया.
But for the most part,
एडवांटेज ले रहा है मस्त उसका.
बहुत बढ़िया एग्रेशन दिखा रहा है, बहुत टाइमली एग्रेशन भाई जो चाहिए उसको.
ओ भाई
क्रिटिकल कैसे मार रहा है यार ये?
अरे उसका थर्ड स्किल पैसिव अभी चांसेस बढ़ा दिए ना. बहुत सही है, इसलिए तो सीख के बहुत.
कितने चांसेस बढ़ा दिए रे?
Miscalculating the amount of damage it actually
और
does.
लेवल 10 का टैलेंट लेगा तो और बढ़ जाता है.
Yeah, looking great again here for Team Spirit. And I say again, the last game did not look great for them, but they won. So they are looking good. Off the back of a win. Miposhka going to steal that bounty run away as well. Now, will be spotted out by Kaka.
Yeah, better be careful. Earth spikes there. JT in the vicinity as well. That's going to be an easy cleanup.
Oh, bhai.
That's a phantasm. JT has to pop the wand. Has the swarm still applied, so taking down very slowly. Yataro, not much mana to speak of. One more right click does it though. Killing spree for Yataro
because Radiant
at the
just fortified
6.5 minute.
I actually think that attack needed to be a critical strike. So only
like
rolling 3 times will Yataro get that kill.
नहीं अरे उनका लाइनअप थोड़ा सा स्ट्रांग है.
Sesame Street counting class.
बहुत स्ट्रांग लाइनअप है रे.
The upgrade was statistics. Actually.
Wow.
Yes.
Interesting.
What was we started out early in Denmark.
What was the character that did statistics?
ऐसे डूम का लेन अच्छा जा रहा है.
Don't show the crowd that I don't know anything about Sesame Street.
Okay, so you lied to the crowd. I see. Fly. Gonna take some harassment here in the top lane. It's a 1v2 right now. There's no teammates nearby, but he seems to think he's going to be just fine. Collapses continue. Actually gets a couple blocks of his passive as well. Overwhelming odds with the cookie as well. Scatter Blast just finishes off Fly. Now we see a chaos go to the reality.
भाई वो हर दो तीन स्ट्राइक क्रिटिकल मार दे रहा है.
But Cinder, if I didn't know any better, I would say IG is somewhat tilted.
अरे वो पुराना जो सीके का था ना, स्किल पैसिव वैसा कर दिया ना अभी.
Very un-IG like.
अभी बीच में क्या था? पैसिव भी तो था हमेशा से.
पैसिव था लेकिन वो डब्ल्यू का भी निकल गया था वैसा था.
And Team Spirit are just not making mistakes in these lanes.
वो तो मुझे पता पर पैसिव ही था पहले. और पहले लाइफ स्टील नहीं था. पहले लाइफ स्टील नहीं था रे. पहले लाइफ स्टील नहीं था तब.
पहले की बात नहीं कर रहा मैं. अभी ये पैच के पहले.
अभी हाँ अभी अच्छा इससे पहले तो था.
लाइफ स्टील भी था और वो डब्ल्यू का भी कैसा है 3-4 सेकंड के बाद वो कूल डाउन हो जाता है.
Big dividends here. Top 3 net worth is theirs.
हाँ वो चांसेस हो गए.
It's an offlane Doom, who is in 4th. With
भाई ये डीडी आ गया इसके पास.
So that is a very
भाई
good
कैपिटलाइज
sign
करना पड़ेगा
here for
इसको.
Team Spirit in this early
पीछे
game.
चल रहा है.
I'm always
मैं तो स्टैक पिक लेके कर लेगा ना.
concerned about Shadowfiend's
ओ भाई
मेरा देखना कमीना ने क्या करा.
the ones that suffers the absolute most from dying and is the most snowball reliant as a mid hero, but it also is incredible when you are ahead like this.
This Nightmare into an aggressive play instead. Collapse gets off the duel. It's not going to come to the
ओए उसको मिल गया डैमेज.
बहुत ही बढ़िया फाइट हुआ. बहुत
Rain Elemental. Massive damage now. 2 dead. IG get the amazing trade.
I think with this plus 10 damage on Bane, now Ollie can start. Now he has wave clear.
Position 1 Bane. Let's go.
That was what he was missing. Now with... Okay, let me give you a question here. Can you think of a worse hero to win a duel on?
Ooh. Lion?
Definitely better. He will attack in between his stuns,
Bane attacks during Nightmare, Cinderin.
Does he? In mid-game?
I mean, Bane almost doesn't exist at that time in the game. A lot of games that we've cast, at least, as we see. Actually, a Midas picked
Dyer's
up
middle tower
here
is
by
under attack.
Yataro. So, going for the, I guess you can call it a bit greedy, but they are off to an amazing start. So this is just going to amplify their farm. What are your thoughts on that item pickup?
I think CK really wants it in general. It's just one of CK's downfalls is that he doesn't have very good farming potential compared to a lot of other carries, right? Like the meta carries now have some sort of wave clear or illusions, whatever it is. Chaos Knight, sure, you can use Phantasm to farm as well. It's not terrible, but it's not constant. So the way this hero works, having a Midas really helps.
That's true. There was a short period of time where Battle Fury was a thing, but Battle Fury doesn't seem to be picked up by anybody unless it's Anti-Mage, the one game that we actually cast.
Now check out this Chaos Knight set. His face looks like Axe.
Okay. Cinder,
it's Axe.
Wow, you're right, actually. I thought you were kidding.
It's Jeremy Kahn.
Jeremy Kahn.
There it is.
At it again. What a god.
Radiant's
is going to TP out, so this
is the fucking tower.
Free tower for Team Spirit, and we'll see if it ends up being a trade of tier 1s overall.
Dyer's top tower is under attack.
I wonder if there's some lore combining Doom and Axe in some regard. I guess we can ask Slacks on our time off here.
Not my problem, but Dire's top tower just fell.
Spirit.
Oh,
Radiant's
Radiant's
is in the
bottom
vicinity,
tower
gets
is
off the
under
swarm.
attack.
We'll see if they want a TP to actually try to defend, but it looks like Collapse is TP mid instead. Not going to get up the Hex. Samir's in the area as well.
Radiant's middle
not going to be
tower
able
is
to
under
land.
attack.
Nice
but it will
disengage
be
there.
Ooh,
enough to defend
Dire,
the
you gotta
tower.
fortify
But
them,
yeah,
their
the
structures,
defense
good
here from
work.
Collapse, very important. You don't want to give this up at all. And your trade-off, you're going to lose the bot tier 1. Actually,
go!
JT
Radiant's bottom
mistiming the
tower's
last hit there.
completely
It goes
gone.
to the siege creep, but most importantly for IG, a little bit of breathing.
देखा
room,
जाए तो
right?
ये
Like those two
team
kills they just found
IG के
make a
favor में
very
गया.
big
They got the
difference.
tower.
And you're getting Emo a little bit
On
into
top
the
of that,
game as well.
all
closing
4
in
of them
on
were top.
Maelstrom.
तो उनका वो भी गया, XP भी
I
गया.
imagine he's going to go for a 1-4-4 build here. Felt forced to max Flame Guard, which I think Ember players actually don't like to do unless they have to.
Yeah.
A lot of the times nowadays, Embers want to max out Sleight of Fist. It's just way more teamfight damage to have that low cooldown, especially when you get that Maelstrom. But the lineup, it's going to time pretty well with the Maelstrom when he gets level 4 Sleight, so it's probably going to be fine.
Dire's courier. He bit the
Embers
big
getting
one.
more teamfight damage to have that low cooldown, especially when you
He
get
just
He was
did
literally just
courier.
pushing out the top wave, TP'd mid, and instantly smoked with Kaka into the triangle.
Oh,
but
double carrier kill.
Oh, Dire's carrier just got
Late
killed.
attack for the win.
130
There's
हजार
one
gold
more
मेरा
lane.
वैसे.
It's pretty far away, but he's waiting.
We'll find out very shortly.
ठीक है क्या?
In the mid lane, and that is going to be a freebie for IG.
And CK!
Killed, he needs it so badly too.
Fucking got the streak on.
Miposhka, 3
काका भी गया.
बहुत ही बढ़िया भाई, बहुत ही बढ़िया. ये तो
It's a good trade. It's a good trade. It's the best trade.
हाँ वो तो
Take
है.
that trade.
IG के favor में
As
best
I
trade
hear
है
a
भाई.
pig pull.
Yep.
being-
Who has the pig pull?
I hear
Important.
it's a
Dire's
global
top
set.
tower is under attack.
Yep.
As we've discussed many a time,
Oh,
very
not
important
good.
to know that it's being cast.
Who is going for BKB?
JT and
Doom.
Jungle. I mean, we talked about this in our group stage matches, but Doom kind of like a mini alchemist where you're devouring creeps, your goal is a little bit inflated versus what the actual reality is a lot of the time. So this 2K network league for Spirit is probably like 3, I want to say.
Yeah, something like
Something
that.
around there, but he is starting to ramp it up. Second in network on that Doombringer, so we'll see what kind of itemization he chooses to go this time around.
It is a really good Shiva's game, isn't it? Like you really want that against the Chaos Knight, and you want it against just the overall minus armor that the Radiant has, like the panel talked about. So I feel like Dagger BKB Shiva it's a go-to anyway for Doom, but it feels extra good this game to have a Shiva's guard. I'm definitely going to be seeing that coming out later. Emo currently rocking a DD rune in the bottle and has those 4 points in slides. So this is actually a very strong time for IG to look for a potential fight, and they will smoke now. They have Doom. No Fiend script for this play. But Doom and Finger are online. If they find anyone, they
The
can
jump
find
in,
them.
where's the duel? This would be a huge kill for Spirit. They're going to find Emo. That is damage going the way of Collapse. And
These are the best moves. Not only do they get the kill, but it actually negates all of IG's plans there.
Oh boy, Dire's
If that
middle
happens
tower
5
is under
seconds later,
attack.
IG are in position and they get the save, but instead, Emo
Dire's
dies,
middle tower
Spirit get
just
the
took a
mid
big
tower, and
beating.
IG waste
Gone.
a smoke. So absolutely
Well, that's what I
huge
call
timing there
teamwork.
from Team Spirit to make that move at the exact same
Ember
time
को
IG
recover
were
करना ही
doing
पड़ेगा
it.
भाई, नहीं तो लूज हो जाएगा.
It's really good stuff.
Money changes hands.
Taro right now has the casual
Ember.
exchange. We'll be finishing the
Ember को
SNY. It looks like
recover
into
करना ही
8
पड़ेगा,
points.
नहीं
It's
तो
gonna
नहीं हो
be
सकेगा, होगा
one of
ये.
those
एम्बर की जगह पे को लगता है एम्बर से ज्यादा अच्छा वो पिक रहते हैं.
Octarine
डीपी भी अच्छा पिक रहती
potentially.
है.
मैं तेरे को बोल रहा था क्रोम
लेकिन ये इमो का पिक है रे, इमो ये एम्बर वगैरह वैसे हीरो ज्यादा खेलता है.
स्पिरिट हीरोज
Well,
खेलता है वो.
not all of it's magic, but Aether lands with Shard into Octarine.
Do you go Octarine after Sanjin Yasha only? I'm not sure about that.
The Sage and Yasha in combination is a little odd, and the fact that he's position 1 makes it a little bit odd as well, in my opinion, but we'll see.
It's not... I'd say the CK isn't the most played hero at this tournament, so it's kind of hard to decide what is meta, right? When there's so few games. It is a feel-good item to at least get the lens, just because it helps you so much with connecting.
Yep.
stuns
Oh, the
and-
pink pull saved him! Did you see that? Cinderin, admit it. Admit to me right now on stream. Keep in mind, Legion has the talent for the extended range. He would have gotten the duel off.
They didn't actually save him.
Yes.
ओ भाई मस्त डॉज किया भाई.
Assaults from Toronto, Tokyo, but Fly is perfectly fine.
गंदा डॉज किया
TP's coming
भाई.
in mass and TP's canceled in
पर
mass.
उसको समझा
That
कैसे?
goes so wrong.
स्कैन किया रहेगा.
He was not really
इधर
very
स्कैन
close
नहीं
to
किया
getting
है.
Fly.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
आर्मर रिड्यूस
नहीं आप
नहीं तो वो क्रीप मार रहा था ऐसा. मेरा भाई बोल रहा क्रीप मार रहा था. ओ भाई गंदा बचाया उसको.
That'll save him and Collapse
मेरे को लगा
ends up
वापस
being the
गया है.
casualty for Team Spirit. Very nice save.
अच्छा बचा है भाई
That's big for Kaka to get that finger kill. He's close
भाई
to
वो
dagger
एलसी है
now.
ना ऐसे ही माइंड फक कर करके बहुत करेगा
Yeah, and that's when he starts to really show his impact on the game. Some more item updates. Obviously, Toro's still sitting on the same items that we discussed because we talked about it literally 30 seconds ago. Toronto Tokyo has the Dragon Lance and about 1,000 away from finishing a BKB, as it looks like. And as with many games, it feels like the BKBs are kind of the go-to.
भाई हमारा एलसी है ना सपोर्ट था पोजीशन 4
spotted. There's the cookie initiation into the duel. Easy victory for Collapse.
Silver lining there is if Ollie isn't there, that death is probably JT. So, but Team Spirit are going to immediately look to Rose. They only have level 1 low.
तुम लोगों ने क्या रखा था फर्स्ट रोशन किल को
टीम टू टेक रोज. But they have a lot of
क्या देखा था
मैंने
भी वही रखा
Swarm and a Blightstone, I think. Yeah. So this goes
Let me tell you that Roshan, he just delivered a bunch of goodies to the Radiant.
That's good.
Very good.
That happens occasionally if you're just joining us. May seem impossible.
That is a play that is reserved for TI winners.
That's true.
Team Spirit do need the Aegis.
Right. So Aegis on Toronto Tokyo as kind of the panel talked about his build. It's going to be more right-clicky. We're not really seeing the magic damage as much anymore with the old arcane blink and Yules and all that good stuff. Which means he's the one that has to be set up, which obviously Duel is kind of a nice one for him to run.
It's going to get slept here.
Yeah, slept to start things out, but there's the Duel. And it's a rich victory for Collapse. JT can take Doom off this time. Pops the BKB. It'll be a trade of sorts.
He might get denied.
Well, we'll see. He's going to the creep area. Fly. He'll finish it off with the Jikuchi. JT in the meantime. Look at this damage coming out the Mortimer's kisses. JT better be careful. He ping pulls himself. Potential safety.
नाइस रे नाइस
क्या पिक पोल चूतिया आइटम भाई ये
Double kill.
That's 2 times in one game. I've never seen it before.
This is actually the best kill we've ever seen. We've not even seen one. Now it's been
स्पैम कर दिया भाई तो दबाया नहीं स्पैम कर दिया
And that extra armor that was given to him not too long ago, really showing its worth there, I have to say. Just living on the edge yet again. All right, so IG have kind of come back with a bit of vengeance here. Still 3.5 minutes on the Aegis, though. And
the big thing in that fight, though, Yatoro died on Chaos Knight. He's dying with Midas ready, so there's like a bit of extra value lost. And just because he's such a high-level hero, when you go for this build, it does give IG a lot better way. So you're going to see this stuff here. They won't come in everything. Yeah, they do kill the base, but at what cost?
At what cost? That is true. This was a close deny onto the neutrals here, but Fly able to turn into Weaver temporarily. And you can see the instant range. The pig pull right there.
अरे इथं मी पहिलं म्हणजे पहिलंच प्रेडिक्शन हारेल.
Beautifully done.
Very nice.
It's about as close as it gets.
Indeed. I actually can't believe he didn't die to the wreck. I mean, this is a support Weaver, so no real damage to come. So it makes sense. Alright, so this is a pretty even game. Obviously with the Doom, it makes it a little bit harder to distinguish the network discrepancies, but again, Aegis still there.
ये space ना जो Morphling को चाहिए था ना space exactly that's what he's got.
Remember that Team Spirit were 3 or 4 k gold ahead, right? So you've clawed yourself back into a position where, Miposhka, no sentry down. It's gonna be fine. Just looking at the overall strengths of the lineups right now, Chaos Knight does not have that much going his way. With the overall value, let's look at, if you look at his net worth, right? He has 10k net worth.
Way to go! Radiant
physical damage
items in the inventory. Midas, very bad item for what it costs. Energy booster does nothing for what it costs except give you a bit of mana pool. So you can say, yeah, he has 10k net worth, but compared to the Morph and the Doom, their items just do more for now. This energy booster needs to be turned into something. The Midas needs more time to really pay off. So I think it's fair to say that IG are actually kind of far ahead right now in the game in this current point in time. And the only advantage Team Spirit really have is the Aegis of the Immortal that it looks like they won't find a use for unless they find a fight in the next minute.
इनको मिड टावर खोलना पड़ेगा भाई मिड टावर
बेनला घेतलं यांना काय अडचण नाही यांना तर पाहिजे बेनला
Looks like Shadowblade is on the menu for Toronto Tokyo. And Collapse has his armlet blade mail.
Will he buy the shard on right-click Shadow Fiend?
Under attack. Oh boy, we'll have to discuss that in just a moment. The potential save, but Collapse gonna get bursted. Takes the feet and the finger.
That'll kill you.
And that means Aegis will...
And
Powerman's gonna fall. It's all IG. This looks like last game, except the laning stage was way better this time for Spirit, but after this 10 to 15 minute mark, it's just IG finding the correct
just when we thought it's
completing that Lincoln sphere,
IG won't be able to recover that draft.
Map as well.
They are fucking proving
that removes the Lincoln so that they can duel. They have Reality Rift. That's it. Like there's actually nothing else that they could do it with. So this item is insane this game.
Needs to itemize a halberd or something like that for sure, but even then,
Morty, it sometimes feels like they don't even care.
Kaka opting not to dust there. Interesting. I think I don't know if he thought Miposhka time-lapsed to somewhere else, but he was right on top of him. Could have dusted and probably Earth Spike there. But
Spirit Vessel
is उसको भी नहीं मार पाएंगे, Emo को भी नहीं मार पाएंगे. Lincoln's है. Aegis gone. Low bye.
But we've talked
about before in favor of this guy. IG के favor में चला गया. Aegis भी गया, team fight भी गई, सब कुछ गया इनका.
Which is obviously very far away at this stage.
Yep.
But
did complete the vessel against
Morph,
which makes sense.
Thank you. Yeah, that's right. I literally just said
that. तू चुप कर रहे. ए पेंडुलम तू चुप कर रहे. हाँ वही मैं ए पेंडुलम तू चुप कर रहे.
अरे तो पहले लग रहा था ना स्पिरिट जीतेगी ऐसे करके.
मैंने क्या बोला था? It's way too early for you to predict it. यही बोला था तेरे को.
हाँ तो मैं वही तो बोला था ना 15-20 मिनट में पता चलेगा.
If you're tuning in for the first time, then
अभी भी वही है. अभी भी it's like not decided.
नहीं अभी IG के चांस.
Strong potential है दोनों टीम में. बहुत strong potential.
अरे एक डूम गिरेगा कुछ नहीं कर पाएंगे वो लोग.
I'm very interested to see though.
Okay. He did get lines,
but is now going for
shut down
and has the shard right now in the CK. So Chaos Bolt will create the illusion. So you get the extended range for obviously Chaos Bolt.
इसीलिए तो load है भाई. SF hitter बहुत
सारा. We'll see how that works out in the fight. But you're right. It feels like kind of not super effective yet.
भाई Miposhka ने क्या भाई कर रखा है mindfuck.
So looking over items, what has just happened? So Morph has got an Eagle Song. Oh, interesting shard on the Chaos Knight. That will make his Chaos. I'm kidding.
No,
of course
that was a little obvious.
Of course.
Good effort overall.
Of course.
Oh,
don't you worry.
The smoke from Team Spirit. See what they're able to do with this. Looks like IG.
They have no vision.
Jumps in with that BKB.
Oh, bhai! Holy shit, he's dead!
To J2 gets off his BKB and dies immediately after. So 2 good kills.
Fuel नहीं मिला लेकिन दोनों मर गए यार.
For Team Spirit there, might get a tier 2 tower. 40 seconds on Doom is pretty important here, but of course Phantasm being expended there as well might stop them from pushing. It's running out in 3 seconds, and Chaos Knight without Phantasm,
Team Spirit throw karo jao.
Not really a very good hero. Like it's.
The
cooldown on this ultimate has dropped so much. What do you think?
वही मैं भी बोल रहा ना भाई.
Throw करो बोल रहा है.
90. It's 75. I think it used to be 2 minutes. It's a lot shorter than it used to be. Kaka?
भाई इसको ही नहीं मार पा रहे. Miposhka नहीं पकड़ पा रहे.
Very nice sidestep there by Miposhka in the trees to avoid the Earth Spike. And therefore gets the lapse off and gets out.
Is also
अरे वो Emo के लिए छोड़ा
Lincoln
रहेगा.
Sphere, so he's gonna have 2 Lincolns against this duel.
Yeah, it is really good.
I mean, you have to see a halberder. Like, what else would you want to buy? You have to itemize for it, like a force staff, just something.
Yeah, I'm not sure. And I also don't know who would be buying it, right? The problem is who can expend the gold for it that will also be in a position to use it. Because Legion Commander needs a BKB. Shadow Fiend needs more damage. And Chaos Knight already bought the lens, so I don't think he wants to go the route of another utility item. So it's kind of... Yeah, I honestly don't know who I would put the item on against those Lincolns, and that just makes it feel so powerful. If we can look from an observing standpoint and feel like all of the choices are weak, then it just makes the purchase incredible.
Nice.
Very true. Lincoln's applied to JT, who's frontline.
Dagger on Doom as well.
5-man smoke for IG. And they're not going to find anybody initially, but will likely get some, I would assume, some wards placed in a good position. And what I assume is incorrect, apparently. That's going to happen. We have a counter smoke now for Team Spirit. So no, I thought you didn't listen to me. You can't correct me if you don't listen to me either. What? Doesn't make sense. Exactly. Okay, so 5-man smoke from Team Spirit. See if they're able to find anything. So Roche not going to be up for a bit, but like we said, Team Spirit definitely have the advantage in terms of killing it fast. We have both teams posturing on both sides of this cliff. JT. Yep, we have a scan come out, so Spirit are aware of IG's presence close to their triangle.
It's a pretty telegraphed move because of the vision that Spirit have themselves. That they're able to make this call, but obviously you just chill here. Both teams, they know this Roshan is super important. The early spawn has already passed, I believe, right?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
By far passed. It could spawn any second now. Both teams will be aware of that. So
Mataro continuing to spam one of the best taunts in the game.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I made a taunt tier list. This was top 10, I believe. It's quite good. The more it annoys you, the better it is.
Your top 5 taunts probably all have sound, right?
Of course. Yeah, they have to. That's a requirement.
Oh boy, Dire's middle tower is
like
under attack.
Leshrac and Tidehunter and Undying are the top 3. For sure, Syndra. No questioning that.
That force field leads me to believe that Dire
that is not a subjective opinion.
Oh, Radiant's top tower is under
Gabe
attack.
told me himself.
Oh man, what? Get up on
Talking
out of here, because Radiant just fortified their structures. Oh, Radiant's top tower is under attack.
और defensive push कर दिया लोगों ने. Moflin को भी बजा
some massive damage here, but another smoke from Team Spirit.
Oh, Radiant's top tower is under attack.
एक है already, एक और push कर दिया.
Just pumping himself up.
Very good move.
Holly covering this observer. One of these two supports is probably going to die here.
Oh, Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Ward is taken out. There's a chaos bolt on top of Kaka.
ओए बहुत बढ़िया
In the meantime, Toronto, Tokyo destroyed. Not even close.
बहुत ही बढ़िया. Like that's a fucking turnaround.
The position 1 and 2.
Got the tower.
We just haven't seen
Got the
anything really come to fruition. Shadowfiend hasn't had like a really good ult, and CK. I mean, we've talked about the itemization be a little odd, but we really haven't seen him turn it into anything yet.
That was just exceptionally dangerous movement from Toronto Tokyo, right? His Shadow Blade was out. He walked in. You got to assume that there's a ward there when you know the Weaver got stunned. You don't have linkage. You're going to blink Doom there 10 out of 10 times.
Yeah, and knowing
that's an easy punish for IG.
This is going to be Aegis Shard. They know that. Obviously, Shadowfiend is dead as well as the Snapfire ult being down is a pretty big deal.
But that actually kind of helps this.
Helping them kill Roche faster.
And that's the Lincoln's prop by Kaka gets up to stop. Nice BKB by Yataro. But that means a BKB down for this potential Roche. But
and Phantasm is gone now too.
They bought enough time for the SF to be back. But again, he spawned with less souls, so his effectiveness is going to be a little bit lower. As Yataro potentially
looking to try to take Mira is standing there.
Aegis and Cheese.
She's going to jump in.
Available for the taking. And IG's just playing it safe here. Knowing that they have the advantage.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Just suppress the attack. Oh, this will be a pretty big turnaround. They're able to get it. Slider sense from Emo getting a little bit of vision.
Oh भाई Aegis ले लिया उन्होंने.
Spirit are just going to get the Aegis and Shard for free. Very surprising.
Thank you, IG.
अबे IG ने क्यों गए बैक यार?
Thank you, IG.
बैक करना ही था. बैक करना ही था. प्रॉब्लम ये हुई कि रॉश के एचपी ज्यादा ही ड्रॉप हो गए थे. अगर हाफ एचपी भी होता तो भी अच्छा खासा फाइट पुश हो जाती. वो 25% बचा था. They could not do anything about it.
नहीं था ना.
भी नहीं था.
Start भी नहीं. I've actually never seen this before. All right.
You're audibly triggered.
No, it's not triggered. It's actually excitement. He gains 2 souls per kill with the shard. And additionally, Shadowfiend can consume 1 soul per attack to deal 190% crit. This one sounds
और वो गंदा मारता है भाई शार्ड का वो स्किल ऑन करके.
I am willing to be convinced otherwise, Sindran. I love shards, as you know.
Wonder how it works when you use the Necromastery attack out of Silver Edge.
That's, yeah, I question the same thing.
Got hexed.
Yeah, he's fast though.
Very dead.
Blown up from afar. Kaka gets another stack of finger.
He had a gem.
That would explain it.
That's a pretty big kill. And when I say pretty big, I mean very big.
Because we have an Aghanim Scepter now online for Emo.
Oh my!
So he's going to be super speedy with all his remnants. This is when I feel like Ember just gets It's really, especially with Lincoln's against his team that we've already discussed, gets really hard to kill.
And he is so good against Chaos right now. Like, all of these remnants, he's probably he's queuing up the shard, right? If he finds kills in these fights, can just keep snowballing, has so many remnants, just a passive damage as well on top of CK, all of it. This is going to add up, compound over the fight. What we're looking at for Doom.
SilverX, let's see if he uses his shard thingy there.
They found all
Oh, bhai, देखते को.
Down he goes.
See you later.
So that is dual Victor. Well, I don't know how many he's had, but he has 50 damage right now. So you do the math. Whoa! JT taken out by Yataro's Phantasm. It's like Emo's a little late to the party, but that is a really big kill for Team Spirit.
I'm actually surprised Yatoro can kill him like that with this itemization, right? He has the Shadow Blade Sanjanyasha. Those are his damage items, and the Doom does have a plate mail, but now it's full Shivas. I don't think he had that when he got jumped. But he can still kill him. That's a good sign for Team Spirit. And probably gives Yatoro some confidence that if he finds any target, he can kill them at this point. Obviously has to play around those Lincolns. It's a bit tricky. You Reality Rift maybe, and then hopefully you can get a Chaos Bolt in before they react.
I mean, the fact that Team Spirit, in terms of their 1s and 2s, are the top 2 net worths right now is insane.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And we've talked about the itemization.
Oh, great. Dire's
Maybe it's starting to pay off now, Cinderman.
Destroyed.
They take out the tier 1 tower bot. As the game turns network is relatively even right now, as the age is still 2 minutes to go. And this is their go time. So smoke on 4,
tower is under attack.
Of course, has the silver edge, so it can catch up here pretty shortly. DD spawned bottom.
Oh boy, he's gonna get it.
Yeah,
now.
they're gonna see
भाई
it.
दो गेम लेके क्यों खेल रहे हैं
In
लोग?
front of him, and he didn't. Wait, what? Okay, I don't know who to trust right now. The game says he denied it, but he has the double damage in the bottle. So who's lying right now?
That's... Illusions don't take priority over humans, just like you as a robot don't as well, Syndrome.
Wait.
Something for you to learn. Hello? Yeah, that is odd.
Did they do it the same server?
क्या हुआ तुमने देखा तुम लोगों ने?
Take and deny.
Denied आया but तब भी rule है.
I'm gonna
bottle है
trust the
उसके पास.
bottle right now.
Okay, yeah, I would think so. I mean, what? How could that be wrong? He just pops in and it's just like a puff of smoke, nothing happens.
He pops the bottle and it just says deny.
Radiant से खाली bomb का है.
Like a huge denied symbol above his head. I love that. All right, well, the Aegis is going to expire pretty soon. I'm not sure if they're going to try to poke high ground or if it's a little bit too risky for them. They will take the outpost regardless, and I mean this is when it gets really scary, when it's about like 30 seconds left and you're starting to poke IG obviously know the timing on that as well.
Radiant's middle tower
and they can truly take advantage, but we'll see. But the BD hits.
कुछ कह नहीं सकते रे, मार्क भी है रे उनके पास. अगर ये लोग ने गू नहीं खाया तो
बहुत strong है SF अब SF बहुत strong है. मॉब पकड़ा गया तो मॉब गया.
So the ultimate orb applied. There's the E-blade. Getting pressed the attack.
मलिंगा हो गया वो देख.
ये भी है ना भाई. कुछ के खाता है. ओ अल्टी गिर गया. नाइस.
गया भाई. भाई कूदा कूदा ये में कूदो. गया.
So 2 deaths in favor of IG, making it very convenient. Literally just talked about this. Very risky move.
भाई सीधी सी बात ये है कि IG know what's at stake.
Call from IG to kill the Shadow Fiend
IG को
twice.
पता है कि what's at
That's
stake.
right? A lot of teams they're like, okay, 20 seconds, guys, just wait it out. They had to get through him twice there, but they know if they don't do it, they lose the lane of barracks. It's just too scary with the double damage and all the attack speed he has. So they're coming to kill him twice. Probably has great positioning on that Fiend script. Still didn't have the Beta lens. He's going to have that next time to make it even easier.
फर्स्ट गेम में भी ऐसा ही हुआ था भाई. हम लोग खुश था जीत रहे और एक फाइट में ऐसे पलट दिया ना.
On the first spell wave for 2, huge press. Now all he knows that all he has to do on the second life is to hold, and it will be very safe if he keeps good
लेकिन
positioning.
इतना बता था अपन तेरे को ये सब देख के ना कुछ एकदम कड़क वाले मैचेस होने वाले सब.
Poshka.
OG का मत समझ.
Really taking a whip and
नहीं वो उस दिन रात को कैसे हुआ वैसा होना चाहिए खतरनाक वाला एकदम.
Wow. Did he get double damage while it got denied, and then he got chained and
अरे ऊपर छोड़ के आ गया वो.
New mechanics every day. That's the beauty of Dota. Today I learned.
We need 240
टावर चला गया ना अभी
server.
देखना रेड पिक चालू
I think you need to talk to the CSGO team about that one, Synderen.
एक मिनट में आया जरा.
ये गेम में
in their favor, but again, this feels a little bit like last game where one mistake from Emo literally cost them the game, at least from our perspective.
कौन बोल रहा है सीक्रेट का क्या हुआ?
here for IG, so I think what they might do at this time compared to last game is not take massive risk. I don't know what to say about game states like this with Doom, but I think every game we've cast in the tournament with Doom in this spot he has won. When the team is ahead minute 35 and Doom starts getting these items, the hero is just insane. And Team Spirit have to find a way to handle getting doomed or jump him. I don't think what makes Doom so crazy late game as a position 3 is when he has these items, he just demands so much attention that your other cores will get to thrive. Because you can't pretend he's not there. He's just as much of a carry as the Morpheus right now. So, pretty scary stuff for Team Spirit.
JT on the Doom has a shard as well, by the way.
Oh,
so we'll have the extra damage and stun from the Infernal Blade, as well as the ult. If people are joining us that haven't watched in a long time, like a really long time, level death. Now built into the shard, essentially.
Every hero has a new item slot called neutral item. These drop from jungle creeps and have different tiers based on what the game time is.
That's right.
Also, every hero has a Town Portal scroll slot and a backpack if you didn't play for 6 years.
And in the next patch, a ward slot.
Yep, probably. Or...
oh, JT, he's going to pop this small. Nope, not quite in range here. Fly. Gets off his Manta and is going to be pushing here. So Yataro did finish the Octarine core, by the way. So...
do you like this build this game? I have to say, I'm not completely I completely understand the reasoning and the logic behind it, because you get, I think you primarily get it, not necessarily only for the ulti cooldown, but really getting lower cooldown on Chaos Bolt when you have the shard is really nice, right? But yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure this is what they needed. Maybe they could have had a stronger power spike. Let's say he had an AC or maybe finished Silver Edge. This is, of course... yeah, it's not a super unusual build, but that doesn't mean it's good every game, right?
Yeah. But they are 1,000 away from Ags on Weaver, so that could be a turning point.
Yeah, that's big.
Radiant's top tower is under
IG is
attack.
working with a decent amount of burst damage between the E-Blade and Finger of Death, so might not even have time to use it, honestly.
They can't see it! They don't know!
So Rush, number 3.
भाई जितना जल्दी हो जाए भाई
अरे वही तो बोल they don't know भाई holy fuck now
is working on a refresher orb himself.
Okay, they do give it to Doom. I don't think that was necessarily a given.
Embers is crazy, that's true.
You get 5 extra charges of fire and then by having a refresher. It would have been crazy on either of these two, but they do value the Doom higher.
लेकिन
अपर एंड आई के पास है in a way, right? You're probably working under the assumption that this Weaver X is coming soon. You've seen his inventory for quite a while with that point boost. And having the second Doom will just give you that much more freedom to isolate and kill targets, even if they do get saved. You can do it again.
उनको बहुत मस्ती रहती है
ये करते हैं आईजी वाले ऐसे घुस के चले करते हैं स्क्रॉल करते हैं
So he's 800 away from that time lapse being able to be used on his teammates.
You might actually run into him in the bottom wave if you push him tries to go for fun. He doesn't know.
Yeah, this is a really scary point for Team Spirit. If they lose,
साले हमारे ओए हमें सपोर्ट करना है रे कमीनो
they could potentially go for some sets of
IG ने जीते ना तो 90%
पब्लिक का प्रेडिक्शन फेल हो जाएगा
अरे 90% पब्लिक हां हो गया
and that 90% includes all of us
and JT's almost done with his refresher as
everybody one of
Yeah, refresher. Oh, he could be in trouble here.
ओ भाई पहला ओ भाई ड्यूल बैठ गया
भाई ये गुस्सा वहाँ पे अच्छा डूम
ओ भाई ये आ गया
It looks like Yataro will kick and tumble, but it did cost Doom his
buyback.
Great fight from Spirit. That's basically, if they hadn't lost CK there, that would have been wonderful. But even losing him, they do get the Doom buyback.
Oh my!
The duel, and they found the line.
बन गया भाई
Weaver time lapse.
अबे वहाँ तो ज़्यादा शूट किया वहाँ की तरफ तो ज़्यादा काट
The
दूँ
duel on the absolute edge. I think he actually
साले
reached
जो
it
ना
because of
हम
Psychic
लोग
Headband. Like,
लोग
no joke,
एमएमआर
he
वाले भी
needed that
जाते हैं
too.
साले
The cast range there was really long.
हम लोग तो आगे क्लिक कर देते हैं
हम लोग जाते मैं तो उसी कोने में घुसता हूँ पहले वहाँ देखता था वहाँ छुपा होगा
Yeah,
कोने
I
में
was like,
फिर
how
किधर
did
से
he
भी
reach
जा
that one? But it was the headband. Now they're going high ground. Yeah.
Radiant's
Chaos
bottom
Knight
tower is
has
under attack.
buyback.
लास्ट गेम भी ऐसे उन्होंने बाईबैक नहीं किया
You know what I'm talking about?
It's the second Doom.
Fly taking some massive damage, but like you said, still has the
मलिंगा मार रहा है
वो बैठ गया
बट ये मरा ना
नहीं एजेस है ना एजेस है सही तो है
अरे उस पे टाइम लैप्स यूज किया डूम का कुछ हुआ ही नहीं उसको
होता है
इमो गुस्सा
अभी मरा
और बायबैक नहीं है उसके पास
And he collapses to the ground. 70 seconds on the deck, no buyback to work with. So 5
versus
4 once CK's back online.
And this entire engage, CK not using the buyback, holding on to it. They thought they could defend there with that good time lapse and press the attack, but just got overwhelmed. And remember, no, actually don't remember.
I remember. There's the CK Chaos Bolt. See the illusion come to
उसके CK का illusion ऐसे ही जा रहा है.
More Chaos Bolts to come. I mean, it's pretty annoying to deal with, but it's not really doing that much damage right now. Fly, Manta.
बेटा अभी जीत ही गई है
यार अभी कुछ नहीं
नहीं जीत गई भाई सीके का इंपैक्ट नहीं गिर रहा ना भाई अगर आईजी हो रहेगा
तो डैमेज नहीं डाल पा रहा सीबीएस के डैमेज नहीं डाल पा रहा
Yeah, it's starting to get conflict of spirit given the circumstances. Fighting into ages they're losing half a lane and one SF buyback. It could have probably been worse when your CK was dead on the lane.
मार गया चलो जीत गई
And that's 90 seconds. No buyback. 14k network lead for IG.
Do IG know he doesn't have buyback though? Is the
Reason
question.
क्या बाबा
Because now it's because of gold. He finished the silver edge
try
up
to
there.
force it at least.
I mean, Fly has his Scotty if he wants to buy it.
हाँ ये पण तरी
virtually
त्यांना माहिती थोडी असेल ना ती
when that gets delivered. So I feel like they'll be
ओ
pretty
refresher on emo भाई नहीं हाँ refresher on emo
himself and JT changed it up after the buyback, went for the Eon disc instead of refresher himself. So just wants to make sure he lives through the first
More safety against duel.
भाई लायन अगर जंप करता था ना गेम खत्म था उधर
मार्क मर गया पर
SF कैसा हाथ से बस
भाई बहुत बायबैक की क्या भाई ये भी मरा
ए थ्रो मत करना गांडू लोग
हाँ तेरी सुन तो रहे साले अबे भाई क्या कर रहे हैं ये वो
This is looking like the beginning of for one team or the other. So a lot of buyback. I mean, the kill on
भाई क्या ये छोटी वाली मेगा करके क्यों भाग रहे हैं
नहीं ठीक है SF is back in 8 seconds SF is back in 8 seconds Moblin bot back is back मरा तो गया
एक मोटी एक छोटी वरना दाली मोटी
The repeat of the last game now. They have one win condition here, one last move. It almost feels like you're 17k down.
भाई ये अभी तो बायबैक हो चुका है भाई
You killed the right enemy core.
साला अगर अभी ये मार्क पकड़ा नहीं जाना
Doesn't have
चाहिए भाई
buyback either yet. He's 200 gold
इन्हें
short.
फोन ला रहे
His
IG
inventory
वाले
is really valuable, so his hit
चल मैंने ट्रेड
is
से
expensive. And Team Spirit are trying to find, but this time around, the goal is all right, guys. Don't make the mistake you did last game. They're all missing.
Yeah.
उनके ट्वीट चालू है वे ट्वीट पर कोणा एरर आला है
So expends the rest of his money on a BKB. So okay, he didn't actually finish the Scotty. Right. Okay, so it was never actually delivered. I was surprised.
Moblin scepter भी कर सकता है बढ़िया
Come on, satanic, right?
No, he had the
तेरे को मालूम है अभिषेक मॉर्फिंग अभी ना थ्रो भी कर सकता है
just now. Since you weren't listening, so
वो तो ईवो भी कर सकता है
Did he buy anything extra than that?
I'm sure.
क्योंकि उसने बायबैक तो कर दिया है पहली स्टेप उसने पूरी कर ली है थ्रो की
Why are you lying to the viewers? You have nothing to
रिपोर्ट करो रिपोर्ट सब लोग उसको
Just trust me.
ओ भाई ये वही जा रहे भाई पकड़ लेगा भाई क्या पकड़ लेगा गुद्दी पे मारेगा
I used to have credibility.
That's true.
ये पहला लिमिटेड बायबैक होता है
उसका दिखा
ए भाई
ओ भाई कूद गया पागल साला कूद के पागल
Turns into CK. Interesting for him to get shard on more.
तीनों है भाई
CK shard. All right, Shannon, if he wants.
नहीं ये लोग इनकी टीम
With the help
साथ में नहीं थी ना भाई
of 250,000 people watching on Twitch chat.
अभी 5 लोग हैं ना अभी मस्ती करेगा ये देख इमो आया
इमो ही आएगा रे आगे
Yes, there you go. so I wasn't lying.
Thank you.
और इमो ने बायबैक नहीं किया ना, इमो का बायबैक है.
It's TI main stage and you're reading Twitch
इमो के
chat.
पास
What
है
is
ना भाई.
wrong with you?
What can I say? I'm a deviant.
मुंह में आ रखा है, बिल्कुल डर के मारे.
That's why I can't hear you.
मैं मारूंगा.
Busy looking at the kappas.
फिर वहाँ बैठ के 90 सेकंड वेट करेगा कि खत्म कर दो यार, अब चलो हम जा रहे लोअर ब्रैकेट से करेंगे.
On a level I can't even begin to explain.
Okay, think about wisdom of the crowd, right?
Yeah.
घुसा.
कौन घुसा?
इमो अपना बीकेबी ऑन सब करके घुसता है भाई.
और फिर उसके बाद कुछ भी नहीं बचता उसके बाद है.
ये रिफ्रेशर वापर लेके बीकेबी पर रिफ्रेश होता.
Wow.
आया रोश.
Does that sound believable to you?
If it's a lot of people, then you'll usually get the right answer.
Okay, they can't contest the Rosh. थोड़ी बात ये है क्योंकि वीवर के सेक्टर काम
There's a lot of garbage there too. There's a lot more garbage.
It is garbage, of course.
ये मरा अभी.
Yeah, that's true.
नहीं मरेगा भाई, इमो तो नहीं मर रहा.
Yeah, looking for. I mean, what does he have? Any
अबे इसके पास रिफ्रेशर भी है रे, एम्बर के पास अभी बहुत खतरनाक मारेगा.
Looks like he's going.
तभी तो बचा लास्ट गेम में, तभी तो बचा वो. लास्ट गैंग में तभी तो बच गया.
ये देख आईजी के 2 प्लेयर के पास टैलेंट ट्री में स्किल है थ्रो करके लास्ट. वो लेवल 20 के 5 के बाद उनको वो
लेवल 30 के बाद आता है.
ले सकते हो.
लेवल 30 होते के बाद आता है.
अच्छा है कि सीके हीरो है और ये
And that's why Aegis is so important, right? When you approach the stage of the game and you know buybacks aren't cooldown.
हाँ फिर पेला रहता फिर.
पूरा इंपैक्ट नहीं गिर रहा ना भाई.
Refresher shard and
पूरा का है भाई, किधर इम्पैक्ट किधर गिर रहा है उसका.
Who gets it? Let's see. So
नहीं रे, अगर वो एम्बर नजदीक नहीं रहा तो ये मार ही रहा ना सीके.
ate his ags already. Doom Ags is for a break mostly, and in duration, I guess it's kind of met here. Lion, you have 8 charges of Finger of Death.
अभी ये फॉर्म में आके एकदम घुस नहीं जाना चाहिए.
Am I stupid? What's happening?
वो मार्किंग का आएगा थोड़ी देर में, रुक जा.
Yeah, it's up.
The clock just didn't update. It just kept saying 0 for like 20 seconds.
Is there a hero that's more
दोनों भाई, ये
on the other
मार्किंग भी
team?
पागल है.
Or on his team?
ओ भाई ये रोश खराब
Turn
है.
it to Ember, I guess that's kind of decent double slide chains, right?
Yeah.
They are all in position. बहन जो गाड़ी हो जाएगी.
Good.
ये देख आगे.
Okay.
This is the moment, though. We can't theorycraft that. It doesn't matter if this fight breaks out and IG win it. But what if
अब आ चुक गया.
He has Active Scepter, so 20-second cooldown on that ult. So we'll be having it for this engagement regardless at some point. And it's all about second Roche. Can Team Spirit
again
hold on? Will IG extend this to game number 3?
कुतरे
And it's just essentially non-commitment, right? Firefly can hit this without taking damage
War
because he
नहीं है
has
ना,
50
उसी का भी
armor
उधर
and
आ.
lifesteal. So the rest of his team can just wait outside the pit, keep scouting the area, keep poking and prodding. See Emo just non-stop sliding.
आएंगे अभी आएंगे.
And here comes Mira's ultimate. That means Team Spirit needs to initiate it.
आईजी को मिला.
नहीं मिला है.
मिला बाबा आईजी को मिला.
रोने मिला तो पूरे. इधर मत देख रोहन तू.
अरे काय नहीं.
वहाँ पे तुम गिर गए.
अरे वो 25 का चला है.
Triple kill. Able to hold on as GG's are called. So this time for IG.
ओए कितने प्रेडिक्शन ठीक हुए?
अरे
तीन हुए.
3 मेरे हुए.
तुम्हारे कितने हुए?
They set themselves up for a really hard lane.
इसके कौन से?
They did.
मेरा पहले 3 हुए.
And they got into
Denies emo Team Spirit.
Ultimately, just
नहीं मेरा रोशन किल फिर सेकंड वाला लॉन्गेस्ट किल से ईमो और टोरंटो टोक्यो का
this
किल.
game, especially
वही तीनों.
I want to say the Empress recovery is really what.
मेरे सब सही हुए सब.
ये अमीर आदमी भाई. भाई ऐसा हो रहा है कि हम भाई क्या है यार. This is I think this is what it does. It connects you like on such a high degree ना कि भैंस की आँख साले बोले. You feel like you're sitting over there. और हम में से कितना?
अरे ये इसने इतने आग लगा दी. आगे क्या होगा बाबा सीक्रेट और ओजी में लोल.
That's like the first. अरे भाई सीक्रेट ओजी तो बहुत ही नेक्स्ट लेवल हो रहा है. पिसाब आ गया रुक जाओ इसके इतने एंथुसियाज्म के चक्कर में.
ऐसे नहीं रे, अपने को टॉक्सिक मैच देखने के मजा आता है. जैसे टीम स्पिरिट, चाइनीज पब्लिक फुल टॉक्सिक रहती ना.
टीम स्पिरिट तो टॉक्सिक है, चाइनीज है.
टीम स्पिरिट नाही, आयजी आहे ना.
आयजी आहे.
मग एक असली तरी भाई समोरचं लगेच टॉक्सिक होतं लगेच.
सुट्टा ब्रेक है क्या था?
पाणी घ्यायचं आता.
Thank you very much, Sunspan and Cinderin. All right then. IG leveling things out. So where would you guys like to start? Do you want to start with the draft? Do you want to start with all the Roche fights? I'm giving you an option here. This is the most democratic.
डायरेक्ट पहिलंच प्रेडिक्शन खोटं आलं असतं आपलं.
पहिलं नाही सगळे रे मग.
सगळं A to Z.
ना की वरचं सगळं चुकता.
वरचं आणि खालचं पण लोअर ब्रॅकेटला दुसरी टीम जाणार ना मग.
Going to get on this desk.
I like what happened in the game itself.
In the game itself, brilliant.
Yeah,
so we're going completely wide.
Yeah, do I get started? Do you want to ask a
इनके पास एक और skill है.
Well, I just like the fact that you said we'll start with the game. That. Not very specific. All right.
We talk about the draft in the context of what happened.
They have a little skill के throw है. वो level 30 है, level 25 के बाद आता है.
Stage they had a really nice momentum in the mid game, but like as it got later, the duel seemed like that was their way to start fights, and it just became harder and harder for them to do that against IG. They had Lincoln
when you don't have when you don't have buyback and you jump in, that's when it
really nice
तभी आता है ये.
got two Dooms.
You have
It just
to
like made it a lot
क्या
harder.
बोलते हैं? आपको Rambo बनना पड़ता है
I
उसके
like
लिए.
that IG drafted for the game rather than the lanes. I think
You have to be the biggest chutia in the world.
क्या?
You have to be the biggest chutia in the world to get that throw skill.
उसके बाद है ना वो चकदे का गाना लगना चाहिए. दी जाते.
I don't know. I felt like they were getting like too eager, too excited. I kept seeing like this bloodthirsty, like kill, 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 and then like what's the grand picture? And filling out those final little blocks in their plan obviously became a problem.
Can we talk about this chaos dynamic? Because it seems like there's a little bit of snobbery out there towards the old CK. And I really want you guys to talk me through why, because there are people watching TI who probably haven't played Chaos Knight and definitely haven't seen him being played in a pro match.
lower bracket से ना lower bracket से ऊपर आएगा, upper bracket में और जीत जाएगा. फिर उसके बाद वो बच्चा नहीं मिटा रहा होता लास्ट में.
अबे TI1 का टीम नावी का टीम से कौन-कौन है? डेंडी, पप्पी, आर्टस्टाइल,
लाइट ऑफ
हेवन था और आर्टस्टाइल.
डेंडी था, पप्पी था और वो था. Panic था I guess.
Against a hero like Lion, that get hard even though you're not
कैसा आएगा
illusions, you've got the AoE control, so it just
डेंडी
felt like you couldn't carry the same
Panic भी नहीं था, Panic भी नहीं था, sorry.
एक्सपर्ट था शायद.
Yeah, he's hard to
हवास पप्पी के जितना लंबा है. हवास पप्पी से भी लंबा है.
Then you have to get with reality refrains. Usually you have to buy a
नहीं,
little
TI1
bit.
में,
So it's
TI1
like
में,
you have to
TI1
plan
में,
ahead for the
TI1
fight to start for like 2 seconds.
TI1 में
And that's
देखा है,
a
मेरे को पता
giant
है.
window for pro players. Like you do not, like they're gonna see you coming doing this. I
अपन
would
तेरा क्या चल
criticize
रहा
his
है?
item
तू
build
liquid
personally.
इंजीनियर कहाँ है वो?
I think Midas
दिख
is
नहीं
a bit
रहा
of a trap on the hero. It gives you a lot of attack speed, doesn't give you much damage. And yeah, like you might have some net worth farming issues on the hero, but it's like the goal on CK where you're most effective is where you win the lane, which he's good at. He's good at winning the lane. Then you like use that big net worth advantage to like be oppressive on the map. And they didn't really do that too well. He got picked up a couple times and he started buying Aether Lens and Octarine. It's like it kind of helps the poke easier, but I
लाइट ऑफ हेवन है वो लास्ट वाला और मिड वाला कौन है पता नहीं.
लास्ट वाला लाइट ऑफ हेवन पता है.
And that might have
आर्टस्टाइल है
walked
शायद
him
से
over in the late game better.
छोटे बाल
How
वाला.
did you feel about the
हाँ वो ही
combination
उसके बहुत
with
छोटे थे.
Toronto, Tokyo,
अबे साले हवास ना पप्पी इतना लंबा था.
हाँ आर्टस्टाइल ही वो आर्टस्टाइल.
Sort of similar, I guess, in terms of like maybe not the most popular hero we've seen, but also requires a lot of setup, I would guess, because like you can break up a fight with Shadow Fiend, that's great. You can just like pick fear off, maybe you can chase down everything, but much like CK, you prefer for things to be a bit set up for you as you're coming into the engagement. And they only really had the duel, and we already know that IG had great ways to sort of like peel off or just like disengage from you. So this problem started occurring where like Team Spirit wanted to fight, and IG were just like, let's pull us back a little bit, and we'll fight on our own terms a little bit better.
ऑफिस वाले निकाल देंगे बोलेंगे काम को तू स्ट्रीम ही कर ले.
Absolutely.
Well, you're in luck, my friend. You're prepared to be satisfied because we're going to take a look at the key stats from that match.
सब खेल रहे हैं डोटा.
And as you can see, with the Toro definitely not having the impact that we would expect from him. How did
मैनेजर को सब क्वेश्चन पूछने के होने के बाद उसको भी अपने का एक साइड में लेके पूछने का. डोटा खेलता है? हाँ बोला तो हाँ चल हो गया अपना.
I think overall
क्या
it was kind
बोलेगा
of
वो काम
similar.
आज तो मेरा मैनेजर. आज तो मेरा मैनेजर.
It's also a team thing.
आज तो मेरा मैनेजर.
IG, whereas I think
तू मुझे बोलेगा मैं वही करेगा.
playing from behind felt like you had to go for that big game-winning play. I think IG were letting Emo be the one going first, and I think for Flyfly he had a much easier game because he had a lot of
शिवर तेरे हाथ में लगा के घूमते कर ऐसे बोल रहा है
very hard to play Morphin when you have
इसके गर्लफ्रेंड तो अरे वो शिवर नहीं दिख रही रे किधर गई
his two other core heroes can go, and even Kakatoa set things up for Flyfly.
And he got to go E-Blade as well, which made it easier to do these like poke fights where he could just blast somebody for a bunch of damage, and all of a sudden Team Spirit had to react. Like that's how Team Spirit lost their top Rex advantage, because it was easy to kill Shadowfiend the first time. So
yeah, and then you have like JT able to do such a good job this game because he's playing the Doom, so you get tons of gold on this heroes and offlaner. He almost doubled up, not collapsed by the end of that game. Just gives you more options, more choices, and also he just played like an absolute beast on those initiations.
Literally every single person in the studio watching that game was so into JT's Doom. What is it about Doom that makes him such a special pick and such a deadly one?
It's very satisfying. You have so much control in the game, really. One of the most controlling heroes is an offlaner in the simple sense that your team can identify, particularly in Pro Dota, right? But Pro Dota, it's like, okay, we have a condition. We need to kill this guy. How do we kill this guy? Well, he's got a Lincoln. All right, well, someone deal with that. I will blink in. I will doom him. Fight's just one. And, you know, charge after them and the chase down.
Yeah. I would also add, I feel like this patch right now, timings are so important, and Doom, you hit this timing really early on with BKB, and nobody has the answer. The enemy carry, you beat BKBs with physical damage, and you get it so early that those carries don't normally have the items to actually burst through BKB. So BKB Blink Doom in the mid game is just like the king of anything.
Should we
talk about Roshan? And Spirit's approach to Roshan, because the second Roche fight that we saw, it looked like it was IG's to win. And then the disrespect from Spirit, it seems like to be now the signature move of Spirit is exemplified by that second Roche fight. There is absolutely no respect being shown to the opponents of Team Spirit, is there?
Yeah, Team Spirit did a good job in that sense. Like, they were willing to go in Roche, and that's the reason they won the first game as well. They were willing to go do something, force a fight, basically. I think some of it is also partially IG's heroes. If their support duos like Line and Bane, they have to kind of sit back. They didn't have, like, big overwhelming team fight like you maybe expect a Ravage or, like, a Mars ulti. So it's, like, pretty easy for them to just put all their minus armor heroes in the pit and just, like, hit it really fast. And, like, if they grab the Aegis in that last fight, maybe it's a different outcome, but they didn't get it in that last fight. But it did work earlier, so it's good to see them taking those risks.
I think it was smart of IG to back off there. As much as it looked like they gave them a free Roche, they don't have any vision scouting heroes, and there was this Snapfire just sitting on the other side of the pit getting ready to kind of make that jump in a Roche. And if they get caught in the pit, that's how they lose the game. So while it was bad they gave Spirit for Roche, it was the safe play.
And then in the final Roche fight, it was Spirit getting caught in the pit when they tried to engage. Do you think the reason they engaged was because they didn't have any other choice, Trent?
Yeah, for sure. It's just, again, they're gambling, right? They've been gambling, they've been winning, for sure. Especially game one, even parts of game two. Finally they lost, but it's, again, it's like they knew they had to. Right? It's your only chance to win the game.
So now it's level.
Best of one.
How are we feeling about this third final game? Do we think IG are now firmly feeling comfortable? They put the boys from Eastern Europe in their place, and now they're ready to dominate?
I would say yes, because this is like one of those series where you can look at multiple games and you're like, oh, IG played better in all three. Like with the exception of the laning stage in the previous match, IG consistently seemed like the better team. So I think they should feel confident going into game 3. Maybe Team Spirit just has to be slightly more careful with how they win their match, but I think they'll have a good shot.
I'm in the IG camp, but I think Spirit have definitely impressed me. I came in but even that game, we saw something different from Spirit. I thought they were going to be this team that stuck with, you know, picking the same offlaners, the Tide, the Mars, picking the same mid lanes they've been doing, but they really went a different direction with that draft. So to me, there's at least some potential.
We need a strong talking to for Team Spirit, right? We got to get to Maposhka. I think Maposhka played very well both games. Unfortunately, had some issues dying a bit in the game 2, but again, risk. You know, he's going deep with the gem and stuff. But I feel like he's got to kind of bring them together, discuss like the plan, get everyone on the same page. And they can definitely do this. They bounce back, right? They have experience doing that in the group stage, which is a huge thing to have at this point. But straight up looking better.
The Weaver pick then that we saw on the post, we're seeing Weaver being played everywhere, but currently at TI, at least in the group stage, it seemed like he was mostly being played position 1. So I'm curious, do you think that actually the intent was always playing position 5 in that match?
Definitely not. No, I mean, that's, as you said, that's the whole point, right? We want that flexibility to be there. So 5 is probably the least likely one that you're going to get, but when you can get that Aghanim Scepter, you saw the big save plays coming out there.
All right, then, here we go. The teams are coming out. This is it. Whoever wins this remains in the upper bracket. The other team will be sent down to the lower bracket and will be fighting for their survival. But what are we going to see from these teams? Are we going to see Spirit being a little bit more careful, bringing back some of that control they have been said to have in the past? And IG just going to maybe even take a leaf out of Spirit's book and go flashy and firm and say, no, we're still the top seed in this tournament.
I expect that to be the same thing. I think what I'd like to see Spirit pivot with is put Collapse on like a more traditional teamfight hero. Legion has this like initiator or defensive playstyle. You either save one of your allies that gets gone on, or you have to like blink duel a guy. And that is part of the reason that he got doubled up on net worth by JT, because Doom continues hitting creeps. If you're playing Legion Commander, it's not really the same. If you show anywhere hitting on a creep wave, then they know you're not about to duel you on the map. So I think a more traditional hero would allow him to play his strengths a bit better.
I think they could also maybe consider some of these hard lockdown heroes. Yeah, they had the Jewel, but neither of their supports had like reliable hard lockdown, which is what Kaka, every single game you're going to see Kaka online. I think they either need to ban the line or take it for themselves, or take something similar with like an instant stun, because when they don't have that instant hard disable, Emo has such an easy game. He's playing an Ember Spirit, he died once the entire game, and it's because of the heroes that Spirit have.
Who are you banning if you're Team Spirit?
I mean, I say Lion. I actually completely agree. I feel like other teams went to that in their first phase, and I think Kaka's just way too comfortable, and it gives them so many options as fights start.
You know what? If you have just tuned in, we do want to remind you of something that happened in the first game of Ti10, and it involved Yatoro, a Morphling, and a Rampage. So to make things official, switching from Yatoro's pink hair to a reminder of who else has achieved this feat. I imagine you remember every single one of these rampages, guys. Just because you've done a lot of TIs, okay?
Match IDs,
secret game time. ऐसा team secret का fan हो गया जहाँ secret दिखेगा ना भाई ये secret team secret.
Does anyone remember these?
Secret
also, just looking, we 3 of these players obviously are here at Ti10. Right, we've obviously got Topson, memorably, versus Liquid. Arme is now, well, still playing for PSG LGG. It's the poster boy for that team. It will be playing tomorrow in the upper bracket. Do you think we're going to see even more Rampages purged?
I mean, the fact that this is the only 5 at TI is like mind-blowing to me. When somebody said that stat earlier, oh, that was the 5th Rampage ever on main stage TI, I could not believe it. But maybe some of it is that like teams are like ready to GG. They don't, I don't know, it's like maybe the games are like cleaner. There's like less messing around.
तुम्हारी बातें नहीं समझे तुम यार जल्दी गेम में जाओ वो ड्राफ्ट दिखाओ.
Yeah, probably. Maybe one more.
Another one from Topson maybe later on today?
Less likely than Sumail. I think Sumail's a better chance, like 2-1 chance that he gets it over Topson.
So he has more Aegises than Rampages in TI. That's impressive.
Yatori's in good company. 3 of those players are TI winners, so, you know, not saying he's going to win TI, but at least you're in a group of 5 players who are some of the best who's played at TI.
Who would you like to see Yatoro play in this Burn final game?
Terrorblade if it's there, but I don't think it's going to be there.
Yeah, I think it's very draft dependent. I don't think there's like a you want him on this hero because he's played 12 heroes in the group stage, so he is very flexible. And I think the carry pick and carry role, you have to be able to react and wait till you see what comes in the draft to see what fits the game. So I don't think there's like a you want to see him on this hero kind of factor for Spirit.
And what about Collapse? Because it does seem like the synergy between their position 1 and position 3 is crucial. I mean, that's the same for all of Dota. It's a team game, isn't it? But given that we're probably not going to get to see him play Mars, who would you like to see him play post?
Tide is easily his number 2. He played very well in the group stage on it. Teamfight ulti can farm aggressively. Maybe something a little bit out of left field, your Timbersaw type of heroes, I could see him doing well on that. May not fit the draft of the meta, but something like that. Something that can be high action. He can push his limits. He's a very talented player. I think he can fight against the best, and so give him something like that.
Yeah, I think even though they lost game 2, I don't want them to abandon this idea of just like aggression. And I feel like Tide, obviously Tide is very good, and they had a massive success streak at the end of the group stage using the Tide Hunter, but I kind of want them to like hold on to this idea of just like the confidence they seem to have in this game and try and go for like that Night Stalker. I feel like that could really suit how well they're playing right now, kind of make up for some of the issues they're having in terms of like the vision game, and really give you like full playmaking opportunities throughout the entire match.
Why? Why does it suit the playstyle you want to see them play?
because you gotta throw off these better teams a little bit. You gotta be willing to push things when perhaps they're not expecting it. I think that's why they're finding some success. Why this isn't just a 2-0 wash right now. And Tidehunter, it's much easier to punish because you have this massive long cooldown to deal with. Night Stalker has its own issues because of like the day and the night cycle, but it is still a little bit easier to work with, I would say.
Do you agree, Gods?
Yeah, and I would add on to that, like the majority of the time I feel like when underdog teams cause upsets, it's because they play super aggressive. Very rarely do you see an underdog team win a series against, a more experienced or a stronger team on paper by playing passive, by playing safe and trying to play late game.
All right. Purge.
Yeah, that's exactly true. Because if you play like passively, they're going to get in their comfort zones, going to do the things they're used to. If you put them on the back foot, you get aggressive. Even if some of your goes are kind of weak, I really agree with what you said about vision. You need vision to make some of those aggressive dives, because some of the times those plays you're doing that are aggressive all the time, you're not going to see the heroes sitting behind them. So some of the times they will be sitting with 4-man. They're going to turn on you when you do go on them. So having extra vision from a Night Stalker would be a great way to give them the ability to make better decisions.
And given that Spirit were able to dominate the laning phase in that last game but still lose the game itself, do you think that we're going to see them maybe have a slightly different focus in their draft that's shortly coming up?
Is IG's focus going to be different as a result of the last one?
I think Spirits.
Spirits? I just think the offlane is the thing they might want to swap. I love that they went for the Legion. It sort of almost worked. Maybe do it again if there's not a Bane in the game. But other than that, I'd like to see them pivot back to more typical initiating teamfight sort of hero on collapse, so they can be aggressive and scale a little bit better.
Do you want to see Night Stalker?
Night Stalker, I think, has good potential, yeah. Generally, he plays more like stun-type heroes for lockdown, but because Night Stalker requires a little bit more coordination. Like, he'll jump in and disrupt enemy teamfights, certainly, but he doesn't really, like, set up your team. It's more like lock out the supports from the fight while your team gets the rest of them, and that maybe isn't quite what he typically does in a game. But it could work.
Is it bad for me to say that I want to see Underlord, and I know we're not going to? But I'm holding out for some point in the race.
Not necessarily true.
Really?
Some tools. Yes, every hero in Dota is broken in some way, even the ones that we haven't picked yet. All right.
That I'm always attracted to the broken ones. That's what it is, boys. Do you know what?
Talent.
We're just about ready to get into the draft. Who is
साला
going
मेरे को मिला नहीं
to
यार.
take this series? Let's soon find
क्या?
out.
Fogged का. उसका मेरे को सिर्फ ऑटोग्राफ मिल गया साला, उसका वो नहीं मिला, वॉइस कमांड नहीं मिला.
Team Spirits turn to ban.
साला धोखा दीजिए मेरे को क्या?
Third draft. I'm gonna ask my wonderful co-panelist.
वे साला, बाकी साला मेरी जिंदगी में सारे बग रखे हो क्या?
Panel touched on it earlier is that
ये देख तपन आ गया देख.
this is a hero I think they want to get their hands on, and they banned
तपन
it in
शाउट
the
आउट
first
देना
game,
रे, तपन शाउट आउट देना.
but I think in the third
शाउट आउट देना.
तपन बोल रहा है अभी मेरी तो टीम आ नहीं पाई पर क्या अभी.
हेलो भूषण, सेंड मी लिंक फॉर इनवाइट. भाई आप टीआई में कब खेलेगा? भाई मैं क्यों खेलूं टीआई में, अपना औकात नहीं होता.
ये चाय पीता है उसे टीआई बोल देता है ये.
भूषण तारू, ए बाबा इसको बुलाओ कि नहीं बाबा, इधर आके माइंड फक करेगा वो.
अरे माइंड फक चालू है.
अभी भी माइंड फक ही चालू है तपन सबका. लोड मत ले.
play against him.
ये देख टाइनी लेके देख अभी. टाइनी. Come on, come on. Come on.
भूषण तारू किधर गया? भूषण तारू.
Come on, Tiny.
अरे ये क्या लिंक आ गया दूसरा? ये नहीं.
Also feels the same way.
हे तू हे बघितलं ना रोने?
काय रे?
पासोलला हिंदी
कॉमेंट. टाइनी आला मग फायटर टाइनी आला. मला वाटलं होतं.
ए हिंदी में बोलो रे बाबा.
अरे मैं बोल रहा था ना टाइनी आएगा.
हाँ वो मेरे को समझता बाबा, लेकिन इसको नहीं समझेगा ना, बाकी लोग है इधर तो.
अरे पर तूने वो देखा क्या? पासोल को इसमें लिया है हिंदी कमेंट्री में.
हाँ वो देखा कब का मैंने.
ये है कि
एक्सकैलिबर यही ना, रम्या ही है ना.
हाँ एक्सकैलिबर वही है. उसका नाम बदल दे.
फिनिक्स कॉम्बो ले रही है अभी आईजी वाले.
Hello, my son.
You fucking piece of shit, Rohan. Why don't you suck my dick?
नुबड़े, किक करूँगा तेरे को इधर से.
रोहन को तू समझता नहीं कि रोहन कुछ भी बोलता है.
अरे तो कुछ भी मत बोलना बाबा आके इधर, इसलिए मैं इनवाइट नहीं कर रहा था तेरे को.
रोहन को ब्लेम करना, मुझे क्यों ब्लेम कर रहा है हमेशा?
तपन का अलग से वाइट फॉग हो गया अभी
ए चुपचाप मैच देखो रे
बॉयज हो गया क्या चालू
मेरा टीम का नाम क्या होगा मतलब मैं खेलूंगा तो मेरी टीम का नाम क्या पता नहीं यार मैं वो कभी देख किया नहीं डिसाइड नहीं किया कभी वैसा मैंने कुछ
5 seconds, Morty.
हम लोग मेरे जो मुंबई के फ्रेंड्स वगैरह थे उनसे हमारा टीम था तब ऐसे T3 नाम रखा था और उसका मैं मीनिंग पूरा भूल गया अभी याद नहीं है मेरे को और D2 में खेलता था ना तब मैं IR करके लिखा था IR मतलब ईरान 2-3 जन मेरे टीम में ईरान के थे और मैं और दूसरा और एक बंदा बैंगलोर का वैसे 5 जन खेल रहे थे हम लोग तो IR लिखते थे तब उसके बाद तो मैंने बंद कर दिया खेलना ही बहुत पहले लेकिन वो लक्ष्मी चिट फंड लक्ष्मी चिट फंड सही सही
Always very nice. So
क्या लगता है भाई
I think
इसमें
it's
कौन
just an
जीतेगा
overall. It's mostly about the purgeability against the Phoenix and the BKB ability to tank the Sun Ray.
Yeah. And the attack speed, of course, against Eagle is going to be great.
You really got to pick a hero. You got 10 seconds.
ये देख कैसा थ्रो करने के लिए खड़ा रह गया देखो ईमो
Big phase.
I think Spirit's just
ये
afraid
रोले
of
में
it.
ज्यादा थ्रो करेगा बोल रहे हो
किधर खड़ा हो गया ट्विच पे क्या
ये देख खड़ा है ना बीच में ये देख
भाई तू ट्विच पे देख रहा है मैं नहीं देख रहा मैं इन गेम करके रखा है
Where you got to clutch it out like that every single game.
So what is it in game 2?
तब तक बाहर देख
इन गेम बगे
What was it about
Even though they won that game, I think
Bodies
they felt it too. I think they had the idea of that we need to have more pace, but I feel like
no
the heroes
problem
that they picked
dude
were a
no
little bit
problem
outdated.
I'll see you in game
Game 2, they did fix that pace, right?
Right.
What was it about the draft you thought was lacking maybe in game 2?
I think
Draft
they
game
had
start
the
होने के
idea
बाद
that we need to have more pace, but I feel like the heroes that they picked were
इंसेनिया बोल रहा है यार ये और अटक क्यों रहा है भाई इधर
इंसिनिया
very well in its lane, and then you have these illusions that are going to fight for you. You don't really have to commit into the Doom. But I just feel like the hero's power level is too weak.
Yeah, they overdid it. Having both Shadow Fiend and CK
तो नहीं
in
प्यार
that
का
game
पंचनामा
was
वाला
a bit
लिक्विड
too much. Shadow Fiend was static in the
देखिए प्यार का
mid game. You
पंचनामा
can't really make that many moves, especially with the build.
प्यार का
There
पंचनामा
was no Shadow Blade early on, and that one dodge from
प्यार का
Oriflame
पंचनामा
with
देखा है
the
ना
waveform, that was
उसमें से लिक्विड होता है क्या ना तपन
top
लिक्विड
block skill, whatever you
लिक्विड
want to call it,
तपन
because there was
वाला
no
लिक्विड
sentry wards.
Yeah. So Team Spirit once again banned out the Lina. That makes me just immediately think of Leshrac. I think if you want to pick Lush though, you're most likely going to play with some sort of save, some sort of support that can keep your Leshrac alive.
So you were talking about how this is the Chinese mentality.
IG
Like,
का
you
captain
ban
कौन
me,
है
you pick
रे?
Lush. You think Spirit has adapted to that mentality now?
I think it's more
Kaka
IG
शायद
are definitely considering
वो captain है,
Leshrac as an
drafter
option
मेरे ख्याल
now.
से
Now that Lina's out of the pool. So
वो
this is
थोड़ी
something they
captain
can
है
do
बाबा।
sometimes where the opponents ban
वो
certain
captain नहीं
heroes
है।
for you. And that basically gives you another ban. So let's say I'm in
Position
IG's
5 Kaka है ना,
position,
Kaka ही
I see
captain
them
है
banning
शायद।
Lina. I'm like,
मेरे को
Leshrac
याद
has
नहीं
2
है।
counters. Lina
Kaka ही है,
and
Kaka ही
whatever other hero they consider to be good against it. Like Invoker, for example,
वो
that
अभी
was played against Lesh in the first game. Now you've opened up the door to potentially drafting Leshrac here. Whereas when both Lina and Invoker are open, that's not really a hero that you're considering.
Okay. And do you see this draft initial as a pretty decent Leshrac draft to play in?
Yeah, I think it's a pretty good Lush game.
ये वाले यूजर थ्रो वाला
You have the backup of Phoenix and Mars.
Natural BKB buyer. I mean, you can go it as your second item, and then you don't care too much about Phoenix nor the Mars spells. Something that they played against Fnatic was ET and Tiny. ET is still available for Team Spirit if they want to go that combo, removing the basic magic resistance. As you said, the ET didn't look that great in the first game when they played it, but still feels really good to have another way of stopping a team fight.
So the benefits is like, I think Mira played the ET, and he traditionally plays more of those range type of position for heroes, and I would expect him to be on the Snapfire here. So Miposhka is more of that laning dominating type player. That's the type of hero he likes. So seeing him on the ET wouldn't be too surprising. Though I do think the Phoenix is one of the better heroes at dealing with it because you just slow down the attack speed so much and he can't really fight.
I like your point because Miposhka back in the day was the biggest enchanter spammer I've ever seen. He used to just run that hero every single time.
Yeah.
What other heroes could we see that are lane dominators that you think would fit into his hero? Come to mind.
I mean, Bane was one of the ones I was thinking about, but many of the traditional like position 5s for CIS,
like
or sorry, the Eastern European Yeah, Disruptor, absolutely.
Yeah.
Doesn't really fit the game here, I would say.
Okay.
I'm not actually sure. I think it might just be the Snapfire 5 to match it up into the Phoenix.
Or they could just swap the lanes and play Snapfire position 5 from the safe lane.
Right,
Match it up against Phoenix potentially.
We've seen Bane.
मेरे को लग रहा है इस बार साला Word Spirit ना भागे.
I feel like it's been picked every game.
Go on.
What do you see the strength of this pick here?
Emo.
I feel the hero is just not picked enough. I expected this hero to be like super highly contested in the group stage, picked or banned every single time he is the lane dominator. You have this small budget save built in, and also BKB ability. You necessarily need to get a 5-second duration grip, sometimes a second or a 2 during the BKB. As we've seen in the game number 1, was pretty clutch. So yeah, the positioning is key. I think he's very similar to Oracle in terms of positioning, where you take like 200 range ahead and then you straight up die.
Oh, interesting. There's a lane dominator that we haven't seen in a long time, which is the CM, and a classic combo with the Juggernaut. Is this pocket strat we might be seeing here?
I think it's a response to the Phoenix Mars. I was thinking personally, PL I know is one of Yatoro's better heroes. So I was considering PL when I saw the Bane, but they go with the Juggernaut. It's great against the Mars and Phoenix in lane. Now they have kill potential during the level 1. I think especially level 1 Phoenix now needs to be extremely careful because you have the Nova into the spin and you can zone them out. And Crystal Maiden overall fits pretty well with the other heroes. And I know AUI thinks this hero is very, very strong right now, so he was surprised we haven't seen it more.
Are you afraid at all of the Fiend gripping the Juggernaut while he's spinning and stopping him completely?
It's one of the threats that they need to consider, but I think with how Juggernaut usually plays nowadays, you have both the Ags and you have the Omni Slash to get around, and you have the Healing Ward, right? So if the Healing Ward's alive and you get Fiend Grip, you're most likely going to be able to tank through it.
Here we see Storm. That was a pick they've actually banned as respect ban multiple times for Emo. Tell me a bit about the strength about Emo and this hero Lacoste.
Yeah, Emo's Storm Spirit is legendary pretty much. You know, he, like comparing him to some other Storm Spirit players, I think the farming patterns in general for Storm Spirits got better. We see this like newer type of a build with the Soul Ring as well, where you like fall farm the small cannons. Very important to try to block it, and then you pick up the 3-minute rune, come back, kill the small camp again, come to your lane. Storm Spirit comes online very quickly. There are not too many counters in this game. There is a bite coming out from the Crystal Maiden. For the rest, he should be okay if he has enough mana. Try to dodge the other spells, and Juggernaut doesn't feel comfortable playing into Storm Spirit.
More than PA, they'll go for...
or do you think it's still an open flex?
PL.
I think there's potential to run the Snapfire 3 and Tiny 4.
Oh.
It doesn't really strike me as something that I would imagine Team Spirit does very often, but it could be a good way to answer like, the problems of laning against Bane, because you get a much stronger hero in the lane there.
Could you Tiny 3 here? Potentially?
Yeah, you could.
I think you could Tiny 3, but I think against Bane a lot of the time, like...
Team Spirit silencer.
I'm not sure. Actually, yeah, you could. I don't dislike it. The more I think about it, it just feels a bit weird in the current meta of like how Tiny's build, with the item build that Tiny likes to go for.
Because Collapse has done it in the past, Tiny 3.
Yeah, no, I can see it.
And you have mana, that's what's important. Tiny consumes a lot of mana when he's played either as a position 4 or a position 3. And this time around you have Crystal Maiden, so that's going to help out quite a lot.
Banned out. That's a Night Stalker, right?
Yeah, I feel things that it's going to be position 4 Tiny, banning out Night Stalker and Lycan.
4 or 2 Tiny, right? And they're banning partners.
Yeah.
Yes,
could be even.
Exactly. What heroes we were talking about the bans that they got to protect Leshrac, but it also protects the Storm in the same way. Is there any other hero you're thinking about right now? Like, okay.
Yeah, he's already earned that skill. Emo वाला skill earn कर चुका है ये real life में भी earn कर चुका है.
Like Virtus Pro, when they play Storm Spirit, Queen of Pain is the one ban that they get rid of. Puck is the other one. Like these are the bans that they protect the Storm Spirit pick with. So yeah, Team Spirit, the leash mechanic. I don't think I've seen a single game from the games that have been casted throughout the group stage. Puck was not picked at all. It was banned out. Always against the Storm Spirit, but never picked.
I think it's a good game for
and I think
PL.
Puck is good with
Manta के बाद he can easily go
now with how Storms can buy Kaya Song.
PL क्यों लेंगे भाई? PL को ठोकेगा ना वो Tiny और Juggernaut.
Tank through it, and I think between the Nightmare Sleep and the Phoenix,
game खत्म कर देंगे. बहुत aggressive है.
चलो भाई इन गेम चलते हैं.
It's very hard for Spirit to kill the Puck. They did buff the Bane Phoenix
अबे यार
last time
साला
for IG, sorry, yeah. Killing the Puck for IG is going to be difficult in this game. And I think like now it's really up to the Bane, right? You got to grip either the Puck or the Juggernaut. So I think that might be something that's tricky for them. Spectre Storm is a very, very strong combo. So Storm Spirit, generally speaking, wants to find the right target and jump them. So one of the hardest things of your game is you need to have vision of the backlines. So with Spectre is very easy. You press one button and your Storm Spirit
Spec और Storm का बहुत भारी combo होगा. कल मैं खेल रहा था ना, तो मेरी टीम में Spec और ये था 12 चार लगा के जाता था और Spec उधर shadow step करके पहुंच जाती थी. बहुत ऐसे इतने लोग को मारा ना.
What about IG for Team Spirit? Team Spirit, this is going to be a position 3 Tiny, which can scale, as you mentioned. No real stuns silences for Puck, so that's going to be a bit problematic for Invictus Gaming and Toronto Tokyo. Help from Crystal made him could completely pop off on this Puck.
Before we get into the game, we got to hear a last word from BSJ, so he can guide us as to what we should be looking for in this game number 3 between Team Spirit and IG.
Thank you, Avo. In this game, we have a bit of a contrast from game 1, where this time around, Team Spirit is going to be the low cooldown, constantly running.
नहीं होगा अभी. ए इन गेम चालू हुआ ना, prediction तब बोलो.
Both teams have backline range, squishy supports who are going to have crucial impact in the team fights. You have damage coming out from the Snapfire and Crystal Maiden for Team Spirit. And you have the AoE control from the Phoenix and the single target control from the Bane on the side of IG. And the question is, which team's assassins, the Tiny as well as the Puck on the side of Team Spirit, or the Storm Spirit and the Spectre on the side of IG, is going to find these crucial but squishy backline supports. And the only way we're going to find out is if we watch Sunsfan and Cinderin. Take it away, guys.
अरे पीछे सेट मत बनाया.
Holy Jesus, that was quite the crowd noise. BSJ very well improved. Good job, my friend.
अरे वो क्राउड का वॉइस कैसा खतरनाक बढ़ा के कर दिया था.
जिस पेकी का चेहरा है ना, फीमेल एनाकोंडा की तरह दिखता है.
अभी प्लेयर विद लॉन्गेस्ट हु गेट्स लॉन्गेस्ट स्ट्रीक. ओ भाई ये तो यार बहुत मुश्किल है. टाइनी अरे टाइनी नहीं तो स्पेक इमो देखो या तो रो भी हो सकता है, या तो रो भी हो सकता है. मैं सोच रहा हूं या तो रो को रखूं मैं.
टॉप मिड है क्या?
मैं इमो कर दिया. Team with the first Roshan kill.
IG. Sorry, Team Spirit.
Spirit.
अरे पक मिड है, टाइनी ऑफ लेन.
Player with the most kill at 10 minutes. Player with the most kill at 10 minutes.
नहीं.
अरे spin combo रहता है यार.
हाँ ठीक है. मैं टाइनी भी हो सकता है यार, कुछ कह नहीं सकते. ठीक है, जगरनॉट का रखेंगे. पक नहीं रहेगा, पक कैसे रहेगा? टोटल नंबर 10 मिनट पक नहीं रहेगा. ये जगरनॉट को पहला ही मिल गया. टोटल नंबर ऑफ किल्स बिफोर 25 मिनट्स 16 प्लस.
एक ही मार पाएगा, बाकी ये लोग करेंगे.
अबे नंबर ऑफ टावर्स किल बिफोर 25 मिनट्स
0 to 5 रखा.
0 to 5 रखूंगा मैं भी.
नहीं हो सकता.
नहीं मैं 6 to 10 रखता हूँ यार, वो जरा अच्छा रहेगा.
6 to 10 रखना भाई.
6 to 10
versus the long ones from IG. And for sure, it's all about execution, which IG.
क्योंकि 25 मिनट में होगा शायद.
IG को 3 रूम मिले थे.
They were top of their groups, along with LGD and the opposing one.
जगरनॉट को मिला ना पहला किल दिया.
Pक्का मिला. Extended to a game 3 here by Team Spirit.
I feel like when I look at this Spirit lineup,
कोई बात नहीं, तो एक किल से वो डिसाइड किया जाएगा ना.
some strategies that Virtus Pro
10 मिनट है ना भाई.
with success with this Juggernaut carry.
बात ये है कि उसके पास कॉम्बो और मिलेंगे भाई. जगरनॉट और CM है.
वो कॉम्बो वाला हिसाब रहता है.
You try to get the first Roshan and then you look to maybe even go high ground.
अरे भाई बट ये पक के सामने इमो भी तो है.
In particular,
इमो नहीं, वो अबे आधे 10 मिनट तक तो वो लोग नहीं जाने करने वाले इधर उधर.
10 मिनट तक इतना इम्पैक्ट नहीं रहेगा ना. इसके पास कोई आइटम होंगे 10 मिनट में ना इसके बाद. पर उन दोनों के पास सिंपल सी कॉम्बो है.
कॉम्बो करके अभी क्लिक कर रहे हैं.
वो फायदा उठाएंगे.
do well early on, we think we can bridge the gap to a late game and then ultimately just overpower them with, you know, arguably by many considered the single best late game support in the whole game. Phoenix, played by Kaka, position 4, and then you have Storm Spec going late. You've got to feel pretty confident if you don't get crushed in the first 20 minutes here, right?
Yeah, I mean, this has kind of been the wombo combo, if you want to call it that, for this last year, is the Mars Arena giving, you know,
especially without the BKBs coming online, enough space for that egg to actually go off, and then eventually you probably will see Storm Ags in combination with that. They just have a lot of spells that work in tandem together, and then obviously Bane has been picked literally every game this
Player with
series.
longer skill trick में मैं सोच रहा spec को लगाऊं लेकिन अभी यार
every game so far. So according to
क्या लगाया
statistics, it's in the bag for IG.
Okay, well, we'll have to wait and see.
Well, if there's one thing Dota loves, it's in the bag. Every hero has a voice line for predicting victory.
Skywrath has 10 that they forgot to actually split up into separate ones, and is now just one elongated.
Whoa, how is Emo destroying mid this hard? I just realized.
We're watching Kaka get slowly chased down by Maposhka. This is one of the longest chases of all time. He has 5 mangoes. Yep. And there we go, another kill going away Team Spirit. So yeah, mid lane 17-1 to 10-0.
This is not that Storm favorite of a lane. Emo's just outplaying here. Toronto, Tokyo by a decent amount in the first few waves. Good news if you're an IG fan. Getting Emo off to a good start. We've covered this in the last couple of games.
Yeah, and
he is exceptionally good on Storm. But like we talked again previously, he has also had a couple of like slightly, I don't know if you want to call them facepalm moments during, I think it was one of our games we cast where Emo just went way too crazy on Storm. I think they ended up winning anyway. But he is prone to a little bit of over-aggression.
अबे Evo की last hit देखिए 23.
Decent damage on
तो बहुत own कर रहा है भाई मिड पे वो
3 मिनट में
सब में ले रहा ना वो और small cap भी ले रहेगा उसको.
Just kind of overconfidence from Emo.
भाई वो वैसे भी ये बहुत सही खेलता है.
Talking about Toronto Tokyo's puck is really freaking good. We've cast a lot of his. Some of them were pre-nerf, right? It's been nerfed since then, so that's true.
दोनों का almost even जितना ही ज़्यादा आगे पीछे नहीं है 21-20.
So good. So interested to see if Toronto Tokyo does it. But we saw game 1 where he's pushing with Invoker. He does a lot of that with puck, especially if he's behind. So we'll see.
Kind of a dangerous split push game though against Spectre Storm Bane. It's not going to be easy.
That's true.
This time around to do that. One of the big upsides to Bane that I think is underappreciated maybe sometimes. Everyone is very much focused around the the laning. Oh, hang on, he might actually die here.
Oh भाई मार दिया.
Down goes Ollie. Scatterblast was enough.
Team Spirit मार
people consider so strong about Bane is the
laning.
laning. He's just
बहुत
crushed
strong
full HP there. He's facing a
really
powerful
सारा lockdown.
ये लोग का IG का ulti dependent बहुत है heroes. Mars है, Phoenix है,
usually brings to the table. It's the
Bane है, Spec है,
it's the grip, but also just the ability to.
एक बार level 6 होने के बाद फिर वो लोग rotate करना चालू कर देंगे.
Really need to show mid lane.
अब तक जरा आराम से खेलेंगे ऐसा लग रहा है मेरे को.
Sit in a tree line and wait for someone to go for the play we just talked about, where puck starts cutting waves. And find a good pick that way.
And looking at Fly CS right now, he is sitting on 18-2 versus the 21-6 Juggernaut, so relatively even across the position ones at least. But mid lane still being dominated right now by Emo. A 10 CS lead at 4.5 minutes is...
That's substantial.
It is. Toronto Tokyo is still getting pretty good farm. Like, this is probably normal farm. It's just Emo getting literally every last hit, it feels like.
Toronto Tokyo is still ahead on net worth, but that's because he got first blood.
Yeah,
so
true.
Obviously, even with first blood in this mid lane, he was still... I don't know if I want to call it losing to Emo here, but Emo is definitely still having a great time. So, very well done by him.
Now we're going to see another Ava into the toss, back into Mira.
Hey,
does not connect.
Not a good cook
here, Mira will fall as a result of this. Ollie takes a little residual damage from collapse in the meantime, but they'll have to just cut their losses.
Oh, Radiant's top tower is under attack.
ए तपन पहले तो डिसाइड कर ले टीम स्पिरिट का अच्छा फाइट भी जाएगा तो चेयर तब भी IG को करेगा आई समझ में we don't care
there's going to be the first coil of the game is going to be broken immediately into the waning rift.
But yeah, nice.
Oh, it feels real bad.
अरे wasted भाई wasted for Toronto उधर प्रेस्टीज आ जाएगा मैडम.
It's one thing not getting the kill, but it's the time, right? Yeah. Storm is now 20 CS ahead, pushing that tower.
Oh भाई Spec
Looks like he's actually going to live. Spectre, one of the tankier position ones in the game.
Definitely major upside against a lane like this that is so burst oriented.
साला मेरे को लोड क्या आ रहा है पता है टाइनी है जगरनॉट भी है और पक भी है तीन ऐसे कोर खतरनाक
है कि इनके पास हीरोज बहुत टैंक है स्पेक्टर इतनी जल्दी nobody puts down Spectre इसमें तो पता ही है.
ओ भाई टास्क करके शुरू मारा मस्त मारा.
4-1 advantage for Team Spirit, so game 2 starting off kind of similarly. in terms of the kills, but it's really the mid lane that's the story right now.
अरे मेरा चाइना वाला पॉडकास्ट चालू हो गया वो चाइनीज भाषा में बोल रहे हो कैसे बदलने का वो
अरे राइट साइड पे एक एरो है ना वो ओवर राइट कैमरा वाला उसके बाद में वाईफाई हॉटस्पॉट जैसा सिंबल है उस पे क्लिक कर
Good start. I think both Storm and Spectre are feeling pretty good about this, right? Fly has a kill, and 30 CS, and Emo must be... You know, you have like a mental checklist for what's good farm. Having 10 CS per minute, minute 7 a Storm, I'm pretty happy with that. It's not going to get... Like, how can you get more than this, theoretically, apart from having a guy stacking all your camps? He's basically got everything he can. So,
no, that's very true. Looks like collapses. We're going to see the coil in the mid lane. Mira kind of coming in the vicinity here, but Ollie is TP'd as well. Toronto Tokyo trying to get the hourglass is going to be enough. Toronto Tokyo takes out Emo.
मेरे को लगा बक मर जाएगा अभी.
But there's not going to be a whole lot of damage between this Bane and Ollie. He's completely surrounded here. A couple of right clicks and
double kill. अरे भाई घर में पक किया है मैंने shit.
Doing very well.
Oh, Radiant's top tower is under
I love
attack.
the way that Toronto Tokyo used the silence there. He was very patient. He saw the Bane TP coming.
और एक मरने वाला.
That's Cookie on the creep.
It's
not a triple kill, but we call it right. Hawk comes in.
मर गया
First of the game, they're going to try to go for Toronto Tokyo. The zip is from Emo. He wants to looks like Toronto Tokyo.
भाई बहुत बढ़िया किल मिला रे.
Might be next on the list. Gets off the frostbite. And Emo not with a ton of mana left, but Fly will be trying to pursue. In fact, Emo might be in trouble here. Jitaro's made a transition. It doesn't look like the cookie connects, so away Emo goes.
Well, Fly invisibility. Gets to the high ground, but he has mana for TP now. He has to get out of there immediately. Yeah, and he will make it. So, it looked like a nice kill. I really like the way they cast this kill on the Phoenix behind the tower, but of course it does compromise Puck's position just enough that Storm respawns and finds that counter kill.
Ends up getting blocked by the spear, and Emo cleans it up. Eventually, JT gets credit for that one. So nice rotations is feels like at 8.5 minutes we've had a trade of tier 1 top and bottom in both games, and that's not even remotely the case this time around.
Well, Spirit have done more structural damage for sure. Like have IG? Okay, IG have hit a tower. They've hit a little bit on mid and top, but yeah, the top tower for Spirit looking a lot healthier.
ऐसा नहीं लिखता भाई क्या मतलब?
So all in all, still very, very close early on, and you just gotta wonder what's gonna happen as soon as the first round of items comes in, right? So Storm is queuing up the Orchid. Puck is going Roots of Travel, it looks like, here, Toronto Tokyo. Not too uncommon, but also a little bit risky sometimes, especially playing against a hero like Storm who wants to go Orchid. Yeah. You're not gonna be like that step ahead where you already have the ULs when the Orchid comes out, so you are a little bit exposed that way. But
I mean, he's definitely made it work in many games that we've casted him in the past, so see if that comes to be again.
दूसरे में क्या रखा है
तूने? Like you said.
Player who gets longer skill streak.
Toronto Tokyo is about to hit level 9 here. Has his coil available.
You're welcome.
Trying to bait a bit.
हाँ तो वो क्या रखा है तूने?
Coil from afar. Into the ult from Snapfire. Avalanche to follow. Ollie's in the vicinity. He gets off the Nightmare, but looks like JT's gonna barely tick out there. They expend a lot. TP support from IG. They're gonna try to go for this tier 1 top as well. They're going to be stopped in their tracks for now. Toronto Tokyo picks up a double damage rune, was not denied by an illusion this time. And Yutaro.
It's kind of incredible to find an angle for that spear to not land on the tree.
Yeah, that was a small window. Well, I think one tree was missing at that time as well.
Yeah, the one in between them at the back, but still, even then, it's a pretty narrow window there.
And it looks like IG's going to defend here. They will be successful. But yeah, Yutaro is farming really well, actually. I mean, Spectre's one of those heroes that farms a little bit slower, at least at the beginning stages, than Jug. But they're basically on the same footing right now. But yeah, it will be Aghanim Scepter for Fly eventually.
Like and subscribe करा हुए.
He will not be
like, share and subscribe के लिए बोल रहा है कि end डाल मिडल.
Collapse. Gonna get the avalanche into the cookie, into the toss as well. Scatter off there. See another coil expended for JP. Gets off his ult.
डाल देता हूँ लाइफ फाइट ठोक रहा है अभी बढ़िया बढ़िया 20 मिनट में खत्म कर दो
60 seconds on the deck here, but gets the waning. Not sure to finish this off.
नहीं 20 मिनट में खत्म नहीं करना 40 मिनट खेल के थ्रो करके खत्म
ओ ये दोनों मरेगा दोनों मरेंगे बस भी मरेगा
साला हम लोग खेलते रहते ना तो अगर इधर सब मर जाते
अरे वो टैलेंट अपना अलग है उनका अलग है
हम लोग वो लोग का 50 एचपी भी होगा ना तो दे विल मेक अ मूव वो यूटिलाइज हो जाएगा हम लोगों का मैं जा रहा हमारा ऐसा भी होता है दे नो कि कितना डैमेज करेगा कितना ब्लॉक करेगा सब चीजें वो एनालाइज करते हैं बहुत पढ़ाई करते हैं भाई वाह यार ये लोग एक किसी गॉड के साथ ना पपी का इंटरव्यू हो रहा था ऐसी बात कर रहा था मतलब गेम खेल रहा तो वो यही बोल रहा था कह रहा पीपल से कि यू गाइस डू नथिंग बट प्ले गेम्स कहता यू हॉग योर एस फ्रॉम 9 to 5 टू अर्न शिट लाइक an amount of money. We do it for 15 fucking hours straight to do it. So there's a reason why we do it. वैसे 15-16 घंटे इन लोगों को प्रैक्टिस करने पड़ती है जो बूट कैंप जो इनके होते हैं
you know the enemy team is somewhat out of resources. Sidestep from Toronto Tokyo there to not get Fiendscript, but here is the problem. So insta cancel on that grab.
Yeah, he never omni slashes either. He's just taking too much damage. He would have got killed. Yeah.
I wonder what they're going to build.
12 मिनट को वर्स्ट टावर गया मतलब अभी लोग टावर पे वर्स्ट लो है मेरे को लगा कि टाइम
में लीड कर रहा किस में तो
They're not interested in trying to defend without supernova armor. So a little bit of silver lining there. At least they grab the first tower of the game, but the question is if they're going to be able to defend their own bottom as well, or if it's just going to be a trade in the end.
मुझे लगता है लोग रोशन वाला भी हार रहे हैं
I think it's probably a pretty good choice here. Maybe he's worried about the puck silence. He wants to make sure that he can get the supernova off. Steeping bot, yeah, it's going to be a tower trade.
Because
bottom here is basically them saying, all right, we take no risk here, just in case Spirit want to defend since they have Omni. Possible in the neighborhood, and now they realize, okay, defense is not coming, so they're going to rotate. And Kaka will maybe stack a little bit of ancients here. I don't know if they want to do that. It seems like that's a yes.
Mid looks like this mid tower potentially. Team Spirit is completely set up here. Your tower is half HP though, does not have healing ward to use.
Farm
कर रहा है
अरे तो हाई लेवल पे
ये नाइस अल्टी रे नाइस अल्टी
भाई टाई नहीं खा हां देखा चलो शील्ड से बचा अपने शील्ड से
The Mars Arena perfectly placed. We talked about that combo. Jotaro now on the run. Spin TP looks to be successful.
Such a godly setup there from IG. They make sure that the one hero that can be caught is JT on Mars. He instantly uses the hood. And then they get in and get the counterplay with a great supernova arena combo, and they instantly fiend
पूरा अल्टी मारने दे
पूरा अल्टी as well, who was part of coming in close for the extra burst. But there's no more kisses. That's one of the problems with this hero in some situations is that you always need to gauge what distance you want to play at, right? It's rare that you find a fight where
एक को से बहुत उड़ सकती है ग्रैनी ठीक है और ग्रैनी को जल्दी पिक अप कर ले हां वही तो है ग्रैनी मार सकती है ग्रैनी मार ही नहीं पा रही है
रुको 40 मिनट रुको टैलेंट बढ़ जाते हैं और एक टैलेंट आता है
Yeah,
Phoenix के पास ना
I believe Aghanim Scepter is being delivered as we speak. So essentially he gets
Flash lag के पास axe आ
you have to have vision of the target. A single
middle tower is under attack.
A shadow step. How about that? What do you think? Do you think that's a good name?
अभी इसका तो गेम उड़ गया अभी.
Better, I think.
Crystal Madam का गेम अभी.
Definitely designed Slaughter.
But it also applies a spectral dagger. So I would assume he's going to go for all the talents that line up with that.
Yes.
Already taking the dagger talent on level 10, which is very common.
Single target, that's what I was trying to say.
Single target haunt.
Single target
haunt.
Temple very accurate.
That's pretty much the worst name you could give a spell that I can imagine.
Well, amplify damage.
That's better.
collapse. They're going to be able to blow up the Bane right off the bat. Oil as well. Look at JT somehow surviving through all this. The
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
That's level 2 Sunray, actually. That wasn't even a maxed out one, but just the hood facing the right way and getting Sunray really can keep JT alive for a long time.
एक Bane मरा सिर्फ.
And this is
बचा कैसे फीलिंग है.
हाँ heal दिया ना उसको pipe भी है उसके पास. sorry pipe नहीं hood.
And right now Toronto
Storm का और kill भी हो गया. अभी देखना Storm jump करेगा ये shadow step मार के आएगा. Spec का sector वाला. CM sniper पक को कुत्ता बनाने वाले वो.
Maybe sometimes you can justify this a little bit easier if there's someone who can, yeah. Very good.
Well, you get some HP. It's something.
जो spot हुआ हमारे का भी टाइनी को buff किया है क्या? हाँ भाई एकदम खतरनाक वाला buff किया है यार.
15 to 200.
अभी उसको 4 strength मिलता है हर
कुछ ज़्यादा ही buff किया साले.
ना मरता नहीं हो. उसका तेरा HP कम हो गया ना फिर भी तू लेन में ऐसे सेफ एकदम खेलेगा ना तो तेरे को 8 से 11 HP पर रीजन पर सेकंड मिलता है.
और के नीचे रहेगा तो 5 और एक्स्ट्रा मिलेंगे.
You're just polarizing your play, right?
एक टैंक को खाया वैसा HP कंटीन्यूअस मिलते रहते हैं.
Situations I'm worse. Yeah. And they are relying on having superior vision or getting the initiation with Tiny, which he can for the most part trust.
देख गया देख पक देख
खत्म भाई. खत्म.
बहुत खतरनाक है वो.
Not in the right position, although the cookie, as you explained, would have made a difference here.
भाई यहाँ पकड़ लिया टाइनी को. ओ भाई.
ये गेम भाई.
For Spear.
10 मिनट में हो जाएगा अभी.
I proved why they are the best out there.
Fragmented there. I mean, for what it's worth, the
टावर लो पटपट चलो.
had nothing to do with his item.
हाँ टावर लो और 3 टावर लो फटाफट चलो.
Just getting killed within
एक चाहिए चौथा हो गया चौथा ऊपर का भी एक लेंगे पांचवा.
हाँ और एक लेना पड़ेगा ना भाई.
I don't know how
हाँ हो जाएगा रे आराम से.
मैं आया रुक 2 मिनट में बात करने.
Actually, he did have time if he had yours. To be fair.
Yeah, maybe he could have reacted really fast and got it over before he got over half a second. Maybe. You're right. Could have possibly worked, but
somebody recorded that line. I haven't heard that before. You're right. Thank you. But yeah, this was a disastrous fight to
Track बहुत tanky है भाई.
I was talking to production.
So
you're really smart. And I was like, you're right. You know?
Fair enough. Fair enough. It makes sense.
Track नहीं जाती है.
IG with a 4-5-4-5-5K network lead keeps going back and forth. And that is
भाई इनको lead बना के रखनी पड़ेगी ये. Kill की भी और net worth की भी.
And the fact
Otherwise possible नहीं होना क्योंकि बहुत strong है वो भी यार. Spirit बहुत strong है. भाई ले पक पे पकड़ ले भाई.
नहीं रे अभी देख रहा है तो अभी आई
evaporates.
वो पकड़े पकड़
हो जाएगा. अरे हो गया अभी भाई नहीं होगा. मेरे को तो नहीं लगता होगा क्योंकि पक के पास यूल्स भी नहीं है बचने के लिए. उसने काया भी बनाया है.
But after that, IG have they've been looking just like they did in the group stage.
Could be in trouble here. They have all the vision and info. They're just waiting.
Spin. They don't have grip right now. There is
अरे इसको पता नहीं था क्या? जगन्नाथ को दिख नहीं रहा था.
विजन नहीं था.
And they are actually shellacking Team Spirit right now, Sundaran. This is rough.
Oh यार नहीं यार.
Lost a lot of games, Shan.
नहीं यार.
I've seen closer
चलो
games.
ठीक है कोई नहीं. गेम को जल्दी खत्म करो यार दूसरा गेम खेलते
Closer games. I've also seen less close games. But comparatively,
दूसरा तो मैंने बाबा.
चलो अपना prediction बच गया इसी के साथ बहुत बढ़िया लगा.
Absolute stomp, and it's not you don't just look at the numerical values, right? Okay, you're 6K.
क्या गलत हो गया?
That's already good.
क्या गलत हो गया?
Heroes that you did it with. Possibility.
अरे वो नहीं बोल रहा ब्रैकेट प्रेडिक्शन का बोल रहा मैं.
So superior to that of the Radiant.
वो सभी का बच गया रे. बताओ तुम्हें 97-98% बच गया लोगों का. मेरे को लगता नहीं कि anybody would have given it over IG to Spirit यार.
पर अच्छा खेला
Spirit भी अच्छा है लेकिन अभी क्या वो लोग मौका गए वो लोग.
They have to do better in lanes than they did. And
अरे यार EG knows how to deal with pressure. थोड़ी बात ये है.
Second game उनके हाथ में था पता है क्या?
Right now, wait for every time you have what's
versus elephant
ready, then you use that to kill a hero.
एलिफेंट पे एलिफेंट जीतेगी ऐसा लग रहा है मेरे को.
Every target haunt, which is your ulti.
मैं देख ही नहीं पाएगा सारा रात को सोना पड़ता है.
I like that. You just every time those things are ready, you try to find picks with Storm.
Easier to understand as well. 7K net worth for IG. They have 4-man smoke right now.
अरे 12 बजे तक तो खत्म हो जाएगा.
3 बजे होना था सीक्रेट का मैच, 5 बज रहे हैं.
अरे नहीं रे 12 नहीं, आज बहुत बजे
लेट हो जाएगा भाई.
ओ भाई 5 बजने वाले.
मतलब 3 बजे होना था आईजी का, उसका इजी वाले का नहीं बाबा कुछ ओजी का.
जी कॉल कर.
नहीं करेंगे, अभी नहीं करेंगे. पता है बेस्ट ऑफ 3 है यहाँ से. अभी नहीं करेंगे. It's still little too soon.
There has not been an Omni Slash this game. That is kind of crazy.
दो prediction गलत हो रहे हैं मेरे.
Any difference in these fights because it's.
अरे वो ठीक है, main prediction तो नहीं हुआ ना बाबा.
It's a really hard jug game, actually. I think.
From Emo. 11K now, and this is without even tier 2 tower being killed yet. BKB now online for Emo.
अपने को भी चाहिए था रेसिक ब्रेक करने का ऐसे टॉक्सिक.
Radiant's middle tower is under
insult to injury.
कुछ तो चाहिए था.
Of course, they don't have Aegis to work with. We're looking at the replay here.
This is a really good play from Toronto Tokyo, by the way. He phase shifted the initiation, then he gets a 2-hero silence, one of which is the Storm, and then he escapes this after. He could not possibly have done more in that fight on the puck, but again, he's going to stop the Bane in this situation from Fiend's gripping the jug. As soon as all the spells are cast and Bane is unaccounted for, that's when this hero really shines. He just goes in, takes out the carry from the fight entirely.
Game sampler नहीं करते, in game करते.
JT's having a great time.
Yeah, absolutely. But IG sometimes in the past a little bit too confident sometimes, you know, it happens to the best of us. But I think they've learned their lesson and not be surprised if they don't just continue to go this lead. Ollie.
Is he actually going to escape?
Looks like that's the case. Basically nullifies a smoke from Team Spirit. IG are aware.
What a mess.
As Kaka's working for a refresher already on the Phoenix. My goodness.
I mean, why not?
Yeah.
Well, actually, does he even have the mana to support anything?
That's a good question.
He barely does.
I'm sure he's done the math. Do they allow calculators in the booths?
Maybe that's the one tool you would be allowed to have in there.
Probably not. Fly up. He's gonna get the single target haunt off. And we'll go back to where he came. So ends up baiting out most of Team Spirit, including the freezing.
That's another thing about Spectre when it has this item is if you want to gank Spec, you kind of need to either have full chain stun and silence until it dies.
क्या है ये? वापस कैसे गए लेकिन?
Can't just press a button and escape globally.
वापस कैसे गई?
For Team Spirit to deal with here.
How did she go back?
And IG are immediately
how did she go back?
Shadow step से how does she go back to her position?
तो जा ही सकते ना भाई, हॉन्ट का रियलिटी में जाएगा तो रियलिटी से वापस भी हॉन्ट से वापस रियलिटी में भी उधर ही जा सकते. 2 बार दबाना पड़ता, मतलब एक बार किया तो उधर वापस दबाने का ऊपर जाएगा वापस.
And the fact that this
वो शैडो का ड्यूरेशन जितना रहेगा ना उतने के अंदर करना पड़ता है.
This is getting out of control. All 3 top 3 net worths on their team.
टावर नहीं जाना चाहिए, टावर नहीं जाना चाहिए, बस टावर नहीं लेना एक और. Don't take another tower. Don't take another tower, please. 5 more seconds, please. Don't take another tower.
5 सेकंड में नहीं होता भाई.
टावर नहीं लेना रे.
He's standing there in the tree line. If anyone,
नीचे का ऑलमोस्ट हो गया. इस बार मेरा सब गलत हो गया.
मेरे 2 ठीक है अभी. ईमो और वो टावर वाला.
आ गया, पक वाला आ गया.
मेरा तो एक बार हक गया.
वो टीम की फर्स्ट रोशन किल रॉन्ग आ गया मैं.
वो ये मैं रॉन्ग है मेरा, पक्का रॉन्ग, पक वाला और रोशन किल रॉन्ग है.
these other items.
Emo का
At
longest
this point, you need to play a little
मेरा भी
riskier,
वही है.
I feel like. If you go for a defensive build, I don't think that helps you back in the game necessarily.
14,000 का gold lead है भाई, बहुत मुश्किल है to recover from
You
it.
could have got the dagger before even your travels. Like if you wanted to play hyper aggressive with your team, was travels the choice that enabled that the most?
Ooh, Dyer, you gotta fortify
I don't
that
know. I don't have the
next
answer
good
for
work.
that, but I do feel like usually the
बहुत
travels
strong खेले
Kai'San's
भाई,
build
बहुत
is more of a greedier approach to puck. And
Hey,
I don't think
Juggernaut
being
घूम
greedy
क्यों
in
रहा
this
है
game,
रे
I mean, it's
बार
not easy
बार
to say in hindsight because they got rolled in all the fights, right?
क्या ही लेना पड़ा ऐसा घूम
Emo's
क्यों रहा है वो
searching out
जगह
here.
क्या
Won't find yet.
अरे वो घूम क्यों रहा है बार बार
Walk into Kaka, he's dead.
ये हैंडलर भी घूम रहे हैं देख ना गोल 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 घूम रहे हैं
अरे आर्काना का वो है ट्रीट मारा दो
अरे एक एक करके मर रहे हैं
Try to get as much map control as possible.
एक एक करके ही मारती वापस
Team Spirit, and obviously still waiting for Roche number 2.
मेगा होने तक कैसे
भाई BKB आ चुका है उसके पास. Black King मारा उसके पास, Storm के बाद वैसे नहीं मरने वाला.
As is the tradition.
अरे वो कॉम्बो बहुत खराब है रे
By working on a Scotty
काम किया है
and I mean, you just get the
और इनका
farm
डिफेंसिव फाइट टीम फाइट बहुत खतरनाक है
ओ भाई पकड़ा 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 स्पेक को पकड़ा आया भाई पकड़ा भाई इमो आ गया भाई
पड़ गया टाइम
Collapse dies as well, so it feels like IG. There's like no opening for Team Spirit.
Whoa, Dyer's bottom
This is
tower
the
is under
opening.
attack.
Yatoro can get a couple creeps while the rest of his team dies. That's like the unfortunate. Oh boy, he might actually
List the
get caught here as well.
Rascals are hitting
Oh, no,
Dyer's
no, no,
bottom
no.
tower.
No, okay, it's fine. But he has
Getting ahead of
Manta,
myself.
Echo
The storm is
Saber.
there.
Yep, Mira.
आयो घुस के ना मारो घुस के
Same spot.
One side
के ना
Last time
मारो
around.
घुस के
Collecting gravestones there. As we'll know, I believe in 30 seconds.
ये लोग प्रेशर क्यों नहीं डाल रहे टावर्स पे यार हीरोज पे क्यों फोकस कर रहे हैं
From Team Spirit's perspective, Cinder, what can you do?
Oh, not good.
Like, you're... Oh, Maposhka. He will actually live. That's the first surprise that's happened in the last 5 minutes. What can Team Spirit do to try to creep back in this game? Really taking your time here.
Yeah.
I see.
I'm running the simulations. I'll get back to you in a second.
Okay,
I
no
need a
worries.
pretty big Monte Carlo sample here. I'm typing to Knoxville as we speak to.
Very good.
18,000
How many? What is it? In which movie is it again where they manipulate time and there's one possibility out of a million, whatever? Captain, not Captain. What's it called? You know this. You know movies.
Good discussion, Cinder. I have no idea what you're talking about.
I watched this movie. I can't remember what it's called.
Talking about Inception or something?
No, not Inception.
Okay. Well, you're the one that's only watched 5 movies in your life, so pick one of them.
It's from the Avengers movie. That's right.
No wonder. I know. Yeah.
One out of many possibilities here. That is what we're looking at for Team Spirit. It is honestly, it is a total miracle comeback if they do it. Gabe Newell gives them 1%. Gracious Gabe.
That's something.
Always stays positive.
Yeah.
We've had games that were over, that's at 5%.
Literally over. Yeah.
Oh, jeez, Morty, they're going
Actually,
after
there
Dyer's
was a
bottom
game
tower.
that was 100% win rate.
Yeah. It does happen
in this group stage.
It's obviously rounded up. The game is never truly over
Dyer's
until it's
bottom
over.
tower is under attack.
Things can happen.
Absolutely.
But for Team Spirit, I don't know, you got to go for some
Juggernaut
sort of Hail Mary, and I feel like you should have done
there.
that for the last 10 or 15 minutes. And they've kind of tried, you know? It's not like just been sitting around getting dominated, but they're getting chased around.
Moshka is dead. Yataro spin TP. Looks like he'll be successful. No bash or anything like that for Fly, but...
It's like every time you blink, somebody just gets jumped somewhere by Storm or Spectre, right?
Yeah.
So you only really find opportunities by going together and looking for a team fight, but the problem is in order to set up a team fight with the nature of how the Dire are playing here, IG make sure to push in all the lanes. So if you want to find that move, generally what sets you up to make aggressive moves is that you push at least 2 waves across the river, but every time they split up to try and push the waves, they get gamed. So it's like, it's kind of a checkmate situation where you need to somehow magically dodge the ganks for Good call.
Thank you. So he's going to get the overload active that allows him to use on his teammates. Now has a haste rune to boot.
I didn't know that had a mana cost, actually.
What is the mana cost?
150.
Well, it's actually, yeah, it's quite a bit actually. It's very good though. So
it is.
You get 3 procs on everybody that you cast it on.
Smoke from IG. JT is ready to go in. He has BKB.
Oh, smoke from Team Spirit as well. That is going to be the sacrifice.
Hello, says Emo.
He takes the gank. I mean, that is actually an okay scenario for Team Spirit.
Yeah, it shows what kind of a game it is when you're happy one guy dies.
Yep.
But there isn't really much need to sugarcoat it, you know? They're just getting owned. Like, they got ran over in the stage of the game that they had to win, and now they're just paying the price.
Yeah, you just can't do anything with this item set versus the Orchid specifically. Residual kill at least.
Kill by a Toro. He's working his way toward a silver edge. Maybe that's their idea here. It's like, okay, Spectre's too big to have a chance. Oh, dear.
Fly comes in. Kills the ward, gets some free gold. Emo basically out of mana.
Oh, Mira is in trouble.
Mira is dead. Okay, he actually has Shard on Mira. Didn't realize that. Gives you a little shotgun blast. But IG just getting whatever they want.
Prediction wrong.
And still 3 minutes to go in the Aegis. So expect them to, I would assume, try to go high ground here. They have a gigantic lead. Did we do it?
Aiden has called it.
What is it?
Welcome to the international Team Spirit.
मैंने ये predict किया था कि Team Spirit पहला रोशन देगी। भाई नहीं ले पाई। मैंने भी वही किया था।
Remember, it is rounded up.
अपना third वाला था अपना Juggernaut
100.
पकने फेल दिया।
Anything I know.
Juggernaut मेरा भी था। 6 to 10 डाला था 5 towers 6 to 10 तो मैंने भी नहीं डाला मैंने सिर्फ 5 डाला मैं 2 अभी ठीक है फिलहाल ईमो और टावर ईमो का मेरा भी हो जाएगा शायद 12 पे है ईमो
I mean, if they really cared about this, they would get back on the Spectre, but him spend TPing, it just forces him out, and he can't farm anymore, so they don't really care that much. It's not like they need these extra kills as much at this point of the game. But yeah, this Linken's would be great. But oh, all right, phase shift. Good shift, staying alive. Gets off the coil, loses orb to the other side as well. And now his teammates have come. Taro. All right, we're gonna see the Haunt coming. That's the Omni slash is going to find the mark in the end. Double kill. Toronto, Tokyo's dead, and Team Spirit crumbling here.
Double kill.
Gang bang. And Yataro looks to be the last remaining member of Spirit, but not for long. Just trying to extend. Okay, Spectre there comes through again. The Shadow Blade's out. I wonder if he might get out here. Doesn't have TP for another 20 seconds. He's just going to find some creeps.
Yeah, इसको बाद देखें ऊपर चली जाएगी वो.
Save the healing ward, so spiritual successor Cat is making its way
एक और kill नहीं मिलना चाहिए ईमो को इसको fly को ईमो को kill लेना पड़ेगा रे बाबा.
Is a golden cat baby
नसीब
to the game.
ईमो के पास एजिस है भाई best चीज.
Oh no.
अभी ईमो करेगा ना तो
Cat gets killed.
मरेगा भाई अभी.
That is the metaphor.
अरे मरेगा कोई नहीं तुम लोग दोनों चुप करो यार.
Oh, Radiant's bottom tower.
लगे पड़े हैं.
You're seeing that correctly. We see a replay here. Yeah, Toronto Tokyo did a good job of staying alive here, baiting out a bunch of spells. I thought this was like the open opportunity potentially. But Yataro's ult just bounces to only illusions for the most part. Very
ultimately does get the Mars, but if it can connect on multiple heroes, you just don't have enough in the tank for the rest, right?
I mean, having to use that on Mars to begin with, who's already used his spells, doesn't feel good either, I'm sure. That Spirit in good spirits though, so stupendous. Of course, this is not goes to the lower bracket, and winner continues on. But it is a big deal. Like top 12 is guaranteed right now. If you win this series, you're top 6 guaranteed. Jump in price and prestige
and potential, because obviously the grind in the lower bracket is something that has been achieved, but a team going all the way from round 1 or round 2 in lower bracket is rare. You need to get through so many obstacles. Over here now. Toronto Tokyo gets offensive footwork, but it's not really a fair fight when you're moving at normal move speed and the other enemy team has heroes that are see you everywhere and move at 1,000.
Oh my god, James out. dodges the avalanche.
Bhai,
Has to use the cat.
कर रहा ना अपना
Just dropped dead as well.
ये पागल हो गया
Is looking like
जीती डाल दो उनको बोलो जीती डाल दो भाई
Well, I guess at this point, IG are kind of farming fantasy points for me. That's not emo today.
online now for Fly, so that is a canceled TP. Emo, basically no mana to speak of, but Collapse or to use his teleport scroll. Fly just awkwardly runs into gets the dash. This will be a slow dash.
They have two players beyond. Fly is 16-0. Emo is 16-1.
Yeah.
Let's go. That's some
अरे फिर आ गया यार भाई मेरा चारों गलत हो जाएगा
It's looking rough. IG making it known that they indeed, despite losing game 1, are an absolute powerhouse.
माना क्यों नहीं रखता है ये इमो
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Well said. Eloquent as always, Cinder. Really appreciate you joining me.
You know how much stuff he was
JT
carrying?
gets a courier. Well, Yatara, they might actually be able to get this. That's the Silver Edge break with the Omni Slash. Down he goes with the grip to counteract from Ollie. Fly jumps in. Basher.
भाई मैं हार गया
Too much to and now they finally go for
भाई जीजी मत डालो छूटियो don't GG die from emo couple of more times don't GG you can't GG right now emo jump कर दोनों को मार साले
especially something that's always enjoyable to watch at the top level is how players play around each other.
दोनों को मार और बाद में क्वेश्चन मार डाल
अरे ये मार रहे हराम दादा वो मार रहा है मार मार जीजी डाल दो कुछ नहीं अभी खत्म हो 4-5 किल आगे निकल के भाई उसको वैसे कुछ नहीं कर सकते साला नकली वो हराम खोर साले
feels weird.
You won't believe this. They have 101% chance of winning now. I'll bet. Actually,
भाई मेरा एक भी सही नहीं हुआ मेरा चारों गलत हुए
One day, maybe
ये win rate बस 0 to 100%
so it's probably about 100.
किसका
I don't know if you know this, but Radiant's
100% नहीं हिमांशु थैंक यू भाई
I've been across the cosmos and I've seen a
single
ton of
target
different
haunt.
realities.
No, that was actually the multi-target haunt.
जान ही नहीं पाता
At all, in any way, shape, or form.
कोई बात नहीं
करा बाबा जी
मार ए चुप रहे टॉम मारेगा टॉम तेरे को मारने का है एक कूदना टॉम कूद कहां जा रहा है कूद रहे अरे कैसे मालूम है क्या ये कूदा वेक्टर बताइए तू इनको नहीं मिला ओके इवो अबे कूद अंदर जा सारे अंदर जा भाई माना नहीं है रुक जा मरेगा तो जा सारे अंदर Jackie को मारो
Yep, they got him. Collapse looks to be mega dead. This game is still extending for some reason. Toronto, Tokyo, okay, we have the refresher onto the Phoenix, into the egg.
इसको भी मार को भी
अरे बाबा
अरे टूर्नामेंट $40 मिलियन 40 करोड़ 40 मिलियन है ना नहीं 4 करोड़ डॉलर
So the game shall go on, it seems.
Radiant's middle tower is under
attack.
Actually, that we cast
खत्म
earlier.
नहीं कर रहे
That was a 65k net worth lead though, so maybe not quite
At the
there.
end it was, yeah.
अरे
The thing about this though is that IG are making moves non-stop. They're not just sitting there farming, right? Yeah, they're actually just killing the enemy team over and over and over and over again. They're just not worth very much anymore.
फिर आया मार दे कहां गया रे स्टॉप कर दिया मार दिया मार स्पेकी मार दे खेलना ही नहीं है मेरे को
If the farm was a little bit more matched, that could have made all the difference. But they are just so far behind right now.
के बाद है क्या?
I've seen the same play
सब है उसके
literally
पास.
20 times in a row now. Yeah, it's actually just the same play over and over.
Predict ही नहीं करेगा. तो predict ही नहीं करेगा यार.
It's so good. 20 times in a row is just 10 minutes.
हाँ रूल ले
Every time it's ready.
तेरे को फोन कौन रहा है रूल लेने को आराम फोन? बहुत की स्पेक्टर तू भी जा मार मारा सब एक और मार मार 2-3 मार भाई मार ये अंदर ये गुड भाई.
Miposhka is going to ult in his fountain for good rapport and morale.
Let's quickly talk predictions. So what are we at right now? We're at 7 kills.
Well played. कोई बात आराम करो. हमारा prediction चला गया लेकिन very well played. एक सही. भाई चारों incorrect चारों rated.
We don't know who they're going to play obviously since this is the first upper bracket.
पिछले 2 गेम में ये नहीं कर पाया, predict नहीं कर पाया और इसमें चारों गलत. सही जा रहा है. तपन तू कहाँ मर गया रे?
They're still alive. That's the important thing for them.
28,000.
This was a tough matchup for them.
मर जा रहा है.
It's fair to say they are against the #1 placement from the other group. They took a game off them in a really cool play. In all fairness, when you look across the entire series, they are outmatched. So if you want to look at it from the positive, they did grab that 1 win. It doesn't really earn them anything except the 3rd game here, but get some more experience, some more data to look at, some more replays to analyze, and IG definitely, you know, they didn't crumble, which is a good look for them. That game 1 loss has got to feel pretty terrible.
If anything, the game 1 loss.
अरे यार world class team के against खेल रहे हैं. बहुत अच्छा खेले फिर first game
now
में
you
यार.
got that out of the way, right? All right, I screwed up. Now I won't screw up next time.
Hey, you're shaking that off. You avoid making a similar mistake when you get in a similar situation somewhere later down the tournament. You pay a little bit more attention. You already saw that adjustment in game number 2, where they started hiding in their base when things could have gone awry. So, yeah, great showing from IG overall. Absolutely dominant in this game 3.
All right, let's see what the panel has to say about this Gaben level shellacking.
Well, you know what? That's something I call a bladder buster. It is a game that you know is ready to be finished. So you're like, I don't want to miss the ending, so I'm just going to hold on. Even though I've had 5 cups of tea and I really need the loo, I'm just going to hold in there. And then the game keeps going. And it keeps going. And it keeps going. And your mum, can I get that empty plastic bottle, please? I really don't want to leave this because they're going to aim the game anytime soon. And before you know it, you're on Amazon or other sites and you're just looking up adult diapers because you didn't want to leave that. You didn't want to leave that, and yet by the end of it, you could even hear it in Sunswan's and in Cinnamon's voices. Yes, you're playing carefully. Yes, this is TI. We understand you want top 6, IG, but please, for the love of God, you want this at the end of the laning phase. Purge, do you agree? Was there ever a chance of a comeback for Spirit?
Yeah, there was a part where they took a team fight and Haunt was used, and then after it, Tiny's sitting on the back, full HP, full mana. He got his blink interrupted, and I was like, this is going to happen all game. It's going to be really hard for Collapse to get into the fight with Tiny because he is like a guy that has to jump on the right guy and be in melee range. So it's a little finicky, but if you go first, it's great. So at that moment, I kind of realized like this was not the hero I had in mind for Collapse, and it really cost him a lot.
We have to look back to the draft because I don't know if any of you guys can remember or noticed, but it feels like the bans from IG's side were all focused on the off-lane, Trent.
Yeah, Collapse had a rough go there. They took the Mars early, and then after that, we lost the Tide. We eventually lost the Legion, the Night Stalker. They would kind of went down. They wouldn't give them the combination with like the Wolf Bite, with the Juggernaut and the Lycan. So yeah, Collapse had to be given that first pick overall. Have shifted over to the offlane, and I would say it's probably my least favorite of the 3 core roles for the Tiny. I'm much more into the mid and the position 1.
Did you get quite excited though, Gods, when you saw that combo of Phoenix and Mars come out on IG's side?
You've seen it a lot. Definitely something where against the Tiny it's really good. It almost made them not want to play the Tiny in that 1 or 2 position role because the Fire Spirit and the Sunray is so bad for Tiny's game. And I think IG just drafted so well. The Phoenix Mars combo and then this Spectre Storm synergy was just so powerful this game.
I think you just need to look at your Toro's numbers to really know how hard a game Team Spirit had. Jug, he was picked as the counter to that Mars and Phoenix combo, Trent, and yet he still wasn't able to get into the game and do what he needed to do.
It would be very embarrassing if you put him on your fantasy roster today, hoping for a big upset to also save your bracket at the same time. That definitely would not be what I did.
Definitely not.
That would be a problem. I would probably.
You were smart.
I was smart. I took Emo and Fly. You know,
exactly.
22, 0, and 27. That's like all the wise people. That's what a TI panelist would probably do.
Would you like some more numbers that we've been given by stats specialist Leo?
Not if they hurt my fantasy even further.
You know what? I think it's going to be okay. This is a fly stat for Spectre. So Spectre has broken the record for the fastest Aghanim Scepter bought at a TI game. The record for Spectre, the record was previously 1613. It's now 1550. And again, a number that kind of just sums up how successful IG were in that game, and especially getting back into it after Spirit seemed to take some early advantages.
It does. It's also a pretty new build. Ag Spectre, I don't even remember what it did. Like, I feel like it's been changed a lot in the last 2 years, but I don't remember what it used to do. But yeah, it's an item you rush right away because you just get on the map so oppressively. Like the casters point out, they're like, I feel like we said this already. It's because anytime a hero shows, they just jump on him. So he goes disable items, and when you're ahead, it's like the best thing to have. When you're winning by a lot, you want to just be able to catch people relentlessly, and they did that.
And the beauty with the Storm is that the two strongest heroes in the game can back each other up. So if the Storm sees someone they can jump, Spectre can jump from the other side of the map, and vice versa. So I think the fact they had these two heroes that had almost this global presence was really powerful.
So if you're Spirit right now, facing the lower bracket and potentially an early exit here at the main event of TI, Trent, what is the thing that you're learning from and focusing on after this match?
Probably seeing how their draft got a little bit dismantled. I don't think they wanted to go that deep in terms of the carry pool. I know he's been playing a lot of different heroes for both of those teams, for both IG and Team Spirit, but I mean, Juggernaut and Chaos Knight are probably not where I want to wind up in the upper bracket TI right now. Obviously, if you win, you look like geniuses, right? And so it's really easy for us to be like, oh, well, you know, those heroes haven't performed that well, and now you're losing games. But it speaks to me like they're trying to fix their draft at a very late point.
I also think they need to pick Collapses here in the first phase. Like, I think he's so key for their game. Tide Mars being the big two, but, you know, even the Night Stalker, because it's going to get banned. And if you end up in this situation where his three best heroes are banned out and he's on a tiny, Team Spirit just don't look as strong.
I think the other issue as well is that, like, on the other side, JT just buys a really fast hood, and his entire enemy lineup is all, like, magic damage.
So good.
So it was like he just stands in the front, and every time they went on him, they used, like, Dream Coil and Snapfire ulti and everything, and he almost lived. So it just created this, like, giant buffer. Jug isn't very easy to get into those fights either, so maybe a carry that could get in easier or just go on the backline somehow. It's hard. It's hard against good teams. They won't give you that opportunity. They'll just keep JT in the front.
Well, we've given Sir Action Slacks an opportunity now to talk to a winner because he is on the sidelines with the wonderful JT.
Thank you so much, Frankie. Yes, it is indeed an honor to be sitting next to you, JT. Yeah. It has been a minute, my friend. We haven't seen each other since, like, Summit 11. You were this new kid on the block on IG. Yeah. And here we are at the International. Yeah. How you feeling, bud?
Quite nervous, though. This is my first time TI, so...
Yeah.
I'm just gonna enjoy the tournament. Yeah. Just gonna enjoy.
Well, it seems you've been enjoying it so far. I mean, you guys dominated the group stage. You didn't lose a single series. You tied. You won. Yeah. I'm imagining you went into that game pretty confident.
Group stage is still different from the elimination group, right? I mean, it's still different, right? You feel quite pressure when you're like, when you lose one game, you're gonna like. It's so important, like every game. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. But let's talk about that pressure. You know, you go in, game one, you guys are winning, trying to go high ground. DD slams through, steals the Ancient. Most teams, that would have broke them, but you guys kept your composure. How did you do it?
I think we still did not manage the game well. I think we still do a lot of mistakes, and then that's why I think we still gotta improve more, you know. We did not perform our best.
Yeah, well, you sure performed your best after in Game 2 and Game 3. So, you know, you guys, it seemed like a little bit of, if you can do it, we can do it better. Game 1, they beat you with Morph, you snagged the Morph. Game 2, or excuse me, Game 3, you guys, the Team Spirit loves the Mars Phoenix. You guys kind of steal the Mars Phoenix. Was that on purpose, by the way?
Not really. Mars and Phoenix is like our comfort pick also, so we're just gonna pick them against them.
All right. Yeah. Is there a better Mars at this event than you?
Yeah.
Who?
The Team Spirit guy quite good at like, to be honest. Yeah.
So it was a bit of a deny, but I get you. All right, so very, very interesting route to get here, especially for you, my friend. How are you feeling now? Are you feeling recovered? You feeling 100%?
Not 100%, but like almost fully recovered though. So I'm feel okay now.
All right, good. So
thanks for caring.
what was that like, having to play the most important games of your match at the most important tournament of your match in the group stage and being sick?
I mean, you cannot do anything about it, right? You just have to take medicine and then try to recover as fast as you can. And then, yeah, I mean, Wolf did a good thing to like for all for those who get the COVID, right? They let us attend the event. I mean, attend the tournament. So yeah, I mean, we really appreciate about it.
Well, we're honestly happy to have you. We couldn't have asked for a better first series. And I'll ask you one more quickie, very short. Next series, OG Secret. Who do you want to face coming up? You got to take the winner, buddy.
Maybe I prefer Secret.
Ooh.
I mean, both of them are good team, but maybe we play against Secret. We got more comfortable against them.
Well, not a lot of people want to play against OG in general with the chat lines.
Yeah, OG, TI, 2-time champion, so too scary.
All right, well, thank you so much, JT. A really fantastic series. Couldn't ask for a better one to open up this main event, and we'll shoot it back over to you, Frankie.
I don't think we could have asked for a better interviewee either. I absolutely love JT. First TI, absolutely straight out the gate with the confidence in the interview. And yeah, that Team Spirit mask guy, he is quite good. I would absolutely agree, but there you go, JT. You're quite good as well. Should we take a look at the brackets and see where we're at after the opening series? Not much has changed. But Invictus Gaming, they are still in the upper bracket as expected. They've made top 6 at TI, and then Team Spirit, they're going to be facing the loser of Undying and Fnatic. So we'll speed over to the lower bracket so you can see that close up. Who do you think is going to be their next competition? Is it going to be NA or is it going to be SEA? God, I can see you straining with thought.
Struggling. That is one of the more hard.
These are his two fanboy regions. He doesn't know where to go. You see, you've caught him in something here.
I'm going to upset one of the fan base.
You already upset Undying earlier by pledging allegiance to Quincy Crew, let's face it.
I'm going with Fnatic on that one. That's the why I have my bracket. So I think either way, Spirit got to feel at least pretty happy with their matchup. They don't get like the EG elephant, like whichever team wins that's best of one, that's a tough opponent. So, you know, Spirit do find themselves with at least a very winnable BO3.
Badger agreeing, do you think we're going to see Spirit moving on?
Well, I mean, I think Fnatic is likely slightly more likely to win that best of one, but Undying has really impressed basically everybody. The other underdog story that did well, so I can go either way. I think Spirit is better than both of those teams, though, so I think Spirit still has a good chance to go a little deeper. TI.
And finally, Trent, your final
100%.
thoughts.
I think what we saw there, and you saw what IG said, they pushed us to our comfort pick, right? There's only one other team they picked Myers Phoenix versus. That was EG in the group stage. Something that we know they love from the Mage and everything. They brought that out versus Team Spirit. That shows a lot of respect. So I would be very worried to face them in the lower bracket.
Well, we've got to show some respect now to the next team, because after this short video, we are going to have Sumi, Aoi, Lizard, and Jenkins coming up. But before then, we've got something quite cozy for you. It's the community talking about why they Dota.
I play Dota because I enjoy the competition.
I play Dota too because its complexity intrigues me.
I play Dota to see my perfect team every day.
当然，最后也因为 Dota 2认识了超多新的朋友，收获了宝贵的友情。
Я люблю Доту за страсть, за комьюнити и за ощущение, что я в своей тарелке.
I play Dota because I want to make my family proud.
这款游戏的魅力就在于，即使你变成了云玩家，也在关心着这个游戏。
我玩 Dota 2的话，是因为，毕业之后也可以跟朋友们在一起有事可做吧，才有活。上呀，老猴，别怂呀！
我打造它是因为爱我。
Why do I play Dota? I don't know. Why am I here?
Я играю в Dota 2, потому что это легкий способ завести новых друзей. Или потерять старых.
I play Dota because otherwise I would need to get a real job.
我玩 Dota 是因为这是款很好的游戏，你越玩它会越为它着迷。
为什么喜欢 Dota 2？因为在 Dota 游戏里认识了许多志同道合、能一起快乐玩耍的小伙伴。
I play Dota because you can always get better.
Я играю в Доту, потому что это помогает мне эмоционально разгрузиться.
I like Dota because it's a reflection of the bad and good in life.
I play Dota to get time off from my wife.
Why Dota? That is a really great message because there's a lot of things that bring people to Dota 2. How about we talk a little bit about you guys? AUI, what brings you to Dota 2?
I've played Dota for so long, I can't remember.
All right, Jenkins, how about you?
All right, I can tell you. Dota has the lowest lows of any game, but also the highest highs. Dota is euphoric. It can be depressing, but it is the best game in terms of emotion. I've never had a better, more emotional experience than like a throne race in a 70-minute game. That is unbeatable, 100%.
What about you, Lizard?
It's most certainly competition.
Competition.
Yeah.
Okay.
I love to lose a lot, so I chose Dota, lost a lot. Here I am on the panel now. It's a perfect game.
Well, I would say then that's a good path because now you're here with us. For those of you at home who would like to tell us why you Dota, remember that you can find us on social media. Use the hashtag Ti10. Find us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook for all of your Ti10 needs. Gentlemen, it is now time to talk about the second series. It's Secret versus OG. Widely considered one of the the highest anticipated matches of the early main event. Tell me a little bit about what do you think about this matchup so far, Lizard?
What can I even say? How do you start introducing OG versus Secret matchup? This is one that documentaries can be made of, and an hour of documentary wouldn't be enough. So this panel is crammed with time to actually talk about Secret and OG. Just looking forward to this amazing match.
But yet at the same time, it's like so hard to do that because they haven't played each other at TI before, right? This is the first time.
That is true. Actually, the stats are very interesting because it goes beyond that. So in the previous 3 TIs, Liquid actually knocked out Secret every single time. In TI7, Secret got 9th through 10th, and then 5th through 6th, and then 4th. So every single time they met Liquid in the lower bracket at a later point, and every single time they lost at a later point. So now Kuro is not in TI. The kryptonite to Puppy is not at TI. And Puppy's actually quoted as saying in an interview that Kuro is his kryptonite. And so the question that I have is that, is No Tail also Puppy's kryptonite, and we just haven't been able to see it yet?
Interesting. Why is that though? Why is Puppy why are Kuro and No Tail potentially Puppy's kryptonite, AUI?
So I think they have a lot of history together, right? Like Kuroki and Puppy, they played on so many teams together, even go back to Dota 1, your Chaos Int, all this time. And No Tail, he was actually on a team with Puppy on the original Team Secret. And it seems to be like the more you know about Team Secret, the more you can sort of counter-strat them. Or so it appears with Kuroki doing so at previous TIs.
Right. The original Team Secret, the first ever Team Secret in 2014, was Puppy, Kuro, S4, No Tail, and Fly, who are now all prestigious captains. So it's almost like there were too many cooks with that team, but now they're all captaining teams, and the question is like, how
Dota 1 at KSN is where they started. No Tail, however, you know, he played on, he came into this game, he joined Secret with Fly. It was, he and that's something that's a thing where Secret hasn't really been stellar in the past, at least.
There's also like a lot of info on Puppy, right? Like Puppy has been at all 10 TIs. We actually have a little bit of statistics on him. Let's and also 8 hours and 2 minutes total time dead. He spent a lot of time dead.
8 hours. 1/3 of a day.
One whole third of a day, and that puts him in 3rd place in the rankings. And AY, tell me a little bit about how that how does that matter to you? Like, you spend a lot of time dead, but you know he's Puppy, right? He's the Puppy wall.
More than the time dead, he has such a high number in that because he's played so many games. And honestly, it's a testament to how good Puppy is that he's first in games played and wins, and only 3rd on time dead, right? Like, that's impressive.
That's true. I would argue that's because that guy always runs in and then buys back. so
that's less time dead.
Yeah, it's less time dead because he's just paying to not be dead.
But if you pay to buy back and then you die again, then you spend all that time.
That is
anyway,
true, which
right?
is why he's 3rd. So that's why he's up there as well.
He's actually not only played every single TI, but he's been the position 5 for the majority of the time, right?
That's
not,
true. Yeah.
Not the whole time.
Yeah, only not like TI, maybe like TI1. Was Curl 4 or 5? I can't actually remember.
I think he was. I don't even.
Sorry, we should actually know this.
History.
in any
That's
case,
a long time
as
ago.
a support, as a 5, you die a lot. Specifically, the way he plays, the fact that he always waits on the high grounds that want not break smokes.
That's true.
Is very sacrificial. This old school position 5, such as Solo from Virtus Pro and Puppy from back in the day, Navi, they would always be the first ones that go in like an Ogre or Elder Titan, just running in, breaking smoke.
That's actually one really common thing between OG and Secret is that both No Tail and Puppy do that, right? I think Puppy does it. Usually he's the wall that's standing on the high ground. And when No Tail is doing that, well, of course, he's occasionally doing that. But other times it's like to make space for his team in the early game so that way they can hit their timing.
Well, we now have the teams ready. So let's first bring out OG onto the stage.
हेलो 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 आ गया तू आ गया भाई नहीं चालू है मैं थोड़ा थोड़ा कर रहा हूँ
Winners of both TI8 and TI9, returning champions OG are here to fight for their 3rd TI championship in a row. Unveiling a new roster that includes TI champions Sumail and experienced TI competitor Saksa, they had an impressive 3rd place finish with a 10-6-4 in the TI10 group stage after qualifying through the Western Europe qualifier. Puppy himself said OG is a well-respected team and great to practice with, and he has always wanted to meet them on the TI stage, and now it is becoming a reality. Known for their aggressive plays and momentum capitalization, OG is widely considered a top contender at the International 10.
Mantap dik. Happy boy. साथ का पपी से भी लंबा है शायद नहीं पपी काफी ज्यादा लंबा है रे हाँ शायद उसके बराबर ही उससे हल्का सा लंबा है शायद आई गेस नहीं पपी के बराबर ही है
Team Secret has, over several years, proven that they are one of the best performing teams, taking 1st place at 8 major tournaments in a row. And now, they're here to prove that they can take that skill from majors to the international stage as they compete against the champions of the last 2 years. While OG is known for their aggressive plays, Team Secret is known for their diversity and their patience. Finishing out group stage in 2nd place with a 10-6, will the Puppy Wall be the thing that sends OG to the lower bracket? That is the question of this matchup. It's 2 very unique play styles that directly contrast each other. Gentlemen, we will take a quick look at a recap of Secret's journey to the International.
The time has been bought for Secret to turn up. Matthew's going again straight for Notel. Notel actually has to separate himself this time around. They've got the silence out of Matthew. Can they kill him off? Matthew wants the enrage. He's still got the BKB. He's going to pop his standing down. Turner will set. Poppy comes in with the tether, keeping him alive. The snowball comes out for Yapso. Matthew.
Oh my God, he's alive.
Finally, he's going to be able to live. He's going to be able to live. He gets out of there. Poppy with the save. They've killed off a fourth. The Saxa goes down. I mean, it's just too much for OG. God. It's too much. They cannot deal with Secret here.
20-25 HP पे लेके चला गया.
Oh भाई ये क्या किया? Kill this PA. No.
He's jumping away.
He's away once more. Over towards Puppy. He goes. Matu's out. Now they're ready to turn. Woo! Matu's back in. Ravage out. Zai is ready to go for more. There's the backup required as they jump in onto S4. A Wukong's command comes immediately to an end. As it's getting messy.
Into the fourth staff. Okay, they're going in
as well. They're going in deep here under the tier 4s. They've got the control on Nico Baby. Playing around with his morph. He's trying to get back towards his fountain. They're not going to let him. They're not going to let him. As Matthew's in with the bashes, they're calling it. They want the pain to end here, Alliance. As game 3, it was another game 1 hit. Well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, with Team Secret taking the game, taking the series, they are the champions here at Dream League Season 14, this EU Upper Division. Team Secret, your champions once again.
Really good foresight play by Puppy here.
Tusk might be in trouble too. He's got shards maybe to get some distance in a snowball high ground. That's well done.
Do you see a combo play? He knows about the creeps to get vision, and then he managed to snowball up there because of it.
ये बहुत खतरनाक फाइट है भाई. See the wall fight onto Matuma-man. Matuma-man is ready to go, but onto the side. Tuamo goes straight in with the charge. Over towards Puppy. Nisha turns towards the two of them. This is going to be the invis for now. Keeping Tuamo safe. He gets away with the Trickster Cloak over to the side. They're on top of Dead. Dead. He's being bashed up in control, but Dead. He's able to get the G's off. He gets a second chance at living here. Dead. Still alive. Finally falls to the side, but it's Dead's
ये देखना ये फाइट बहुत
खतरनाक है.
on Wind Ranger.
If they're able to push back Yopatch continuing to be chased down by Matuma-man. Matuma-man still going in the passes there. Yopatch taken down. Tuamo is well in trouble. A Secret that find a third. Flyback's coming out for the 3 of them, but Skev, he needs help and he needs it now.
Where's the bat?
BKB, the 4 of them focusing down. Skev's trying to go for the TP out. Is he able to make it in time? He isn't. The stone comes in as the BKB comes to an end.
Morphling on the run here, low on mana, doesn't have a way out of this one. He's just going to be slowly burned down unless Matuma-man can somehow save him. Maybe App Store as well. He's got enough to be able to jump out with a waveform. Call going in. Now with the egg on the side here. Oh dear, he actually gets the call and he runs away. He's still alive through all this one, Nico Baby. He charges in with the Aang Swell, but that's just an Aeon Disc on Yap Store. He's going to continue to slow down Nico Baby's side. He beats him around the corner. Says, are you looking for me,
You looking for me, punk?
Team Secret had 950 points in the DPC, but what is it that really makes them truly powerful? There's a little. Not only are they great Dota players, but there's also like that mental game also in play here. Lizard, tell me a little bit about how the mental game works here for both OG and Team Secret.
So I already said that mental warfare is probably the most important thing coming into TI more than any other tournament, right? Because your emotions get over you. It doesn't matter like who you're playing against and where you're playing versus a team that's as strong as Secret. It can get tough for OG, especially as they don't have the same roster that was lifting them up. If you remember Jerax and Tiny Airlines and whatnot, that lightens the mood always. But what I've seen from Secret, not in this walkout, like when they were going to the booth, they looked very serious. However, in their games, I've seen some clowny business. I've seen some mechs being dropped on the ground in middle of team fights, laughter, just enjoying themselves a lot. And I think there's something changed about them. This might be the TI.
Yeah, on the flip side, you know, you could argue OG is the type of team that I think Notel tweeted that like he really wanted the crowd to be there because it amplifies them. And something that I've noticed with OG too is that they I think as a result of that, knowing that they feed off of that, they're
because he is filling in a big shoe, bhai. Anna ke shoes fill kar raha hai na,
mental
bahut bada pressure hai
warfare.
uske.
They're using, you know, I think they used Arteezy's significant other's chat line in a game, I believe, against them. There's also, you know, they're like question marking in all chat, and it sounds so goofy and it sounds so silly, but it's not, because they won 2 TIs doing this. They're the team that started this trend of people taking mental coaching a lot more seriously. So you could argue that OG has also upped the ante this time around as well, even with no crowd.
Oh, do you think it's more about propping yourself up, right, than anything else?
I think for OG specifically, I think a lot of it's seen as sort of like clowny or even bordering on BM, but to them, it's just them enjoying the game, loving the game, and having fun. I think that's really what propels them. I think you were mentioning Team Secret. They always come into TI's favorites, and or most years. This year there's no crowd, and they've sort of taken a bit of a break, right? Mentally reset themselves.
Right.
And you mentioned they're having more fun in the games. I think we might see like a different Secret at TI, at least for the playoffs.
A different kind of Secret. What do you mean by that? How are they different?
Team Secret, like I think for the past few years, I think they're the best team in the world outside of TI. Like they dominate the meta for so much. Like when I was trying to learn what was like the groundbreaking Dota strategies, I would always look at Team Secret. And then they always, you know, they go to TI, they get 5th, and then they get 4th, and these would be disappointing placements for them. Like 5th and 4th are very respectable,
like a kid.
but not what you expect out of a squad that shows this level of caliber throughout the year.
Yeah, they had 8 like major tournaments in a row that they won. Not DPC major, but like major in terms of, you know, $100,000 to $500,000 prize pools, something like that. They won 8 in a row.
And the finals were stomps too.
Yeah, like they were just stomps, yeah.
3-0 grand finals, one grand final after another. I was paneling most of them and felt like, okay, here we go. Secret comes in, it's a 3-0, going home early tonight, I suppose. But coming into this series, Slack said something interesting. He has his conspiracy theory that they were, you know, 4 months away from tournaments in order to hide their strategies and also to give themselves that mental break and to change something, come into the TI in a little bit of a different way. I think they've accomplished that.
I actually remember watching some major at some point, and they were interviewing Zai, and he was saying that for that major, they hadn't actually been scrimming up until like the 2 weeks before, other than boot camp, and so like the 2 week boot camp, and so it seems like they have had that mentality before, and they respect that mentality, and now they're actually doing that for TI rather than just these other tournaments. Perhaps it's because they took TI way more seriously, so they like changed it up, but now they're like, you know what, we're just gonna do what we did to win all of the other tournaments.
Yeah, actually, I remember I think MDO Disneyland, they won that major. I don't think they played a single scrim before that tournament.
Yeah, that was actually, I think that was probably
they did scrim before the tournament.
Yeah.
That's some confidence. Is that a confidence thing, or is that like the super secret strat about being secret?
Did they scrim a lot before any major? Because they went out in the wild cards.
It's hard to say. That's hard to say. We didn't get many interviews.
I mean, the MDO Disneyland one, that was like 2018. I don't know. I think after they got 4th in Singapore, they're sort of qualified for TI. They decided to like straight set their eyes on TI. I think they're very goal-oriented.
I think that's something very similar to IG. You could see their games in DPC Season 2. They would even end them really quickly if things go wrong, just because they're focusing on the games, on the future.
I like that we can see OG and they're just looking up at the monstrous versions of themselves. Like they're really enjoying the moment, and that's good to see for a team that, you know, obviously does incredibly well whenever they're enjoying the moment.
I like that so much though. Like you're at the main stage. I know it's OG. They're the best at dealing with TI pressure, but they've won 2 TIs. They're still enjoying the moment.
Yeah,
like,
that's good. It's so important.
Like, look at where we are. Remember how we got here, and
remember
like, believe in each other. You know,
I feel like they made Saxa a little bit smaller, actually.
They may have.
Yeah, they may have. He is a
giant.
Yeah.
But to your point about enjoying themselves, there is actually, if you rewatch True Sight, Seb, coming into the grand finals, he says, guys, we already won this. Just enjoy yourself. And that's it, right? If you enjoy what you're doing, it's so much easier to play because that's how you defeat fear, that's how you defeat anxiety, and just go all in.
Yeah, it's
Channel
true.
the energy.
It's true. OG is 100% a mental team. I remember there was something in the Omega League. We actually interviewed Seb, and we talked to him about like the nature of language, and he went off for like 3 minutes explaining that, you know, jokingly, like other teams literally steal the words that they use because they're so important for winning the game, bringing these extremely complicated concepts and making them very simple. So OG is all about the out-of-game stuff.
Tell me a little bit about their in-game stuff as well, because they're, as we mentioned earlier, they have two completely different play styles, with Secret maybe being a little bit more patient and OG being maybe a little bit more aggressive. Tell me a little bit about that, AUI.
So I think Team Secret this tournament, more than any other team, not just this tournament, but historically, I'll see an enemy team run up the high ground into all 5 of their heroes. Puppy will be in front, they'll kill him, he'll buy back, and they'll win the fight. And this consistently happens. They're less of a timing team, and they're more like playing, waiting for their good fight. They will always wait for the perfect fight.
Like the biggest house as a
gamer,
gamer,
they're honestly a bit of a misunderstood team.
Most expensive house.
People see them as this hyper-ego team, which they are. But I think mostly they're like a timing-based team.
There's
like an on switch for them, and as soon as they hit their timing, they're ready to go, and they never stop. As long as you can pressure
most expensive house
your opponent, they're down to like bring all the numbers they need.
Esports.
Yeah, I remember watching a clip from No-Tail's stream where he was breaking down their Ti10 win, and this also goes back to the nature of the language that they use. And I absolutely loved it. Like half the stream, but then the other half was like golden nuggets, where basically he was like, yeah. So basically in this game, like, well, just Dota in general is like a game of cat and mouse. And as the game progressed, he was explaining the points where they were the cats and when they were the mice, and it's like these words that it sounds so silly and like almost childish, but it gives you a perfect idea of what their goal was at that point in the game. Like early game, before the timings that you spoke about, what they do is they'll have professional team, not going for kills necessarily, because he couldn't pull to zero the heroes he's trying to go for, but just to make space, literally just to make space until they can get to that point where they become the cats, and then when they become the cats,
and Lizard, what about the roster changes? We talked about it very briefly earlier, but now that OG is not the same OG that we've seen the last 2 years, what are the effects on that?
I'm not sure if it's just them keeping it on brand, right? Scrap up, find the last replacement just before TI in June, go into the qualifier,
barely win the qualifier.
Barely win. Both TIs, the storyline is really repeating itself, but
ऑफलाइन था ना, बहुत पहले की बात है, यहीं पर ही है, क्या बोलते हैं, मेरे घर के पास ही है, उसमें ग्रेटर नोएडा में था वो। तो फनिक्स से पूछा गया, he played with Indian players, जो भाई वहाँ पर पहुँचे थे, बढ़िया-बढ़िया बंदे, जो ठीक-ठाक खेलने वाले भी थे। तो what do you think about Indian players? He said below average.
However,
they're not even average players.
Incredibly skilled. That's why he was top 2 on another TI, right, with DC before.
अब है, लेकिन हमारी टीम के जो बड़े, हमारे उसमें जो बढ़िया-बढ़िया players थे, जो professional थे, सब छोड़ के LOL चले गए चुके हैं। League of Legends चला गया, एक वो था, क्या बोलते हैं, जिसका हाथ खराब है, मैं नाम भूल गया उसका।
And perhaps he doesn't bring as much when it comes to the emotional stability. There are many players that can be as relaxed on a big stage as Jerax.
Well, here's the thing, though. The more you doubt, the more power gives OG. I remember listening to Elon Musk speak about the simulation. I was thinking, man, this guy may have smoked a little too much drugs, but now that OG is so doubted to win TI, and more doubted than before, I am 100% convinced we do indeed live in a simulation. You can't write a better storyline than this. You're doubting them live on the panel right before their game. This fuels them. I hope you realize this travels through the ether of reality. It gives them power. Look at Sumail.
So it's Kyle predictions and panel doubting.
Yes, everybody doubting them. All of the world fuels OG.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, OG looks pretty poised for a third-time fluke in a row, you know?
Well, he called it fluke, so that still counts as doubting. You have to really mean it.
I mean, it's not flukes. I'm just saying, like, when you watch OG, you understand that they know things about Dota that I feel like they do better than any other team consistently.
All right, so AUI, give me like your 10-second description of Secret's biggest strength? We've talked a little bit about OG, but what about Secret?
I think Secret's biggest strength is that when they're waiting for the right fight, they're very patient, and they move around the map before and after fights the best of any team at the term, I think. Like, Puppy will literally use like cardinal directions and just move his teammates around so you get the right angle. Even if it doesn't seem obvious at first, you'll be like, oh wow, that was a really good move.
Yeah, it's like Puppy's moving them all at once, basically.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, it stems all the way back to the old school captains. You can really see the same thing in QQQ and ROTK and all these oldies. They do the same thing.
Awesome. So one more thing that I just have to ask. One of the things that we mentioned while we were talking over dinner about this series is that Secret was an informational-based team. Tell me about that. What makes them an informational-based team?
Well, I think a big thing is, like, Secret doesn't necessarily look for timings. It's not like, oh, you know, obviously to a degree they will. Every single team at TI will. It's like, oh, we have a BKB, they don't, let's go fight. But Secret is the type of team where, like, you'll have like 10 seconds left on your Ravage cooldown, and they will be smoked waiting on a high ground for you to walk up, and they'll fight you. Okay. So they use information better than a lot of other teams. And it's because it's their playstyle to just beat you when you don't have something available to you.
And to add on to that, I think Secret, as a team, they get the most information and they react to information the fastest. This team, traditionally, they push out the most waves. They will always have wave shove. They'll make the enemy show, you know, they'll get impatient, and that's why the enemy's actually running into them in the high ground, because they lost patience first. They're also, from what I've heard about their communications, I think they have, I mean, this is all hearsay because I've never been there, but everyone on that team talks a lot and provides a lot of information. I remember I saw this one series, I think it was with Vici, where they decided to put 3 heroes in the bottom lane, bring Puppy there, just so they could deward the camp. They get the hard pull off, which allows Yapster to be freed up, and then they save their glyph so that their puck can get 6 before the enemy storm. They coil him, and Yapster's there because the lane's in good position for Zai. These sorts of plays are all set up by your communications. Like, you have to execute as well, but it's really good planning and everything.
It's definitely communication, but it has to come from somewhere, and that thing is experience. The amount of experience that Puppy brings to the team, that these big captains bring to teams, it's difficult to beat because he has multiple mental models on a way that he can direct his team to play a different style in every single game. And he's surrounded by such talent that they're able to actually conform and move into different directions of different strategies. I think that's extremely important for them. If they're losing, they will never bow down and make these silly mistakes. They won't even desperate smoke out. They will continuously try to split push to buy themselves some more time, and they're the best at that.
One thing that really that has me wondering is how the current state of affairs of the world has affected TI for both of these teams. As you mentioned earlier, OG has no audience that No-Tail can feed off of, but at the same time, Team Secret, a very, very experienced team, they're probably not really sure what to do with this as well. There's no audience. They might have, like, there was no TI last year, so they don't have, like, the practice, the extra TI experience. Do you think that both of these teams will be suffering a little bit, or do you think that they're just ready, they're prepared?
Well, I would say that emotions are still running high. If you think about the majors, one team got devastated by a punctuation mark, so it doesn't matter if it doesn't really matter if you have the audience or not, but the build-up is even bigger because it's been longer. We've had 2 years of no TIs. Because of that, this is so important for every single team.
Yeah, I mean, there's also a question of, like, for different individuals, this would matter more or less. You know, going back to EG, I see EG as a team that they are, you know, desperate for number ones. They want to break the curse, whereas I feel like Team Secret, if they're coming into this with any mentality that's close to their major mentalities, well, it's the same. You know, there's no crowd, there's a lot of money on the line. It's the same thing. And so that's the one argument. Like, I don't remember who it was that said it, but it wasn't me, just so I don't get in trouble for this. But somebody said, I think it was Slacks, that Puppy isn't necessarily the type of guy that you would want to cry on his shoulder if you're losing the game. He's a great captain. He can, tell you exactly what to do, but perhaps he rules with a bit of an iron fist. No-tail on the other side, Seb as well. These are the types of guys that they will, pick you up. They'll deal with your emotions and fix them perhaps. And so the question is, will Team Secret just not need their emotions to be picked up because there are less of them now, and it's so similar to majors? Are they different from EG in that way? And I guess that's what we'll see today.
For sure.
AUI, did you have anything to add?
No, I was just thinking, it's because Puppy, he has this image of this very scary captain. But I've worked with him before, and he's actually sort of a goofball.
He's a nice guy.
No, when you run into when you see Team Secret sitting together, they actually sit together and they make animal noises at each other.
What?
I don't know for
what
fun.
type of animal?
I don't know.
Orangutans?
Yeah, just anything to have fun.
Monkeys are fun.
It's less public facing, but what did you say?
Sorry, said monkeys are great. Continue.
I think it's true that maybe the team dynamic from the outside doesn't look like Secret will be as comforting, but the one topic I wanted to touch on is the coaches of the two teams. Because for me, I think it's super interesting that for OG, they've changed their coach after every TI win. Like some fresh ideas, something coming in. And Team Secret, they have Heen, who I believe he got second with Team Nigma, or they were Team Liquid at the time, and then he jumped over to Secret, right?
Yep.
A couple of years ago. He's been there for a long time, more stable.
He also tweeted that he will make the president of, is it Denmark?
Estonia?
No. Matamba Man.
Finland?
Finland. Okay.
Oh.
The king, the president.
He would make the president. He will make that president. No, is it a king?
I think maybe
whatever
they
the leader
both,
is there,
whatever.
they will know Matamba Man's name.
Because they met Jerax
by the end of the year.
Hobson, right?
They did.
But they did not meet Matu.
No.
And he was very sad about that.
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just want to say that for all of you at home who aren't as lucky as me, I can look at Synderen like a few feet away from me at the drafter's
shaking
desk,
his head.
and he's shaking his head at Jenkins right now, and he was the one that told us it was Finland. What an expert!
Thank you, Sin.
Thank you.
When it comes to the coaches that you talk, I actually did talk to Soshka a little bit. I'm sad that he didn't manage to get here on TI, but he is still a side coach. They didn't abandon him. He's still with the team, as much as I understand. But
all right, cool. Well, it looks like we are ready for the first game of the series. Let's get it started.
OG versus Team Secret. Game 1.
Welcome to the draft panel once again, this time with OG versus Secret. Two teams with such high-skilled captains and drafters that it almost feels like the draft is a game in and of itself. To analyze this draft, my name is L+, and I'm joined this time by two excellent members of the panel. It's going to be the high MMR player, Effie, even higher MMR as a person, and the stoic and ex-pro, Synderen.
Hello.
Hello. So, I'm going to start with you, Synderen. As you have this incredible competitive experience, I want to hear about you. I want to hear about the drafting styles about these two teams. In an overarching sense, what could you tell me about their philosophy when it comes to the draft?
I think overall, I don't know if you want to talk like history or just this event in specific, but
go ahead with history.
I would say OG, historically speaking, at TI has been more of a meta-dictating team than Secret has, at least in the last couple of events. Obviously, they have 2 victories under their belt, so this could be a correlation there, that if you're the teams that come in with a lot of the cool strategies and have good ideas,
Guys, can you hear me on Discord?
you can go far.
Rohan.
And something that OG have always been really good at TI is something I would call like combos. So they have this understanding, they figure out, I don't know how they do it, they like drill the game into absolute detail and figure out what is the really strong mechanic of this patch. Like TI8, they were playing on healing, at TI9 they were playing on regen, and now let's see what it is at TI10, and if they have that advantage over the other teams. Because usually they can kind of hold their cards a little bit close to themselves until the main event, and then they're going to go all out and show what they've got. So far, nothing too surprising here, though.
Okay.
I really like what Synderen said about a meta-dictating kind of team. always succeeding, because as we've seen earlier this season with PSG, LGD in particular, they were the ones who kind of set the trend for the Animator, right? They innovated the carry axe, they were playing all kinds of different styles, and they won it, right? So the teams that are willing to be more creative and actually bust out the new heroes and the strange builds are always the ones that go further on the big stage.
And then what can you tell about Secret then, their philosophy?
I would say Secret overall have been, how to say, that they're a little bit more stable in a sense. I think, how to put this? So sometimes OG's strategies can be absolutely incredible, and other times it's almost like they're like over creative and almost shoot themselves in the foot because they try to do too many things at once. And they kind of like try to from my perspective, it seems like sometimes they need to tame themselves a little bit because they love to be crazy and wacky and they want to do all this stuff. So you've had drafts with OG during qualifiers. Like, what are you doing? What is this? What is the strategy? How is it meant to work? And other times you see the strategy and you don't understand. You see gameplay out and you're like, wow, okay. They were like thinking at this 3 levels higher than I was imagining, right? And then all the pieces come together. Secret, it's a little bit more stable. I would say Secret's bottom level in drafting is probably higher than OG's, but I think their ceiling is also a little bit lower. So it depends who gets to, like if OG is at absolute echelon tier for themselves, I see them having an advantage in the draft. So for Secret, it's about sticking to their guns, getting something stable, and maybe throwing a curveball if they can a little bit to OG, and making them, you know, get out of their comfort zone a little bit.
For now, we don't see much of a curveball. We see one of the most picked heroes, or most contested, which is going to be Monkey King. Actually, one of the best teams that play Monkey King because they have multiple of the best Monkey King players in the team. Thoughts on the start, Effie, of Monkey King Ancient Apparition?
So the thing about Monkey King is that out of all the popular and more contested heroes recently, I think he might provide the most value in the first phase, just because he can be flexed to every single role and played well, right? Typically, these first phase heroes can play on maybe 2 core roles, maybe on 1 support role, but with Monkey King, you can have him play 1 through 5, and depending on if you have players who excel at it, you can adjust it to the enemy team's draft. So that hero in and of itself, in that regard, provides value. The AA pick is pretty obvious, right? Because we saw IO being picked up by OG, so they just go for the typical counter left in the pool. But the IO that OG has currently is a little bit more interesting because if you saw this on another team, you'd probably think it's a support, but OG have already played it twice on the offlane, so...
Yep. And talk about Unorthodox. I mean, OG, they start with IO Mars. We've seen a lot of Mars plus some sort of combo in the arena. That's the most obvious thing people see, but what is the strength of this IO Mars as a starter?
That's a good question. I think so. Something that OG use that I would imagine with Mars for them is that I'm not putting this off lane right now. I think it could be multiple different roles. I think it could be a mid hero for Thompson. I think it could even be a 5 for No-Tail, just because they haven't shied away from doing these things, and specifically almost I feel like planning a draft based on the expectation of the opponent. So they will pick a hero, anticipate that the opponent thinks it's this role, and then they round out the draft in the end so that in a way it's not even picked as a flex pick. In their minds it's already maybe support, and then in the end they just know what core they want because they've planned for it to be support the whole way, and the enemy team has counterpicked as a core, and then they just, you know, swap things around. Where it might seem like, wow, that was a really great snap last-minute decision, and they might have, you know, planned it 5 minutes ago. So that's what I think when I see this, that Mars is just a flex pick for them. As far as Secret goes in this tournament, I think maybe they are the team, in theory, that has the most flexibility on Monkey King. I genuinely think all 5 of their players could play this in this game. But when you pick AA, that corners it a little bit more, so it's probably not 5, but that's basically all OG know right now. I guess it needs no introduction. Both Nisha and Matumba and Monkey King. Yapzor has played at this tournament already. He went for a build that we've seen a couple of people play with, like the Atos into Gleipnir build. And Zai would also be able to play it. I think he's the least likely of the 4, though, to grab it.
Yeah, the team actually was running Monkey King offlane at the start of the season with a Witchblade build that tried out, which was mixed results. I wanted to go back a bit in the draft, though, and ask you about a specific ban, which surprised me a bit, which is the Storm ban in the first 2 bans. You let the Monkey King highly contested hero pass through, and the Storm gets banned.
That's funny, Ava, because I was looking at it just now, and I thought it was interesting as well, but it does make sense. It seems to me that really OG did place this IO in high regard, because instead of caring about a potential Monkey King, they just chose to protect their IO. So IO is a hero who can provide so much utility for a team, but his biggest issue is just getting jumped. Right. And a lot of teams are not afraid of first phasing Storm anymore. The hero does get countered quite easily, but he can be played regardless of that. And sometimes picking your mid hero in the first phase is something that you have to do versus specific teams who like drafts like the IO, right? So they ban the Tiny and the Storm out, who both excel at killing, and that's the priority.
Yeah. Storm is also a much better pick on the last pick of the first phase than he is on the 1-2, right?
Yeah.
It means you get to go into bans and solve some of the problems you might have. In recent times, I think Storm's bad matchups mid are very limited as well. There's not like that many heroes you could pick if you're OG. And specifically, one of Storm's worst matchups in lane, Lina, is something that I don't think we see Topson play that much. When Lina was very popular, Topson was one of the few mid players that never touched it, actually. It just didn't fit his style. He has played it since sometimes, but I don't think it's one of his favorites. So that could be part of it. Another thing is, you might open up the Monkey King for Secret specifically because when I think about all of the top teams in the world, I think Secret is probably the team that, in my opinion, is least successful with IO. Like, they've tried it many different times in different variations over the years. They've had Puppy play it, Yapster play it. And it's like, there are games where it looks really good, but there's just as many where it's like, you know, like, what if? There's all these what if feelings. So I think OG being super experienced both with and against the hero are fine with just leaving in the pool. You know what, Secret, you guys want it? We have a plan for you. If not, we're going to take it every time. Right. So you kind of put the onus on Secret to find a solution of how this hero is going to play into the game in general.
And now, you talked about combos earlier for OG, but the combo is going to come out for Team Secret, a tried and true combo. Usually it's SCA teams that love this combo the most, but it's the Earthshaker Morphling. For those of you at home that don't know, Morphling will get an axe, he'll turn into Shaker, he'll crit you for 1,000 damage, and you go, where's my HP, where's my support? You can't stop him, he moves around the map. It's kind of ridiculous. Yeah. Can you tell me, do you think this is the game for an Earthshaker combo, or Morph Shaker combo?
So I want to talk about this combo in particular because it was a nightmare a few months ago, not like a year ago or something, right? In pubs where it just felt incredibly strong. It felt uncountable to a degree, and it fell out of favor because of nerfs to Earthshaker. Nerfs to Morphling as well, but specifically Earthshaker's airtime in his ads. But recently they reverted that change. So now Earthshaker buys an ads, he does his airtime is much lower, which was like a buff to this combo, but also he cleaves when he lands.
Which I didn't know until I saw this, like, kind of.
You don't have to do any swap at all. Like, you can just do it as ranged.
A ranged attack has cleave.
That's absurd.
This is good again. I expected it to be probably the two most
I guess like Zaya.
If you haven't seen what Effie was talking about before, as you know, Shaker was quite fast at jumping through the air, then they reverted it, and it felt like you were watching Space Jam in slow motion, right? And now we're back to actually watching the real NBA, and that's where Morphling is scariest. So, we have last picks here. What could we be expecting for both teams? You talked about the Monkey King flex. Where are you expecting him now?
I'm mainly just want to quickly look at OG again, just because. Okay. So they've played IO Tusk, right, as a dual lane where it's been Seb playing the IO and Soxa on the Tusk position 4.
They're going for some
if
sort of
they do want to do that, this
now,
Mars is
like
indeed 5, most likely, right? Then the mid would be Invoker for Topson, which is probably a lock at this point.
Yes.
If you want to do it quote-unquote standard, you could play Mars Tusk lane and then put IO plus carry safe lane, but it sounds kind of weak against Morph, so I think Secret or OG are more likely to run that IO Tusk lane. As far as Secret goes, they want a last pick that is probably just their
escape potential hai, lekin wo nahi hai.
Monkey King mid against
Once
Invoker,
everybody
it's
jumps
not
on
a
them,
bad
they won't
matchup.
last like.
And grab an offlaner here for Zai. That's probably what they're going to do.
You don't think it's bad, despite the fact that Tornado can dispel the Jingle Master?
So I want to say historically speaking that Monkey King performs very well against Crossworks and Mocha mid. It runs at you and hits you, and if you have to space yourself as Invoker all the time, he denies the creeps. And Invoker is very limited in terms of utility in the lane. Like you said, he has this one Tornado, but aside from that, he can't really fight back. His base damage isn't great, his armor isn't that great. Monkey King, if he ever gets the procs in, he's going to go for it. All right, it is probably going to be an offlane Monkey though, as it looks.
Interesting.
Mid-Ember.
It could also be an offlane Shaker, which you've seen a lot in this tournament.
Puck ban kiya, Void ban kiya, Kunkka ban kiya.
Just to add on to that point about Monkey King versus Invoker, Monkey King is actually quite nice because when Quansuck's Invoker attempts to rotate around the map, Monkey King can match his pace very easily. He's not one of those many heroes who
the kind of combo they are going na, Arsa can negate the physical damage.
Also join these side lane fights very early on.
The single hit jo marega na wo.
The concern for that is playing versus Mars and Arena, Sun Streets, a counter in
मैं
that
वो कह रहा
regard,
हूँ
but
जैसे
it doesn't seem like they're
combo
going
वाला
to be
हिसाब है ना इन
concerned
लोगों
about
का
it.
अगर
With the draft finalized, I would
load
just go
मत लो,
first,
load देख लेना इन गेम चलो.
pick whichever team and tell me the weaknesses.
इसकी favorite team है ज़्यादा मत बोलो भाई.
We still didn't talk about the last two
favorite
picks,
team है कमी
so
नहीं
I'm
की.
trying to
आया
think
बाबा
about it in
रामदेव.
like larger context. But this Ember pick is quite good, right? Because what did they lack versus this IO? The backline jump. And they are going to have that in Shaker and Morphling later on in the game, but they do need that hero who can go in first. And because of having this Ember, it actually enables Ancient Apparition. Because Ancient Apparition is a hero that likes to shoot his ults out whenever he has them. So in order for that to happen, they can't just sit back and wait for Shaker blink timing, right? So Ember really makes up for Shaker's weaknesses in that sense. Oh, and it is
भाई साहब उसकी स्ट्रीम देखा था दिल बिल्कुल खुश हो जाता था दिन अच्छा जाता था.
Closing thoughts of what you love about OG, please.
I love OG's pace here. They can play super fast. Crosswicks Invoker, Ursa Wisp. There's so
I've
much
never
tempo.
seen nobody so calm, like
Secret's lineup
composed,
needs a little bit more time
शांत
to
रह
build
गए
up,
भाई
so I
अलग
think
ही
OG
मजा
gonna
आता
play
है.
super hyper aggressive in this game, play very explosive Dota. If Secret can weather the storm and get later, I think their strategy is most likely going to win this game. So a very clear like contrast between the two styles here with
Hey
aggression
Mark,
versus
how
more
are
tempered
you?
gameplay.
Guys, welcome Mark and make sure that every now and then we
OG
speak in
does
English as
have
well
to
because Mark
play
will not understand
very well
Hindi.
around these first couple of ages.
So you're sending me conclusions, but there's one man.
I did. I wanted to watch Ti with you and like get your review on that.
His name is PSJ, and he'll be giving you the
just get home.
word for today.
Cool. I fucking have been sending requests. Imagine I was streaming at the same time I was working. So even if I have like low productivity, I think I can deal with
the same position on both sides. The 4 position. We got Yapsor's Monkey King.
You fucking can't miss Ti. At least not main event.
Heroes are instrumental to the success of this team.
Every day you're
Yapsor
gonna work,
is going to provide that information from the vision on the trees, as well as the setup done for the AA combo, and eventually for the Earthshaker Morph, buying time for them to get to their items. While on the other side, the Tusk, they lack a little bit of damage in the early game. Getting that diffusal.
Live in Discord. Live. You're not watching on.
Like I want to see in your perspective.
Oh, okay. Hey, live. Let me just quickly go live here.
चलो prediction कर लो भाई पट पट पट.
Barrack transaction.
Total number of smoke game at the game end. 0 to 5 to 8. Time of first direct destruction. 30 to 40. 30 to 40. नहीं 20 to 30 I think. नहीं.
First वाला क्या डाला है तूने?
30 to 40 yeah. First player to get 50 last hits.
Oh my. Panel has been saying tick it off. Very kind of different styles that we'll be going for. Obviously OG is going to be looking to set pace with this Ursa, with this Invoker moving around the map, but it's different. It's just fun that we're starting to get to see from them so much.
I'm going with triple kill. I'm going with Invoker.
नहीं मैं निशा के रखूंगा.
Triple kill भी.
नहीं Zai को रखूंगा मैं.
I think it's just something
नहीं triple kill first player.
Seb's been playing it so many times, and they're
और
with the team about
second fourth में मैंने मातुम्बा मैन को रखा है.
What better than having like an IO that gets
third में मतलब third में.
fast-paced.
First 50 last hit में मातुम्बा मैन.
Tether as well. You get items faster. Your mech can hold up. You set the tempo even faster.
मैंने Zai डाला है.
Position IO than you were like a 5. Sure, mech is really cheap, so we see it picked up very early anyway on those like 5 IOs, but now it's like Seb is going to have it, and he's going to have these crazy levels that increase the healing as well, because that's what Tether does when you get levels. So.
And you do sort of agree with Cinder in the center, really. He says very much, you know, you're looking at this game, this draft, and we know, of course, how OG likes to play. OG this game, they are going to want to, and they kind of need to play fast.
Mark, you can see it, right?
Yep. You just don't want to sort of get yourself into territory where you're having to deal with the fact that
Mark, what do you think?
Your heroes might get one shot.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm logging in.
Also, if you just look from Secret, it's a bit stronger as the game does progress. Once you start getting these levels on that Shaker, the AA, even the support Monkey King.
We have a Secret fanboy.
Everything a bit of a disaster for OG. But if they get a good tempo set, they have a good gold lead, then they're going to be able to still chain these kills. But we'll see if they can do that. But they do
it's like I'm not a hater of Team Secret. It's just that I like
Ursa, Alacrity.
I love Puppy though.
Quite a lot of times in this game.
Absolutely, and we're definitely going to see OG get a lot of usage, as you say, out of those sort of early brawling abilities that are really going to amp them up and make it rather hard for Secret to go toe-to-toe with them.
How do I actually go and...
Ladies and gentlemen, we do have a brief pause. I believe that the teams are just getting themselves all sorted so we can get tucked in for a whole complete Dota 2, as I say.
No, you can't.
We're going to have
nobody hears
minute one, really.
Nobody hears you. Let's see. We'll probably see level 1 smoke.
Chat on
They've got tag team.
On
They've got
रहेगा तो
IO.
एक बार
They've got the stronger level 1, even though sometimes it's a bit awkward because you have something like an IO and you're running to like Shaker. There's a Monkey King and an AI on the other side. There's a Morphling on the other side. So OG is gonna.
Who did you pick for the first triple kill?
And let's see if they do some like maybe, I wouldn't say like tri lane or anything like that, but maybe just for the start, get the early kill on the Morphling, then swap the lane up. Could definitely see a possibility from the IO, the Tusk, and the Mars, since Tusk just works so good when you have so many more heroes for tag team.
And so looking at the mid lane, you know, Nisha versus Thompson here on the Ember versus Invoker. How do you expect that one to go, right? The Thompson's
I still can't nobody hear
with the matchup, right? He's gonna. He should be okay. Invoker, you can play around with
Toggle क्या क्या भाई?
Yeah, you've got a little bit of like good base damage. Sure, your flame guard's gonna
how do you do it
in some situations, but you should be able to get these last hits. You're gonna be able to pull creeps back, and you know water runes are a thing.
Console, right?
तो 50 last hits क्या रखोगे तुम लोग?
Invoker, you're gonna have a sustain that just comes from naturally. Well, he doesn't. So I know Brian was heavily talking about Sox in this upcoming game, and I think we'll probably
prediction
spend
ended
a lot of
or
time looking to make those moves.
Prediction has ended, right?
Water runes early on, even the 6-minute rune.
Until game मतलब until unless timer पे zero prediction चालू रहता है.
Is he going to be more needed in the lane, really? Is he going to have as much freedom as Saxon?
Mark, what do you think? Thompson?
Like for triple kill?
I think it's more going to be Soxa checking, but
I was thinking, I'm still thinking.
I think he'd like
because the
to
potential
stay with the
triple kill
Shaker
here
just
is,
melee
I'm
versus
thinking
Ursa.
Nisha.
You don't want to leave him completely alone, right? So, even though
yeah, because
Shaker
he's
has
using
done really
Ember,
well versus most of these melee
and like in
matchups,
mid
Ursa
game
can take
he has the
advantage of
potential
it.
to do it.
One
Even
little hit
MK
from
can
Mars,
do
even
it.
though it's a 5 position,
But
you
MK
should have
is
to chase it. There's no Monkey King
is
there.
it a support?
Here we go.
MK is
Yeah, so it's either Nisha or Sumail, so that's the only option.
I think
Invoker, yeah.
Here in the upper bracket.
Zai?
Of course, smokes up straight
I
away
think
from both teams.
Zai will have a hard lane.
Zai for triple kill? I'm not sure because he's
I'm going
against.
with Sumel. I'm going with Sumel.
Yeah.
Zai will get triple kill. Up, so maybe he'll be able to scout something.
Let's see, let's see. I
dodge
did
that
choose Sumail also.
that's gonna come.
Yeah, I did choose Sumel. Arsa definitely has the potential to do it.
Approach onto the high ground.
Yeah, he has potential. He has a chance.
I always want to point out some invokers
kills
we
very
have seen at
quickly.
this tournament are still in the Wex level 1 to get the EMP for the lane. This
Yeah,
is
because Thompson plays Wex Invoker.
and we're ready. And the taunts, of course, come out from Seb. Claim.
And obviously the first player to get 50 hits, it's gonna be Sumail because of his overpower.
Morty.
Yep.
Not about overpowered. He's playing core, so
Courier out so that he's going to be able to turn back into Courier form as well later on, so he can keep using that. That's why you see it pulled out of the base so early. Something we're seeing a lot more players do.
And overall as well, you know, this game, what's sort of your feeling from the drafts? Like, do you prefer the approach of one of the teams this game?
Good luck, Tapan, good luck.
It's just going to have to be speed and few mistakes, though, because I've seen very similar drafts like this also from, you know, we got to cast that LG the Elephant game where they had that enormous gold lead the entire game, and then one little slip up, the Morphling, and the combo just ends up taking. That one was a Morph and a Willow, which also is incredibly powerful, but Morph and Shaker has its similarities. So for me, it's, I mean, it's pretty even. It all depends on how the pace of the game starts going. Because if OG gets ahead, they can dictate pace and play around their low cooldowns. If Secret gets ahead early, then I think
I'd really
it
like
might be a little tough for
to
OG to
see
bring it
how
back.
exactly does Thompson
So one
do.
puppy gets gone on from tag team, instant TP, back to the lane.
Sort of eyes, as I say.
That's actually very
Both
good.
side lanes. I mean, which side lane is the most volatile, do you think? Who's got to be the most careful on this first couple of levels?
I feel like top has crazy potential of kills just because it's the double melee. Yeah, so it just makes 1 or 2 wrong steps. Same thing for No Tail. There's Jingu skilled right away on the Monkey King too, so probably the most volatile. Great kill on EA. But I think is on because this game and so the double tribute shift.
I mean, you're right. This Monkey King Shaker against the melee is
Oh bhai, mid pe dekho.
It's a lot of, you know, potential battle back, but for sure you're going to see both teams taking early swipes at each other.
Nisha won't have his shield up anytime. That's for sure. That's exactly what Thompson wants to do. He will make sure that he doesn't have his shield up.
And yeah, I'd say Secret.
Plus, he's gonna have problem with keeping up with the mana.
With their heroes the way it's set up at the moment.
He got the bottle.
So far top. Yeah, have to be careful. Good Fisher. Just going to put a stop to any aggressive chase there from the two of OG. Mid lane Nisha having to play a little careful. He's got some regen out on the way, but rather low at the moment in that matchup so far. 8 for 2, 7 for 1. Pretty even here in the mid.
Thompson's gone straight for damage. Doesn't finish up the null, just finished up a Robo the Magi. I feel like he might go something like a drop. We've been seeing it from him quite a lot.
Not that I'm a hater, but
it's all about pace. I think that's something he might be thinking about.
Oh, they got high before he could do anything.
The heals are enough. Saxon doesn't even go down.
But Seb got puppy.
Sidelines pretty much kicking off at the same time, but of course OG, they were the ones to get the kill.
Plus the track team is very powerful in the lane. Very powerful.
Missed the waveform onto Saxa to get that trade kill. And as we said, Puppy, he's the one who's going to have to eat the brunt of the force most of the time from this tag team. He is securing the farm for Matu, but he's going to die most likely a lot of the times. Just go down there.
Matu definitely has to be careful, but so far the first wave, see that losing the support by his side. Free farm for down here, 14 for 5.
Is also getting good farm. Is getting very good farm.
Versus the Monkey King, who
considering the lane that he
is. Or maybe deciding if he has another opportunity to.
Just get pushed back by the spear there, won't latch the Fisher out. Sumail and Noto, they want to try and get Yapso. Sumail looking to close into the barrel, this strikes up Yapso GG.
Got him!
Sumail does get the kill, inside get him in return, he can't. Sumail's got the boost, the movement speed, he'll make it away. So trade up there on the top lane, but of course Sumail may survive, but he's left in pretty bad shape there after that bruise up and still struggling to come to the lane for CS, struggling the most out of all the cores here in the early game, Sumail.
He's always got mana to work with, that's what we're mentioning, these stick charges, he's always got a fissure, he's always got a giant totem. It's a tough one for Sumail.
And Yapso may have died, but of course able to head over towards the mid. Get Nisha topped up and well.
That's where those deaths are kind of valuable.
When you play fucking support, just do this. TP mid and give the bottle help. We never do that. We never do that. हम लोग हमारे गेम में कभी होता ही नहीं है.
ऐसा करता हूँ भाई.
Okay.
To control the water in it. What can they do about this top lane, OG? Can they make any sort of
alterations? तो बोलते रहे जाते कि भाई please come TP mid, fill my bottle.
I think they have the tank in his bottom. Puppy, get it gone on.
This time down the damage from the tag team. It's enough.
IO is very strong.
Comes in from the IO. Seb certainly onto a hot start indeed. I mean, maybe it will tax him. Matu's got to be cautious.
He's very low.
Seb just sort of beating back into it, stopping Matu from being able to get the trade kill. Sydney should attempt to get aggressive with the chains.
Middle towers under attack. Creeps on him too. Says no one.
Radiant just fortified their structure. Oh, keep him still alive for now, Nisha. And he's still getting this 11 of slight chains in about 8 seconds. Thompson's still hanging around. In fact, he's got a stuck, but he has enough to get into the Ghost Walk. Thompson will stay alive.
Really pushing limit there, though. Yeah, he reveals himself.
Oh, Denisha's going to want to dive back in.
Oh, bhai, मर गया.
That was a bad move.
नहीं, Thompson greedy.
He didn't have to reveal. He didn't have to reveal himself.
अरे वो greedy हो गया भाई, उसकी वजह से.
Reveal नहीं करता. He revealed himself, that was the problem.
अरे वो greedy बन गया ना भाई, creep लेगा.
So it's very fortunate for him, and yeah, big mistake there from Thompson.
I mean, it's so far just a 1k lead, but you saw it there in the CS. All three of Secret's cores across the board getting solid farm in the lanes. Where they're having a bit of a slower time in the mid. And that's top lane.
And Secret's the one who, as we were mentioning, later game scaling is really good. You see this Morphling having a way better start than the Ursa. It's definitely some concern. So I think Saxa, he's going to have to be the one that we look at to kind of fix these lanes up for the team. Seb's done pretty damn good, but he's going to have to especially help out Sumail up top.
Absolutely, we're going to see big moves from Saxa.
Yeah. It's only level 3 too. It's not like he has this insane type of level advantage where you see some of these 4 positions have. Yapsor is actually level 4 before Saxa hits it, so a little bit harder to make all those aggressive moves when you don't have all 3 of your early abilities, like the snowball, especially versus something like Earthshaker and Monkey King. Snowball, very useful.
Oh, deny by room deny.
Take that away from Nisha. Looking for the bottle refill.
Last hit कितने हुए भाई किसके?
Yeah, just not slowing down with the
बोला था मातुम्बा select करो.
Get a bit more space. The pressure's definitely begun to lessen a little bit. Top with Yapso making those movements over towards the mid, so a bit of breathing room for the Ursa.
Only for a second or so, because Zai is going to really soon. We'll see the big move.
Now going to try and go on Matsu. Quite enough damage there to stop him shifting. Still have the chase.
He's level 5 already. He won't die so easily.
He's got the chase built up. Matsu will be able to walk away.
5 level पे तो नहीं मारता.
Zai likely to be 6 after this lane, and that's where Sumail's going to have a lot of difficulty. He's still not level 6 on the Ursa.
Oh, absolutely.
His double melee's up there.
The walk in for a potential slam could be deadly.
Doesn't have his treads picked up, so he's a little bit tankier once he's got them on strength.
And Notel just struggling to sort of trade with Yapzor. Spears off the mark. TP's coming in here for OG Thompson. He's in with the backup. He's coming to try and rectify this top lane for OG.
अरे बहुत ही बढ़िया kill
for a kill between the three of them, and this very much needed OG.
And he's got the urns picked up at a perfect time, so he can make that move, and immediately he does queue up drum. As expected, you know, we've seen him do it a couple of times now, especially when they have the IO lineup. And as we said, OG, the slow start is here, but the pace of the game is going to get picked up incredibly fast.
Yes, you know, you sort of blink and you miss it sometimes with the speed that OG sort of goes from 0 to 100.
Thompson is focusing on
absolutely still happen here in this early days. Less than 1k lead at the moment for Secret. There's still absolutely potential for OG to just explode in these early moments.
Yapzor making the move down bottom. They see him with the ward, but he's here already.
And they get a good Primal Spring jumping onto the two. Nice. Saxo able to separate them a little bit, but now into the touch there to use the snowball against OG. Closes in on Seth, gets the kill, and Yapzor. He's got another spring in a few seconds. Does he want to go up into the triangle? He does. He's keeping his eyes on Saxa. Oh, Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Saxa managed to make it back to the safety of his tower.
Nice one. एक बाकी है भाई एक.
Offlane IO taken out of the lane.
More space for Matu to heal back up to full from the Morning Mask. Already. Very close to his blink tag already. 800 off with the treads.
Nice one correct.
I don't think he wants to be there anyway, and they need to start better levels on the two supports for the side of OG. Otherwise, they're not going to be able to do that
smoke gang सीते रखे तूने.
In the next few moments.
Ah, nice one, very nice.
Quite the nuisance.
Triple kill क्या रखा है triple kill? सुमेल नहीं, जाई रहेगा. देखना एक एको में गायब हो गए सब.
Seb already has Holy Locket done, so that's what we were talking about, where you get these items so much faster as this offlane. Gotta be able to make some nice aggressive moves, but they're on him.
He's gonna try and go. Quick tether over to Saxa, will break the distance. He's fast.
farm kar.
Yapzor knows, even with the boundless strike, they just don't quite have the damage. Even with the three of them to blow up Seb.
timing is very good.
Like after only level 5, I thought they were going to actually move the Morphling out of the lane and then send the AA bottom to get that 6 early on to deter OG from
वो वैसा ही करने वाले हैं. एक टाइमिंग हिट होगा ना फिर वो लोग एक साथ मिलकर वो करेंगे.
Aggressively OG is like OG plays aggressive all the time. That's exactly what they want to utilize as much as they can.
But मैं expect नहीं किया था कि निशा का लेन इतना अच्छा जाएगा वो इन्वोकर के सामने.
And they have setup, right? They have shaker fissure, they have chains, they have monkey.
He had like
ways for them to set up that blast. That's 10 minutes.
Looking over towards Nisha, but in fact Nisha isn't going to be able to set up anything on them. No, doesn't want to try. Thompson just get the initial grab here. Nice EMP. He's waiting for Sumail. He was ready. Sumail, if he gets this, it'll be a lovely kill.
बहुत सही टाइम पे उसको.
ऊपर एको यूज हो गया.
Nice.
Have a little bit of a weight there to really amp up that.
Now they can put pressure. Catapult है.
And they were able to sustain up from the IOTP.
The creep, how the fuck did Ursa recover? Look at that.
I mean, this is look at now. We saw how rough of a start he had. He's second
Ursa has recovered like with the last CS recover.
That huge kill on Nisha in the mid.
Oh. Okay.
अरे OG.
अरे Thompson ने help किया ना भाई उसको. तो recover करेगा ही ना भाई.
Okay, bot tower is gone.
Matu's had to leave the lane.
You can feel it that the pressure is building up from OG. Really gets Thompson. Getting deep in the jungle. Has his mana gone? Has he got enough damage on his own? Oh, is the Earthquake to come out? He gets the kill, Thompson. But it looks like he's probably going to die for this. As he's trying to escape them, but there is no running.
That was not worth it.
Nisha and Yapzor. He gets in, he gets a kill, but maybe a little too deep that time from Thompson. He did force forward.
Thompson space create कर रहा है उसके लिए.
Space for IO to get the finished farm.
नहीं.
To get the it's a Thompson move. That's what he likes to do. Sacrifice himself for the greater good. Zai does have a blink dagger finished up though off of that kill. So there is going to be some responses that come out from Secret.
ये Zai का dagger हो गया.
Maelstrom finished up on the Ember, so Secret does have a bit of a timing where they can.
Spectator chat on होता है.
We're talking about how OG is looking to set tempo constantly with this fast-paced draft, but it's not like Secret isn't going to be able to fight back.
Oh, absolutely not. Yeah, Secret they'll certainly be ready to have a shot back at them. Let's see if they can set up to sort of make a jump and a good reveal with that.
अभी दोनों carry spam हो रहे हैं अच्छी तरह से.
Smoke up already. In fact, from the
लेट
upside,
गेम तो
Nisha,
सीक्रेट का
they're
है,
leading the way up
बट
top.
इनका अभी थोड़े टाइम में ग्रुप ऑफ होंगे ना,
Soaking up some
वो
XP
काफी
around the
स्ट्रांग
tower. M.2 starting to take the tower. They'll dive in straight away. Instead of throwing the chains in with the remnant. Timmy's going in. It's actually going to continue. For the counterplay.
ओ भाई क्या बचा है निशा. Nice fighter, nice fighter.
बहुत.
He lands it on the IO. No healing for Seb. Seb's out. Thompson trying to open the sentries. There are plenty here from Secret as they lay them both down. Thompson has got the move speed though to get out of the range. So Thompson.
ये काट दिया ना.
Big hit there from Secret. They knew that OG, despite losing Sax at the start, OG is the kind of team that will turn up and try and fight around that tier 1. Secret, they were prepared completely for that.
And look at the pace.
ए smoke ये लोग.
Puppy's going to know exactly what's going on.
Oh, nice. ओए ट्रिपल Zai ट्रिपल मार बाबा.
ट्रिपल उड़ी बीड़ी मार.
They might get even for themselves if they get some more
अरे टॉर्नेडो वाली तो पता
सीमेंट ड्रिफ्ट का.
अरे नीचे ही मारेगा ट्रिपल.
नहीं Zai मारेगा ट्रिपल देखना.
But as you say, Roshan, it's in a bit of a juicy position here for Secret. It's not too easy for them to really go for it though.
Yeah.
अरे स्पेक्टेटर चैट कहाँ होता है?
अरे देखो ये ऊपर ओवरराइड कैमरा वाला के नीचे स्पेक्टेटर से चेक कर चेक बॉक्स है उस पे एक बार क्लिक करके वापस वो चेक कर.
आता येते का कोणाला माझं?
येते.
तेरा नहीं दिख रहा मेरे को. हाँ अभिषेक का आया.
अभिषेक का दिख. चप्पन आया. इजी मिड ऑलवेज नेक्स्ट स्पेस पर सी है.
And they weren't even looking for the rush. They were just smoking to move across the map.
अभी आया सब.
Look at that. So very fortunate for the side of Team Secret having a haste.
अरे वो दिखता नहीं लेकिन टाइप हो रहा है.
As we mentioned, Echo
हाँ
still
वैसे ही
on
हो रहा है.
cooldown,
एक दबाने पे हो रहा है सब.
They responded in great force versus the aggression of OG. Even though they're relocating the numbers are attempted to be there from OG, Secret was ready.
सिमेंट तो उर्सा वरिसा नहीं आता खेलने.
And as you mentioned, the sniper.
उर्सा तो मातुम्बा में अच्छा खेलता है फिर. अबे पहले मेरे को लगा मॉर्फ है ना निशा खेलेगा क्योंकि निशा का मॉर्फ बहुत खतरनाक है.
मुझे भी लगा मॉर्फ निशा खेलेगा.
अरे वो मिड पे मॉर्फ भी खेलते हैं भाई निशा.
They pretty much have the diffuser on Samael, so yeah, it's just a few hundred gold off it. Any sort of other items at this stage that each team
इसका डिफिकल्ट हो गया ना मॉर्फ का उर्सा का ऑलमोस्ट.
I don't think so at all. I think
डिफिकल्ट के बाद चेंज होगा रे मोमेंटम.
They're also still defending towers. I think OG just needs to keep looking to make these plays. I think if they sit back and look to wait for something, the game's going to quickly fall out of their favor.
I mean, well, yeah, as you say, you're seeing more from the top lane. If that's happening, Secret's happening.
They've got Diffusal now. They got a medallion also on the Invoker. This is another go time. Smoke up, look for a play immediately with this.
वो इन्वोकर सोलर प्रेस से आ रहा है.
There we go in immediately.
हाँ वो उर्सा को ओवर पावर वो करेगा ना बफ करेगा.
Was ready to take Samael in with a relocate if No-Tail finds a solid setup for the arena.
They have to start finding these big
इसका
kills.
BKB हो नजदीक है. हाँ BKB
Slow
हो.
down the Ember Spirit. Still difficult though.
किया टाइप.
Go for the D-ward here, so Secret will be aware that they're coming in
अरे वार्ड डिवार्ड किया ना उसने. होटल में वो स्मोक पता चला.
in preparation for some sort of jump from OG.
And they've got the big ultis. That's the one thing in Secret, especially they've got the high ground advantage. They have those humongous team fight ultimates in comparison. OG a lot more limited because it's a 5-position Mars who has to walk his way in to try to place his arena.
I mean, some nice little moves there from Saxon, moving himself and all illusions independently there. So Secret did have to guess a bit what was happening. Demeli's trying for the Roche again. He's in the pit. He's going to push. We'll be able to jump out there away from the Fisher, but I mean, they really want to try and get this for Sumail. But again,
finally, main event. Just the main event. Not just the main event, it's the main event.
I don't know if you're ever going to be able to get a shot like this if you're OG.
That's the lineup. They need to get that Roshan advantage for the Ursa. That's why you see both teams just heavily emphasizing in the area. But yeah,
Secret's not going to let him.
Secret's got this vortex pretty bad. They can pretty much infinitely throw it in there to get the scout if he's in the area.
आता दोनों स्मोक डाले दोनों स्मोक मारे 4 किल
राइट ट्रिपल किल मार एक जल्दी जल्दी बस अपना काम हो जाए
showing the IO top Seb. So have to be a bit careful of his positioning. He's split away from the Ursa too, so that means the relocate play is not going to be available for OG to get the numbers. So Secret, they're looking to catch up, but they split away.
If they can get the setup a little too deep here, TP and Vision comes in from Saxa. Rest of OG starting ahead up as well, so Secret, they won't dive any further. Yeah, as long as Secret can sort of keep the pressure on, keep distracted and away from Matu. They're only going to be able to increase that lead that Matu has. Already about 1k ahead of the farmer Sumail. Matu much more happier to just spend time hitting the creeps. He is going to step up. OG, they're right on the shadow here. And Matu knows. He's keeping it cautious, keeping it cool, and making sure that OG can't get the jump on it.
He's going to have his Manta done any second now. And then he's going to go straight for that Aghanims afterwards, as we expect with that Earthshaker combo. And as we've seen come to expect from Topson when he's playing this Invoker, he sometimes does go for this more buff-up strategy, just the alacrity plus that solo crest to make his Ursa, or whichever Ethics carry that much stronger.
Absolutely, just give Sumail the best game he can possibly give him.
Yep. No tail sneaking in, but he's under vision.
We're going to start things on the
Oh, spear अच्छा डॉज किया
dodges the spear.
ये गाड़ी के नहीं बैठा
The top left to stop Zach from being able to get the jump in.
एक आके रखा था इसके लिए
By the blast, he's finished out.
Nishan, time and time again this game, dodging the spears, dodging the Marzulks, dodging the EMPs, just being a rightful nuisance for OG.
Good read from Saxa.
The BKB will be almost done.
Got a whole lot worse for OG. Saxa just making sure that he can find Zai's shaker at every possibility.
हाँ वही मैं देखा अभी उसको कैप क्यों कर रहा है
डायरेक्ट स्टार्टिंग क्यों
They
didn't have to commit anything big on the side of Secret.
वो शायद उर्सा की वजह से किया उसको
उर्सा की वजह से
ठीक है अर्सा के पास ये रहता है
मस्त स्पीयर मारा भाई
Nisha is gone.
Topson मर गया
Sumail got Nisha.
Sumail got triple kill.
Sumail triple बोला था
Zai मारना रहे triple kill.
Right next to Roche as well.
This is what they were looking for.
Exactly what they needed at this point of time.
Zai का एको हागा देखा क्या
Topson ate the run of the force, but the AA blast, as we mentioned, it's got it nerfed so many times in the past, was still on cooldown for a good 20 seconds when they initially jumped Topson. The heals come out, and then they're able to pretty decently turn the game.
But कोई नहीं it's a good trade for them.
While the Roshan is claimed by Sumail.
अरे वो जानबूझ के रुका था ऊपर कि उनको RS लेना इनको प्रॉब्लम ना हो
When it's a BKB reveal on Nisha, and the Wukong's command was there layered from the whole fight.
I mean, it looked like it was going to fall apart for OG. What you see this chase Matu was a cool move here as the top
diffusal working out.
Trying to control somehow.
It will work out here. Ursa के साथ में diffusal plus तेरा Furious Swipe plus overpower.
That's better with Gooch.
There's a lot of potential on our side.
That was exactly the fight they needed here.
Oh, why he's going for Hex now. Nice item.
Power back under their wings.
That's exactly the lock.
He's going to go straight for that Aghanims build on the Ursa. Just more survivability. He's going to be able to constantly be that rightful nuisance inside the fights. Stick on targets.
Oh, they got him.
ओ भाई वो कैसे मर गया
आगे ना
He might be in trouble as well. He's trying to come in to help out. He's pretty
अबे टॉपसन किधर मरा?
आगे ना उसको जंप कर गए थे, जंप ऑन। यस यस।
आयो इधर मत उधर टॉपसन मरा।
अच्छा उधर ही था क्या टॉपसन?
भाई ऐसे तो डिफिकल्ट हो जाएगा।
Even though you've got this Aegis and all that, you know, you've got this quick pace lineup. You don't
बट भाई
want this game
मतलब
to
नेटवर्क
drag on.
इवन
You
है
don't
बट
want
मॉक्स के अगर कॉम्बो आने के बाद
to
हार
finish up and
जाएगी
farm that Aghanim.
Exactly.
He is going to get eventually in this game. He's already got one component. So they've got the blink now and no-tail. So
गेम इज snowball हो
so
जाएगा।
one thing is they have to still look to keep making these plays.
At least
Even if they do
supports तो नहीं
lose
टिकने वाला
Thompson every
फिर
now and then, it's
क्या है,
just what
टोपी
they
फार्म
have
लाया
to do
था
with their draft.
माटो के
Otherwise,
लिए।
as we say, they will get
साला अपने
outscaled.
को ऐसा कोई करता क्या?
ऐसा तो नहीं करता भाई, ये इतना सेल्फलेस नहीं होता कभी।
See how much they can get done. Blink.
3 minutes to really push the issue here for OG.
See what no-tail finds with his blink.
There is no-tail just ends up dying immediately after he looks to initiate. Yatsu on side, hold up. Saxa, he's got the
Double kill.
अबे एको आने वाला, एको आने वाला।
भाई डबल है ना।
ऊपर अल्ट्रा प्रो अल्ट्रा।
अबे एको हट गया।
भाग गया।
वो 20 बैठा 20। अबे गलत जगह पे मारा।
चल सुमेल मार दे।
ट्रिपल नहीं मिला बे अभी भी।
मिल सकता है ना, अभी भी मिल सकता है।
नहीं मिला ना भाई।
मिलेगा मिलेगा अभी मिलेगा।
अबे कैमरा किधर जा रहा?
मिल गया।
अभी मिलेगा ना भाई।
मिल गया।
अरे यार मेरा गलत हो गया।
अल्ट्रा भी मिला देख। टिप टपन।
अरे यार हट ट्रिपल किल नहीं मिला मेरे को, गलत हो गया मेरा।
ट्रिपल बोला तो सुमेल ले ले।
जायका ही था लेकिन ये सूखा दिया।
अरे जायका ही था लेकिन इधर इधर एको उसका हक है ना।
Look at the damage he was able to do in the fight. It looked a little weird because
Come on यार, स्पेक्टेटर चैट चल क्यों नहीं रही है यार?
अरे वो वैसा ही होता है, बंद चालू वो
saw it on the side of the camera as the IO spirits clipped
अरे
the shaker.
चैट देखना तो
Zai actually
ट्विटर
echoed the
देखो।
floor
ये तो ठीक है।
when they
ये
were
तो
trying to
सारे-
make the big go on to Ursa. Either way though, there was still an Aegis. They were still getting all the full heal. OG getting this big ramp up going for them, and I do think
Morph
they're
नहीं
a
मरा ना
little
अभी।
bit more careful with their ice
Morph
blasts.
नहीं मरा।
They just throw it at the tops in every single.
But that's the kill that he
it's got a
needed.
60
Like
second
net worth
cooldown.
भी high
There's
spike
likely
हुआ.
only gonna be in every
He's
single
getting
one.
closer to his act
They
as
have
well.
to prioritize it on the big heals. As we've seen Seb now
अरे
just
कुछ तो हुआ
chunk up
है
his teammates with
तपन,
that.
कुछ
And Thompson is the sacrifice.
स्टार्ट हो रहा है।
अरे नहीं सीक्रेट नहीं है मोस्ट प्रोबब्ली।
Nope.
हाँ बाद में बोलने
finishes there already.
ये तो है
Batu right away.
अरे डाल दे
बच गया।
वो वेट कर रहा था रे नोट।
मर गया मर गया मर गया।
भाई aggression from the king. सुमेल को सिर्फ और सिर्फ शॉट चाहिए भाई, बाकी तो ऐसे भाई जाए का भी काम हो भाई। जाए गया भाई। That aggression.
He's got his blink now. Oh boy. OG really starting to find their footing, and with the blink too, now there's more ways to save his teammates from combo plays. With Aghanims on Ursa, how are they gonna combo Sumail down?
बंदे कह रहे सुमेल Indian pride, साला he's Pakistani.
Radiant's top tower is falling. Because they don't have any silence at all on their team. So Enrage, of course, could be able to be at
Although
whenever you are
Universe
stunned
was
up
the
because
one
of
who
that
brought
axe.
Sumail in, and
That's just
Universe is
problematic
Indian.
for Secret. Such a big Ursa.
लेकिन वो यूएस में रहता था ना सुमेल तो।
They're NRIs. They're NRIs. They were born and brought up in US.
सुमेल born in Pakistan, Universe born in
Level
Pakistan.
20 already at this point.
हाँ,
And
अच्छा Sumail came to US.
even though Matu did have such a good time
When he was
in
a
the
kid.
early game,
So technically
Ursa just sticking on his
Universe
Yazo
Indian
is a
नहीं है।
problem.
Universe is NRI. Sumail is Pakistani.
देखा ना एक एको वो हगा उसके वजह से पूरा गड़बड़ हो गया। नहीं तो उधर मर गए रहते वो लोग।
Didn't get to touch on this either. If we look at
इसका
Yapsor,
स्पिरिट
he's
बैठा
going
था
for a very steep
हाँ स्पिरिट ही बैठा ना उसकी वजह से उसका ब्लिंक कैंसिल हुआ।
tosses into Gladiators. I think we saw a couple Orchid rushes. I think on Crit as this 4 position. He's going for the late game. He's going for the Scotty. He's going to apply to everybody the slow, the reduced healing as well from the IO2 in the team fight. So as he progresses, as we mentioned, Secret's going to be strong, but
Saxa's going to find him.
ये भी मारा.
A bit of damage as well. Saxa going to stop the cold feet here with a snowball. Top save. Stops to the TP. No escape for Puppy.
1 HP 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 1
Secret's trying to, I think, slow down a little bit here and get those items finished up, in particular the Ags on Morphling as well. It's very close to it. It's pretty close. Seb now has his own BKB, so it's gonna be.
Why he delayed his BKB and got Scepter?
Get blast coverage if they can get a stun initially on him. But if he gets the BKB, then it's probably gonna be really hard for Secret to bring down the main focus targets that he's taking.
Scepter से ये भी नहीं होता ना, A blast का थोड़ा नेगेट होता है.
Is it sort of waiting for the next roach? Do they need to go before? Yes, can they afford to sort of wait, get that Aegis, and then look to make a move again?
No, I think just keep looking for fights. If you look for the battle, you've got so many ways to protect your core. So likely won't die no matter what happens because they can't initiate on a cleaning now because that combo आ जाए एक बार चालू हो जाए. Really like the pickup this time around that he went for it since there is no silence that he has to worry about. Always can get your enrage off. Always can allow your eye and your teammates to come back you up.
Put their eyes on no tail bot.
और मॉर्फ को लेट गेम नहीं कर सकते ये, मतलब 1v1 एटलीस्ट 1v1 तो नहीं कर सकता.
नहीं रे कह नहीं सकते क्योंकि लिक्विड चल रहा है ना.
BKB
आएगा ना मॉर्फ के बाद फिर
साइज कंप्लीटली फिजिकल डैमेज ना. BKB तो ये है कि मॉर्फ को यू कांट पिन हिम डाउन, बट ही विल बी
माना बंद नहीं होगा ना भाई उसका.
माना बंद नहीं होगा, दूसरा मॉर्फ का आर्मर बहुत ज्यादा रहता है.
On the shaker 17 minutes, so now it's a lot of potential for some massive burst. Double, triple totals and whatnot. But OG, as we said, not slowing down.
Absolutely, yeah. As soon as someone shows in a lane and they feel the lane, they're making moves over there. Puppy, it's pretty out of the area though.
How do you go for Sumail? BKB Ags with a tethered oil behind him. It's such a difficult target. They have to prioritize. I say somehow have to find Seb, but it's been very difficult for them. And with BKB, how does Nisha focus fire him? Because that was Nisha's job for the most part this game.
Yeah, it's pretty much impossible to kill Seb unless they open up with some sort of stun lockdown.
And he's got a Titan Sliver too, so even stronger with that base damage increase.
Let's see if they can delete first.
Gone, Puppy's gone.
बायबैक किसने किया बे?
दोनों किया, मार्क और
पपी. आयो ने BKB यूज किया क्या?
And just an awkward way really for Secret to start the fight. Puppy just heading up on the front lines.
I don't think he expected them to be there that soon. Just walk. I'm most surprised that he's the one that walked up so quick himself.
हाँ बट इसका
most important timing now for the next few minutes. About 35 seconds until that will spawn. We see OG sitting in the pit waiting.
The force field leads me to believe that Dire just fortified their structure. Good boy, Dire's middle tower is under attack.
There goes Secret. Rather far out here then.
Dire's middle tower just took a big beating. Gone.
You disarm. Fucking hell!
मार गया और
सभी मरेगा अभी नहीं बचेगा भाई. और ये भी आप नहीं छोड़ते.
पपी काम कर गया. मरते मरते अल्टी मार गया ना उसमें.
अल्टी मार गया. अल्टी is the one that did the trick. हील नहीं कर पाए ना.
And it was them just clear understanding. He used BKB earlier. They knew it was still on cooldown. If they just commit onto him immediately, that Io's dead. Mars used buyback earlier. No Mars, no Earth for Pip. Look how quick they
everything just onto this Io. Deletes it.
नहीं लेट हो गया.
And then because now he's got that hag shaker, he can just come in and start one shot. These heroes in a very comfortable spot. Secret has only a 1K lead, but I feel like it's going to start accelerating, building up very quickly for Secret. So G has to be very careful how they take those fights when BKB are on.
It's just so much stun, so much control. It's not easy, even with the enrage, for Sumail to fight through.
It's just an explosive amount of damage that's coming out, so anybody gets seen and they're just dead from these totals. As Matu is just hunting.
I mean,
He's trying to go for Seb. The headband mid-air. It's a cute little interaction. And of course we do have the IO shard. That's also something that will be coming into play. These little mini stuns that are kind of come out onto our Morphling and our Shaker that OG does still have.
Boy, Tyre's bottom tower's getting hit.
But yeah, with this,
Ooh,
much
Dyer,
more comfortable position to look to make more aggressive plays. And an E-Blade now finished from round 2.
So much blasted.
They're looking for Yamsu. Matsu is able to stand his ground. Not able to finish off Seb.
No mana on them. Go fucking chase.
From the fight, OG, if they've got any further chase, Samael. The BKBs are trying to head in. Samael's going to be able to knock the ejection.
Fail.
Lysander holding Samael in position. Seb trying to come out.
अबे हैक्स हो गए
Enough the damage though, Zai. And Seb trying to keep himself alive. Nisha's over to the backline to chase down Nocha.
लास्ट को काट गया उठा मर गया क्या
There's too much that they have to deal with in the fight. They're trying to focus fire Matsu, but then he jumps left. They're trying to focus fire Zai, and he jumps right. Then there's Anisha zipping around the backline, killing his fire remnants. It's just so much elusive coming out from Secret. OG does not have the same amount of control that comes out either. They don't have double shakers, they don't have chains and roots coming out anywhere. Much harder fights for them as we're seeing them progress.
And of course, Matsu had the ages. He's still have it for another couldn't even get him. The concern starting to show with the sort of draft OG has. Now that the minutes are passing, 32 minutes in, 5k lead.
यार काइटिंग बहुत है यार इनके पास
to get Secret.
Secret के पास बहुत काइटिंग
ये फाइट में क्या हुआ देखा या तो जल्दी मर गया अभी उसका स्टार्टिंग हो रहा है 200 रुपए 400 रुपए स्टार्टिंग हो गया
There's so much different chaos that Secret's causing in the fight. OG has to try to find
आयो का हाथ हो रहा है देख
but not really seeing too many options as these. I mean, Morphling gets ages, he's got ass. You've lost so much control. This is not the way that their draft wants to play.
मर गया ओ भाई
छोड़े बिना नहीं जा रहा भाई वो अल्टी छोड़े बिना नहीं जा रहा they lost control of the game
आयो तो आएगा ना
और they lost control of the game
नहीं मरेगा भाई
अरे उसको काइट कर रहे हैं
मरा
फेल कर दिया उसको बेचारे सुनील को फेल कर दिया
This lineup is ridiculous. Once it's timing. I mean, OG is doing some great grabs and trying to get these big guys, but there's just too much control. They're too
oh boy, Dyer's middle tower.
I mean, it's effectively sort of 3 fishes as well. This boundless strike
वो गैंग सीधे हुए भाई और एक करो भाई और एक
many lines of
बात किया ना बराबर
the team fights.
मर गया
मरा
ओ भाई
He's going to look to turn.
मरा नहीं ये साया ना पता मरा अभी उसका मरा
5 मिनट के बाद लेने का है
Gets him away from the Fisher.
Oh boy, Dyer's middle tower
from OG, but Secret still in the area. Somehow, even though they were just bottom, as we've seen them just flying all over the place on the map, always seem to have the numbers.
बहुत वो है यार काइटिंग बहुत है स्टन्स दो ES बन जाते हैं
अरे बहुत होता है
बहुत है और माइंड पकड़ सबसे ज्यादा एक आल्ट
1% on the win probability right now for Secret.
There's just too much going on inside the fights. Too many things they have to focus on. While also trying to dodge
pixel कर रहा ना OD pixel है कि नहीं
BKBs at a good timing so that they don't get clipped by it.
तो बराबर है मजा आता है
It's not easy moving forward.
तू मैच देख रहा है कि नहीं
देख रहा हूँ ना मैं अभी ध्यान नहीं दिया था रे वो कौन कर रहा है
Back into Shaker form, back looking for the plays. Secret gonna continue looking for anything.
गाड़ी हो गया रे इसका मंकी किंग का
लास्ट गैंग की हो गया था वो ये मरा ना
And yeah, really catching their stride. Lincoln's now Anisha too, so that Hex that we saw likely to get countered just because of that.
That's going to be so
सुमेल का भी फार्म तो है रे पर वो बहुत गंदा काइट कर रहे हैं
तो वो स्टार्टिंग पॉइंट ही नहीं कर पा रहा किसी को लॉक नहीं कर पा रहा ना वो
अरे भगा रहे ना सब
भाई ये
ओ भाई टॉपसन मर गया वापस अरे वो उनका हिल नहीं रहा देखना
अरे वो क्या हो गया था अपन मालूम है
This might be the most entertaining lineup I've ever seen.
टाइम पे बैशअप नहीं उसे सेंटर पिक्चर बनाया चटके करके
And they're still going to lose that.
और को एक दो गैंग में वो मार देता
नहीं रे काइट कर
वैसे कूद रहे थे ना दोनों एक जन साथ
नहीं मारता. They're feeling that big confidence.
अरे स्मोक गैंग यार करो एक और एक
They've just started a lot of OG.
I already know. Wasn't paying attention.
500 हो गया ना
ए सेकंड वाला करेक्ट हुआ अपना
हां वही 4 on 4 होने वाला है
Dyer's bottom barracks are hit.
नहीं 4 on 4 नहीं मैं ट्रिपल किल में सुमेल नहीं रखा था साइड
मेरा 4 on 4 होने वाला है
नहीं फर्स्ट में अपना करेक्ट नहीं हुआ और एक स्मोक गैंग चाहिए
5 to 8 हो गया ना 5 हो गया
अरे 0 to 5 था ना पहला 5 to 8 चाहिए और नहीं मरता मर भाई मर गया मर लेकिन ये मार देगा ना भाई मर गया भाई
बायबैक किया
अरे मॉर्फ ने बायबैक कर लिया बे यार
वो रहते हैं नहीं बात प्रो वॉइस उनकी आदत
हाँ नहीं लेकिन वो लोग उतना जल्दी पुश नहीं कर सकते रे
उसने निशा बहुत पावरफुल हो रहा
और निशा भी है काइट मतलब टाइम पास करने के लिए मंकी किंग का अल्टी है क्या अभी हाँ अल्टी भी है नहीं होगा रे अभी डिफेंड नहीं कर सकते एक शॉट
Those Forge Spirits in the mid lane.
And to push him out. Oh, Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Buyback wasted.
Might be a bit of a win condition here now for OG.
But it's a very difficult
one, but it is got to be careful.
It is there.
Yeah, Matu's going to be more cautious with his positioning. Oh, look at that. A DD.
बंदे उसको फ्लेम कर रहे हैं
nice damage on Invoker.
अभी लेंगे ये वापस
1300. Actually more, 1500.
I'm also knowing that Roshan.
टॉपसन को ना अरे इधर ट्विच पे भी उसको बहुत ब्लेम कर रहे हैं बेचारे को
And finding some big crucial items as well. Timeless Relic picked up on the side of Secret.
Oh my goodness, yeah, give it to these shakers and the stuns.
Or the Ember Spirit. I mean, I'm fine with that too. He's pretty good with it.
That's a lot of damage.
OG.
Sumail. He's found Puppy. He's trying to get him on.
अरे वापिस एक वापस उनका एक को हटा
नहीं इनका पड़ा
इको बैठा रे भाई
उसका मर गया भाई
भाई खा गया अच्छा खा गया
सब मरे भाई
आधा लाइफ मारा वो
चलो जी अभी खत्म
डीडी पे था ना आधी हेल्थ पे मारा भाई वो
साला डीडी था उसके पास भाई
डीडी था बट फिर भी आधा
1800 से ऊपर डैमेज है भाई उसके पास
डीडी बोल दो भाई
And now 3 dead, no buybacks on OG.
4 on 4 prediction.
They can look to run down mid.
Thompson, he showed himself for a second, but we'll slip away.
He's trying to create distractions, sort of push them away from the base, but Secret, they are definitely going to have their eyes on the Megas.
वो बहुत फ्रेम परफेक्ट टाइमिंग थी चेक पर
Buybacks available on no
तो वो होता नहीं
90 seconds left, a minute without Seb. Dyer's top tower is under attack.
Sumail did not have a good lane.
Can they buy any?
अरे लेकिन पोजीशन 5 मार्क्स लेगा तू कैसे एक्सपेक्ट करेगा कि सुमेल का लेना चाहिए वो भी ईएस और इसके सामने
ऑप्शन मार रहा है अभी सॉरी
तो डैमेज ही देखना भाई कैसे कैसे करेंगे
ऑटोमैन नहीं मरा तब
नहीं मरेगा रे कैसे मरेगा भाई इससे बचाने के लिए पीछे रुके ना यार
और मरा तो भी चेक नहीं है
पप्पी का ये देखिए
अभी
ये बहुत भारी हुआ एकदम कड़क एक जीत के और एक जीत लो भाई अपना प्रेडिक्शन सही हो गया ए स्मोक गैंग भी अपना करेक्ट हुआ भाई
Secret still has good team fight with this double shaker even before those big levels come out for everybody and Yapsor's greedy build does pay off with that
start किया भाई इन लोगों ने
like
that is a known strat and they did it so
4 and 11 trying to be that support
Arsa
kind of style in
shaker versus shaker and Mopling मैं ये क्या करने
ट्विच पे और अभी इन गेम है ना 1 लाख के ऊपर थे और ट्विच पे 3 लाख के ऊपर है कि देख रहे हैं
Claro, ese, claro. Ah, toma.
At 1-0. And you know what that means? If they win this next game, OG goes down to the lower bracket for the first time in 3 TIs. That is whoa.
Whoa, what an insane game. What an insane start of the day. First from the Spirits match and now into OG versus Secret. The quality of Dota, the way these two teams played, the chaos that OG did manage to siphon Secret into, but they just waited their timings, right? They got to those timings, and the moment you have Aghanims on Ember Spirit, Shaker Morph combo, everything changes.
I think specifically the itemization coming out of Team Secret was really interesting to look at. Like Yapzor, he rushed a Scotty on a support Monkey King because they had no way to kite Ursa at all. And then all of a sudden you have 4 of Team Secret's heroes with some sort of jump mobility. You know, Morphling, Ember, Monkey King, Earthshaker, all going for the mobility abilities. And Sumail, he was destroying the game beyond godlike. But at the end of the day, he just couldn't output enough damage.
Yeah, I think the one fight where it was like the perfect timing in so many ways, where they had the Morph plus Shaker timing. I think they also had the Ember Ags at that exact point as well. And then in that fight, they finally were able to jump and focus Seb on the IO, who I believe had used BKB in the previous fight. And then shout out to Nisha on Ember Spirit. The amount of times that he like frame perfect dodged a spear or something like that into like killing 2 heroes. Yeah. I mean, they could have delayed even without that, but that really helps when you're trying to delay for this late game Morph Shaker timing and you've got somebody playing like that.
Right.
That makes it work.
And they looked broken, right? We were talking about OG and how they ramp up and they build for this one specific power spike. And in this game, even Walker from that mid lane is playing more of a utility role. The items that they bought, the drums, the corrosion on Tusk, the, what was it, medallion, solar crest. It's all, they didn't even buy a vessel, which was necessary when you think about playing versus a Morphling. No, you don't go for that. You just buff up that Ursa. That's why Sumail did have an ultra kill somewhere in that mid game around the tier 2. However, Morphling and Shaker, man, what the... It's been so broken for such a long time, and at such a grand stage, it just strikes again.
One of the things that I heard AUI talk about while we were sitting in the green room watching the match is you said Ember is one of the best heroes right now.
He did say that.
Yeah.
I did say that.
Tell me a little bit about that. What makes you say that?
When I watch these games, I actually think Ember is going to be the hero of the tournament. Like, there's nothing really concrete. But in my head, like how he team fights, he's just going around the fight, providing vision. If you try to chase him, he has 5 remnants with his egg. He slides in between them. He creates so much chaos. And every time you look at the end game screen of the stats, he's like 60k hero damage for some reason, just out of nowhere. It doesn't say there. They tricked us.
Can I just let me just comment Puppy. Even though he spent 3rd most time dead in this game on all TIs, at the same time, he's been playing Ancient Apparition versus IO plus Tusk. That lane is incredibly difficult to stay alive in. He did feed a couple of times, but not nearly as many as I expected.
There's like a good amount of times too, because I think they're able to farm in the bottom lane way more than what I thought. OG had this really cool idea coming in. They would tether the creep in, so it goes into the tower. You get Equilibrium versus a Morphling A, who's supposed to be a weak team, and sort of zone them out with Tusker IO. But Secret, they're able to just sort of... I don't know what happened. They just dominated the lane early and they were able to survive.
They used the tag team first time in the jungle to try and kill the AA, who instantly TPs to the lane, which prevents them from using that tag team in the lane itself, right, for a couple of extra seconds, which allows Matu to get more last hits on those first few waves. Earlier raid band, which translates into him being 15 last hits and like 8 denies in a couple of waves.
Yeah, it could have worked too if they had the tag team, because the lane did immediately push out. Like you were saying, I think when the Morphling pulled to the range creep, the creeps ran into tower, creep wave pushes out double waves, but then without the tag team, and then with Secret getting level 2 timing first, it meant that they could actually farm in the lane.
Right. So if I know Dota 2 is a team game, right? There's 5 people on one team, and you guys have been totally promoting like all the players. But if you were to pick one person who would be the MVP of that match, who would it be, Lizard?
That's so difficult.
I think it's MSI.
MSI?
I think when I watched them team fight, something I like the most is when Corsair think about the positioning of their allies and how they can like move in a way that lets them team fight. One of the fights, like Sumail was on MSI, he wanted to like waveform away from his team because it'd be further, but he had the presence of mind to waveform always towards his team, and his always thinking of how to fight like that made them win that game, I think, in the end. Like, he let their timings work out because he would survive in situations where I don't think he should have.
Well, and it literally worked out in that fight, too. He waveformed into Puppy, who got the cold feet onto...
Yeah, Sumail came in like 200 range, and the cold feet proc just because Matsu's wave...
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
He goes the other way. Sumail, he might have killed Matsu. The game would have been completely different.
Just for the memes, can we say Monkey King as well? Honorary mention.
OG वही करेगा क्या last year की तरफ lower user bracket से ऊपर आएगा
his item build was genius.
Yes. I think
never
straight
genius.
Well,
वो यही करते साले के lose उसके बाद they start to perform in the lower bracket.
For Sumail. This is like Sumail's joining OG, right? So we have the kill leaders for all time in TI, and Sumail is
पिछले वाले
number
किसी एक TI में तो थे.
With 1,290. Tell me, is that a lot anyway?
I mean, it's the most.
Across all, I mean, yeah, but...
So, Sumail only started playing in TI5.
Right.
So, I mean, I think Sumail is the best TI player of all time. I mean, he carried me in a TI, so I might be a little biased.
Just a little bit biased.
Yeah, a little bit biased. I mean, Thompson has 100% win rate. But in my eyes, like, Sumail, over time, how he performs at TI is always some insane level of play. Like, I think Nisha, he went for top lane, and there was just a bear there. Like, why was Sumail there? He just killed it. That was one of the plays that started to snowball the game in OG's advantage for a bit.
Do you think that is a result of their teamwork? I remember that when we were talking, you guys were talking about how OG is a very close-knit team. Like, did Invoker know to send Ember to the top side of the river by Roche so that Ursa would be there?
I'll just say that, yeah, definitely OG is a close-knit team, but it takes a special kind of a person, and Sumail is definitely that. He's extremely talented.
Yeah.
The equanimity that he possesses. If you remember DAC, when he went, 0-4 on Storm, and then came back into the game, that's what, 2014, 15? He comes back, he was still a kid, 16 or something, and he comes back and just completely demolishes the enemy team. 90% of players will just tilt. That's not him.
Yeah, that's like a 100% instinct play to me. Like, I'm sure Sumail called that, and I think the reason he knows that Ember's about to remnant there is because he was a mid player before, and he knows how horrible it would be for the enemy carry to show up and solo kill you there. It's like mega game changer.
Well, for those of you at home who want to think more about this game, just remember that there are a lot of other things going on here at TI. One of the things is the secret shop, which is now open. You can visit it at www.theinternational.wearenations.com. So while you are watching this series, remember that you can also go over
full-time champions and they are like playing like this and like making these kind of mistakes. कि Mars pick कर लिया, like experiment करना क्या when you are on the defensive side, ना? You're defending your title, so you should be extra cautious because people are expecting a lot from you. कि तुम champion हो, there's a reason you are a champion.
OG is kind of on their back foot a little bit. Do you think that we're
मेरे को
going
भी
to
लग रहा
see
है PSG LGD का लग रहा है मेरे को most likely
we saw when they first got in the booth
हाँ
when
मेरे
they
को भी उन दोनों को ही
were
लग रहा
marveling at their portrait? Do you think that maybe this time they're going to revisit it and be like,
I wouldn't say Dark Horse, they are performing so well.
Do you think that their ability to just kind of shrug it off
they might be able to like win fair and square?
I feel like they'll shrug it off just because I don't know
Plus
how you guys
this
felt
guy,
watching that
Vici
game,
can definitely come up. Virtus Pro is performing
like
amazing.
OG was doing anything crazy wrong or anything like that where you know, like there were fights that were so close. There were fights that were so close to going one way or the other. And I feel like every fight was like 4 people on OG dying, and then 3 people on Secret dying. It was never like just Secret completely wiping the floor with OG by any means. So if I'm OG, it's just like, all right, we'll just go in, we'll do another draft, see how she goes.
And if you know OG, they never falter.
Well, let's see how it looks as we bring out the teams once again for game
like they, I
2.
mean, they
Team
talk
Secret
as you know, OG,
they
are
look pretty
known
much
to
the same,
actually
right?
make
Like,
mistakes and then
they look
learn
pretty
from
serious.
it.
They look the same
But
way when they
problem
were
ये है
coming
कि
out for
सामने
game
कोई
1.
ना
OG,
नॉस्टिकेट
on the
टीम
other
नहीं है,
hand,
सामने
still looking
बहुत
like
amazing
pretty
team है.
upbeat,
And
you
the
know,
captain
hopping up
is
the
like
stairs.
somebody who's very calm, who goes through this situation, who's gone through these situations 10 बार already.
It's unfazable.
Let's take a quick look at OG's journey through the
That's like the most calm captains. Puppy.
और उनका वो जो कोच है वो भी अच्छा है.
I was like, this Viper has to show up to all of these tower fights.
Fighters in. Topson able to dodge the rolling boulder in time.
It was a mistake in the drafting
will still be
itself.
on to no tail, but the ult is pop. TP heading over.
सुमेल तो अच्छा खेल ही रहा था. सुमेल स्टार्टिंग में गॉड लाइक था. अच्छा खासा खेल रहा था. पाम.
उसको जरा तो
He's out of action. The
मौका दिया
Malice
ना.
go and there's
थोड़ा
poison
स्पेस दिया
damage killing
ना.
Topson.
बाबा
Topson's probably
किल
gonna
दिया ना
pop
तो
here.
उसका गेम ही
Off to
पूरा
the
बैठ
side,
गया.
Saxon comes in with the stun. 9 trapped in by the Sprout. Topson is
पहले तो
still
उसको एकदम दबा के
alive.
रखा
He
था
did
तो
indeed avoid that final bit of damage with the timing of the remnant movement, making sure that tick came in whilst he was invulnerable.
I think in the first tick, he also dodged a little bit of as well when he did like the mini fire remnant, and then he saves. That was a sick play by Topson, keeping him alive. Very like, I'm 90% sure he dies to the mountain.
Absolutely.
And then that's going to be Humblegod grabbing up that Aegis. Stomp forward, coming after Spartan. Down he goes. The rest of the side of Team Brave just running away. The roll forward, they'll get the Hex off. Focus, running, wants to get back into his base as fast as possible. Wants nothing to do with the rest of this fight. Does end up stunning himself, but he's safely into the base. But you know who's not is going to be, of course, Stolmanen. And they're going a bit deep here. Trying to just get this kill onto Focus as Ana, Seb, all of them. They're just running in. Focus, is he going to make it out alive? Yes, they managed to go and keep him in, but it's not looking great here for SSA Spartan. He's trying to run. Wish is going to go down, though, as Spartan manages to get himself back. And oh my god, Ana, he wanted the fountain dive, and he's still alive.
It's just team fights are really not what they're looking for. They're looking for these like small little engagements like this.
Straight in.
They can catch.
Very nice setup there with 2-man scatter blast down the cookie's eye. Trying to turn, gets the spear off onto Ana. Will manage to clip into the tree. Matu's in, pounces forward. Has he got enough control? But the scrape comes out. Ana will be saved here. No tail able to get Ana back to safety. Saxon just walks in, a finger to the face of Zai. As Zai falls yet again. OG to take another kill.
Oh, so close, Topson.
2 HP, I saw it, you saw it, we all saw it. 2
Everything.
HP.
Strength tread.
Oh, it's 1! It was 1 HP!
It was
Oh my goodness, 1 HP, ladies and gentlemen, take a print screen.
Okay. What is the hammer there? The egg comes out. You can see the shard is already picked up by him as ILTW with the meta. Focusing on Topsy. He's going to be able to get it as the egg goes off as well. Nice impale from Soxa, but a big epicenter onto 2. Down goes ILTW. A huge initiation from Seb. And that's going to cost them 3 and make it 4 with Kuroki dropping to the deck. And this is likely to be a full team wipe if they're able to get Miracle here. Seb is actually going to stay alive throughout all of this. What a crazy counter initiation, turning into an ultra kill for Sumail.
Ready to run up high ground and try and take this down. Skidder looking for an opening now. Get the meld out. 9, Winner's Curse, hoping to do something. The buyback comes from the Tide Hunter. Arrow afterwards, but the BKB didn't get it out in time. Skidder, BKB runs forward, tries to bring down this Nyx assassin. It is not going to happen. Jump forward. There's the stun that they need. They take down Skidder. He buys back now. They keep on chasing it on this one. Topson trying to find 9. He gets him. It's a godlike spree. They can't get anything. As one by one, all of Tundra falls. OG doesn't even die, and GG is called. OG are going back to TI to defend their title.
OG did place 5th and 6th in Season 1 and Season 2, not qualifying for either major, Singapore Major or the Annie Major. But They are still the defending champions, 2-year TI champions, and now they are down a game against Team Secret. On the other hand, Team Secret having a maybe less than satisfactory DPC run as well. They are proving that they deserve to be here and that their major experience translates into TI experience as well. Gentlemen, what are we expecting
the amount
to see
of time Anna had
Do you
spent
think
with
that there's
OG
going to be
and the synergy that he had
an
with
adjustment in the way that
Top
they
Sun
play?
or these
Do you
people?
think that maybe there's
I don't know,
a
like,
chance
I
for
feel
better
that that was a
timing,
little too early for him to take
capitalization?
retirement, but something we can't control.
I don't think Secret will change a lot. Like, if
As
you
a
listen to Puppy and how he
watcher or
thinks about
somebody
this game, he always
admires
says the
the
same
team.
thing. If you are correct, you win. If you're wrong, you'll lose. That's it. I believe he believes that he's correct at the moment, and the first game definitely did show that. They played on their brand. We were talking about them being this wall in which they're trying to defend until they hit their timings. They were successful in game 1.
Yeah, and I don't think OG, they really should feel like they have to switch anything either. I think OG in particular are good at identifying what they did wrong in a game maybe, and just making like slight adjustments to that. Like last game, maybe they fought one time before they had mech, and they could have snowballed the game earlier.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. I think, like, they don't look like they're phased at all, to be honest, OG. I don't think they will be coming into this game.
So you think that basically the teams, the strategies themselves are perfectly fine, but maybe there's just, is there a change in draft? Do you think there might be a change in draft?
Less draft adjustment and more like a little bit more mentality adjustment.
How so?
I mean, I think OG, I don't know if it's losing the crowd, but I feel like maybe the two-time champion maybe add a little bit of pressure, like more than I thought it would affect them that game. But there was something a little bit off with how they played. Usually they take risks, but they don't start making the big fights until they have the real big timing. And I don't think that's quite there last game. Not the usual OG.
Do you think that comes back down to them maybe not having as much fun when it comes to Jerax and how much fun he brought to the team and tiny airlines and everything? Because these things, they do relieve the pressure off of you, right?
You know, it is true. You know, you watch True Sight, it does seem true, but I feel like Sumail and Anna, very similar players.
All right, well, let's get it started.
Chalo. Let's jump into it. In-game चला जाए, in-game चला जाए.
In-game क्यों भाई? ये बाहर पहले ड्रॉप होने देना, फिर जाएगा.
बाहर ड्रॉप क्यों है इसको?
मतलब ठीक है, in-game भी चले जाएंगे.
ठीक है.
Hello and welcome back to the most equal draft panel. We're ready for game 2 between EG and OG and Team Secret. Let's see what the draft brings for us today. My name is Mr. Abel Plus. Joining me is Effie and Syndrin. Effie, can you tell me a bit of your closing thoughts about last game in the draft? Did you feel like it was what you'd expect, considering those drafts?
That game was incredibly action-packed, which is definitely what we expected. But as it progressed, something really stood out to me with OG's draft that I didn't consider earlier, which was, if you take a look at their cores, they had a Diffusal Blade Ursa, they had a Quasox Invoker, and they had an offlane IO. So their wave clear was lacking, and even though they had no wave clear, they were making these aggressive plays into Secret's triangle over and over and over again. And they did overpower them a few times, and it looked really good for them. But this issue made it so that Secret always had a way back into the game. So going into this draft, I would like to see a little bit more shove coming out of OG.
Would you agree with that sentiment?
Yeah, I definitely think it played a relatively big part in that game. Like, obviously, the whole wave clear problem becomes more prevalent when they actually have their advantage and they have the Aegis, right? That's when you want to push in all the lanes and then have this firm iron grip on the map, but they never really were able to maintain that. Also because they never really convincingly crushed a fight. Like, most of them were pretty close. Like, even if OG came out with 1 or 2 kill advantage, they'd used all the resources they kind of needed to reset anyway. So I agree. I think a bit more wave clear would definitely go a long way here for OG. So far, so good with Titan first pick. Can act as a decent wave clear as a support. Even if you don't get the CS, at least you know, deal with the wave pretty effectively. You're good at defending towers as well, so you prevent getting yourselves at a map disadvantage. And, well, before we look too much more at the picks, I just want to say about the bans, really interesting dynamic here that this time around OG, they banned the AA, and therefore this time Secret will ban out the IO. And OG actually ignoring Monkey King as a potential first pick here. They could get it now if they wanted to.
We see Enchantress actually as one of the first picks for Team Secret. Very, actually almost not picked hero. Effie, can you tell me what the thought process is here? Is it just to debuff the Elder Titan?
So Enchantress was a hero that was incredibly popular earlier, but she fell off because every time she's strong, she gets nerfed over and over again. But the most recent nerf is just her cast range, and Enchant was really bad, with a lot of neutrals being nerfed as well as a result of the strength of HOD and things like that. But Enchantress functions similarly to Ogre, actually, in that she's an incredibly tanky support. Right? At some point, even outside of laning, it can play that vision provider. It can be a bit of a ward, like face-checking high grounds and just absorbing a lot of damage in fights. And that is a style that Puppy does like to play. And if you give her space on the map, which is Secret specialty, just assigning farm to all of their players, she can do a lot of damage in fights. Also, she can dispel, Monkey King comes out and she can dispel Jingus.
Elder Titan liya hai,
So in this pick order, they specifically pick it only seeing Elder Titan.
Yep.
I think perhaps this is a strategy that Secret have, that they understand Elder Titan has incredible prowess in lane, and maybe in their playbook, this is one of the only picks that exist that can match or beat Elder Titan in lane. Enchantress is so dominant in lane, and when she gets level 2 by getting one creep with Enchant and having impetus, that I think she can actually overwhelm Elder Titan. In addition to that, she plays like between the lane and the jungle, and makes it harder for Elder Titan to hit his spirit on both heroes in lane. I think Elder Titan thrives when there's two laners playing together that are very easily connected with, so you get the full value out of that. So perhaps that's the idea. Like, I don't see any other real justification for it, except if they're just trying to surprise OG here, just because, like Effie said, this hero isn't very popular, it isn't widely regarded as very strong, and usually when Secret pick it, it's to win a lane, so that has to be the logic here.
That's a very good point, and I wonder if this Magnus pick was something that Secret were planning for going into this draft, or if they just took it away from OG, because the success that they had with the ET and Magnus combination in group stage was actually absurd. They came back from this ridiculous game versus IG where they were losing. They lost 5 fights in a row. We thought that perhaps that could have been the end for them, but there was this empowered ET just whacking away with his natural order on top of an RP, and it was just incredibly strong. So I'm just curious where they're headed with this Magnus, if they're going to play around it as a pseudo carry, or if it's just going to be buffing another hero on their team.
So seeing OG's first 2, do we think Elder Titan is somewhat assigned yet, or because OG is one of the teams that like playing it off lane the most, right? But they also do play it on no-tail. I think it's one of those 2 most likely for the team playing it. Don't really see it that like even Sox has played it actually a couple of games here. So it's 3-4-5. When they pick it together with Monkey King, no, it's just completely open.
Hello, कौन है भाई?
ET could be 3-4-5, Monkey could be 2-4, and technically one.
स्क्वाड पे हैं अभी टोटल 8 लोग. भीड़ है भाई पूरी.
Maybe one game.
सब enjoy कर रहे हैं.
He can play the Monkey King.
Yeah, he plays it. I know he plays it.
So, yeah, I mean, OG is the king of flex picks anyway, so
for sure.
This is the kind of mental games. We were talking about this last draft panel, how OG sometimes it seems like they're flexing, but the reality is they're baiting, and they already have an assigned position. You think you can be seeing here this time?
I think it's less clear here what the bait exactly would be, because I think, for example, with the Mars one, it's less common for it to be played 5.
Yeah.
Like Secret might have had it in the back of their minds last game, but here it's way more, like, quote-unquote obvious if Elder Titan goes 3-4-5. Like, the bait here would be if Elder Titan is mid, right? Or carry, but I would be very surprised to see it. I would love it, but I don't think that's what we're going to get. So less of a bait, more flex probably in this scenario.
Thompson did it once against a meeple, but that's a very specific situation to do it against.
Very specific.
Effie, I'd like to ask you: are there any bans that really stand out to you on the second ban phase that you'd like to point out?
I think banning Shaker was the correct choice, because just leaving it open with the starter they had with the melee heroes and just not kind of accounting for a potential morphling was a mistake. And they got it out from the very beginning, so that's just a respect ban straight up, right? And it takes away issues that they may have with the ET and the Monkey King. So nothing too particularly strange here. The Juggernaut is a little bit unusual in that we haven't seen him as one of the most contested heroes in this patch, but it just seems like OG don't want to get outpaced at the start of the game.
OG also value Mag Jug a lot themselves. It's a strategy they play, and they know Secret are very capable of playing these heroes. Interestingly, the Wind Ranger here, which could both be a mid and a 4, most likely one of the two. I feel like I'm seeing a plan here from Secret that, okay, if you guys have Elder Titan Monkey King, we're going to pick heroes that are hard to hit, right?
Yep.
So you have the Enchantress with Untouchable, you have Wind Ranger with Wind Run, and now that OG picks Legion Commander as well as Clinks, I think Secret, even if they had the plan of playing the Wind Ranger 4, they might be upgrading it to a mid hero here. I think it's actually a very good Wind Ranger game, especially when you look for the potential Ags in the build. It seems very, very strong. But obviously, they can keep that choice for last if they pick their carry now. Then they can decide a little bit later after seeing OG's final pick. So I think in Secret's position here, you need to decide what's more important. If you pick your carry now, you give OG a counter pick to your carry. If you pick your 4 or your mid, you're showing your hand, right?
Exactly.
So what do you think is more valuable? I don't know.
Agreed. I really like the concept that we're going to pick heroes that are difficult to hit and difficult to kill. And on top of that, Wind Ranger is an incredibly good hero versus Clinks, because in the past, Clinks had an ability that made him dodge projectiles, right? And Wind Ranger was atrocious versus him. But now with just a Dust and a Maelstrom or an Umkivi or whatever damage item you choose, you as a hero alone can eliminate their win condition and their carry. So I like the concept there a lot.
Ursa is insane in this game. Super good.
Can you elaborate on that?
You're playing against triple melee. Your lane matchup is more than likely either Legion Commander, Elder Titan as the core, or Monkey King, right? One of those three. You're a hero that can easily get on top of Clinks when you have a dagger, or even if Clinks is caught by anything, you can overwhelm him. You get, like Effie said, you just get a Dust, you run at him with Diffusal and you kill him. So it's set up for a good laning stage, good hero matchups, and you have Empower, and you're good 1v1 against all of the 3 cores that we're assuming OG have shown here. I think this Ursa pick is just phenomenal. It's pretty rare that in this tournament that I've seen a game that looks so good for Ursa. I think this is a better Ursa game than OG's was last one.
Yeah, and something that I would like to comment on regarding the Ursa pick, which makes it very nice, is when I saw this Clinks pick, I was like, okay, typical Sumail Clinks, right? The way he has been playing it throughout group stage is he even skips boots. Doesn't go brown boots, rushes the Maelstrom, and sits in the triangle for a while. So typically when something like that happens, you, as an enemy, you have to deal with it, right? And there is no better hero for early triangle invasions than a Diffusal Blade Ursa who has a good start. And for all the reasons that Cinder had mentioned, Ursa should have a good game. So they do have the ability to attack early on, which is really important when you play versus Clinks.
You're very right, and actually to add on the Clinks, you're making the way they actually play it as well is to try to steal enemy stacks as well and close out their map, which tends to not work against early timing carries with early timings, much like the Ursa. So very good point here. And on Cinder's point, let's not forget Secret's actually one of the teams that highly value the Ursa in this tournament. So they think it's a carry that's like pretty solid. And as you say, this is a good Ursa game. He might just be carrying the game along with this hero.
Yeah, that's added value, basically. Like, we're talking about it from a theoretical perspective of just how good it is against the matchup, but I think it's also about comfort, right? I think maybe Matumbaman's the best player in the world in this hero. So definitely not. You're not going to say no thanks to an Ursa game like this if you're Matsu. You're like, just sign me up, you know, let's go.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think about what the final pick both teams will be looking for here is. So Secret probably, I think they will upgrade the Wind Ranger to mid here. If they do that, we're probably looking at a last pick 4 for Yapsor that is ideally ranged if they're playing offlane Mag on Zai. Correct me if I'm wrong, I think they've only played that on Zai, actually, the Magnus this tournament.
I do believe
we had a phase when Magnus was a true flex pick, where it was being played 1, 2, 4, and 5, I think, for a little bit, and 3, all 5 roles.
Yeah, all 5 roles.
And I think after some of the changes to Empower, that got less appealing to play the just flat support Mag, because the Empower wasn't as good on allies anymore. So more than likely, preferably putting that in a core role. OG are going to show their final hero here. It's going to be the Hoodwink.
Could be a Thompson Hoodwink.
Probably is.
Yep.
Safe lane Clinks, mid Hoodwink, Legion Commander, offlane, and then support ET Monkey King. Their lanes are pretty good.
Or honestly, the Legion, the Monkey, and the Elder, they could be flexed either way because we've seen a lot of Legion 5 from them. 5. And as you said, Seb loves the Elder Titan as well, and he plays the Monkey King in the offlane as well.
Yeah, maybe you downgrade Legion just because the Ursa matchup's so bad. But again, for me, the problem is I think any hero you put offlane here, if it's a melee, loses the lane to Ursa Eng. I just don't think you're likely to win there.
And my issue with the idea of downgrading the Legion is that then OG just have no clear way to take the fight because there's no hero that will start it for them really, except the Blink Dagger I'll see later. So I'm just not fond of that idea.
Okay. So what are you thinking here for last pick for Secret?
Can't guess it. Papi का mindset तो थोड़ा सा वही है ना.
Is Ember still in the pool? Because they could, like, we could still see the Wind Ranger 4. I don't think Ember is bad here. There's a lot of kiteable heroes.
It's a comfort.
Like Effie pointed out, there's the duel you could have to worry about, but aside from that, I think Ember kind of has a free game. It's hard to land a Hoodwink combo on Ember. Oh, he is banned?
Yeah,
okay, I can't see. Oh, that's fine.
Could we see another Spirit? Oh no, Storm has been banned too. Void Spirit the only one the pool.
Support बचा ना अगर ये लोग कह रहे हैं number pause 2 पे अगर wind है तो.
That's actually the strategy Beast Coast has been figured out to deal with Monkey King as well. They were running Chris Luck on the Wind Ranger, running your mid, and just, as you said, kept me hit.
That's good.
What are your thoughts on that?
So I'm thinking about player preference here, because that's what it'll come down to. Because on paper, this Wind Ranger would be really good mid, but maybe at this point and why it's taking
I was thinking कि कोई वैसा hero, intelligence hero pick करेंगे जो lockdown में.
They're just asking, do you want this or not, and what else do you want?
Is Wyvern
if not?
Tinker, oh bhai.
Oh, a Tinker. That is not what I expected at all. Okay, exciting.
Neither did I, but doesn't that throw back to the idea that try to hit us?
Yeah, it's more miss. Yeah, it's a blind. What do you think of that Tinker matchup in the mid lane now?
Offlane Monkey,
assuming it's against I think, I don't know, I feel like it's just a wash. It's not a matchup I think I've ever seen before, but just from a theoretical standpoint, I think both heroes just farm.
Final points I feel like to hear.
Final point. On paper, I do think Hoodwink is a hero that is quite good at catching out Tinker because she can just scurry through the trees and find him and get him there. But if Tinker has a good game, I see Secret overwhelming.
2-0 मारना तो जरा अच्छा होगा जरा मजा आएगा.
And for you, Cinder? Yeah, pretty much. I like Secret's late game prospects here. They have an empowered carry. They have Tinker. Late game Tinker in this patch seems insane in some games. And outside of the catch on the Hoodwink, especially now that the Legion Commander is being revealed as a
2019 वाला जो Ti9 था और Ti8 था उसमें OG lower bracket से तो आई थी यार.
Playing around trees because
lower
of
bracket
Monkey
से आई
King.
थी.
If he,
मैं बता रहा हूँ तुम्हें.
let's say Secret set the stage for a fight somewhere that isn't massively surrounded by trees, or they have vision in the area, I think Tinker can just shine in a game like this. So I do like them.
My only issue is this Enchantress seems kind of out of place in this draft.
Liquid को बाहर किया फिर LGD के साथ last match खेला फिर.
This is the wonky hero that I need to see.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, we have to
बोल रहे हैं lower bracket आज तक गई नहीं है. That's
the man on the sidelines.
वो लोग गए lower bracket.
And as he likes to say, keep it PMA. So take it away, BSJ.
वही करना पड़ेगा शायद.
Thank you, Avo. As this game, I'd actually like to highlight the carries as both teams started the draft.
I wouldn't say overestimated. I think it's more like I underestimated.
Saksa on the
Secret.
Order. It makes it very hard.
मेरे को लगता है
Exactly.
I think I underestimated Secret rather than overestimating OG. It's not overestimation, it's more of an underestimation of this.
चलो फटाफट बोलो क्या करना है.
Total number of tree destroyed.
क्या है भाई इसमें?
Destroy करने वाला है कौन tree except for अच्छा नहीं इधर wind भी था.
0 to 50 रख रहा हूँ. 0 to 50 to 300.
पागल है क्या?
अरे मैग्नस है, हुडविंग है, विंड है.
300 प्लस रख. ए सुन 300 प्लस रख.
मैं भी 300 प्लस ही रख रहा भाई. Team with more skill as game and secret. First player to get 15 denies. I think Tinker. Sorry, Nisha. Player who plays most observer wards by 15 minutes.
15 denies का कहाँ रखा है तुमने?
15 denies में मैंने निशा रखा है टिंकर. वो लेजर मार के ब्लाइंड करेगा ना भाई.
So, player who plays the most observer ward by 15.
Please 301 plus डालो. बाकी नहीं पता मुझे.
30 seconds to game start.
मैं तो 176 to 300 डाला है.
नहीं 301 प्लस पक्का 100 उसके ऊपर जाता ही है वो.
हाँ सुन ना ये मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ ये player who places most wards observer wards क्या रखा तूने?
पपी रखा.
मैंने सीक्रेट पपी रखा.
कॉल पे था. रख रहा हूँ क्या रखूँ?
मैं सास्का या पपी रखूँ समझ में नहीं आ रहा. पपी रखता चलो ठीक है.
मैं यार 51 to 75 कर रहा हूँ. 175 30 मिनट का मार्क है यार.
अरे भाई ऐसे ही हो जाएगा वो.
301 रखूंगा भाई.
एक गलत होगा ना ज्यादा से ज्यादा. एक प्रेडिक्शन गलत होगा.
तेरा पहले से हो गया है भाई.
क्या?
गेम स्टार्ट होने से पहले 13 ट्रीज डिस्ट्रॉय हो चुकी है. 14.
हाँ.
Sounds kind of scary when the mid game.
No, for sure. Yeah, Tops is going to.
ज़्यादा हो भी गई. जैसे क्या इतना फास्ट.
Running around the tree line.
हुई कैसे? अच्छा ये लोग क्विलिंग से काटते रहते हैं ना यार. मेरे को भी तो आता है.
The bushwhack to start finding those backlines.
They do have good, decent ways of scouting inside trees for sure. The ET Spirit, they've got Monkey King jumping in trees. They'll have Scurry, Hoodwink running around too. But we'll see if they will be able to find Nisha's. It does feel like he's going to have a pretty good timing. I've never seen this lane, but I do feel like Tinker probably comes out slightly ahead because of base damage. Just to miss a rocket, though, Nisha. Lost vision of tops and wasted some mana. And bottom, I'm curious to see how this is going to end up going. Like, how is Noto going to be able to do versus a Wind Ranger? Because historically, we've seen these Legion Commander 5s be able to trade with anybody, but
Radiant's Courier just got killed!
Yeah, so on that, we're going to able to find that Courier there on scale. Let's put a goal here to start things off, throwing out the tip as well.
Let's see how Sumail's able to last hit down here, too, because Clinks, as always, we know shooting arrows helps you get these last hits. Denies are going to be more problematic, but look at the base damage differential. Magnus has 66 base damage. Clinks has 45, so still tough. That Clinks to find some of these last hits at times. First few waves, though, OG seems to be very happy.
Oh, that mid lane, you're right, Thompson's a little low on the HP, but getting in and trading CS nicely, and the ball should be out very shortly for him in that mid lane. Now we're seeing up top, 7 for 3 against a 5 for 1. Able to play quite nicely.
15 first 10 minutes और अच्छा गया ना तो भाई बहुत
मार them to get aggressive once Puppy's around to dispel the bunch.
मैंने नीचे रखा है अभी उसके 2 डिना है
I know it's been picked a couple times now because of these big buff ups and just wanted to be that anti-carry. But it used to be very early picked on hero, like just first 2 picked for a lot of strategies just because of the early timing that you can do and just
वही मतलब mid पे ही mostly होगा वो मेरे को लग रहा है
as well too, which we'll have to get to later on. Of course, once Tinker starts to get more points, he's gonna have and join fights easier. That'll be definitely something we have to watch.
ये तो गलत हो गया साला
बोला था तुझे सुनता नहीं है
Thompson.
अरे मैं जब तक चेंज करने लगा तब तक लॉक हो गया था
Yeah, Nisha's stepping up right here, indeed Thompson. Very, very low. Zap to keep him away from the wave, but
he's starting to struggle a bit in the lane, but I mean, Nisha's not really doing incredible either. Both of them are just messing with each other so much. And the Clink Sumail, he's actually done an excellent job in the last hits. Hasn't really gotten denied too much versus the Magnus. Only 4 on Zai at the moment.
अबे Zai पहले deny करने वाला क्या मेरे को ऐसा लग रहा है अभी.
Oh, and another
Radiant's Courier got killed. You know how much stuff he was
taking those away from OG's safe
lane. Is he gonna be able to, I mean, if he's able to find another one too, that'd be pretty huge. As No Tails just did come in, and they really need those careers.
Yeah, they got to be a bit more careful.
Yeah, too much gold being given up. No Tails will get a nice pull off though.
Yeah, ये गया 80 गया. Oh भाई.
Able to finish him off with the impetus. Got the trade up top.
That level 2 Jingu. I don't think they expected it to do that much bonus damage, but did decide to put the secondary point in it there on Seb. He had what, 9 stacks of Fury swipes, I believe, on him.
Those last few hits took his HP off completely.
My spectator in game है 123,000. वाह.
One more Ursa hit we're gonna kill on the
उसका भी देखना.
Smart money.
Twitch पे 3 lakh
after that death. It's gonna have 2 range creeps pushing in.
When people say that
fortunate
Dota doesn't have a future.
Enjoying Seb. No Tail and Yapsor just running at each other, very kind of
अबे क्या हो गया टिंकर के पास इतना हाई वो नहीं है CS नहीं है रे.
Of course he's to come out for the Tinker at some point.
नहीं तो वो लोग एक दूसरे को harass भी कर रहे हैं ना तो creeping दोनों का देखना उतना ज़्यादा नहीं है.
You just keep lasering them with your rearm.
But Tinker का 10 दिन है सही होने वाला है.
Yes, right now. Getting harder and harder for Thompson.
Thompson को आगे खड़े नहीं होगा रे वो खड़े नहीं कर.
Thompson को काम की जरूरत पड़ेगी नहीं बता दो. Thompson like Hoodwink is more like a hero who will.
अरे तेरी बात सब बराबर है लेकिन फाइट में वो खड़े रह के कुछ करना भी चाहिए ना.
He's going to get turned upon him, Matsu. He's a little cautious though, knows that he can't commit completely onto Seb. Holding onto that boundless for potential turnarounds. Really is a lane this
हाँ वो dispel करती है ना भाई.
Teams have to really read how much potential there's going to be from each core to get the hits in on a hero and take them down. They've got to be careful.
Tinker के 14 deny हो गए.
Creep though, so it's really starting to push quite a lot of
aggression. क्या वो एक और deny करना
है. Even trying to go on to Puppy here, but he is eating
15 denies तो दे.
Yeah, Matsu. That was close.
ओ भाई.
कैसे काटा? कटा कैसे ट्री वो?
ओ मेरे को भी नहीं समझा.
I actually was asking.
तो नहीं खा गया?
वो गलती से उसने खा लिया क्या उधर ही?
हाँ मेरे को लग रहा है वही खा गया.
The tree just said no and left. apparently.
I was checking it.
This is something, but
I don't. All right. Mid lane, Topson does buy a raindrop, so you can start tanking versus this insane burst damage. Also, Wind Ranger comes into power shot amid. He'll survive, but we're definitely seeing him fall heavily behind that Tinker there.
हो गया ना भाई, correct आ गया.
हाँ, फिर ठीक है.
I have no idea what happened to the trio. I checked multiple. I checked all the tangos.
I was gonna say the tangos.
नहीं आंसर डाला है या
Rudy's got Soxa, but there's more backup for Secret.
Oh, he's looking pretty down. With the stick charges. Oh, nice little 360 and a turnaround here. Saxa, he's still on the run. Yapso will get it. See if Sam can get the train. And Balance Strike comes crashing down. Wim runs up with a second.
Oh, भाई block किया नहीं ना, बड़ी block से.
Nothing else for OG to throw out his way. As Yapso gets in, Boundary and picked up, and he gets away.
It's starting to get pretty disastrous too. Only 2K League is now starting to have a good time. 2K League Topson is 1,000 gold behind the Tinker already at this point, and Tinker overall does farm quite a lot faster, especially with that new lasering onto those ancient shirts blocked as we mentioned. But see what he's going to be able to do on this unorthodox mid here as the hoodwink.
पप्पी डाला था ये एब्सोल्यूट बॉट्स डाल रहा है सर.
हाँ सीक्रेट में तो एब्सोल्यूट ही लगाता है.
पप्पी नहीं लगाता.
पप्पी भी लगाता है, लेकिन ये रोस्ट कर रहा है ना पप्पी अभी, इसलिए वो एब्जॉर्ब कर रहा है. मेरे को एब्जॉर्ब में करने वाला था, लेकिन ठीक है कोई नहीं अभी.
मैंने नोटिल किया.
At the moment, still, I would say probably
160 300 destroy भी हो गए बे.
मैं तो साला गलत हो गया बैठ. अरे मेरा हुआ क्या, मैंने क्या करा, मेरे को जैसे मैं चेंज करने लगा ना, इट्स बीन लॉक्ड डाउन.
अबे मर गए.
नहीं मरता.
मर गया भाई, मर गया. ओ भाई एकदम कम.
But again, being bullied away from this top lane completely by the two of them.
Anisha is 750 for Blink Dagger.
He's going to try. He's going to commit the RP for this. Has he got enough damage though, Zai? One more hit. He's looking for Notel. Notel. He's got a little bit of favor. Shockwaves back up though, Zai. Just enough to take him down there with a level 1 shot.
Well worth it. Such an under-leveled support and easy kill as Sumer.
अरे मेन टॉपसन का भी कम है रे, बहुत नेटवर्क कम है.
भाई चर्च में
बचा है वो हार्ड.
He is so.
Well, he was living on the edge right there. I'll tell you that.
He's so squishy. Yeah. That was the two supports and like a rocket that nearly ends up cleaning him up. Yeah, he has to be much more careful. Thanks for him. He had that illusion, but
that was a close one.
Hotel also, since he did die, he's able to fill up that bottle again too. But yeah, really seeing the fragility of the hoodwink versus all this big burst damage that Secret does have.
Yeah, if they get eyes on him, taking nearly his entire HP out at the start of any sort of fight, Thompson's going to have to be the one to jump on that.
For most of the game, or for most of this early game, unless he buys some HP items, a laser, a rocket, and a power shot is pretty much going to kill him. So he's picked up the trads. We've seen that from Thompson before in the past, mostly in his pub game because he's mostly played that hoodwink in the pubs. But this is usually what he goes for, so Tread's just so valuable. But 3K gold lead already for Secret.
Yeah, this is pretty huge.
Is trying to sneak into the Roche. He messed up. He actually did not get the hop over. And there was a Canadian scan that did catch Secret walking in here.
Okay, so Seb.
But look at that's scary when two heroes can just walk into pit. And Dalian, Enchantress plus an Ursa will easily sneak that one. So now OG's just got to keep them hero in the area the entire time now, just in case.
Yeah, they cannot let Secret take this away from them as early as they can here with this Ursa.
And already a blink now on Nisha. Magnus free farming as well bottom. Very good start. With the lineup that's
maxed out, of course, here by Zai.
Yep. And still finding kill. And still looking to be aggressive.
He is. Zai showing his dominance down here, and again, the attention is split around. OG, they still sort of have 4 around this area top, but this time around, Secret's getting a bit more time in the pit.
Sumail is getting space to farm a quad ancient stack, which he does need.
They're going to try and get in it.
अबे IT यूज हो गया यार.
Now Nish is in the neighborhood as well.
सब आ गए सब. RP नहीं रह गए. पूरी गैंग ही आ गई है फाइट करने को.
Zai's also turned up. Secret turning him full force to try and get this Roshan finished off. OG, what can they do
मिल
about this?
मिल जाएगा मिल जाएगा
Sumail is not healthy. He's 200 HP. He can't get in the air.
Oh, RP nice. Oh, nice. Nice one. भाई ने एक नंबर RP. चलो ये खत्म है भाई 20-25 मिनट.
हाँ जल्दी खत्म हो गया.
They get the kills, the Roche, they get the ages.
I couldn't ask for a more picture perfect
बहुत fast
RP
game
there
होने
with the
वाला है
laser
भाई.
hitting all three heroes too from the splash.
Finger का dagger भी हो गया भाई.
Huge Taxa, he's trying to hide in the tree. Nisha's hunting.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And he's going to be able to pick up another one. Nisha with the chase down. 10 minutes in, we're already at a 5K advantage.
Radiant's middle
नहीं भाई
tower is
गया.
under
And their
attack.
mid tower is already getting pressure too. Puppy
Sumail का farm कैसा चल रहा है वो देखो ना.
Sumail का farm सबसे ऊपर है.
हाँ बस तो फिर तो अभी बोल नहीं सकते.
looking for Sumail a little bit perhaps.
लेकिन टिंकर विंकर है भाई वो लेजर मार के दिमाग खराब कर देगा.
दिमाग खराब कर देगा. प्लस दे हैव जंपिंग हीरोज. अर्सा के बाद डैगर आई जंप कर जाएगा. मैग्नस है. विंड रेंजर के पल्ले पड़ता विंड रेंजर मार देगी.
And it is not going to be, does not look like the
बहुत कुछ
easiest
है
one
लॉकडाउन के
either,
लिए.
with so many heroes that can just collapse on top of him with such an early blink dagger on Tinker. Clink, sure.
तो टॉप से मतलब पिक बहुत बेकार था यार. ये लास्ट में हुडविंग पिक क्यों करे?
हुडविंग को लगा अलग से लेकिन पक्के ने फिर वो किया ना भाई कि हम लेंगे टिंकर.
इस पिक से हाई ग्राउंड
He buys some HP items.
भाई क्या हुआ?
They need to get something going their way. They've got level 6 on the ET, so they've got Splitter online. They've got level 8 on the
फिनिश हो गया तो
got
ठीक
Duel.
है नहीं तो बाद में हाई
Let's see what
ग्राउंड
they
बहुत
can
हार्ड
find
होगा.
us into this Aegis secret.
Seb. He's going to try and start things, but Matu. Punch back into him, Zaxic. Getting the spirit out. Not even quite able to get the two up here. Matu's got the speed to stay out of the range of Seb.
RP's back up in 20 as well.
This is not going to be an easy tower to hold for OG. They are going to try. Opening onto Cyber Zayas. Taking it back at the shackle. It'll connect. As OG, they've got the triple A drag. Get out several.
भाई 7 दिया.
के मारेगा भाई.
Monkey King chasing down Dexter. Will get away inside. Still alive. The spinner from Saxon does finish him. But it caught Saxon's line.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Behind the tower.
Sumail भी है रे अभी तो.
They've got a high touch to catch Sumail. Sumail will stay
Sumail तो
hidden in
जिंदा है
the
ना भाई.
trees.
He can't show his
हाँ
face.
जिंदा है.
And he just came down in though. He's hoping to get out of this area of the map, Sumail.
अभी ये सुमेल का क्या होता है उसके ऊपर पूरा डिपेंड करेगा रे.
Will slow down a little bit.
तो वही आ गया ना सारा पूरा का पूरा.
Heroes still only getting a small count to the Magnus. It's still
पूरा प्रेशर उस पे आ गया. हाँ उसका बहुत प्रेशर है अभी.
मेन क्या है टिंकर है रे टिंकर.
And it's just been such a slow game here for Seven.
वो आईजी स्पिरिट का गेम 3 जैसे हो
He's
जाएगा.
just about 300 gold away.
हाँ ऐसा ही होगा मेरे को लग रहा है.
That is a huge concern. Nisha's also halfway to Aghanim's already too, so that burst damage that we're talking about increases even more in potential. That HP reduction that will be coming out. This is probably they need to find a way to stabilize the game, but it's not easy. How much of a lead Secret got over the late.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They're just hitting towers.
Radiant just fortified their structures.
Eat the creep.
You know what I'm talking about?
Stop that push.
188 में से 100 ट्रीज तो मैग्नस नहीं काटे रहेगी.
Everybody on Secret's farm.
ऐसे ही काटते बैठ रहा है.
Radiant's middle tower is under
As he
attack.
pretty much has Solar Crest on
साला
2,
जल्दी गेम खत्म हो गया तो 300 के 300 ट्रीज नहीं होगा भाई.
Solar Crest too.
200 अभी हो गया.
But it's going to be coming from like press the attack, which isn't really traditionally the greatest for him because he wants more about that raw damage rather than attacks. It's going to be coming from the barrage. He has the ET aura that will be coming out.
ओ भाई लेके आ नीचे कैमरा मार भाई.
They have good heroes versus ET aura.
ओ भाई आया भी हो गया भाई वो तो.
Around the mid.
They're running away with this game.
होटल को भी मार दिया ऊपर.
Rolling over OG right now.
Got another one too, Sab.
Almost गया था.
Oh my goodness, that was close.
That was very, very close.
There's another volley.
भाई देख के भी उसने भाई.
ओ भाई टिप कर रहा है
And they're starting to invade triangle as well already because they took that mid tower.
They're
So
taking
Clink,
so much.
the place where Clink's needs in the game is now denied from him. As I will be able to farm that one up and setting up for another tower.
क्लिंक्स नहीं कर पाएगा भाई.
Still left on
बहुत
this Aegis.
इन लोगों ने बहुत
Just
स्पेस
gonna
कम
go
कर दिया
do
क्लिंक्स के
anything
लिए.
right now.
बहुत कम स्पेस कर
Time
दिया.
for the Clinks.
और अर्ली रश से बहुत
Is he going to be able to survive?
अर्ली रश से भी नहीं. बट क्लिंक्स के साथ क्या हुआ ना? क्लिंक्स हैज बीन शट डाउन हिज फार्म. जा के फार्म ढूंढना पड़ेगा उसको उनके जंगल से.
नहीं वो तो है लेकिन वो सब हो रहा है इसकी वजह से ना भाई कि आरएस के फाइट के यहाँ पे पूरा उनका हुआ ना.
यार ये लोगों ने ऑप्शन को ये साला इतना अच्छा पकना पिक होता।
अरे बैन हुआ ना पकना भाई।
अरे और भी तो थे हीरोज, साइलेंसर खेल ले भैंस क्या।
हाँ साइलेंसर ठीक है।
साइलेंसर would have been such a nice one और
साइलेंसर का भी सेम प्रॉब्लम।
ये मर गया वापस।
पक अगर बैन नहीं था पक खेल लेता।
भाई दया
पॉपी डैमेज।
पॉपी को डैमेज मिला 20।
I think they're just gonna have to wait for Secret to play over aggressive and just hope for some type of stop from Soxa with a splitter, because right now they have no real plays that they can make versus Secret. Secret has full control of the map, double blink dagger, or sorry, triple blink daggers on the core, so they're much more mobile. It's really limited right now for OG and what they can find, and they're under vision constantly. Secret's not slowing down, and they're still keeping up that farm pace.
सुमेल का फार्म हो रहा है वैसे तो।
अरे लेकिन किला क्या करेगा रे?
सेक्टर हो गया ना उसका भी ऑलमोस्ट 600 गोल्ड। भाई
17 मिनट तक हो जाएगा।
17-18 मिनट तक हो जाएगा।
It's not easy versus Ursa either, because he just has a built-in mid-range that can just tank up versus all the big burst damage a hero like Klings has.
अभी एजिस नहीं है भाई उसके पास, इसलिए ज़्यादा वो डैगर आ गया भाई।
Just thinking about it. Oh, Thompson's gonna be found. Here's quick with the stretch up. And that's the mid. That's the mid hoodwink with the support. All of Secret in the area again. Puppy with the wraparound as well. OG.
इन्होंने जीजी मारा तो 330 नहीं होगा, नहीं तो हो जाएगा।
हाँ वही ना वही बोल रहा हूँ।
They're sort of looking to try and fight this, but it's
not a choice ना, जीजी मारना choice नहीं है।
ओ भाई आरपी। जीजी भाई 20 मिनट में हो गया गेम, मेरे को ऐसा लग रहा है। वो ट्रीज अपना क्वेस्ट नहीं होने वाला भाई। 232 हुआ है 232।
अरे वो नहीं करेंगे भाई।
तो हो जाएगा।
वो करेंगे ही नहीं कॉल गाइस।
कॉल नहीं करेंगे।
हाँ मेरे को भी ऐसा ही लग रहा है, कॉल नहीं करेंगे।
अरे Secret is not murder. Secret is gonna murder everyone, man. That's how strong they look right now.
अरे तो ये जो अभी ऐसे खेल रहे हैं ना, वैसा वो उन्होंने 2020 में ऐसा खेल रहे थे वो लोग।
हाँ वो है, बट तब किसने
और कॉल नहीं करना चाहिए, फैंटेसी के लिए भी अच्छा होगा।
हाँ यार
एग्जैक्टली, मत करो कॉल। एक प्रेडिक्शन से कुछ नहीं होता, 6 प्रेडिक्शन दिन के में। मेरा 3 हो गया ऑलरेडी।
मेरा 4 हो गया। एक सीक्रेट का किल्स का तो हो नहीं वाला है, 5 हो गया।
हाँ बहुत स्किल्स ना। मेरा लास्ट वन है तो याबजोर मैंने रखा नहीं था।
मैंने भी याद नहीं था।
तो 3 होगा, 3 मोस्टली।
मैंने निक वाला मैच देखे थे।
Healing power.
But भाई Puppy like outdrafted everyone. But I think it's not Puppy outdrafted. It's from OG. It's not the Ti वाला draft.
निशा बच गया रे।
अरे नहीं टॉपसन कुछ खेल ही नहीं रहा है Ti में।
अरे ये Ti वाला draft ही नहीं लग रहा यार. This doesn't even feel like a fucking Ti draft. It feels like a Pup वाला draft.
किधर बच गया टॉप? निशा किधर बच गया बे?
मिड में कम लाइफ था बहुत उसका, 30% लाइफ था।
ओ भाई वापस बच गया। ओ वापस बच गया भाई।
Can't catch him as much and as hard as they try.
And everyone on Secret now connected.
Tire's top tower's under attack.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Not my problem. Tire's top tower just fell.
Turning up.
At least items तो आ ही रहे हैं लोगों की तरफ।
Turn the eyes on Timmerman. Get the setup though. Who get the grab back with the stun?
अरे how?
To the side.
Nice play by Yapsor. He's using. I've seen that twice now. Power shots to the tree.
वापस रोशन लेंगे।
वो ट्री याबजोर वो कर रहा ना, निकाल रहा है उसमें से फटाफट।
स्टन निकाल रहा है।
ट्री से निकाल दे रहा है।
Power shot मार के। Yeah. They're looking to claim back that triangle.
They don't need the Aegis.
That is like future side.
गया। ये भी गया। होटल भी जाने वाला।
He's got the Yule setup.
अरे आएगा
लाफ करते रहो साला, चूतिया खेलना मत तमीज से गेम। ड्राफ्ट करा है चूतियों की तरह।
मेरे को लगा एलसी वो लोग पोजीशन 3 खेलेंगे, पोजीशन 5 ले लिया।
क्या कर रहा है पता नहीं, दोनों गेम में पोजीशन 5 वो ले लिया, मार पोजीशन 5 एलसी ले लिया, पता नहीं क्या सोच रहा है। क्या हो गया भाई? टीआई विनर उसके सर पे चढ़ गया क्या?
लोअर ब्रैकेट पे जाने का है ये सोच रहा है।
अरे शिवा सभी कर रहा है,
ब्रैकेट पसंद नहीं है उसको।
इस बोस्टेड के हां रे हम तो जीतेंगे ही।
मैं तेरे को बोलता ना ये टीआई को ओजी नहीं जाएगी, कोई चांस नहीं है क्योंकि लोअर ब्रैकेट में जाएगा ना, नीचे टीम देखे तूने क्या खतरनाक
एक्चुअली चलो मैंने आई डिड नॉट प्रेडिक्ट देम एज अ विनर।
Don't forget about the core puppy as well.
तूने एलजीडी को
एलजीडी है। लास्ट मैच में मेरा फाइनल वो भी है आईजी वर्सेस ये
सुमेल।
भाई सुमेल प्लेड वेल दोनों गेम।
हां सुमेल अच्छा है भाई, मैं तेरे को बोल रहा हूं
दोनों के दोनों
इसलिए क्वालीफाई किया कि सुमेल अच्छा खेल रहा था भाई। सुमेल ने मतलब
दैट इज द ओनली
सुमेल की वजह से वो कैरी किया।
कैसी यार टूटा उसका वो स्किल खराब कर दिया।
अरे भाई वो भी ले लिया उसने।
Big kill though, Tops as well. Topson gets the last hit, and it is when Roshan respawns. OG, they can't go for him themselves, but perhaps they can
catch something. It was not a comeback because वो अकेला काम कर रहा था। टीम होती तो बिल्कुल नहीं मरता था वो।
हाँ।
Addressing the lanes.
टिंकर पकड़ देता।
मतलब स्क्रिप्ट नहीं थे ना उधर भाई, वो टिंकर आ नहीं पाया, नहीं तो बच गया रहता वो।
To ensure nobody gets caught.
लेवल 3 का नहीं है ना उसका अभी।
And we do have 20-minute timings coming in, so that is also something we do have to factor in.
हो जाएगा भाई, दो ही तो लेवल बाकी है।
Support. This is his timing. You get that shard, be able to get these big press the attack buffs.
लेकिन उर्सा को बहुत अच्छा लीड मिला है भाई।
What's the worst thing? I used to be a puppy fan.
For OG.
For some stupid reason, I ended up, I wouldn't say like hate him, but I chose like चलो OG को support करते हैं।
मैं तो भाई पप्पी को ही support करूँगा, secret भाई।
मैं भी पप्पी को ही support करूँगा। यार ये तो ठीक है।
I used to be a puppy fan, big like
भाई सेप को तो कुत्ता बना के मार रहे। ये 2-0 हुआ ना भाई, तू देखना ट्विटर पे क्या धूम मचेगी।
2-0 है भाई।
He's tanky.
2-0 को
पप्पी का क्या आइटम है? पप्पी का सोलर क्रस्ट हो गया भाई।
And into Roche. After that kill, Monkey King is probably the most important hero for the Roshan. Even though they have ET, he's a bit under level. The Monkey King is everything, and they're gonna smoke too.
Yeah, they are.
ये लोग रुके स्मोक में, बायबैक कर लिया।
Seb's gonna be forced to buy, so that will make Secret hesitate a little bit here about full committing.
They really don't want to let Secret get away with another rush, but it's still so hard for them to take.
Oh, मिस किया भाई। आरपी मिस, ओवर मिस किया भाई, नहीं तो अभी जीजी हो गया।
बहुत क्रूशियल स्किल मिस कर दिया भाई। बहुत क्रूशियल स्किल मिस किया।
आरपी नहीं है ना अभी, आरपी नहीं तो वो लोग फाइट कर सकते हैं, ये गलती हो गया उन्होंने।
Can they do anything with this OG? Walking into the pit themselves, but they really want to try and get a kill before they go for.
Lineup doesn't do the Roshan.
It's risky. I mean they go
though. Let's see.
प्लीज डिस्ट्रॉय होंगे तो इसकी वजह से होंगे, सर्पेंट की वजह से।
It's too scary. Oh, and the push.
ओह शैकल लैंड हो गया।
तेरे की मजाक कर रहा है ये।
आ भी गया।
मस्त किया भाई ने, शैकल बहुत भारी मारा था यार। वो टिंकर देख बाबा, मर गया।
They have full vision there for a second because Nisha.
Why they dug their own grave?
Just rockets and rockets. 3,600 damage from.
अरे उन्होंने ट्राई किया कि अगर एटलीस्ट आरपी नहीं तो हम लोग ट्राई करते हैं।
The pit there, but Secret's just at the ready. Even without him, he never wastes.
अरे उन्होंने वॉर्ड इधर क्यों नहीं किया, मेरे को समझ नहीं आया। अभी तो उनका कोई शार्ट भी मिल गया भाई।
Continued early timings, just 24 minutes in. Secret.
Shard छोड़। स्टार्ट ही बन गया।
शार्ड।
268 ट्रीज हुए भाई। ट्राई और थोड़ा कर लो पटपट।
क्या बोलते हो? शार्ड ओके।
सेप का हालत इतना खराब कर दिया ना भाई, क्या ही बोलूं। एक नंबर मजा आएगा अभी ट्विटर पे भाई। गेम खत्म होने के बाद ट्विटर पे आना, ट्विटर पे आ रहा है इनके पेज पे ऐसे पब्लिक।
Without that Monkey King, not the greatest spam coming out from the side of OG. They've got the ET, so he's always pretty decent at that stop side. With the triple blinks,
बहुत
गंदा क्लीन हुआ। भाई निशा ने
क्या खेला है
भाई मचा दिए भाई निशा ने।
झाड़ कितना टूटा ब्रो? झाड़ चाहिए 283 हुआ अभी।
हो जाएगा रे
कुछ किधर तो वो बाड़वा
कौन भाई
मैं झाड़ तोड़ा यार किधर तो घुसो बाड़वा
नहीं वो टाइम पास करेंगे भाई टाइम पास
ब्रेक देयर विल
भाई ये भी नहीं चाहते कि ये जीजी करे यार
प्लीज अरे प्लीज छोड़ो यार 283 से आ गया अरे मैं घुस को तो तेरे आड़वा होगा
ओ नाइस आरपी भाई
तोड़ दिया लास्ट भी तोड़ दिया
12 पाहिजे आता तुला अजून 12 पाहिजे तू तर ते उभाडवा घुस म्हणा
11 पाहिजे
एसीची लाईटी आहे का त्याला करायची पोझिशन पाहिजे
भाई ये शैकल
क्या मार रहे भाई
शैकल्स भाई क्या है ये
इसको मारना नहीं इसको सोने बोलते धोया है उनको धोया
हाँ तो करेंगे वो ट्राई करेंगे क्योंकि अभी उनका टाइमर भी ना ज्यादा नहीं है भाई।
अरे वो ये छोड़ लेकिन झाड़ टूटने चाहिए और दो
ये तोड़ रहा है भाई तोड़ रहा है सही अपना काम कर रहा है 291 और 11 और 10 करो और 10
तरी घुस कारण का अजून एकच मेगा
भाई
फ्रीज नहीं है
निशा भाई
हां अभी यहां के जाके तो
ऑल ओवर द प्लेस ऑल ओवर द प्लेस
बॉट
8 और 8
अरे चिल मारो टूटेगा नहीं
ये बोल रहे हैं गेट आना बैक आना की भाई सुमेल प्लेड व्हाट ही सुमेल डिड व्हाट ही वाज सपोज्ड टू डू
आना कुछ नहीं कर पाता भाई वो लोग क्वालीफाई भी नहीं
आना
हुए
कुछ नहीं कर पाता भाई
0% चांस है विन रेट प्रोबेबिलिटी देखना ओजी का
आना नहीं ले पाता प्रेशर पता है
झाड़ तोड़
थोड़ा देख
कितना तोड़ लिया
भाई क्या बचा है वो
अरे झाड़ तोड़ रहे जितना मारना है तो नको मारो झाड़ तोड़
292 हां
झाड़ तोड़ हाँ झाड़ तोड़ पाहिजे
भाई दे आर
यार
साहब जीजी डाल दिया
हट यार क्वेस्ट फॉर मिनट है
मुस्लिम वहां पे प्रेडिक्ट करना पड़ेगा अभी
ओ भाई अभी ट्विटर पे जाओ भाई मजा आएगा अभी
7-8 झाड़ टूटते हैं एंडिंग में
हेड्स ऑफ भाई हेड्स ऑफ पप्पी भाई
What a performance too, like every single player from Secret just hit.
भाई इतना गंदा ड्राफ्ट I've never seen fucking do it. And the worst thing is, I think he's right.
What a performance too, like every single player from Secret just
the reason Puppy, like Kuroki is his kryptonite. He's played with Puppy for such a long time. They have such a good history, and he thinks alike. वो Kuroki इसी Puppy की तरह ही सोचता है, and that's why they're fucking like. He said he's my kryptonite.
Absolutely. You could not do it any better there, and everything just gelled together so well from Secret. As I say, this is the sort of level of Dota that Secret, when you look at what they've achieved in the seasons and stuff, this is what you expect them to be able to turn up and perform.
Absolutely.
Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen.
What a game
to indeed. Secret are definitely going to be moving on with a lot of confidence off the back of that win in the upper bracket. And as I say, we'll have to see how OG deals with being in below yet again here for this run. But there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Secret, the series is theirs, 2-0 against OG.
इतना गंदा नहीं रखा है मैंने ओजी के लिए
मैंने ये रखा है मैं बताता हूँ अगर मेरा मैं देखता हूँ
स्पिरिट से जीतेगा वीपी से जीतेगा आईजी से हारेगा
देखो आईजी का मेरा ठीक था ओजी का गलत
क्या किया है बताया प्रेडिक्शन मेरे को तुमको बोलता हूँ ब्रैकेट प्रेडिक्शन में
तो अपर ब्रैकेट से ही सीक्रेट लेके गया है ना
हाँ सीक्रेट जाएगी रे एलजीडी को भी मेरे को लग रहा है हराएंगे क्योंकि
पूरे ग्रुप
स्टेज में भाई
बहुत स्ट्रांग है रे एलजीडी तो ज्यादा ही स्ट्रांग
सीक्रेट ही है सिर्फ
नहीं
एलजीडी वाला ना आईजी है अगर कोई थोड़ा टफ फाइट दे सकता है अभी आईजी है
बट आईजी को ही सीक्रेट पेलना चाहिए अभी
सीक्रेट पेलेगा रे आईजी को
पेलेगा मेरे को भी लगता पेलेगा
आईजी को पेलेगा
और देख
एलजीडी को नहीं पेल पाए
एलजीडी को नहीं
एलजीडी को ही जीत सकता है, वो टफ होगा लेकिन जीतेगी मेरे को लग रहा है।
जीत सकता है
क्योंकि भाई मैं तेरे को बोलता ना, अभी देख अगर जैसा उन्होंने 2020 में खेल रहे थे ना, जितना डोमिनेट करके अभी वैसे ही खेला है उन्होंने। अगर ऐसा ही कंटिन्यू रहेगा तो भाई
बहुत नेक्स्ट लेवल डोमिनेटिंग,
तो एलजीडी भी कुछ कर नहीं पाएगी।
बहुत ज्यादा डोमिनेटिंग। अरे लास्ट मैच भी देखना है क्या तुम लोगों को?
मैं रुक ना, अभी जरा स्ट्रीम बंद कर रहा, रुक पहले।
ये मैच तो खत्म हो गए ना इसके, अब तो नहीं होंगे ना इनके।
चलो भाई, मैं जाता हूँ, बस हो गया। मतलब मैं